Chapter 1 Binding, Super Anti-Armor System. Therium Self-Cultivation Body Refinement, Chi Condensation, Divine Sea, Purple Mansion, Xiandan, Spirit Refinement, Void Path, King, Honored, Saint, Divine Fire. In the Squarief Maple Leaf City, the Lin family. Today marks the annual day for the Lin Familitos the cultivation level soft the younger generation. A group of Fiouth stood in line for their assessments. Wiley and elder with graying hair shukished, pen in hand, recording the results with a tone of disappointment. Lin Winba, early stage body refinement level 3, disqualified. Monthly stipend reduced by 30%. Next. Lin Winza, body refinement level 2, disqualified. Monthly stipend halved. Lin Wool, body refinement level 4, qualified. Monthly stipend changed. Lin Wuwei, body refinement level 7, outstanding. Monthly stipend doubled. Among the over Androdouth Syntha Square, some worry expression saw fewer Wileyethers bore Luke soft despair. Mustaf Tim had made a little progress, failing to meet the standards, resulting in reduction soft their monthly stipends. With thin-errant Liportalentan local cultivation levels, they could not venture auto earn a living gondrelid on the family's monthly stipend for survival. A reduction of this nature could spell disaster for an entire year, leading to a compounding disadvantage. Itwasia Saito foresee that without a significant opportunity, their lives would be marked by mediocrity. Conversely, those who had improved their cultivation and doubled their stipends radiated delight, flaunting their achievements to their companions, provoking jealousy and helplessness in others. After all, this was a fair competition. With limited familiar sources, it was the survival of the fittest to allocate those resources to thetalentethis, there was little room for grievances. Guqing, peak body refinement level 9, stipend doubled, plus were doff 20 low-grade spirit stones. As Theodor gazed upon the handsome youth before him, his demeanor brightened. There was no denying that Guqing was exceptional, having reached peak body refinement, level 90 the Tindergy of 16. This should to read the record the Thad student Maple Leaf City for millennium, with prospects of becoming a formidable figure in the Purple Mansion realm. Though Guqing was not of Lin blood, he had been taken in a disciple with grand elder since childhood. Such circumstances were a common in the cultivation world. Cultivation familias would recruit talented individuals to inject new blood into their lineage, with how peace of securing marriage to produce descendants of superior qualifications, there be binding them to the family. Guqing Guazel Reedy engaged Tathiklan leader's daughter, with Thuading contingent upon his brain eye, through Tothchi condensation realm. Brother Guqing is true liar markableist cultivation speed is astonishing. I recall a sty irhuasan liat body refinement. Level 6, and no has surged through Thrillavelson stare. I finally I possessed half office talent. You? Spereem. Has both talent and diligence. While you? What have you been doing? With the orpordolent, you squandery or dazedly, lost in dreams. Amidst flattery from the surrounding elves, Guqing merely offered a faint smile, fully aware of the struggle she bore within. What was talent but the resulto for Lintel's effort? Moreover, even if wary a genius, what did it matter? At the end of the day, they were still confined to the small realm of Maple Leaf City. Thepanaclio achievement theramirlial toth Purple Mansion realm, a far cry from his grand aspirations. Cultivation is arduous, akin to scaling Thevens. A sins avail plisness washed over Guqing. As a transmigrator, he had awakened to Thuis Stomaphis former life Ethiogofton. Hadons believed would follow in the footsteps of illustrious predecessors, wielding a miraculous golden finger Torisi Town Paralleled Heights. Toby Comi Supreme Beebing, shatterings Tars with Amir Register, traversing the bound Sexband Zoft universe, and witnessing the passage of eternity, as the world transformed before his eyes. Yet, reality proved to be unforgiving. Without a golden finger, he found himself struggling gate ever return. His current cultivation wastes the result, often fully fort compared to theirs. I could obtain a celestial graded technique, Guqing mused. Indeed, his talent was commendable, possessing an exceptional root bone. With a profound technique, his cultivation speed would accelerate, allowing him to forge a brighter future. The techniques were classified into the realms of heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow, and he was currently practicing a low-grade upper-tier technique, which Wazelria did the best available within the Lin family. Gu King had encountered Simeone in Thegran's city Uhosa talent tois inferiordo, his sandwa cifretois lacking, yet her cultivation speed far surpassities. Can you blame the frustration? The cultivation world indeed operatisent the principle sof wealth, partners, techniques, and land. This is universal truth. Linchin, body refinement level 1, abysmal talent, stipend nullified. A thismament, fielder skull dan disdain fulvu sichode throughout Hesquare. Yet again, this waste. Damn it, banga wasty sinething, beauty strewed around with the tight, leaf young clan leader, tarnishing her Lin familis reputation. Agripo Fuths glared at Linchin with resentment, wishing to deliver a couplio of slapsto his face. Those present to witness the assessment were not so live from Lin familiother familius within Maple Leaf City where so in attendance. These and Lucre swore casting amusage lances, as Linchin had brought shame upon the Lin family. However, Linchin himself wore an expression of fine difference, shrugging nonchalantly, his calm gaze implying that Tevrionil was beneath him. Heek sudi dinero Simeon knew how Osawaki wily Alathers were intoxicated. In fact, Linchin's gaze surveyed, he crowed with contempt and provocation. Having faced countless ridiculi and skern over thy ers, he had long since grown accustomed to it. All right, enough off the motion. You will should proceed with the hour assessments. Gu King spoke with that composed demeanor. Thuffa believed Linchin should not subject themselves to further humiliation, Heffel to teen appropriatita, continue the infighting with some spectators. After all, Linchin was his brother-in-law, and Gu King cold not standedly. His father-in-law, Lin Jiantian, was still observing from the high platform. Very well. Several youths were reluctant but understood thought continuing the insult sways indeed inappropriate, especially in light of Gu King's authority, which the dared not oppose. Ha, municipal, atsache ungage, Aurea possesses the demeanor of fagrada eater. The grand elder on the high platform stroked his graying beard, chuckling heartily. Lin Zantian had initially felt satisfied with Gu King's defensifissen, but upon hearing the grand elder's words, his expression darkened. The demeanor of fagrada eater? Wasn't that implying Gu King wasmarazuida tobe thili drove Lin family? Indeed. Gu King Natan Lipos says remarkable talent butyl sodomon strateskeen intellect and a composed nature, truly a dragon amongmen. Several elders redel yucko dissentiments. In this world where a string thrain ed supreme, the preferija can govern Lin Canastan clan leader. Although Gu King was nataf Lin blood, he was soon told Lin Chuching. Moreover, with Gu King's exceptional talent, he was bound to elevate Lin familitan weights, far surpassing the twas Linin. Even if Gu King did not become the clan leader, Linchin wooed Navira Sinto such opposition. The Lin family what solely Lin Zanians to command. Lin Jiantian, well aware of hate hot soft he family members, felt a myriad of emotions wash over high masha gaze that Linchin, filled with disappointment. Suitable host detected. Wuldio Likita Binth, super anti-armor system? A gentle, magnetique female voice resonated within Gu King's mind. Huh. Gu King halted in his tracks. A system? Bind. Gu King silently willed, knowing that Tevanamamich's citation would be sign-off disrespect to a system. However, the name super anti-armor struck him as rather peculiar. Having traversed countless web novels, had never encountered unusual systemnymy before. He wondered what purpose super anti-armor served. Ding! The binding off super anti-armor system is complete. The host has received a novice gift pack. Wuldio Lakita claim it? Claim. Congratulations, hast the obtained Supreme Dao Bone. Congratulations, hast the obtained Thinyang Dao Song. Congratulations, host has obtained the innate Tetrius or Space Divine Pattern. Theme Tyrant extraquai resa thorough revision. I hope for our understanding if some aspects fall short. As for the title, I tismeral ya placeholder est to shured the tight deuce not malede. The true antagonist to Quillen Limer jafter several captors. I hum blarquis the treaders Donatski pa had at least take a moment to appreciate the ear lysitupe. Chapter 2 Dear Foster Mother, allow me to pay my respects. What is Supreme Dao Bone? How do it compare to Supreme Bone? Upon returning to his residence, Gu King gazed at the three novice airwards, Iagurdo inquire. The Supreme Bony is born supreme, possessing gun paralleled potential the Dao Bone contents the principal soft Dao, serving as printed off Dao. Gu Kinkin template tedferamament, internally comparing, and it seemed that Dao Bo nuus indeedo fire grade. Yet, it was not merlibona thatenable to achieve jus prime existency, was the result of personalifort, intellect, and a sprinklio fluck. Whether he could attain supreme status could not rely solely on the possession of Fabone. Will there be a phenomeno new upon merging with Daobone? Gu King pondered a critical question. It is well known that in theorem of fantasy, bonus of tin and vita calami. Asimir body refinement, level nini individual, I favorito exposith Daobone, would it not be triskoff having is bone extracted? If the host does not require wraith, the system cancel an extraordinary phenomena. The Dao bone will exhibit non-usual signs and will be indistinguishable from ordinary bones, rendering it imperceptible to anion, without affecting jit's inherent might. Seal it immediately. Fortunately, had it inquired otherwise, he would have been caught in a perilous situation. After confirming multiple times that there were anoisus, Gu King finally silently will at the fusion. Boom! Azure Jo Fun paralleled power Sudan lit ascended upon him. Gu King's consciousness wavered, as if had transformed into a spoff primordial chaos chi, or perhaps he found himself with a novice expanse of chaos. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and eventually, Gu King awoke from Thecus. His body was discovered in a thick layer of grime, prompting him to rush into Thebothing, chamber in the sitter room. Ashes scrubbed his body, has savored the transformation within himself. Gu King's experience said an exceptionally vivid sensation, realizing that his strength had increased several-fold. Moreover, the divine light emanated from within him, imbued with an ancient mysterious aura, cleansing his flesh and blood, while his physique were rapidly evolved. System, what is me current strength? Previously, his strength stood at 50,000 jin, and now it had augmented considerably, though he remained uncertain of the exact figure. Currently, the host's strength is 300,000 jin and discontinuously increasing. As long as Daobone remains, the host's strength will perpetually grow. Gu King was taken aback. He had accomplished nothing yet, and this power had surged by 250,000 jin, equating to 125 etons. A single punk could likely obliterate Simeone in themid stage of chi condensation realm. Furthermore, the Dao Bonu is consistently evolving his constitution. Was this not the sense of becoming stronger simply by living, ultimately rendering Genezel invincible? Adoptive father, from no one, you shall be my adoptive father. Esteemed adoptive father, please accept the shumble bo from your child. Those who had bound themselves to e-system understood that addressing Simeone's adoptive father was customary. Gu King's previous bleak hand hopeless path of cultivation transformed it that moment into a resplendent avenue of starlight, direct leading to the pinnacle of the heavens. With the support of his adoptive father, Gu King had Norius and towed out the assassin to supreme power. With Emir's snap off his fingers, Hekudsha ter celestial body Sandro am free lib between heaven and earth. Azure geof ambition ignited within Gu Kingish at a modest go alpha rimzolf toten thestate sophony mortalum peror. Perhaps she could have indominate Tethia guess regardless of the world's needs, having traversed into a fantastical realm, Itwood bid his service and auto claim such dominance for himself. Host, please refer to this system mast super anti-armor system. Amelodious, gentle malev voice resonated, tinged with a hint of distant. Adoptive mother. Gu King prompt like corrected himself, wholly unconcerned bethedist and expressed benoptive amether. It washered lion ishueshi had propelled imton wings. Hewed glad lion durian indignity, even if it me thir stepping upon his face. The system, known as super anti-armor system, as Thenum suggests, would trigger a super rebound against Stanyon hostilely towards the host, reflecting gal damage back upon them. Shoot the host suffer harm from its adversary, regardless of their level, the damage would in return. If the adversary's combat power suddenly doubled, so would the host's. Any entity harbor angel intentions towards the host would trigger a counteraction, quelling threats before they could blossom. Furthermore, the host would dress the system rewards for vanquishing enemies. Up in hearing this, Gu King envisioned an injumblemo fortune. Thesis tempromise an omnipotent trebuk, reflecting harm. Indeed, if Thena migra stronger, so would the were weak, he would still become a stronger. If you were retob wounded beyond adversary, the damage would double, meaning if suffered, theme me mimet perish, and if hell, thenami would surely follow. Moreover, slaying foes would yield systemerwards, resulting in a double dose of joy. With such prospects, it was impossible for him to falter. Claim Thinyang Grand Dao Songanth spatial divine pattern. Gu King steadied his motion and prepared to receive a thet wode, additional words. The Yinyang Grand Dao Song represented an unparalleled wall cultivation technique of Yinindyang. It was an infinite method, devoid of limits or ranks, allowing Gu King to cultivate indefinitely. However, unlike a traditional techniques, the Yinyang Grand Dao Song lacked defined realms. It solely focused on the fundamental laws of Yinindyang, direct lipo-inting towards thigrenoving of duality. As fourth spatial divine pattern, Gu King grazed Deshan to observe the tobacco fishant. The silver white runic design appeared ordinary at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, it revealed layers of intricate illusions, exuding a mysterious anvasticence, seeming like capable of drawing in Sao Lin Toit's depth. The spatial divine pattern contained the essence of spatiality, enabling spatial displacement, defense, and attacks. Currently, his ability is to limited, allowing for a 10-mile spatial shift and theosoft spatial divine pattern for defense. Huasia tunable Tau Ildita offensively. Swish. Gu King withdrew his gaze and lay due to the spirit stones, totaling 150 low-grade spirit stones. With his men setted, Hekamin's the cultivation of Thinyang Grand Dao Song. Themis challenging aspect of cultivating Thinyang Grand Dao Song lane condensing Thesensio Thinyang. Without this essence, event themist gifted individual could no team bark upon the pathof cultivation. Although Gu King lacked Thinyang essence, he possesseth Dao Bone. As the Dao Bone absorbed a substantial amount of spiritual energy, it gave a wisp saw Thinyang essence. Upon manifesting, the Yinyang essence see night and insatiable earning within Yisels, craving to consummate for evolution. Those Zuhoha Drevius like cultivate understood that true energy could nourish the physical body, warding off ailments while reinforcing discord. The higher the level of true energy, the more effective it ways at nurturing the physical form. The Yinyang essence suis regarded as to primordially nergio fall things, the ultimate tresor for nurturing in S body. Gu King meticulous lie direct Yinyang essence satoger jethruff, heezy extraordinary meridians. As the fragile meridian sophist botower washed be Thinyang essence, days weefly opened and expended, becoming more resilient. Nightfall came quickly, and Gu King succeeded in blocking Gall 9 primary meridian sophist body. Logically, achieving this would signify reaching the 9th level of Qi condensation realm. However, thought would require filling each meridian with true energy, and Gu King fill of in it. At most, Hek would be considered the fierce level of Qi condensation. Itis to me to device aplanto or spirit stones. Gu King pondered inwardly. If he possessed sufficient spirit stones, he could reach the 9th level of Qi condensation in 3 days. After all, his Dao Bone could continuously convert Thinyang essence. The Yinyang essence could swiftly nourish his body and meridians, virtually eliminating Ghana bottlenecks. Gu King promptly took a bath and hurried towards the family salary hall. Erwer Dauphin 100 low-grade spirit stones awaiting Suho broke through Toth Qi condensation realm. Thofit wasn't a substantial amount, even the smallest Marcellus Delamiel. Chapter 3. So it turns out he is the protagonist, Long Ao Tian. Xiao Chun, are you also heading to the salary hall? Gu Qing inquired with a look of astonishment. Lin Shin clearly had no salary. So what purpose could he have for visiting the salary hall? Could it be that he sought to humiliate himself once more? If it were anyone else, Gu Qing would not entertain such thoughts. For who among the sane would relish being insulted? Yet Lin Shan was different. Despite being a useless individual, he frequented the martial arena to receive scorn daily. The more others berated him, the more he seemed to revel in it. Smiling and facing it all with remarkable composure. To be honest, Gu Qing truly could not fathom Lin Chen's thought process. It has nothing to do with you. Lin Chen cast a cold glance at Gu Qing before turning away, casually adding, "We are not acquainted, and you ought to address me as young clan leader." Gu Qing rolled his eyes in disbelief. Having grown up under the same roof, how could they not be familiar? Moreover, what status did a waste like Lin Chen have to be called young clan leader? After all, he was set to become Lin Chen's future brother-in-law. Were it not for the sake of his sister, who would even deign to acknowledge him, let alone refer to him as young clan leader? What a worthless thing, Yu Qing quietly scoffed. If Lin Chun had not been the clan leader's son, he would have long been beaten to death. What brings you to the salary hall? The overseer, Lin Maoyong, displayed evident impatience, his disdain for Lin Chen barely concealed. I have made a breakthrough to the second level of body refinement and have come to claim my reward. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Really? Lin Maoyong hesitated, scrutinizing Lin Chun with suspicion. And of course, if you doubt me, feel free to verify. There were indeed rewards for significant breakthroughs among the clan's younger generation, and one could also apply for an increase in monthly salary. If you dare to trick me, even if you are the young clan leader, I shall not spare you. With the stakes laid bare, Lin Maoyong, albeit reluctantly, had no choice but to assist Lin Chun in his verification. Otherwise, it would be a dereliction of duty. After retrieving the testing spiritual device and performing an inspection, it was confirmed that Lin Chen had indeed broken through to the second level of body refinement. However, you still do not meet the criteria for a reward, Lin Maoyong sneered, his gaze laced with contempt. While Lin Chen's breakthrough was surprising, it was still not remarkable. At 16 years of age, he remained a waste. Why? Upon hearing that there were no spiritual stones, Lin Chen's anger flared. Why do you say that? One can begin cultivating body refinement at the age of 14 in our family. And the requirement is to achieve a breakthrough to the second level within a year to receive the full monthly salary. How old are you this year? Body refinement is about training one's physique, and beginning too early can lead to deformities. Thus, almost all clans permit training only after the age of 14. Before that age, one can only engage in light practice or consume precious elixirs to nourish the body. Of course, as the saying goes, there are no absolutes in the world. The myriad phenomena of the universe are filled with wonders. It is rumored that some sacred lands and immortal clans possess extraordinary secret arts that allow for cultivation from the womb. Absorbing precious essences, upon birth, their bodies are pure and robust, starting life ahead of others. Moreover, there are secret methods for children to enhance their physical constitution. These techniques are all extraordinary skills, held by sacred lands and immortal families. Isn't there a regulation that states as long as one breaks through to the first level of body refinement within a month, they can qualify? Lin Chen suddenly recalled that one had to achieve the appropriate realm for their age before they could claim their monthly salary. Qualify for what? Lin Maoyong asked with a mocking smile. Lin Chen's expression darkened, a twinge of regret surfacing for having come to the salary hall. He had been so caught up in the excitement of his breakthrough last night that he had forgotten the family rules. However, since he was already there, he certainly could not leave in disgrace. Lin Chen's mind raced with thoughts. Contemplating a wager with Lin Maoyong to swindle some spiritual stones, he was interrupted by a voice. Manager Lin Yu Qing entered, coming to Lin Chen's aid. Despite his dislike for Lin Chen, even wishing for his embarrassment, he felt compelled to intervene upon witnessing the situation, lest it invite gossip. After all, he considered himself a benevolent gentleman, the epitome of an exemplary brother-in-law, young Master Gu. Upon seeing Gu Qing, Lin Maoyong immediately donned a sycophantic smile. What brings you to the salary hall? Please, take a seat. His obsequious demeanor ignited a fire of anger within Lin Chun. How could the Lin family grovel before an outsider? This was something he could not tolerate. No need for that. I have broken through to the Qi gathering realm. Please record it for me. Gu Qing replied with a smile. What? So soon? Lin Maoyong was taken aback. Although he was aware that Gu Qing had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement, he had assumed Gu Qing would need several months to comprehend the bottleneck of the Qi gathering realm. Indeed, Gu Qing affirmed, touching the testing spiritual device with his true yang energy. It confirmed he was indeed at the Qi gathering realm. Congratulations, young Master Gu, Lin Maoyong said, his face brimming with joy and even more respect for Gu Qing. After all, this was a world where strength commanded respect. With power, one was revered wherever they went. He hastily recorded Gu Qing's achievement and presented him with 100 low-grade spiritual stones. From now on, Gu Qing's monthly salary would be 20 low-grade spiritual stones. While not an extravagant sum, it was still considerable, sufficient for an average Qi gathering realm cultivator to sustain their practice for 10 days to half a month. Moreover, this was a complimentary offering from the clan. Unlike some minor rogue cultivators who had to fight for everything themselves. 20 spiritual stones. One could only imagine how long it would take to accumulate that amount through sheer effort. What pure true yang energy! Could it be that this lad has awakened a special constitution? Lin Chen recalled a surprised feminine voice in his mind, ethereal and melodious, akin to a heavenly chorus. Master, what do you mean? Lin Chen asked incredulously. As far as he knew, Gu Qing merely possessed exceptional talent and had no special constitution whatsoever. Indeed, this lad may have diluted the quality of his true energy, making it hard for others to perceive, but I can see at a glance that he undoubtedly possesses a pure yang constitution, which allows him to cultivate such refined true yang energy. Her voice asserted confidently, then, Master, can you discern what special constitution he has awakened? Lin Chen pressed eagerly. This mysterious being, a remnant soul residing within a broken sword, had transmitted supreme sword techniques to him last night, revealing that he possessed a fractured innate sword bone. The reason for his years of arduous training without breakthroughs had been due to all his vitality and energy, including the elixirs he consumed, being absorbed by the broken bone. Lin Chen felt on the verge of rising to prominence, with the prospect of defeating Gu Qing within reach. Yet now, he was informed that Gu Qing also possessed a special constitution. How could he possibly defeat him? Are you asking me to pry into the body of a junior? The remnant soul's voice turned icy. What sort of existence was she, to stoop to pry into the body of a man? Was her dignity to be disregarded? Master, special constitutions abound, some strong and others weak. I desperately wish to know what Gu Qing's constitution is, to ascertain if I could potentially catch up to him in a short period. Lin Chen urged. He had not forgotten that once Gu Qing broke through to the Qi-gathering realm, he would be marrying his sister. Time was running short and no need for further discussion. Moreover, you have yet to pass my test and have not truly become my disciple. You shall not refer to me as master. The woman's voice was frigid, devoid of any warmth. She would never stoop to peering into a man's body. Furthermore, Gu Qing's constitution was evidently clear. He surely possessed a special constitution of the pure yang variety. What more was there to investigate? Besides, she was quite displeased with Lin Chen. She had been awakened for some time, yet only now passed on techniques to him. One reason was her disdain for his talent. Secondly, Lin Chen's innate sword bone was severely flawed, rendering her premature acceptance of him as a disciple futile. The sword bone still required ample energy to break through. Thirdly, it was simply an act of desperation to pass on sword techniques to Lin Chen. Very well, Lin Chen's face was a mask of reluctance. I see this lad seems to hold you in high regard. Why then do you harbor such animosity towards him? The woman questioned, intrigued. Although she could discern that Gu Qing bore no ill will towards Lin Chen, he still lacked fondness for him. Moreover, out of a sense of responsibility, Gu Qing would always intervene when Lin Chen was bullied. If Gu Qing did not despise Lin Chen for being a waste, how could Lin Chen find the audacity to disdain Gu Qing? Gu Qing is nothing more than a hypocritical gentleman with a mind as deep as the ocean. He is utterly unworthy of my sister. Lin Chen spat, his teeth grinding in hatred. He would never allow his ethereal sister to marry Gu Qing. Moreover, there was something else he had not mentioned. Lin Chuqing was not his biological sister. The thought of her marrying someone else caused him unbearable heartache. She is truly blind. How can Gu Qing be considered hypocritical? The system detected that the fated child, Lin Chen, harbored deep malice towards the host, attempting to seize the host's fortune, thus triggering the super countermeasure, deducting 1,000 fortunes from Lin Chen. The detection indicated that the fated child, Lin Chen, harbored deep malice, triggering the super countermeasure, and detected that Lin Chen possessed a tremendous opportunity for ascendance. So he is the protagonist. No wonder he is mocked wherever he goes, yet appears to revel in it. As Gu Qing exited the salary hall, he found himself at a loss for words upon receiving the system's notification. He never imagined that there would be a Long Aotian in this world, and that he would be so close to him. Moreover, he had become the future brother-in-law of Long Aotian. Given that Lin Chen was the protagonist, how could he possibly tolerate his sister's marriage? No, according to the rules of the novel, they might not even be blood relatives. Gu Qing involuntarily recalled the appearances of Lin Chen and Lin Zhantian. Both bore a striking resemblance to one another, utterly unremarkable in stark contrast. Lin Chuqing bore no likeness to this father-son duo whatsoever. She was a vision of perfection, so extraordinary that she seemed almost beyond the realm of carbon-based life forms. Endowed with a graceful, alluring figure and an ethereal, transcendent aura, her beauty was unparalleled, a rare gem of exquisite charm, deserving of endless praise. Jiu Qing had long been aware of Lin Chen's staunch opposition to his union with Lin Chuqing, but he had dismissed it at the time, believing it merely the whims of youthful impetuosity. In hindsight, however, everything seemed amiss. It appeared that their fates were now intertwined in a deadly game. Jiu Qing's gaze turned cold. He was resolute in his intention to marry Lin Chuqing, and anyone who dared to obstruct him would face dire consequences. Furthermore, Lin Chun harbored malicious intent towards him, seeking to usurp his fortune. Indeed, Lin Chun possessed the ominous fate of a heavenly fiend and the master-devouring destiny, capable of sacrificing kin to amass boundless power, passively siphoning the fortunes of friends and foes alike. Fortunately, Gu Qing had the super reversal armor system, which not only shielded him from fortune depletion but had also allowed him to reclaim 1,000 units of fortune from Lin Chen. If he were to marry Chuqing, with Lin Chen's possessive nature, it would suffice to merely display affection in his presence, and fortune would surely flow to him abundantly. His eyes gleamed with determination. Lin Chen's insurmountable master-devouring fate had encountered his super reversal armor system. A fortuitous clash of fate. Without any effort on his part, he had already reclaimed 1,000 units of fortune from Lin Chen. Moreover, there was another opportunity awaiting him. With this thought, Gu Qing mounted a horse and hastily departed from the Lin residence. Chapter 4. The Innate Treasure. The Golden Gourd. Gu Qing hurriedly made his way to the southern district of the city, a haven for cultivators. The items for sale here catered exclusively to the needs of practitioners, a realm where mere mortals seldom tread. Guided by the information provided by his system, Gu Qing approached an elderly man. The stall was replete with an array of bizarre and curious items, including weapon fragments, jars, and various ores and tomes. Jiu Qing picked up a fist-sized golden gourd, feigning interest as he examined it and inquired, "What manner of gourd is this? It appears to be fashioned from gold." The elder's long, graying brows furrowed, revealing his irritation. "Young man, if you know nothing, it would be wise to refrain from speaking. This is a treasure I uncovered in an ancient relic," Gu Qing replied noncommittally. Smiling as he continued, "Items from ancient relics are typically quite costly. Even a mere stone would not be inexpensive. Pray tell, how much do you intend to sell this ancient treasure for?" The elder, recognizing the sarcasm in Gu Qing's tone, remained unfazed, responding calmly, "I shan't deceive you. This indeed is something I discovered in a cultivator's cave. Do not be misled by its lack of spiritual resonance. It is certainly not made of gold. If you doubt my words, feel free to strike it with a spiritual weapon. Should it sustain any damage, I shall gift it to you. Spiritual artifacts possess inherent spiritual resonance. Yet this golden gourd bore none, appearing as a mere lifeless object. Nevertheless, gold cannot withstand the assault of spiritual weaponry. Having conducted tests previously, the elder had found it impervious to harm. Initially, he had believed he had stumbled upon a true treasure, but subsequent trials yielded no results. The elder concluded that it was crafted from a special metal, one incapable of harboring spiritual energy, serving no purpose beyond its hardness. He had encountered numerous such items. If they were aesthetically pleasing, they might fetch a reasonable price, but if not, selling it for a single low-grade spirit stone would be commendable. "And what price do you seek?" Gu Qing asked, displaying little interest. "If it exceeds a single low-grade spirit stone, I shan't entertain the notion." "Very well, I shall sell it to you." The elder had initially intended to price it at 30 spirit stones, hoping to negotiate it down to at least 10. However, upon seeing Gu Qing's discerning nature, he decided against further bargaining, content that even a single spirit stone was better than nothing. Delighted, Gu Qing retrieved a spirit stone from his storage pouch and tossed it to the elder before hastily departing. "Congratulations, host. You have intercepted Lin Chen's opportunity for ascendance, draining 50,000 fortune points." "Such a sum?" Gu Qing exclaimed in astonishment, Lin Chun had only possessed 100,000 fortune points. Losing half in an instant would render him significantly weakened. It appeared that this golden gourd was of utmost importance to Lin Chun, a veritable treasure intertwined with his journey of growth. Ji Yuqing's excitement mounted as he inquired, "What grade of treasure is this golden gourd?" "It is an innate treasure, capable of refining all things and purifying them into the most pristine energy." Innate treasure. Gu Qing's heart raced at the revelation. Innate treasures are born of primordial essence. Imbued with undying spiritual light, they can be classified into innate spiritual treasures and innate exotic treasures. The former embodies the laws of the primordial, while the latter possesses unique abilities. Each type has its own merits. The golden gourd's capacity to refine all things would ensure he would never lack in cultivation resources. The protagonist's fortune is indeed formidable. To encounter even innate treasures, Gu Qing felt a pang of envy, but was simultaneously grateful for his super reversal armor system. Otherwise, he would be left helplessly watching as Lin Chun surged ahead. There is no need for envy, host. You possess the system and have become an anomaly. Your future accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass those of these destined protagonists. Anomaly signifies change, representing boundless possibilities. Moreover, you currently possess 52,000 fortune points, a considerable fortune in its own right, making you a half-protagonist. Does this mean I will soon experience the same serendipitous fortune as the protagonist? Where my desires manifest seamlessly? Gu Qing mused. Protagonists are known for their inexplicable luck, effortlessly acquiring rare treasures and unlocking ancient secrets with ease. Once your fortune surpasses 100,000, perhaps, the system replied. Fortune is an enigmatic force. It exists or it does not, and the system cannot predict it. Indeed, that is a valid point. Gu Qing nodded in agreement, contemplating the elusive nature of fortune. If it could be precisely calculated, would it still be considered fortune? By the way, how should I utilize the golden gourd? Simply infuse it with your blood essence or vital energy. Allow your will to guide you. Is it truly that simple? Gu Qing was taken aback. Harboring doubts, if the method were so straightforward, the vendor would surely have been aware of it. It seemed illogical for someone to sell an item without first ensuring its functionality. With these thoughts in mind, Gu Qing ventured into the mountains beyond the city and discarded the remaining 99 spirit stones onto the ground. Following the system's instructions, he infused the gourd with his vital energy, allowing his intent to flow freely. At first glance, the golden gourd appeared inert, yet a compelling force emanated from its mouth, drawing all the spirit stones into its depths. It truly is this simple, Ji Yuqing mused. Had it not been for the system's guidance, he would have likely succumbed to the same misconceptions as the vendor, dismissing it as a mere lifeless object. After a brief wait, Gu Qing opened the golden gourd, discovering that the spirit stones had been transformed into a pure spiritual essence. Devoid of impurities, ready for absorption, he swallowed it in one gulp, feeling an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his body. Instantly, he began to cultivate using the Yin-Yang Great Dao Song to refine it. The essence was absorbed by his Dao bones, enabling him to swiftly ascend to the pinnacle of the Qi condensation realm. The speed of his advancement was astonishing. Ji Yuqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Cultivating is notoriously challenging, akin to scaling the heavens. Human meridians are exceptionally fragile. Once opened, they require time to nurture. Additionally, spirit stones contain impurities that must be refined before they can be absorbed and utilized. A process that demands patience. With the assistance of his Dao bones and the Yin-Yang Great Dao Song, his progress was nothing short of rapid, as if all the obstacles of cultivation had vanished. Now, with the addition of the golden gourd, future breakthroughs would be akin to riding a rocket, soaring effortlessly to new heights. With these thoughts in mind, Gu Qing set off towards the Beast Mountain range, eager to hunt beasts and refine them within the golden gourd. Moreover, slaying beasts would yield system rewards, doubling his JOY at present. His greatest need was for cultivation resources and various martial techniques. He wondered if the system could provide these. As for Lin Chun, he decided to set aside thoughts of the protagonist. Strengthening his own abilities took precedence. Gu Qing would not neglect his cultivation simply because Lin Chun was the protagonist, for that would be a misguided pursuit. Suddenly, An overwhelming backlash surged through Lin Chun, causing him to spit blood as if something precious was being ripped from him, leaving him in a state of disarray. What is wrong? The remnants of the sword in Lin Chen's mind trembled, emitting a woman's concerned voice. I do not know. Lin Chen gently caressed his chest, his complexion pale as he spoke. During his time in the salary hall, he had felt a suffocating sense of oppression, as if an irresistible force was stripping away something from him. However, this sensation came swiftly and departed just as quickly, leading him to dismiss it as a mere issue with his cultivation. Now, back at home, the feeling returned, more intense than before, directly injuring him with its backlash. Oddly, he had not been cursed. Could it be that she was contemplating the resonance between heaven and man, a warning from the heavenly path? In this fantastical realm, reaching a certain level of cultivation allowed for such resonance, enabling one to sense the malice of others and the risk of opportunities being snatched away, and of course, this resonance could be relatively shielded. Meanwhile, a warning from the heavenly path was an indication of luck, or rather, an ethereal alert bestowed by the celestial order. Such warnings could not be shielded. However, only individuals of great fortune would receive such warnings. After having their opportunities seized, they would face a backlash of fate. Yet she could not comprehend why Lin Chun, a person of great fortune, would be ambushed for his opportunities. Chapter 5. Breaking through to the third stage of Qi condensation. The primordial Qi halberd. Esteemed young sir, might I inquire if you are in need of talismans? The young man asked, standing at the edge of the outskirts of the Monster Beast mountain range, where a marketplace thrived, populated by numerous wandering cultivators and small families. Here, items were purchased at low prices and sold at exorbitant rates, often involving deception and trickery. Truly, esteemed young sir, you are unparalleled. You must be a prodigy from a prominent family. Lacking for nothing in spiritual artifacts, talismans, or medicinal pills. Ah, young sir, please allow me to present to you a map of the Monster Beast mountain range. The youth, desperate, directly obstructed Gu Qing's path. This was a misjudgment of Gu Qing's abilities. As he intended to force a sale, step aside. I have traversed the Monster Beast mountain range several times. Gu Qing, mounted on his steed, remained unfazed as he urged his horse forward. So you are not a novice? The young man remarked, immediately stepping aside. The other party was not a fledgling, and he dared not impede further. In essence, it was a matter of preying on the weak while fearing the strong. Friend, we have discovered a second-tier spiritual herb and are in need of 2 individuals at the Qi condensation stage. Would you be interested in accompanying us on an adventure? At this moment, 3 middle-aged men, dressed plainly, approached. Not interested, Gu Qing replied curtly. He had come to hunt monster beasts, not to seek spiritual herbs, and thus did not require a team. Having more people would only complicate matters. Moreover, those who sought to form teams here were mostly wandering cultivators, and one could never know if they genuinely wished to ally or were plotting to lure others into the Monster Beast mountain range for nefarious purposes. Boss, this kid looks to be under 20. He must be a genius from a small family of cultivators. Should we follow him? The group exchanged hushed words while watching Gu Qing's retreating figure. Young talents emerging from small families typically possessed spiritual artifacts and medicinal pills, making them prime targets for exploitation. Follow him, the leader decided after a moment of contemplation. They had years of experience in robbery and knew whom to target and whom to avoid. The Monster Beast mountain range was vast and barren, generally devoid of prodigies from major sects or prominent families. Talents from smaller factions rarely traveled without skilled protectors. Gu Qing, with his audacious spirit and a hint of capability, was seen as an easy mark. Come forth, Gu Qing arrived at a valley, releasing his steed back to the wilderness, before gazing into the depths of the forest and speaking calmly. Though he had not noticed anyone tailing him, the system had alerted him to 3 individuals harboring ill intentions. Sure enough, as soon as Gu Qing's words fell, the 3 middle-aged men emerged from the shadows, the very ones who had invited him to join their ranks. Do they perceive me as a lamb for slaughter? Gu Qing mused, drawing forth a polearm. Although he could not discern the cultivation levels of the 3, they likely did not surpass the late stage of Qi condensation. After all, those at that stage could serve as offerings in small families, enjoying stable incomes. Who would choose a life of danger and bloodshed otherwise? As long as they were not at the late stage of qi condensation, Gu Qing felt confident in handling them. His strength had reached an impressive 35,000 pounds. With a single strike, he could likely reduce them to mere pulp, transcending myriad techniques through sheer force. Furthermore, he possessed spatial divine patterns, rendering him unafraid of any underhanded tactics they might employ. Youngster, we seek only to acquire wealth. If you know what's good for you, hand over your storage bag. The three men encircled Gu Qing, speaking coldly. Come and take it if you dare. Gu Qing scoffed, immediately slashing his halberd at the one who spoke. He did not draw upon true energy, instead unleashing his vigorous blood essence. Surging like smoke rising from a furnace, as the halberd gleamed ominously. Seeing the formidable strike, the man instinctively recoiled, lacking even the courage to defend himself. With a thunderous crash, a massive crater formed where he had stood moments before. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, thankful for his extensive combat experience that had prompted his evasion. Otherwise, that blow would have surely turned him into mere flesh and bone. Regrettably, Gu Qing lamented not being able to eliminate one of them. These seasoned brigands indeed possessed some skill, honed through years of survival. Take him down together, the leader bellowed, yet in a twist of irony, he turned to flee. As the saying goes, a true expert reveals their prowess with a single move. Gu Qing's sheer strength indicated that they were ill-equipped to contend with him. They had truly encountered a formidable opponent. Bang! The two men charging forward were sent hurtling backward with even greater speed than before. As if they were mere sacks of straw, Gu Qing swiftly activated his agility to pursue them, determined to eradicate the threat. These three had sought to rob him, and it was only fitting that he sought to rob them in return. After all, eliminating an enemy not only meant claiming their possessions but also securing an additional reward from the system. Boom! Gu Qing cleaved through the incoming blade aura with his halberd, his strength unstoppable. His blood essence ablaze like a roaring furnace. Cease! I surrender. I am willing to relinquish my storage bag. The middle-aged man, gripped by terror, was utterly overwhelmed by Gu Qing's terrifying prowess. The halberd was an instrument of certain death, and he dared not retaliate, left only to endure the blows without recourse. Yet, prolonged resistance would only lead to inevitable defeat. Should he be struck by the halberd, death was certain. You might as well perish. After a few exchanges, the middle-aged man was struck by the halberd, bones shattered and tendons severed. The crescent blade of the halberd descended upon him, severing his head from his body. Gu Qing exhaled deeply. Beginning to loot the spoils of victory. One word. Impoverished. The three men combined had amassed a mere 100 spiritual stones and a few healing pills. However, their low-tier spiritual artifacts could fetch a decent sum. Likely over 10,000 low-tier spiritual stones. Congratulations, host, for slaying the enemy Ding Xiaosheng. You have received 1,000 low-tier spiritual stones. Congratulations, host, for slaying the enemy Yuan Yongjun. You have received 1,000 low-tier spiritual stones. Congratulations, host, for slaying the enemy Zhou Jiwen. You have acquired the yellow-tier low-tier halberd technique, the primordial qi halberd. Upon seeing the rewards, Gu Qing's face lit up with joy. His adoptive father had indeed never let him down. He promptly placed the 2,000 spiritual stones, along with the pilfered stones and pills, into the golden gourd for refinement. Afterward, he swallowed the contents, the pure energy surging within him. An ordinary cultivator at the qi condensation stage would undoubtedly struggle to endure such a massive influx of energy. Yet Gu Qing, with his formidable physique and the supreme technique of the Yin-Yang Dao Song, quickly stabilized the overflowing spiritual liquid, which was then consumed by his Dao Bone, generating the essence of Yin-Yang origin energy. Gu Qing's cultivation level ascended steadily, swiftly breaking through to the third stage of qi condensation, claiming the primordial qi halberd. Although the yellow-tier low-tier rank was somewhat lacking, it was certainly better than having nothing at all. A surge of knowledge regarding the halberd technique flooded into his mind, and Gu Qing began to practice it. The primordial qi halberd did not boast any particularly powerful moves. It focused on speed, precision, and lethality, emphasizing the seamless application of one's power. wielding the long halberd as effortlessly as if it were a mere extension of oneself. After an hour of practice, Gu Qing fully grasped the essence of the primordial Qi halberd. Achieving great mastery, his proficiency in halberd techniques was already high, making the cultivation of a yellow-tier, low-tier technique feel like a walk in the park. The primordial Qi halberd was perfectly tailored for him. Gu Qing felt fortunate that he had chosen to examine it rather than dismiss it. To others, the primordial Qi halberd might merely seem a skillful technique without powerful spiritual energy maneuvers. However, for Gu Qing, it represented an invincible close-quarters combat technique, allowing him to unleash his full divine strength effortlessly. Indeed, there are no absolute strongest martial arts, only those that are most suitable. What suits oneself is the strongest of all. Gu Qing headed straight for the Monster Beast Mountain Range. This vast and unending primeval forest was a treasure trove glimmering with golden light, awaiting his exploration. Chapter 6. Slaying the Winged Tiger. Transformation of the body puff. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an Yu Qing. With disheveled hair and tattered garments, emanated a fearsome aura, his vitality robust like a furnace. Akin to a living volcano, with a single sweep of his mighty halberd, he severed the head of a wild boar towering 5 meters tall. Gu Qing retrieved the golden gourd, collecting the entire family of the wild boar, 12 in total. 2 were peak first tier, and 10 were at the initial first tier stage. Coupled with the hundreds he had previously stored, refining them all should allow him to break through to the Divine Sea realm. Wouldn't it? In the past half-month, Gu Qing has hunted down several hundred first-tier demon beasts. The remarkable feat of slaying such numerous creatures can be attributed to the Hunyuan Ichi halberd, which has allowed him to unleash his strength to perfection. Slaying demon beasts is akin to slicing through vegetables. Furthermore, his cultivation realm had already ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm a mere 10 days ago. The speed of his breakthroughs could be likened to that of a rocket. Additionally, the energy refined from the demon beasts contains a vibrant vitality, making it the ultimate treasure for nourishing the body. Its effects surpass those of any precious medicinal pill by several magnitudes. Moreover, it possesses miraculous properties such as prolonging life and enhancing the essence of one's being. Gu Qing has consumed a substantial amount of demon beast essence, resulting not only in a breakthrough in his realm but also elevating his strength to an astounding 1 million genes of divine power. On top of this, Gu Qing has also acquired numerous martial arts techniques. Elixirs and spirit artifacts, if sold, these could fetch several million low-grade spirit stones. Should he sell them to the shops in the large cities, the total could easily exceed 10 million spirit stones. Human. A thunderous roar reverberated for 10 miles, causing Gu Qing's mind to buzz as he hastily stowed away his golden gourd and turned to see. Before him stood a colossal, winged tiger, its vibrant stripes gleaming ominously. It flapped its massive wings, casting a shadow over the land, exuding a terrifying aura that was overwhelming. A second-tier pinnacle demon beast. Gu Qing's expression grew grave as he tightened his grip on the Feng Tian halberd, instinctively feeling the urge to flee. The ferocity of this winged tiger was simply too formidable. Its aura was drenched in the essence of countless slain beings. Any ordinary person who laid eyes upon it would surely be paralyzed with fear, dying on the spot from sheer terror. Even those at the body refinement or Qi condensation realms would suffer severe injuries, or worse if they were to be invaded by such a malevolent aura. Furthermore, second-tier demon beasts are comparable to humans at the Divine Sea realm. Demon beasts, by nature, possess greater strength than humans, especially one that reigns as the king of beasts. Additionally, there exists a fundamental difference between the Qi condensation and Divine Sea realms. True Qi transforms into true essence, inherently carrying a force that can suppress even the Qi condensation realm with mere momentum, let alone the vast array of offensive martial techniques at its disposal. Fighting back is simply out of the question. You foolish human, how dare you trespass into my territory to hunt demon beasts? I shall refine your soul into a wraith, tormenting you day and night to vent my fury. The winged tiger's pupils glowed a blood red, filled with a murderous intent, as its rage boiled within. It had merely wanted to find a few demon beasts for a meal after awakening from slumber. only to find that the creatures within its territory had been nearly hunted to extinction by Gu Qing. What would it eat when hunger struck next? The winged tiger's fury intensified as it opened its cavernous maw, preparing to swallow Gu Qing whole. What an opportunity! Initially contemplating using the spatial divine rune to escape, Gu Qing's eyes lit up upon witnessing the tiger's arrogance. This was indeed an act of delivering oneself to slaughter. Boom! A tremendous force abruptly descended, making Gu Qing feel as though he were bearing the weight of an enormous mountain, causing his breath to falter. A typical Qi condensation realm cultivator would likely have been crushed to the ground by such overwhelming pressure. However, Gu Qing's physique was robust. He merely felt the weight without losing the capacity to resist. As the winged tiger drew nearer, Gu Qing seized the moment and unleashed his full power, striking the beast's forehead with his halberd. Bang! The tiger's head exploded like a watermelon, leaving the once mighty creature in shock at its untimely demise. It would have never anticipated such a hasty end, viewing Gu Qing as nothing more than an insignificant ant. Even if it stood still to let Gu Qing strike, it believed it could not be harmed in any way. Little did it know that Gu Qing possessed 1,000,000 genes of divine power. Moreover, with the enhancement of spirit artifacts and martial techniques, the force behind his blow exceeded even that. What a stroke of fortune! Gu Qing was exhilarated and hastily stored the winged tiger into his golden gourd. Congratulations to the host for slaying an opponent beyond your level. As a reward, you receive the exquisite spirit artifact, Tiger Soul Halberd, and the Earth-grade supreme martial technique, Tiger Soul Halberd Technique. Hiss! Such a generous reward for surpassing levels? Why didn't my previous kills count? Gu Qing's eyes brightened as he hurriedly inquired. Only a significant realm surpassing counts. Minor realms do not qualify, and at most, the rewards are slightly enhanced. How could they not count? Minor realms are realms as well. All explanations are at the discretion of this system. Please, host, remain grounded and do not attempt to exploit loopholes or expect rewards without effort. The system abruptly silenced. Offering no further clarification, Gu Qing tidied up the blood that had splattered on the ground before heading to the riverbank for a bath. Gold? Gu Qing casually scooped up a chunk of gold the size of a human head, crushing it to confirm its high purity. Immediately, he activated his vision to scan the river, discovering that there were still numerous gold nuggets of various sizes. This place must be a super gold mine. What a pity! Nostalgia flickered in Gu Qing's eyes. Gold was of no use to him at present. Had he stumbled upon this golden river back on Earth, how wonderful it would have been. He would have settled for just a piece the size of a dog's head, rather than toiling endlessly for a few thousand coins. Shaking his head, he cast aside the memories of his past life and paused before a waterfall. After surveying the area and finding no signs of demon beasts, he swiftly activated his movement technique and dashed into the waterfall, carving out a stone cave. Sealing the entrance, Gu Qing took a sip from the golden gourd. Not rushing to break through to the divine sea realm. Gu Qing had once perused a historical tome. It stated that cultivators possess 6 types of dantians: spiritual spring, spiritual pool, spiritual lake, spiritual sea, starry sea, and infinite sea. The spiritual spring dantian measures a minimum of 9 feet and a maximum of 3 zhang. The pool dantian ranges from 9 to 36 zhang. The lake dantian spans from 72 to 108 zhang. The spiritual sea dantian resembles an ocean. The starry sea is vast and immeasurable, while the infinite sea is boundless and limitless. The larger the dantian, the greater the potential for the future. Those who establish a spiritual sea dantian are regarded as prodigies, while those who achieve a starry sea dantian are considered unparalleled geniuses with the potential to ascend to immortality. As for the infinite sea, the annals of history hold no records. To cultivate a higher-grade dantian. Besides aptitude and profound techniques, one must also open more meridians. The human body contains 9 primary meridians, along with 108 secondary meridians and 360 minor meridians. However, the secondary meridians are exceedingly fragile and incapable of withstanding the influx of spiritual energy. Only by utilizing special elixirs can there be a possibility of opening them. The minor meridians are isolated and blocked, making it incredibly difficult to clear even a single one. Nevertheless, These challenges were not insurmountable for Gu Qing. He possessed the yin-yang origin energy, and unblocking the spiritual meridians was merely a matter of time and resources. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Gu Qing successfully unblocked all his meridians. 5 days later, his meridians filled with true qi, leading to the opening of his dantian. Boom. A sound reminiscent of ancient Tao reverberated in Gu Qing's mind. The 9 primary meridians, 108 secondary meridians, and 360 minor meridians interconnected to form a grand cycle, making him akin to a cosmic black hole, autonomously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Gu Qing's body underwent rapid transformation and evolution. The Tao bones within him erupted with unparalleled radiance, channeling a mysterious power to draw in the spiritual energy from the dimensional space, in the clear skies above the Demon Beast Mountains. Countless stars flickered, showering the land with endless starlight. Starry divine body? The heavens bless my starry divine temple. Quickly, bring this individual back to the starry temple. I wish to take him as my disciple. In the depths of the cosmic void, an expansive palace surrounded by innumerable stars sparkled with divine rainbows, floating mountains and waterfalls cascading like the Milky Way, a peerless goddess, her features obscured, bathed in serene starlight. Surrounded by stars, with the sun and moon manifesting above her like the mother of all stars, it's your command. In the northern domain, it is unclear which type of starry divine body this might be. It is a pity we cannot compete with the starry divine temple. How can we know we cannot compete unless we try? What if one of our people finds him first? Impossible. The starry divine temple possesses artifacts that sense the starry divine body. By the time our people arrive, the individual will have already been taken away. True, alas. A long-secluded elder sighed and fell silent. Though myriad physiques exist in the world, divine bodies are exceedingly rare. The birth of each divine body is enough to ignite fierce competition among the ancient powers. After all, divine bodies possess unparalleled talent. Even an ordinary divine body has the potential of a king. The divine body awakened by Gu Qing is of such a grand manifestation that it is at least a supreme divine body, endowed with the potential for the divine fire realm. Once it matures, it will significantly bolster the foundation of its sect. Regrettably, they cannot compete with the starry divine temple and can only lament from afar. Chapter 7. Starry Divine Body Name. Gu Qing, Realm. Initial stage of Divine Sea Realm. Physique. Supreme Tao Bone. Starry Divine Body. Talent. Innate Tao Seed, unparalleled throughout the ages. Fate. Variable. Fate unknown. Luck. 52,000. Martial Techniques. Solitary Goose Halberd Technique. Yellow Grade Intermediate. Hunyuan Ichi Halberd Technique. Yellow Grade Low Grade. Dragon Soaring Movement Technique. Yellow Grade Intermediate. Breath Restraining Technique. Yellow Grade Intermediate. Treasure. Golden Tiger Halberd. Low Grade Spirit Artifact. Infinite Sea. System. Can the physique evolve into a divine body after opening the Infinite Sea? Gu Qing turned his gaze inward, discovering an immeasurable dantian, vast and boundless, surrounded by a veil of gray. Yet at its center, a brilliant expanse of starlight shimmered, resembling a miniature universe. Threads of yin-yang primordial energy wafted through the air. And upon reaching the third realm of the divine sea, his true energy could transform into true essence. Gu Qing beheld his stellar origin. A sense of incredulity washed over him. His mortal body had astonishingly metamorphosed into the celestial body of the heavenly stars. This world harbored countless unique physiques, spiritual bodies, royal bodies, divine bodies, sacred bodies, and special bloodlines, among others. Each physique fell into categories of ordinary, intermediate, superior, peak, and supreme. The celestial body of the heavenly stars was indeed a supreme physique. Previously, apart from his Tao bone, he had merely possessed an ordinary physique with exceptional root talent. Now, in an instant, he had undergone a remarkable transformation into a supreme physique. It felt almost like a dream. The probability of such an occurrence existed, yet typically one could only awaken an ordinary level divine body, not leap to a supreme level. The host's ability to evolve into the supreme celestial body of the heavenly stars stemmed from the assistance of the Tao bone and the consumption of vast quantities of beast essence, endowing him with formidable life force. Additionally, He had opened all his meridians and cultivated the yin-yang primordial energy into the stellar essence. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Gu Qing comprehended and was profoundly shaken. It turned out that his foundation was already so deep. However, his current realm was still too low to fully grasp the intricacies of the Dao Bone, leaving him to passively enjoy its remarkable benefits. Once he broke through to the Void Dao realm, he would understand the subtleties of the Dao Bone. Nodding in agreement, Gu Qing gained a deeper understanding of the Dao Bone. Perhaps it was indeed a fragment of the Great Dao, containing the essence of 3,000 laws. Emerging from the cave, Gu Qing walked upon the air, gazing at the vast expanse of sky and earth, feeling as though he were surveying the world from a great height. So this is the Divine Sea realm. It was an entirely different tier from the Qi condensation realm. Gu Qing closed his eyes, contemplating the profound mysteries of the Divine Sea realm. In the Qi condensation realm, one could only achieve fleeting moments of levitation, and the meager true energy within was insufficient to unleash potent martial techniques. In contrast, the Divine Sea realm allowed for the creation of a Dantian sea of energy, enabling one to fly through the air and absorb the ambient spiritual energy of the world, rapidly refining it for personal use. The true energy within the Dantian could be described as inexhaustible. Furthermore, the Divine Sea realm also bestowed a certain momentum. It was an entirely new realm, akin to the unity of heaven and humanity, with the forces of the universe at one's command. System, isn't the momentum of the Divine Sea realm something one must comprehend on their own? How is it that I possess it immediately upon breaking through, as if it were an instinctive talent? Gu Qing pondered, recalling the detailed introduction to the realms, where others derive their momentum through personal understanding. The techniques one practiced would correlate with the types of momentum they comprehended. Some individuals could grasp the momentum of mountains and rivers, the sun and moon, the momentum of slaughter, and sword momentum. Among others, indeed, those with special physiques had a significantly higher chance of awakening momentum closely tied to their innate talents and manifesting anomalies upon breaking through to the Divine Sea realm. Anomaly? Hearing the system's explanation, Gu Qing's eyes lit up as he summoned the celestial essence within his Dantian Sea, instantly illuminating the world and transforming his surroundings. An endless cascade of starlight descended, and Gu Qing appeared as the god of the stars, treading upon the sun, moon, and stars, surrounded by celestial bodies as he strolled through the cosmic void. In that moment, Gu Qing felt his combat prowess surge exponentially. With little time to further contemplate the profound implications, he swiftly retracted the anomaly and vanished from his location. The Beast Mountain range was home to 3rd and 4th tier great beasts. If he were to attract their attention, it would spell trouble. Retreating into the cave, Gu Qing's heart raced with excitement. The anomaly of the celestial body of the heavenly stars was overwhelmingly powerful. Once revealed, it would wreak havoc among those of the same rank. Those without anomalies would stand no chance against those possessing such divine bodies. It could only be said that the disparity between individuals was immense, akin to the difference between clouds and mud. Adjusting his mindset, Gu Qing consumed all the beast essence in one go. A torrent of energy coursed through his limbs and bones, swiftly transformed by the Dao Bone into primordial yin-yang energy, which then circulated through his entire meridian system. All of his meridians expanded at a visibly rapid pace, becoming increasingly resilient. The condition of one's meridians was crucial for a cultivator. The broader and more robust they were, the faster spiritual energy could be absorbed, and the stronger martial techniques could be executed. If the meridians were not sufficiently expansive and resilient, they would be unable to withstand the impact of powerful spiritual forces, leading to ruptures or, in severe cases, direct backlash resulting in grave injuries, potentially destroying one's foundation and risking explosion. As time hastened by, Gu Qing had been away from the Gu family for 2 months. During this period, Lin Chen had been basking in glory, dominating his family and defeating those who had looked down upon him, injuring or even incapacitating some. He had also managed to injure and cripple members of several other prominent families in Maple Leaf City, rising to a position of unparalleled prestige. His accomplishments overshadowed both Gu Qing and Lin Chuqing. Whispers spread throughout Maple Leaf City, praising Lin Chun as an extraordinary prodigy, a monster of a talent. The Lin family seemed poised to rise, having already produced a once-in-a-millennium genius in Lin Chuqing, followed by Gu Qing, and now Lin Chun. Each more gifted than the last. It was likely that the 5 prominent families of Maple Leaf City would soon be overshadowed by the Lin family alone. Wasn't Lin Chin a waste for millennia? How did he suddenly transform into a prodigious talent? Breaking through from the 1st to the 8th level of body refinement in just 2 months was simply absurd. Who could say? Perhaps he awakened a special physique. I doubt it. Just look at Lin Chin's pitiful appearance. Where's the trace of any extraordinary physique? The rise of Lin Chin ignited countless discussions, with various speculations emerging. Some believed he had awakened a special physique, while others thought he had encountered extraordinary fortune. Opinions diverged widely, and amidst this tumult, undercurrents stirred within Maple Leaf City, with countless eyes fixated on the Lin family and Lin Chun. Damn little beast. The joys and sorrows of individuals do not resonate with one another. The rise of Lin Chin left Lin Zhantian exhilarated, unable to sleep through the night as he proclaimed to everyone that his son was endowed with heavenly talents. Yet not a single elder from the Lin family shared in his joy. Their faces were clouded with gloom, teetering on the brink of eruption. Particularly the Grand Elder, whose usually kind and gentle demeanor had vanished, replaced by a ghastly visage. His most cherished grandson possessed the potential of the Divine Sea realm, yet today he had been crippled by Lin Chun, who had insulted him as an old dog, a profound humiliation. "Grandfather, I want revenge. I want to kill Lin Chin." The youth lying on the bed spoke with a twisted expression. "Rest assured, my dear grandson. I shall avenge you." The Grand Elder's gaze turned icy, akin to a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. "How do you plan to retaliate against Lin Chun, grandfather? I want him dead." Lin Yuan's eyes surged with boundless hatred. Everything he owned had been destroyed. Without cultivation, he was stripped of power and the prospect of a long life. This was far more unbearable than death itself. "Fear not. He shall not survive the night." The Grand Elder wore a sinister smile, reminiscent of a petty villain. Meanwhile, Lin Chen strode confidently, chest puffed out and eyes serene as water. Regarding all as beneath him, embodying the demeanor of a transcendent master, "Master, the sword techniques you imparted are truly remarkable. I defeated Lin Yuan, who was at the 9th level of body refinement, with a single strike at the 8th level." The remnant sword hidden within Lin Chen's consciousness stirred, its lingering spirit offering a cold, ethereal voice. Lin Yuan was merely a local waste. Defeating him merits no pride. There are countless prodigies in this world, and one must never grow arrogant over minor achievements. I understand. I certainly grasp the principle that pride leads to downfall. Lin Chun smirked, a confident smile gracing his lips. "That's good to hear. The currents beneath Maple Leaf City are turbulent. You ought to keep a low profile." Heaney's voice was soft yet firm. "I know. The bird that sticks its head out gets shot first. Low-key development is the way to go." Lin Chen nodded, grinning. "Do you know who it was that defeated the prodigies of Maple Leaf City within a month?" "Never mind. I'm tired." He and I lost interest in the conversation. With a single statement, Lin Chun could launch into a lengthy discourse, leaving her speechless. Yet, despite proclaiming the need for discretion, his actions were ostentatious and domineering, which was quite vexing. If she could not control it, then she would let it be. "Master, how confident am I in defeating Gu Qing now?" Noticing Heaney's silence, Lin Chun swiftly changed the topic. "Speaking of Gu Qing," a cold glint flickered in his eyes, sharp as a blade. He was determined to defeat Gu Qing and force him to annul his engagement with his sister. Impossible that he and I, without a moment's hesitation, outright denied it. If she had never witnessed Gu Qing's true energy, there might still be a possibility. After all, he was merely a genius from a small town, practicing martial arts and techniques that were rather subpar. His physical body at the pinnacle of the 9th level could only muster a divine strength of 50,000 jin. Lin Chun, at the 8th level of physical cultivation, already possessed an impressive strength of 80,000 jin. And when he reached the pinnacle of the 9th level, he could likely attain a strength of 100,000 jin. Coupled with the sword techniques she imparted to him, even if Gu Qing were at the qi condensation stage, defeat would be inevitable. The disparity in combat power between the qi condensation and physical cultivation stages can be significant, particularly in the early stages of qi condensation. The feeble true energy lacks any formidable power. However, as one progresses, the abundance of true energy creates a vast chasm in strength. Yet, upon learning that Gu Qing possessed a pure yang constitution, he and I could hardly fathom that Gu Qing had been concealing her true abilities. Possibly harboring a great secret, it was unlikely that Lin Chen could contend with her unless he too advanced to the qi condensation stage, in which case, with the unparalleled sword techniques she had taught him, overcoming Gu Qing would be as effortless as flipping a hand. For her sword techniques to manifest their true power, true energy was essential. Without it, they were merely a hollow facade. How could my master ascertain that I am not a match for Gu Qing without having fought her? A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Lin Chen's mouth, followed by a resolute gaze and a nonchalant shrug, exuding confidence and calmness. I, Lin Chen, am imbued with indomitable spirit. I have never known the meaning of defeat. For my fate is dictated by none but myself. Should heaven obstruct me, I shall battle against it. How can one of your stature, standing at 170 centimeters, exude an aura akin to that of 2 meters 80? Never mind, as long as you are pleased. Why do you appear so feeble? Lin Chen, handsome for but 3 seconds, suddenly felt an invisible force descend upon him, rendering him breathless. He felt as though something within him had been siphoned away. Xiao Chen, what troubles you? At that moment, a cool, ethereal voice drifted in, accompanied by an enchanting silhouette reminiscent of a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Chapter 8. The third level of the Divine Sea Realm. Lin Chuqing. Adorned in a moonlit white gown, her slender waist cinched by a colorful ribbon, accentuating her delicate figure. Her exquisite features and fair skin radiated an enchanting glow. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down to her waist. Complementing her tall and graceful stature, Lin Chuqing moved with elegance. It was as though she were the axis of the universe, causing the surrounding world to fade into insignificance. So beautiful. Lin Chen gazed, entranced, his heart ensnared by Lin Chuqing's presence. It had been over half a year since he last saw her, and now, she appeared even more breathtaking, as if a celestial being untouched by the dust of the world had descended into the mortal realm. Every gesture she made exuded an otherworldly charm, akin to a goddess from the heavens or a queen commanding the tides of fate. The celestial spirit physique? How could it be? Damn it, why didn't I encounter her sooner? Hini's voice trembled with excitement and regret. Had she met Lin Chuqing earlier, Lin Chen would have been rendered irrelevant. Was it too late to take her as a disciple now? Alas, it was too late. A glance at Lin Chuqing's cultivation level left he and I profoundly disheartened. Xiao Chen. Lin Chuqing's voice carried a weight that jolted Lin Chen back to reality. Ah, sister! Lin Chen exclaimed, his face lighting up with delight as he looked at her, his tone brimming with excitement. Sister, when did you emerge from seclusion? Half an hour ago. Lin Chuqing replied, her clear eyes sparkling with an inner essence that seemed capable of piercing through the fade of one's heart. She presented him with a mid-grade spiritual weapon sword, a faint smile gracing her breathtaking visage. Very good, your foundation is solid. Your future is undoubtedly bright. This is a congratulatory gift from your sister. Thank you, sister. Lin Chen accepted it with joy, elated at receiving his sister's praise, which brought him more happiness than acquiring a profound skill. Lin Chuqing, with her cool demeanor, had never before complimented him. Lin Chuqing nodded and inquired, why did you cripple the clan's younger generation? Oh, them? They're merely a bunch of useless individuals. It matters not if they are rendered incapable. Lin Chen shrugged, his expression indifferent. They're your kin, connected by blood, having grown up under the same roof. How can you be so callous? Lin Chuqing's voice turned icy. Lin Chen was unconcerned about how others fared. After all, those who had provoked him brought their own misfortune upon themselves, and it was their own inadequacy that led to their downfall. However, to treat his own kin in such a manner was something she could not abide. One must understand that cultivation is an arduous journey. Countless hours of toil yield the present achievements. Moreover, one's cultivation represents power and longevity. To cripple them is akin to inflicting a fate worse than death. Lin Chen's actions were tantamount to driving them to despair. They would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon him, if mismanaged, The Lin family could very well face disintegration. No, it is more accurate to say that the Lin family has already begun to fracture. With disunity threatening their very existence, a mere spark away from annihilation. Sister, they provoked me first, Lin Chen retorted, a mocking smile on his face. I have always adhered to the principle. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, but if one offends me, I shall repay them 100-fold. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuqing fell silent, gazing intently at Lin Chen. Her clear, pure eyes seemed capable of discerning the depths of one's soul. Lin Chen felt a shiver run down his spine, as if his secrets and inner darkness were laid bare before her. I shall request the elders to restrain them, but you must refrain from provoking them further. Stay indoors for the next few days. Lin Chuqing shook her head in disappointment and turned to leave. Lin Chen felt no guilt or remorse for crippling his kin. He was brazenly determined to retaliate 100-fold. Setting aside the morality of the situation, did Lin Chen truly believe the family's downfall was not swift enough? Thankfully, her timely return might still salvage the Lin family. Sister, where are you going? As Lin Chuqing turned away, Lin Chen felt an inexplicable anxiety rise within him. He questioned himself. Had he truly done anything wrong? And why did Lin Chuqing not support him? Roar. Meanwhile, in the Beast Mountain range, a pinnacle second-level blue python unleashed a furious roar, its chilling aura engulfing the entire valley in an instant. With a sweep of its tail, it obliterated a mountain with a single strike. Exuding a terrifying presence, Jiuqing deftly dodged and positioned himself beside the blue python, his halberd slicing down like a crescent moon. He refrained from utilizing his grand earthly momentum or any extraordinary phenomena. With the strength of the third level of the Divine Sea realm, he exchanged blows with the blue python, treating it as a sharpening stone. Human, you shall leave this place, the blue python growled. Wishing to cease the conflict in its eyes, Gu Qing was a freak, radiating an overwhelming bloodlust that set him apart from ordinary humans. Having lived for over a millennium, it had slain countless humans, including those at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Divine Sea realm. The icy aura it wielded was meant to suppress its enemies, often capable of encasing them in ice. Yet, to its astonishment, this proud ability bore no effect on Gu Qing. Furthermore, Gu Qing's divine power was terrifyingly unmatched. Each thrust of his halberd could inflict injury upon it. Continuing the fight would likely lead to its own demise. Very well, receive a single strike, and I shall depart. Jiuqing sheathed his golden tiger halberd, realizing that the power of a low-grade spiritual weapon was insufficient to exhibit his full potential. Fortunately, the system had rewarded him with a superior-grade spiritual weapon. The Tiger Soul Halberd, the Tiger Soul Halberd emerged. A surge of malevolent energy erupted, materializing into a fearsome tiger with wings. Initially, upon hearing Gu Qing's words, the blue python felt a wave of relief, believing it would finally be rid of this harbinger of doom without the need to part with its precious spiritual herbs. However, upon seeing the Tiger Soul Halberd, its heart sank. I am doomed. Instinctively, it knew it could not withstand the full force of Gu Qing's strike. Even if it did, it would be grievously injured. Would Gu Qing truly allow a wounded creature to escape? Roar, the winged tiger roared, unleashing a terrifying sound wave that shattered nearby trees and rocks into dust, a malevolent aura enveloping the surroundings. The winged tiger pounced like a ravenous beast, propelled by an unmatched momentum toward the blue python. The blue python, shaken by the sound wave, found its mind in disarray. Its thoughts blanked. It was utterly unaware of when its head was severed. Truly a top-tier Earth-grade martial technique, the sound wave could assault the enemy's spirit and destabilize their mind. Gu Qing was exceedingly pleased with the might of the Tiger Soul Halberd and its accompanying techniques. The Tiger Soul Halberd possessed the spirit of the winged tiger, its power far surpassing that of a superior-grade spiritual weapon devoid of a spirit. Moreover, the Tiger Soul Halberd technique, infused with overwhelming ferocity, could target the spirit and bore an inherent killing intent, instilling fear in the hearts of its enemies, its sharpness unmatched and unstoppable. The synergy between the two was nothing short of extraordinary, amplifying their combined might exponentially. The Pinnacle's second-level blue python was unable to withstand even the first strike of the Tiger Halberd technique, a testament to its formidable power. Blue Ice Lotus. Gu Qing stepped into the cold pool. His heart ablaze with fervor. At the center of the pool blossomed a magnificent blue lotus, radiating an ethereal blue light, pure and beautiful, as if conjured from a dream. Inhaling the fragrance of the lotus that permeated the air, Gu Qing felt a wave of comfort wash over him, his spirit tranquil and serene. The blue ice lotus was an exceedingly rare elixir, capable of enhancing one's foundational abilities, strengthening the physical body, and assisting in breakthroughs to higher realms. Moreover, it served as a miraculous healing remedy, capable of reviving the dead as long as a single breath remained. The blue ice lotus could heal any wound. Of course, its efficacy was primarily potent for cultivators below the Xiandan realm, diminishing in effect for those above. Nevertheless, the blue ice lotus remained incredibly precious. A single lotus seed could fetch no less than several 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, while the entire flower and its roots could command over 1,000,000 spirit stones. This particular blue ice lotus bore 9 seeds, 3 of which had been consumed by the blue python. Leaving Six, Gu Qing carefully uprooted the entire blue ice lotus, placing it in a jade box and sealing it with a restriction to prevent the loss of its medicinal properties. Once this was accomplished, Gu Qing submerged himself deeper into the cold pool, continuing his search for treasures. The blue ice lotus thrived under exceptionally rare conditions, typically found only in frigid, snow-laden locales. Since it was able to grow here, there must surely be treasures imbued with ice attributes within the cold pool, as anticipated. Gu Qing soon discovered a stone the size of a human head, emanating an intense chill that nearly overwhelmed him, as if he might be frozen into a statue. Swiftly, he stored the stone in the jade box and sealed it, then inquired with the system. "Mother, what type of stone is this?" 10,000-year cold iron heart. Capable of forging earth-grade artifacts, Gu Qing was overjoyed. Stones suitable for crafting artifacts typically commanded several million low-grade spirit stones, while those capable of producing earth-grade artifacts might sell for tens of millions of high-grade spirit stones. This encounter with the blue python had yielded a tremendous windfall. Perhaps this was the boon of great fortune, allowing him to stumble upon treasures wherever he went. Over the past month, Gu Qing had amassed an impressive collection of rare ores, exquisite spiritual herbs, and 3 precious medicinal plants. However, the blue python was by far the most lucrative catch. Gu Qing emerged from the cold pool just as the system's voice sounded. "Congratulations, host, for slaying the enemy blue python, earning 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Splendid." The joy of double rewards was indeed delightful. Gu Qing gratefully accepted, storing the spirit stones and the python's corpse in his golden gourd. He mused to himself that in the past month, he had slain over 20 second-tier demonic beasts, hundreds of first-tier beasts, and received a bounty of spirit stones from the system. Such a wealth of energy should surely suffice for a breakthrough to the late stages of the Divine Sea realm. Ding! Detection of Lin Chen harboring intense malice towards the host, attempting to plunder the host's fortune, triggering the super reflective armor, retaliating against Lin Chen's fortune by 1,000. He hadn't even sought trouble with Lin Chen. Yet Lin Chen had proactively approached him. It appeared that Lin Chen had made significant strides in his cultivation over the past 2 months. Given the protagonist's typical behavior, he likely intended to challenge Gu Qing despite the disparity in their realms. Very well, it was time to return. The demonic beast essence within the golden gourd would sustain him for quite some time. Chapter 9. I thought she was as beautiful as an immortal. Yet she truly is one's sister. Where are you going? Lin Chen hurriedly pursued, determined not to let Lin Chuqing misunderstand him. Indeed, Lin Chen was convinced there must be a misunderstanding. It had to be that group of imbeciles distorting the truth in front of Lin Chuqing. He needed to clarify matters in person. Oh, Chuqing. Returning from the demonic beast mountain range, Gu Qing unexpectedly encountered Lin Chuqing, his face lighting up with surprise. 3 years his elder, Lin Chuqing had always been a constant presence in his childhood. And although they were not siblings, their bond was akin to that of brother and sister. Naturally, that was in their youth. Now that they were grown, he could certainly envision bringing her home to start a family. With Lin Chuqing's ethereal beauty, any offspring they produced would undoubtedly be stunning. Ji Yuqing harbored no peculiar penchant for calling her sister. He was not the archetypal hero, a Qing. What happened to you? Seeing Gu Qing disheveled and in tattered clothing, Lin Chuqing was startled, fearing he had been pursued. Her consciousness immediately swept outward and I'm fine. I just returned from training in the demonic Beast Mountain range. Gu Qing chuckled, feeling a twinge of regret. Had he known he would meet Lin Chuqing, he would have donned his battle attire, ensuring he looked impeccable down to the last strand of hair. In his current state, he felt utterly disrespectful. Thank goodness. You gave me quite a scare. Lin Chuqing sighed in relief, her gaze softening as she took in Gu Qing's appearance. After not seeing him for half a year, Qing had grown taller and even more handsome. His physique was as upright as a pine tree, with a gallant visage that exuded the unique vigor of youth. Indeed, I've matured. I can now court Sister Chuqing. Gu Qing, with his audacious demeanor, never missed an opportunity to tease Lin Chuqing. Witnessing her serene, celestial demeanor flush with embarrassment, he felt a sense of accomplishment, his heart swelling with satisfaction. You? Nonsense, upon hearing his intention to marry her. Lin Chuqing's ethereal image shattered in an instant, a rosy hue blooming across her exquisite features as she anxiously glanced around. Ding! Detection of Lin Chen's intense malice towards the host, attempting to plunder the host's fortune. Triggering the super reflective armor, retaliating against Lin Chen's fortune by 1000. Ding! Detection of Lin Chen's intense malice towards the host, attempting to plunder the host's fortune. Triggering the super reflective armor, retaliating against Lin Chen's fortune by 1000. Ding! Detection of Lin Chen's intense malice towards the host, attempting to plunder the host's fortune. Triggering the super reflective armor, retaliating against Lin Chen's fortune by 1000. Good heavens, a series of 3 plunders. Gu Qing couldn't help but feel concern for Lin Chen's future. If he continued down this path, it would not be long before he would self-destruct. Little Chun, what is the matter with you? Seeing Lin Chen pale and clutching his chest, Lin Chuqing instinctively reached out to support him but was halted by Gu Qing. With a concerned expression, he asked, "Did something go wrong during your training? I have a healing herb here." Though he spoke as if offering assistance, he had no intention of providing any spiritual herbs. Naturally, he was not a saint. Why would he aid his adversary? If Lin Chen dared to shamelessly request help, Gu Qing had plenty of methods to make him feel embarrassed enough to flee in shame, and I'm fine. I don't need your false concern. Lin Chen's face darkened, his fury boiling within him. He had always viewed Gu Qing as an enemy, yet Gu Qing seemed to bear no ill will, treating him with apparent cordiality. This only made Lin Chen feel more frustrated, as if he had punched a cotton ball. With nowhere to vent his pent-up rage. Then why did your aura suddenly become chaotic? Have you sustained internal injuries? Wait, how did your cultivation improve so rapidly? Did you take? Little Chun, you must understand that cultivation is akin to building a towering edifice. Each step must be taken with care. A trace of mockery flickered in Gu Qing's eyes as he continued to express concern for his brother-in-law. He was fully aware of Lin Chen's desire to confront him. However, he was not the villain. He harbored feelings for another's sister while wishing to be adversarial. Such foolishness was beneath him. Even if he intended to undermine Lin Chun, it would be done subtly. Leaving no trace of fault, Ji Yuqing was the esteemed brother-in-law whom everyone praised. Yu Lin Chen seethed with rage. Ji Yuqing's repeated displays of concern seemed to implicate him in the use of forbidden drugs to enhance his cultivation. Looking at Gu Qing's feigned concern, Lin Chen wished he could cleave him in two. However, upon seeing Lin Chuqing's delicate brow furrowed slightly, Lin Chen felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him. Fine, I'm all right, he ultimately spat out, feeling stifled. Lin Chuqing had feelings for Gu Qing, and if he clashed with Gu Qing, it would only serve to anger her further. Just wait. I will not let this go. I, Lin Chun, vow to expose your hypocritical facade and trample you beneath my feet. Lin Chen swore silently. Ding! Detection of Lin Chen's intense malice towards the host, attempting to plunder the host's fortune, triggering the super reflective armor. Retaliating against Lin Chen's fortune by 1000. Gu Qing, after extending a few more words of concern towards the protagonist, departed triumphantly, hand in hand with Lin Chuqing. Unsurprisingly, he reaped an additional 2000 fortune points. System, what's going on? Every time I encounter Lin Chun, my fortune is plundered endlessly. Ji Yuqing could not help but inquire of the system. This is normal. The substantial fortune of certain fortunate individuals is not gained without effort. It is primarily acquired through plunder. Only a few fortunate individuals possess a fate of fortune devoid of plunder. Additionally, when a fortunate individual plunders another's fortune, it often brings misfortune upon the victim, clouding their judgment, inciting anger, and leading them to act irrationally. Isn't that the legendary intelligence-dulling halo? Gu Qing scoffed. Internally relieved, he was grateful for his super-reflective armor system, which countered the protagonist's halo. Otherwise, he would eventually find himself in a dismal fate akin to those pathetic villains. Ah Qing, Little Chun can be a bit extreme. Do not take offense. Lin Chuqing withdrew her hand and strolled alongside Gu Qing. Her demeanor was ethereal and otherworldly, her waist adorned with flowing ribbons, resembling an immortal who had inadvertently descended to the mortal realm. How could I? Your brother is my brother, Ji Yuqing replied with a smile. You are quite the chatterbox, Lin Chuqing beamed, her smile akin to a blooming divine flower, exuding an otherworldly charm, enchanting enough to leave one spellbound. Ji Yuqing found himself irresistibly drawn to her celestial beauty, his thoughts consumed solely by Lin Chuqing's stunning visage. However, he soon regained his composure and teased her. After half a year apart, Sister Chuqing, you have grown even more beautiful. I was nearly entranced. What began as an unintentional remark stirred the tranquil heart of Lin Chuqing, causing ripples of emotion to rise within. She was acutely aware of the extent of her allure. Indeed, even the formidable beings of the Purple Mansion realm, and those of the Xiandan realm, regardless of gender, found it arduous to resist her celestial charm. Often rendered spellbound by her smile, Ji Yuqing, a mere practitioner of the condensation realm, could hardly possess a heart and soul as potent as those of the Purple Mansion or Xiandan realms. It was indeed peculiar. Her thoughts raced as she recalled Gu Qing's uniqueness. From a young age, she had been an object of fascination, drawing the admiration of all around her with her naturally exuded celestial aura. With Gu Qing being the sole exception. Not only was he unenchanted by her, but he also relentlessly teased her, whether by tugging at her braids or smearing mud on her face, thus staining her beautiful garments, truly vexatious. After the age of 10, his antics had lessened, yet he became more attached to her, without ever falling under her enchanting spell. It was highly plausible that Gu Qing possessed a unique constitution, his spirit immensely powerful, which accounted for his immunity to her celestial charm. Upon this realization, Lin Chuqing felt a surge of delight in her heart. Her astute mind swiftly recalled that over a month ago, someone had awakened a body akin to the star body, and that individual could very well be Gu Qing. System, do you think she has cultivated a charm technique? Gu Qing could not help but inquire of the system. Lin Chuqing's allure was simply overwhelming, compelling one to succumb to her divine visage and ethereal grace, often leading to a loss of self-awareness. Should he spend a prolonged period in her company? Gu Qing feared he would unwittingly become her slave, his vision clouded by her presence. She had not mastered any charm techniques capable of bewitching the host's mind. It was solely due to her inherent celestial aura that she posed a fatal temptation to mundane beings. Host? You are unable to resist her. It is advised that the host limit interactions with her, lest you inevitably become her puppet. After all the effort he expended to win over the celestial beauty. You tell me I cannot have her? Can I view her attribute data? Certainly. No sooner had the system spoken than Gu Qing's mind was flooded with Lin Chuqing's data panel. Name: Lin Chuqing. Race: Celestial Spirit Clan. Constitution: Celestial Spirit Body, illusory breaking celestial eyes. Talent: innate near path, unparalleled talent, allure, divine visage, ethereal grace. Realm: peak 9th level of the Purple Mansion. Fate: daughter of destiny, luck, boundless fortune, born sacred, affiliated force, adopted daughter of the Lin family of Maple Leaf City, heir of the Hidden World Celestial Palace. Fortune: 300,000. Annotations: Celestial Spirit Clan. A convergence of the essence of the eternal universe, born of heaven and earth. Each member possesses a unique innate divine power. Celestial Spirit Body. An inherently celestial body, ageless, with pristine essence, capable of manifesting myriad laws, immortal and indestructible, illusory breaking celestial eyes, capable of discerning all illusions, gazing directly at the essence, innate near path, harmonized with the Tao, perpetually in a state of unity with heaven and man, possessing a transcendent comprehension, with the potential for sudden enlightenment at any moment, unparalleled talent, a heart that resonates with the world, effortlessly mastering any skill upon a mere glance, divine visage, ethereal grace. So compelling is her charm that any who cannot resist will ultimately become her puppet, daughter of destiny, born in accordance with heavenly will, a favored child of the Tao, endowed with countless opportunities, sacred by birth, inviolable and blessed, all desires fulfilled, all evil shunned, free from taboos, boundless fortune. With great luck, one can effortlessly overcome any adversities, turning misfortune into fortune, receiving assistance from benefactors, and realizing one's wishes. Those who oppose her will surely incur the wrath of heaven and earth, suffering backlash, facing minor misfortunes, or even a tragic end. Initially, he thought her beauty akin to that of a celestial being, only to discover that she was indeed a celestial maiden. Chapter 10. My wife actually emerged from a stone. After perusing Lin Chuqing's attribute data, Gu Qing was left speechless, utterly astounded. He had initially believed Lin Chuqing resembled a celestial maiden, only to find she was a genuine one. He assumed she possessed an ordinary constitution with exceptional roots, unaware that she was a Tao body. He thought her merely the female lead, only to realize she was the protagonist. Blessed with boundless fortune and remarkable innate talents, truly invincible. Furthermore, Lin Chuqing was not merely in the third level of the condensation realm. She had disguised herself as a practitioner of this realm while being a ninth level of the Purple Mansion. It had been a true injustice for her. Host, do you see? She is currently unsuitable for you. Only when you break through to the Void Tao realm and can wield the Tao Bone will you be unaffected by her celestial aura. Ha! I have played with her since childhood. A mere divine visage and ethereal grace are within my grasp. Gu Qing feigned indifference to the system's warning, yet a sense of vigilance burgeoned within him. Something was amiss. She belonged to the Celestial Spirit Clan, so how could she be found in the Lin family? The mere presence of Lin Chuqing in the Lin family was quite absurd. Although the destined child could attract extraordinary individuals as childhood companions, Lin Chuqing, being a celestial spirit born of heaven and earth, ought not to exist in such a remote location. Each member of the Celestial Spirit Clan is unique. Some are born as supreme beings, while others reincarnate as mortals, experiencing the cycle of life and death through 9 lifetimes. And some emerge as celestial herbs, spiritual fruits, or ethereal essences. Her arrival was from within a stubborn stone, later discovered and taken in by Lin Zhantian and his wife. Was there any issue with that? No issue. Gu Qing shook his head. The myriad wonders of the world are truly astonishing. As a mere underling, he dared not contradict his adoptive mother. Nevertheless, Gu Qing could hardly fathom that his own wife had sprung forth from a stone, leaving him in a state of shock for a millennium. Ah Qing, what troubles you? Observing Gu Qing's shifting expressions, Lin Chuqing inquired softly. It's nothing. Gu Qing pondered and decided against asking further. Some truths are better left unspoken. They could remain good friends. Lin Chuqing undoubtedly harbored profound secrets. These years, she had not merely been in seclusion within the Lin family. The Lin family lacked the resources to facilitate Lin Chuqing's cultivation to the Purple Mansion realm. A glance at her affiliated force section made it clear. Adopted daughter of the Lin family, heir of the Hidden World Celestial Palace. This indicated that Lin Chuqing had long since joined a sect known as the Hidden World Celestial Palace. Then you should return. I have matters to discuss with the Grand Elder. Lin Chuqing said softly, I'll accompany you. Perhaps my master will be lenient on you due to our relationship. Gu Qing feigned concern. After all, since Lin Qian had caused such significant trouble, it was only fitting he sought merit for his assistance. To perform good deeds without recognition is the folly of a foolish son-in-law, a superfluous wastrel. No need. Lin Chuqing promptly declined. Though her demeanor was cool and she seldom engaged with others, she understood the basic principles of human interaction. If Gu Qing were to intervene on her behalf, Their bond as master and disciple would come to an end. Let us go. I know my limits, Jiu Qing, without further ado, took her small hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. Warm and delicate. Even more so than before, it must be said that this was the benefit of having pursued her since childhood. Holding hands and embracing had become habitual for Lin Chuqing. Otherwise, given her cold and reserved nature, even after marriage, she likely would not allow him to hold her hand publicly. The detection of Lin Chen's malice towards the host indicated he was siphoning the host's fortune, triggering a tremendous backlash, draining Lin Chen of 1,000 fortunes. Jiu Qing cast a glance back at him, unabashedly reveling in his triumph. As expected, Lin Chen had contributed another 1,000 fortunes, his complexion paling as he clutched his chest. Utterly disheveled. Damn, why does Gu Qing suddenly seem like a green tea? Lin Chen seethed with rage, cursing inwardly. If you like following so much, then follow along, Gu Qing thought to himself. Soon, the two arrived at the Grand Elder's courtyard. Lin Chuqing donned a mask, concealing her aura before stepping inside in the living room. The Grand Elder's expression was as dark as stormy waters, his gaze sharp and cold as he scrutinized the pair. He held Gu Qing in high regard, generously imparting his knowledge and diligently nurturing him. However, if Gu Qing was seeking to plead for Lin Chen, he would not hesitate to be ruthless. After all, his grandson had been ruined. Gu Qing's failure to assist him in favor of an outsider was something he could never accept. Master, I obtained 3 blue ice lotus seeds from the Beast Mountain. I consumed one. Gu Qing wasted no time, presenting a jade box before the Grand Elder could speak. The blue ice lotus was a precious herb, more than sufficient to heal Lin Yuan's injuries. It could even enhance his root constitution, aiding him in breaking through to the condensation realm. He mentioned 3 seeds because he intended to allocate one to the Grand Elder, one to Lin Yuan, and keep one for himself, perfectly proportionate. What? The Grand Elder's face turned ashen. Precious herb. Was this something they could acquire? Such treasures were coveted even by those in the Purple Mansion and Xiandan realms. How had Gu Qing obtained this? Without time for further contemplation, the Grand Elder swiftly took the jade box, opening it to reveal 2 lotus seeds within. A fragrant aroma wafted forth, instantly soothing the hearts and minds of those present, imparting tranquility and serenity. This, the Grand Elder's hands trembled, a precious herb, no less, one that could heal and enhance root constitutions, assisting in breakthrough. If this were to become known, the Lin family would likely not survive to see the next day. Lin Chuqing's pink lips trembled slightly, yet she ultimately refrained from speaking, contemplating how to repay Gu Qing with treasures of equal worth later. Was he truly offering her blue ice lotus seeds? Lin Chen's eyes reddened, his heart aching further. Initially, he had been indifferent to the healing medicine Gu Qing provided, as he assumed that a mere impoverished practitioner of the condensation realm could not offer anything of value. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he haughtily declined. Had he known it was the blue ice lotus seed, he might have begrudgingly accepted it. The rarity of the blue ice lotus seed was simply too great. Lin Chen merely inhaled the medicinal fragrance wafting through the air, and his physical body began to transcend, faintly indicating signs of a breakthrough. Should he manage to refine the blue ice lotus seed, his constitution would undoubtedly advance further, and his strength would surge by at least over 10,000 pounds. What a tremendous opportunity to miss, damn it. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, panting heavily, his eyes reddened as he gazed at the blue ice lotus seed, wishing fervently for Gu Qing to grant him one. Observing this, Gu Qing could scarcely miss Lin Chen's intentions, feeling a wave of exasperation within. How foolish Lin Chen was. He had mentioned a healing elixir and had no intention of giving it away. How could he develop a desire for the blue ice lotus seed? Truly, a case of a homely face harboring lofty aspirations. Shaking his head inwardly, Gu Qing addressed the Grand Elder. Master, you should consume it swiftly to avoid unforeseen complications. Right. The Grand Elder regained his composure, nodding fervently with excitement. Such a treasure in hand was akin to a death sentence. Consuming it quickly was the safest course. Upon seeing Gu Qing, who appeared disheveled, the Grand Elder felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Jiu Qing had presented the blue ice lotus seed. Yet he had viewed her with the utmost malevolence. He truly felt unworthy as her mentor. Qing, I cannot thank you enough this time. Master is too kind. Your kindness towards me is as vast as a mountain. This is what I ought to do, Gu Qing replied earnestly. Although the Grand Elder was a villain with a wicked heart, he treated Gu Qing exceptionally well, nearly on par with Lin Yuan, if not better. His innate talent surpassed that of Lin Yuan, leading the Grand Elder to devote all his energies to nurturing him. He was willing to part with 2 lotus seeds solely to repay the Grand Elder's kindness towards him. Good, good, good. The Grand Elder felt a wave of relief, believing that all had been worth it. After exchanging a few words with Gu Qing, he departed in haste, not even glancing at Lin Chen. Naturally, with such a rare treasure, and the prospect of advancing his power, who had the time to concern themselves with an insignificant ant? He could deal with Lin Chen after emerging from seclusion. Huff, huff, Lin Chen gasped, looking at Gu Qing with the eyes of a man seeking revenge for his father's murder. Indeed, he had received not a single lotus seed. Witnessing others gain opportunities was far more painful than his own losses. Xiao Chun. Lin Chuqing's cool voice carried an undercurrent of anger. Ji Yuqing had made immense sacrifices for him, yet Lin Chun regarded her with murderous intent. Was this truly her brother? How had he changed so drastically upon returning from his trials? Alas, Xiao Chun was still young. With time, he would surely understand. Ji Yuqing feigned indifference, offering a smile and denying Lin Chen a chance to explain. Leading her towards her courtyard. Sister Chu Qing, it has been ages since you last styled my hair. I wonder if your skills remain. Yu Qing's light laughter echoed from afar, inciting Lin Chen's fury to the point of spitting blood. His eyes brimmed with indignation. Without having done anything, he was already labeled as ungrateful and greedy. Ji Yuqing, I, Lin Chen, will be your enemy, he vowed silently. Detecting Lin Chen's malice towards the host and his attempts to usurp the host's fortune, a super countermeasure was triggered, retaliating against Lin Chen and stripping him of 1,000 fortunes. Damn you, little thief, you infuriate me. High above, a figure shrouded in divine light, exuding a sacred and ethereal aura, ground their teeth in anger. Lin Chuqing was a disciple of the hidden world Immortal Palace, possessing a transcendent status in the ancient wilderness realm. Even the rulers of indomitable forces would treat her as an honored guest. How dare Gu Qing allow Lin Chuqing to style her hair? Was she treating the heir of her family as a mere servant? Truly outrageous. Chapter 11. Everlasting Fortunes. Qing, your talent is commendable. Which sect do you plan to join? In the chamber, Lin Chuqing gently styled Gu Qing's hair, her face adorned with a subtle smile as she spoke softly. I'm not sure. Perhaps Sister Chu Qing could offer some guidance. Gu Qing replied, her heart stirred with anticipation. Lin Chuqing was a disciple of the hidden world Immortal Palace. Although unsure of the palace's strength, it certainly was not weak, at the very least. She was a person of experience, unlike him, who had lived in the impoverished corner of Maple Leaf City, utterly unaware of the world beyond. If you wish to train in swordsmanship, the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land is ideal. For Dao techniques, the Xintian Sacred Land would suffice. If you aim to practice demonic arts, the Primordial Demon Sect is the place to go. Lin Chuqing enumerated over a dozen sacred lands in one breath before casually adding, in truth, the Starry Divine Palace is also quite remarkable. It is a transcendent force in the ancient wilderness realm and even throughout the entire ancient star domain, with a long-standing history that can be traced back to the ancient era, bequeathing countless powerful secret arts and treasures. Moreover, I have heard that the Starry Divine Palace collects the essence of the sun, moon, and stars to refine the 3 light divine water, which can transform one's constitution and strengthen their foundation. An unparalleled material for body cultivation. There is also a starry fruit tree. Consuming a single starry fruit can elevate one to a starry body, and for divine bodies, it can further strengthen their foundation. Yu Qing listened quietly, sensing that the preceding remarks were merely a prelude, and that Lin Chuqing was subtly directing him towards that sect. Could it be that she had discovered he possessed the starry body of the Zhoutian? Surely she had seen through it. He almost forgot that Lin Chuqing possessed the eye of insight, capable of perceiving the essence of all things. Sister Chu Qing, you already know I possess the starry body of the Zhoutian. Yet you still beat around the bush. Ji Yuqing feigned anger as he pinched her delicate hand. The starry body of the Zhou Tian? Upon hearing this, Lin Chuqing's excitement knew no bounds. This was indeed a supreme divine body. The starry body of the Zhou Tian boasted unparalleled combat prowess, reputed to suppress all anomalies, with a rapid cultivation speed and no bottlenecks. Among all supreme divine bodies, the starry body of the Zhou Tian ranked among the finest. High above, the figures suddenly opened their eyes, only to close them again. Forget it. This girl doesn't like others peering into her affairs. I shall refrain from observing her man. There is nothing appealing about men. What a pity. The hidden world Immortal Palace does not accept male disciples. Master, you must not spy. You cannot sell his information to other sects. Lin Chuqing thought of her master and immediately conveyed her thoughts. You little girl, who doesn't he know that I, your master, am a cultured and dignified lady? How could I engage in such despicable acts? Then no eavesdropping. How else can I ensure your safety if I do not listen? In Maple Leaf City, who is my rival? Very well, I shall not listen or look. You do not know? Gu Qing was taken aback. Of course I do not. You have never mentioned it to me, Lin Chuqing replied, somewhat puzzled. Though she possessed the eye of insight, she never pried into others' secrets, let alone Gu Qing's. She would only feel joy for Gu Qing awakening the starry body of the Zhou Tian. As for how Gu Qing awakened it or what secrets he harbored, she had no interest in delving into. I thought you had seen through it. Yu Qing realized he had wronged her and explained. I too only recently awakened the starry body of the Zhou Tian. Impossible. The starry body of the Zhou Tian is incredibly special, containing the universe of Zhou Tian, capable of sealing all auras. As long as one does not actively reveal it, outsiders cannot discern it unless they possess the divine eye talent. At that moment, Lin Chuqing remained oblivious to the fact that she had been cleverly manipulated. Willingly explaining the uniqueness of the starry body of the Zhou Tian to Gu Qing. After all, in her eyes, Gu Qing was still an inexperienced novice. Sealing the aura within the Zhou Tian? Gu Qing's heart stirred. He immediately followed Lin Chuqing's thoughts and began to seal his aura. Soon, Gu Qing transformed from an outer appearance of the first layer of the Qi refinement stage into an ordinary person devoid of cultivation. Sealing within the Zhou Tian is even more effective than concealment techniques, Gu Qing exclaimed in delight that, of course, each divine body possesses its uniqueness. You should explore your innate talents more. If you can develop a divine ability from this, it will be far more powerful than those cultivated abilities. What suits you best is the strongest. Lin Chuqing spoke softly, her voice clear and melodious, as if imbued with enchantment, capable of calming the mind and soothing agitation. What Sister Chuqing says is reasonable. Ji Yuqing nodded in agreement, resolving to delve deeper into the mysteries of the starry body of the Zhou Tian in the future. Have you heard of the innate talent divine ability? Lin Chuqing continued to inquire. No. What is an innate talent divine ability? Gu Qing's eyes lit up. Innate talent divine ability, as the name suggests, is a divine ability awakened from one's own constitution. The reason why beastmen are often stronger than humans is not only due to their deeper foundational heritage, but also because they possess innate talent divine abilities and inherited talents. Similarly, our human race has special constitutions that can also manifest innate talent divine abilities, but awakening them is quite challenging, requiring continuous exploration of the treasures within the human body. In truth, many powerful divine abilities in this world are inherited innate talents passed down from predecessors. Wielding astonishing power. For instance, the Starry Divine Palace's star-plucking hand, star finger, star-shattering fist, and the seven-star sword technique of the Big Dipper. Among others, Lin Chuqing recounted various legendary divine abilities that have persisted for millennia. Smiling as she spoke, Qing possesses the starry body of the Zhou Tian. As long as you hone your foundation, you may awaken your own innate talent divine ability in the future. Is that so? Certainly. Lin Chuqing spoke with unwavering certainty. As the saying goes, the Tao follows nature, and the divine powers reveal themselves spontaneously. Should you enter the Celestial Star Temple and diligently cultivate the Celestial Star technique, immersing yourself in your studies, the future holds great promise. Upon hearing these words, Gu Qing felt a sense of clarity in his choice. By the way, I have acquired a pill and a set of formations during my journey. Since I have no immediate use for them, I shall bestow them upon you. Lin Chuqing produced a jade vial, a formation disc, and 9 formation flags. What kind of pill is it? It is a soul-nourishing pill. A third-tier formation. Ji Yuqing was taken aback. The soul-nourishing pill primarily nurtures the spirit and is a third-grade elixir, yet it is even more precious than a fifth-grade pill. The reason for its rarity lies in the difficulty of its refinement, which requires a sixth-grade alchemist to achieve a mere 50% success rate. Furthermore, the primary ingredient for the soul-nourishing pill is the soul-nourishing herb, a miraculous plant that enhances spiritual power. The value of a single soul-nourishing pill far exceeds that of 2 blue ice lotus seeds. Additionally, this third-tier formation can withstand attacks from those at the Purple Mansion realm. Its worth is incalculable. Truly, you are a wonderful partner, Gu Qing thought, feeling deeply moved. Although Lin Chuqing possessed a cool demeanor, she was a person of action rather than words. Ji Yuqing silently accepted the gifts, recognizing their immense value to him, making it difficult to refuse. However, he was determined not to take them without offering something in return. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to share some beast essence with her. Sister Chuqing, do you possess a spatial treasure for storing spiritual liquid? Indeed. Without inquiring about Gu Qing's intentions, Lin Chuqing promptly produced a jade vial. Tomorrow, await my good news. All right. After Lin Chuqing departed, Gu Qing immediately set about arranging the formations. This was a complete set of simple formations that even those unfamiliar with formations could employ. By scattering the flags in various directions and placing spirit stones, it could be activated. Goodness, it is a series of formations that gather spirit, provide defense, and offer concealment. It appears Sister Chuqing is quite affluent. The possession of such powerful and intricate formations indicated that her sect was certainly extraordinary. With this thought in mind, Gu Qing adjusted his mindset and consumed the beast essence to break through his realm. Within the boundless sea of his dantian, the essence of yin and yang permeated, coalescing into a massive energy sphere. The Dao Bone seemed to ravenously absorb the beast essence, nourishing itself while expelling a vast quantity of yin and yang essence. Soon, Gu Qing's true energy accumulated to the 4th level of the Divine Sea realm. Yet there was no sign of liquefaction. It was not that he did not wish to refine it using the yin and yang Dao Song, but rather that the yin and yang Dao Song did not possess a method for solidifying true essence. Once he reached a certain realm, the yin and yang essence would directly coalesce into a yin and yang divine pill, subsequently nurturing the laws of the yin and yang Dao. This was the peculiar nature of the yin and yang Dao Song. The following day, Gu Qing examined his dantian. The yin and yang essence had already reached the 5th level of the Divine Sea. The rapid breakthrough left him feeling somewhat surreal. 2 months prior, he was merely at the 9th level of body refinement, and now, 2 months later, he had directly ascended to the 5th level of the Divine Sea. It is known that cultivation is as challenging as ascending to the heavens, with each realm representing a significant hurdle, nurturing the physical body and meridians, comprehending the profundities of each realm. All these require time and accumulated effort. Yet, for him, it was all but trivial indeed. The thrill of temporary advantages was boundless. Chapter 12. Why would I want to bear his child? Today, Lin Chuqing donned a simple dress and wore a mask. Yet her extraordinary beauty remained unmistakable, ethereal and transcendent. She exuded an aura of celestial grace, evoking the sensation of a fairy experiencing the mortal realm. Her phoenix-like eyes sparkled with clarity and intelligence. As if they could see into one's heart, Yu Qing gazed into her strikingly contrasting eyes and could distinctly see his own reflection. Sister Chuqing is truly unparalleled in elegance. Flatterer, Lin Chuqing replied. Having grown immune to Gu Qing's praises, yet feeling a surge of joy within, for a woman naturally adorns herself for the one who appreciates her beauty. This is for you. It can only be opened during your seclusion. Gu Qing handed over the remaining beast essence, for she was destined to be his future bride. Although he could be stingy, he was generous towards those he cared for. With the beast essence gone, he could simply hunt more in the Beast Mountain range. What is it? So shrouded in mystery. Lin Chuqing inquired, her curiosity piqued, sensing that the contents were extraordinary. She felt a strong desire to return the item. But knowing Gu Qing, She was well aware that it was futile. You will find out in due time. It must not be opened before your seclusion, Gu Qing said solemnly. Very well, Lin Chuqing nodded slightly, contemplating whether to return it if it proved too precious, or perhaps to exchange it for an item of equal value. Come, we haven't strolled through the city together in quite some time. Daily cultivation can be quite monotonous. Those with weak wills would find it unbearable. When Gu Qing found it difficult to persist, he would venture into the bustling streets to unwind or seek inspiration outside the city. With Lin Chuqing's return, he was determined to show her every corner of Maple Leaf City before she departed. For 3 consecutive days, the pair explored nearly all the attractions of Maple Leaf City. One day, they found themselves in a plum blossom grove outside the city. This grove featured a uniquely grafted variety of plum blossoms that bloomed in various colors throughout the year, resembling a vast sea of flowers from a distance. As the sun set, they strolled through the grove hand in hand. The young man was tall and slender, with strikingly handsome features, his sword-like brows and starry eyes exuding an air of nobility and mystery. Dressed in a black-patterned long robe, he appeared both regal and enigmatic. The young woman, clad in a glass-like fairy dress with flowing ribbons, had a waist as graceful as a water snake. Together, they resembled a pair of celestial lovers. Sister Chuqing, upon your return from seclusion, when do you plan to enter seclusion again? Gu Qing asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. He understood that Lin Chuqing's seclusion meant leaving Maple Leaf City, and it would be uncertain when they would meet again. He had initially planned to marry the fairy sister as soon as he broke through to the Qi condensation realm, but upon learning that Lin Chuqing was a disciple of the hidden world Celestial Palace, such thoughts were rendered moot. Gu Qing knew that once he spoke, those who accompanied Lin Chuqing to Maple Leaf City would surely take her away. I shall depart in 2 days. Lin Chuqing felt equally reluctant, but such matters were beyond her control. After spending a few days in Maple Leaf City, she had reached the limits of what she could negotiate. They ascended a mountain and sat together on a large stone. Leaning against one another, Gu Qing wrapped his arm around her slender waist and smiled. Wait for me to join the Celestial Star Temple and achieve success in my cultivation, then I shall come to marry you. All right. Gu Qing's proactive extension of their engagement finally eased Lin Chuqing's anxiety. After all, they had previously agreed that they would wed upon his breakthrough to the Qi condensation realm. However, her current situation did not allow for such a union. It was not that her sect forbade marriage. Rather, she was not permitted to marry at this time. She was still young and should prioritize her cultivation. Marrying and bearing children too early would severely impact their respective paths. Leaning against his shoulder, Lin Chuqing suddenly felt a sense of absurdity. She had once found Gu Qing quite detestable, as he often dirted her beautiful garments and bullied her. Yet now, she was to marry him and bear his children. What a bewildering feeling that was. After parting from Lin Chuqing, Gu Qing made his way to the residence of the Grand Elder. Inside, he found a young and an old sitting together. Congratulations, Master. Senior brother Lin Yuan has made great strides in his cultivation, he said, clasping his hands in salute. Ha ha ha, my breakthrough to the 7th level of the Divine Sea Realm is largely thanks to your blue ice lotus seeds. The Grand Elder laughed heartily, stroking his beard and looking increasingly pleased with Gu Qing. Indeed, junior brother, without your blue ice lotus seeds, I would have been rendered useless, Lin Yuan added gratefully. He had consumed only 1/3 of the seeds, yet it had fully restored his foundation and advanced his root bone, allowing him to break through to the Qi condensation realm. Should he consume the remaining seeds, his future prospects would undoubtedly be even brighter. With the Purple Mansion realm within reach, it was my duty. Gu Qing replied earnestly before inquiring, Master, you summoned me back for a specific purpose. Indeed, the Grand Elder nodded, his expression darkening. That little scoundrel truly deserves death. If he does not perish, I shall find no peace. Gu Qing fell silent for a moment before responding, Master, I advise you to abandon this notion. Lin Chun is not to be trifled with. Why not? Is it because of Lin Chuqing? Fear not, I have my own measures. I shall ensure that you can marry the fair maiden without anyone being the wiser. The Grand Elder, confident in his plans, openly shared his intentions with Gu Qing, who was left speechless by the villainous confidence exuded by the elder. After some thought, Gu Qing felt compelled to concoct a reason to deter the Grand Elder. Lin Qian has a mysterious backing. Even if you were to personally intervene, Master, you would not be able to lay a finger on him. I strongly suggest you reconsider. I ask that so? The Grand Elder's expression turned grave. Indeed, Gu Qing maintained a facade of seriousness as he continued to persuade him. Master, you must consider that just 2 months ago, Lin Qian was unable to break through at the first level of body refinement. How could he have advanced to the 8th level within such a short span? No, now Lin Qian has already reached the 9th level of body refinement. The Grand Elder and Lin Yuan exchanged glances, their expressions shifting with a mix of apprehension and reluctance. It was evident that they believed Gu Qing's words. After all, Gu Qing's reasoning was sound, making it difficult for them to dismiss his claims. Am I to endure such humiliation without recourse? Lin Yuan, still unwilling to concede, remarked, Gu Qing, you should take secret pleasure in having saved a dog's life. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before inquiring, but if Lin Qian remains alive, our Lin family will inevitably be implicated by this little beast. What should we do? Lin Qian has a knack for attracting trouble. With his current cultivation at merely the body refinement stage, he has already caused significant discord within the vast Lin family, while also incurring the wrath of several prominent families in Maple Leaf City. If his cultivation were to increase further, hiss, the Grand Elder inhaled sharply, reluctant to contemplate the potential consequences. In all his years, he had never encountered someone so adept at self-destruction. What kind of calamity has befallen our Lin family? Let us observe the situation before making a decision. If worst comes to worst, splitting the family may be our best option. If Lin Qian remains alive, the downfall of the Lin family is assured. And even a deity would be unable to intervene. If Gu Qing were to take action against Lin Qian, it would likely be discovered by Lin Chuqing. Lin Qian isn't worth such a considerable risk. With the support of his adoptive mother, he is destined for greatness. It would be foolish to take unnecessary chances. For the time being, Gu Qing only seeks stability, as for sending someone to pursue Lin Qian. That would undoubtedly be futile, for he is the protagonist capable of turning misfortune into fortune. After Lin Chuqing departs, he may indeed have the opportunity to eliminate Lin Qian. However, he remains uncertain whether Lin Chuqing might take Lin Qian to another sect for training upon leaving Maple Leaf City. For now, we can only proceed step by step. Splitting the family? The faces of the grandfather and grandson twisted in unison. Jiu Qing's words rang true. Killing him is not an option, and driving him away is equally impossible. Aside from splitting the family, there seems to be no viable path forward. Yet, this is exceedingly frustrating. The significant matters of the family are being forced apart due to a mere junior. Alas, it must be so. The Grand Elder sighed, feeling a heavy heart despite the frustration. Preserving their lives and bloodline is of utmost importance. By the way, tomorrow marks the competition for the younger generation in Maple Leaf City. Given that little beast's arrogant nature, he may very well challenge you. The Grand Elder said with a grim expression, you must absolutely refuse to engage. While that little beast is indeed arrogant, he possesses genuine skills. Particularly in his exquisite swordsmanship. If you feel indignant, then marry his sister to vent your frustrations. Listen, is that even a sensible suggestion? Gu Qing replied, I know how to handle it. Good, you handle it. I have always trusted you. The Grand Elder then produced a piece of armor, shimmering with spiritual light, and declared, this is a high-grade spiritual armor I obtained in my early years. It is now of no use to me. You may take it. Lin Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. A high-grade spiritual artifact is a treasure in his eyes. However, he refrained from voicing any objections, even believing from the depths of his heart that this armor rightfully belonged to Gu Qing. Given Gu Qing's superior talent and past kindness towards him, should Gu Qing become powerful, he too would benefit from that association. This principle was not lost on him. Furthermore, while spiritual artifacts are indeed valuable, he lacks the strength to wield their full power. Receiving it would be akin to squandering it. No need for that, Master. I already possess armor. Yu Qing hastily waved his hand, taken aback that the Grand Elder would gift him such a coveted item. Master, I acquired a high-grade spiritual artifact from a severely injured sea god realm expert. Upon hearing this, the two of them suddenly understood. No wonder Gu Qing was able to obtain the blue ice lotus seed. He had ambushed a gravely wounded sea god realm expert. The Grand Elder retracted the spiritual armor and asked, "Was it done cleanly? Are there any future repercussions?" "Absolutely clean. I retrieved martial arts techniques and some spiritual pills from his storage ring. Master, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Setting down the storage bag, Gu Qing hurriedly departed. Engaging with two major antagonists truly tests one's composure. If he lingered any longer, he feared he might also become an unthinking villain. This lad, the Grand Elder chuckled in exasperation, realizing he still had much to say. Upon opening the storage bag, he was instantly struck dumb with astonishment. The sheer number of martial arts techniques and spiritual pills within was staggering. Some spiritual herbs and fruits were even of great use to him. Having slain hundreds of demonic beasts, Gu Qing naturally acquired a wealth of spiritual herbs. What he presented was merely a fraction. As he intended to keep the majority for himself to sell for spirit stones, as for martial arts techniques, he had given all to the Grand Elder, except for the Tiger Soul Spear technique. Alas, Qing has always been honest, sensible, and filial. Why does he not keep a bit more for himself? The Grand Elder mused. I must have a serious talk with him to prevent him from suffering great losses in the future. The Grand Elder's expression shifted. Grandfather, my junior brother has always been intelligent. He does not require your guidance, Lin Yuan said softly. What do you know? How many treasures could a Sea God Realm storage ring possibly contain? Qing surely gave away more than half. With these spiritual herbs, you could cultivate to the later stages of the Sea God Realm. Is it truly that exaggerated? Let me see. Chapter 13. I cannot afford such a filial son at the peak of the 9th layer. Lin Chan sat drenched in sweat on the lawn. Beside him lay a massive sword akin to a door plank, entirely black and adorned with mysterious runes. 10 drops of millennia-old earth core milk will allow my strength to surpass 100,000 pounds. My body refinement stage power is no weaker than that of an ordinary god body wielder. Defeating Gu Qing will be as easy as pie. A cold glint flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. And then a crooked smile appeared on his lips, exuding an air of confidence akin to a dragon king. How laughable. Even if you possess talent, what does it matter? To achieve success in cultivation, one must have talent, diligence, and opportunity. None can be absent. I possess unparalleled sword techniques, guidance from esteemed masters, and countless fortuitous encounters, diligently honing my skills day and night. Jiu Qing, what do you have to compare with me? You who languish within the embrace of soft comforts are unworthy to be my enemy. You are merely a stepping stone in my path. With that, Lin Chen, brimming with confidence, felt a surge of anger upon recalling that the woman Gu Qing was enamored with was his sister. The thought of his pure and holy sister being sullied by his enemy was unbearable, causing his heart to ache. Tomorrow, I shall publicly trample you underfoot before the entire city, he swore to the heavens. He and I, the remnants of the sword, felt utterly speechless. Day after day, you waste time making oaths. What a farce. Fine. If it pleases you. Chun'er. At that moment, Lin Zhantian entered. His name was formidable, yet his appearance was unremarkable. His smile exuded a certain small-time character. Father, have you come to see me for something? Lin Chen asked in surprise. What could his father want at this time? Lin Yuan's talent has already been restored, and he has broken through to the qi condensation stage. He may not spare you in tomorrow's competition, Lin Zhantian said with concern. In his mind, Lin Shan merely had a stroke of good fortune. Rapidly advancing in cultivation, and his exquisite swordsmanship enabled him to defeat numerous geniuses. He was entirely unaware that Lin Chen's strength now reached 100,000 pounds. Lin Chen had never disclosed this to him. The last assessment revealed he possessed only over 10,000 pounds of strength. Such power, no matter how exquisite his sword techniques, could not hope to overcome Lin Yuan, who wielded true energy. While the early qi condensation stage may not significantly enhance combat power, it would still induce changes in the body, such as reaction speed and the amplification of martial techniques through true energy. Do not worry, father. Lin Yuan is but a trivial matter, not worth my attention. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen wore a calm expression, as if Lin Yuan were an ant he could crush at will. Lin Zhantian frowned and reprimanded. I know your sword techniques are formidable, but you must not underestimate your opponent. Remember, pride leads to downfall. Without having fought, How can you be certain I am not his match? Why not wager with me, father? If I win, you shall cancel the engagement between my sister and Gu Qing. What say you? Lin Chen suddenly grinned, rubbing his hands together with a rather unsavory demeanor. Nonsense. This is a life-or-death contest. How can you treat it so lightly? Lin Zhantian was incensed by his son's demeanor. Father, just say whether you will bet or not. Or are you afraid? Lin Chen employed his tried-and-true tactic of provocation against his father. Alas, how has this lad become increasingly insufferable? He and I found Lin Chen more and more displeasing. While she could understand concealing his cultivation level from his father, manipulating him was utterly unacceptable. Yet Lin Chen wore a self-satisfied expression, which she found utterly distasteful in her eyes. This reflected poor character. Furthermore, employing such a crude method of provocation was simply beneath contempt. Her successor could not possibly be a rogue of the streets. It seems I must plan ahead. She thought to herself, You insolent wretch! How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Lin Zhantian roared in fury, wishing he could slap him. He was worried about Lin Chen's life, yet Lin Chen responded with frivolity. Were he not his flesh and blood? He would have slapped him to death. Father, Gu Qing is a hypocritical villain. My sister must not marry him. I am only thinking of my sister's happiness. You wouldn't want her to be entrusted to an unworthy man, would you? Seeing that the provocation tactic had failed, Lin Chen switched strategies and continued to persuade. What is wrong with Gu Qing? When you were mocked, do not forget who stood by you. Lin Zhantian retorted angrily. Then spoke earnestly, You would do well to set aside your animosity and befriend him. It may bring you unforeseen benefits in the future. Once, he regarded Gu Qing as the ideal son-in-law, possessing remarkable talent, handsome features, and a humble demeanor, not to mention his childhood bond with Lin Chuqing, where mutual affection flourished. He also cared deeply for Lin Chen, believing that once they were wed, he would look after Lin Chen even better. However, his sentiments have since shifted. He now feels that Gu Qing is unworthy of his daughter and wishes to dissolve the engagement, yet the matter is no longer within his control. He cannot dictate Lin Chuqing's choices. In any case, I believe Gu Qing is not worthy of my sister. If you do not withdraw, I will find a way to annul it myself. Lin Chen snorted coldly. Since his father's influence proved ineffective, he would have to resolve the issue by his own means. Lin Zhantian, his face darkened, was too weary to engage in further conversation. He retrieved a piece of armor that radiated brilliance, with the illusory form of a flood dragon swirling around it. Put this on, and do not perish tomorrow. This was the exquisite spiritual artifact, flood dragon armor, gifted to him by Lin Chuqing. Though Lin Chen lacked true energy to wield it, he infused the armor with his own essence, enabling it to withstand a blow from a deity of the sea realm. That was sufficient to ensure Lin Chen's life was safeguarded. Hiss! An exquisite spiritual artifact. Father, how come you did not present this treasure to me sooner? Lin Chen inhaled sharply, swiftly donning the armor, elated at the prospect. This was akin to acquiring an additional life. He gazed at his father, pondering how Lin Zhantian could possess such a remarkable artifact, particularly one of such quality, with a flood dragon spirit that multiplied its defensive capabilities several-fold, not to mention the added offensive strength. Even those in the Purple Mansion or the Xiandan realm might not be able to afford it. Father, do be forthcoming. Are there other treasures you possess? Please reveal them to me. Though he was uncertain how Lin Zhantian acquired the flood dragon armor, he surmised that where there was one treasure, there could be more. The more he thought about it, the more fervent his desire became. Rascal Lin Zhantian's expression darkened further. With a curse, he hastily departed. He feared that if he lingered, he would be unable to restrain himself from disciplining his ungrateful son. One day, I shall deplete your entire fortune. Lin Chen grinned mischievously, unable to resist caressing the flood dragon armor. Master, now that I possess the flood dragon armor, even if Gu Qing possesses a unique constitution, he shall surely not be my match. To ensure absolute certainty, Lin Chen's thoughts swiftly turned to he and I. If he and I were willing to assist him, Gu Qing, even if he were of the sea realm, would undoubtedly perish. Unfortunately, his master was far too aloof. No amount of persuasion seemed effective. However, Perhaps he could convince his master to help him utilize the Flood Dragon armor. I have only imparted my techniques to you. You have not yet become my disciple. Henceforth, do not refer to me as master. His voice was cool and ethereal, imbued with an otherworldly resonance, akin to a celestial melody. Master, you have bestowed upon me unparalleled sword techniques. A grace akin to rebirth in my heart. You are my master. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed he was indeed unwilling to assist him, as for her insistence on not being called master. He paid it no heed. He understood it was merely a test of strength. Lin Chen held confidence that he could certainly succeed in becoming her disciple. Moreover, with reduced to but a wisp of remnant soul hidden within his consciousness, who else could she possibly take on as a disciple? Rebirth? Spare me. I cannot afford to have a son like you. He silently scoffed, choosing to ignore the shameless Lin Chen. Her resolve to maintain her stance only grew stronger. Chapter 14. A fated union with your sister. In the heart of Maple Leaf City stood a vast plaza, with a grand arena at its center. Today marked the day of the martial arts competition for the younger generation of Maple Leaf City, drawing a massive crowd of onlookers. Bang! Lin Chen struck down a talented representative from a family, sending him flying while spewing blood, his eyes filled with resentment as they locked onto Lin Chen. Who else dares? Lin Chen stood atop the high platform, his tone nonchalant. This waste is far too arrogant. Do not presume that a modicum of skill grants you the right to be haughty. The younger generation of Maple Leaf City, witnessing Lin Chen's composed demeanor, erupted in fury. Dare to challenge? Come forth. Lin Chen surveyed the crowd, his expression dripping with disdain, maintaining his infuriatingly calm facade. He reveled in observing their frustration, accustomed to their disdain yet unable to best him. Waste. If you have the courage, challenge me in the Qi condensation realm. Though those in the Qi condensation realm could not initiate challenges against those in the body refinement realm, the reverse was permitted. The pinnacle of body refinement realm talents from Maple Leaf City had all been defeated by Lin Chen. Those stepping forward would only be offering themselves as sacrifices. Yet, Lin Chen's condescending gaze, as if viewing them as mere jesters, incited their ire. Not only the youth, but even the older generation harbored extreme loathing for Lin Chen, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. They resolved that if Lin Chen dared to challenge the Qi condensation realm, they would not hesitate to eliminate him on the arena. A bunch of cowards. Lacking even the courage to accept a challenge, how could they ever aspire to greater heights? Lin Chen mocked, delighting in his own liberation. It was not long ago that he had been labeled a waste by these very people. Now, he could finally retaliate amidst a sea of spectators, a feeling of sheer exhilaration enveloping him. Lin Chen was reveling, yet the entirety of Maple Leaf City was seething, including the Lin family. Lin Chen had offended every family within Maple Leaf City. How would they establish themselves henceforth? The elders of the Lin family wore expressions as dark as storm clouds, their gazes icy as they regarded Lin Zhantian. Ha ha! Lin Zhantian laughed heartily, declaring, "My son is merely youthful and impetuous. Let the younger generation handle their own affairs without our interference. Patriarch, is it not somewhat inappropriate for the young master to act this way?" The third elder remarked grimly. Due to Lin Chen's actions, the Lin family's shops faced joint oppression from the various families of Maple Leaf City, suffering heavy losses. Furthermore, the youth of their clan were injured upon venturing outside, with several even reported missing. They were on the verge of despair. Yet Lin Chen remained unyielding, becoming increasingly arrogant. Was he suggesting they were not dying quickly enough? What is inappropriate? Martial arts are a fair competition. If they lose, it is merely a reflection of their inadequacies. Who can they blame? Lin Zhantian beamed, evidently still basking in the joy of Lin Chen's triumph over all body refinement realm talents in Maple Leaf City. As for the collusion among the families to suppress them, he was utterly unperturbed. The reason was simple. He was at the pinnacle of the Sea realm, with Lin Chuqing as his backing. Maple Leaf City was beneath his notice. As long as Lin Chen was content, he could dismantle the entirety of Maple Leaf City without concern. He could handle it. Third elder. The first elder shook his head, signaling for him to remain calm. The third elder swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue, nodding in silent understanding. Jiu Qing, do you dare to battle me? At that moment, Lin Shan pointed his sword at Gu Qing, exuding an imposing aura. The crowd was left speechless, staring blankly at Lin Shan. They had just been goading him to challenge them. Why was he now challenging one of his own? A conflict among kin, regardless of the outcome, would bring disgrace upon the family. Cough, Gu Qing, sipping tea while casually conversing with Lin Chuqing, choked. Lin Chuqing deftly produced a handkerchief to wipe his mouth before turning to Lin Chen. Her eyes gleaming with a chilling light. At that moment, she found Lin Chen utterly unfamiliar. Previously, she had merely perceived Lin Chen's character as somewhat extreme, coupled with youthful impulsiveness, leading to his disdain for Gu Qing, which she could understand. Yet now, it was evident that this was not mere extremism. He was brazenly flaunting his abilities, displaying an unruly temperament. Jiu Qing had assisted Lin Chen countless times, even providing him with the blue ice lotus seed. Yet, Lin Chen not only failed to express gratitude but also sought to defeat Gu Qing publicly. Was this not a case of biting the hand that feeds? Moreover, amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Chen dared to provoke discord within the family? What was he thinking? This was a point of confusion for all present. Even if there were grievances, could they not be settled privately? Did he not fear the shame of airing family disputes in public? As malicious intent was detected within Lin Chen towards his host, a reaction triggered, siphoning away 1,000 points of fortune from Lin Chen. Lin Chen clutched his chest, feeling a suffocating sensation wash over him once more. Fortunately, it would not affect his strength. At most, it would be a psychological discomfort he could bear through. Very well, I accept the challenge, Jiu Qing, surprisingly unfazed, responded. After all, what protagonist does not relish a bit of familial conflict? From the protagonist's perspective, defeating the family's former top talent was an exhilarating experience. The only drawback was the discomfort that accompanied the need to redeem the family's reputation. Jiu Qing, do you dare to wager against me? I shall undoubtedly defeat you. Lin Chen fixed his gaze on Gu Qing, speaking with a calm demeanor, yet his heart raced with excitement. At long last, the day had arrived. Today, before the eyes of the entire city, he would vanquish Gu Qing, compel him to withdraw from the engagement, and banish him from the family. Naturally, eliminating Gu Qing altogether would be even better. What wager? Gu Qing replied, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. Precisely that. Do you dare? Lin Chen responded nonchalantly. Patriarch, what are your thoughts? Gu Qing did not respond to Lin Chen, but instead turned to Lin Zhantian and inquired. That scoundrel has continually indulged Lin Chen's reckless behavior, causing losses to the Lin family while allowing Lin Chen to reap all the benefits. Now, he sits there with an air of complacency, poised to enjoy the spoils. How could Gu Qing possibly permit him to have his way? He is not a mindless antagonist, easily provoked into recklessness. Jiu Qing intends to leverage his own advantages. Even if he cannot sever the ties between Lin Chuqing and Lin Zhantian today, he must ensure that Lin Chuqing relinquishes her support for this father-son duo. Lin Zhantian was reluctant to respond, as he wished for the two to annul their engagement, even hoping that Lin Chuqing would marry Lin Shan instead. Unfortunately, Lin Chuqing was opposed to the dissolution of their engagement. If Gu Qing were to proactively agree to a wager, that would be most fortuitous. Regardless of the outcome, he would suffer no losses. Father, you all, Lin Chuqing, possessing great acumen, quickly discerned the underlying situation. Chuqing, I believe Gu Qing is indeed unsuitable for you. With the atmosphere having reached such a tension crescendo, Lin Zhantian had no choice but to speak out, albeit with great reluctance. Ha! Gu Qing let out a cold laugh, myriad schemes flashing through his mind. Once Lin Zhantian made his stance known, the subsequent matters would be easily resolved. Father, my affairs do not require your intervention. Lin Chuqing, who possessed memories from birth, was aware that she was not Lin Zhantian's biological daughter, hence her feelings towards the father-son pair were not particularly deep. Providing Lin Zhantian with the dragon armor and cultivation resources was merely a gesture of gratitude for his nurturing. In the future, she would endeavor to assist Lin Zhantian and his son within her means. However, she would never allow them to dictate the course of her life. Very well. Though Lin Zhantian felt a pang of discontent, he did not wish to quarrel with Lin Chuqing. Jiu Qing, this is a duel between us. You are not afraid, are you? Lin Chun, seeing the situation, grew anxious and resorted to his usual tactic of provocation. In his view, no one could withstand his baiting. Detecting Lin Chun's malicious intent towards the host, he was attempting to usurp the host's fortune, triggering the super rebound armor, which retaliated against Lin Chun. Reclaiming 1,000 units of fortune. Fear? My marriage to your sister is a fated bond. Even if we were to perish, we would never relinquish it. The objective had been achieved, and Gu Qing no longer wished to engage in further banter. With a swift motion, the golden tiger halberd materialized in his hand. You are unworthy of my sister. Lin Chun's expression soured. Although Gu Qing had accepted the challenge, his refusal to agree to a wager left Lin Chun feeling stifled to the point of bloodshed. Gu Qing was the only individual he had encountered who did not adhere to his usual tactics. As Gu Qing approached with a gait that exuded vigor, Lin Chun roared, merging with his sword. Resembling a sharp blade thrusting forward, detecting Lin Chun's malicious intent once more, the super rebound armor retaliated again, reclaiming another 1,000 units of fortune. Clang! Gu Qing effortlessly swept his long halberd, sending both Lin Chun and his sword flying. Puff! An overwhelming force struck Lin Chun, fracturing his palms and injuring his internal organs. How could this be? Lin Chun was struck with terror. With his 10,000 gene of divine strength and the formidable door panel sword, he was certain he could cleave through even a condensing Qi realm opponent. Yet, he had been effortlessly cast aside by Gu Qing's single strike. Hiss! The onlookers regarded Gu Qing with disbelief. They were well aware of the might of Lin Chun's door panel sword technique, which could inflict grievous injuries with but a touch, a force capable of shattering myriad defenses. Thus, they could only endure the terror of the door panel sword's might. Yet, Gu Qing had effortlessly sent it flying. What then was the extent of Gu Qing's power? Was it not claimed that he possessed merely 50,000 gene of divine strength? Bang! Lin Zhantian crushed his teacup. An aura of fury erupting as his gaze fixated on Gu Qing, attempting to impose pressure upon him. A warning of sorts, though you intend to meddle in the conflict between juniors, the Grand Elder, equally unwilling to concede, stepped protectively in front of Lin Zhantian, a grin on his face. Internally ecstatic, he had initially harbored concerns that Gu Qing might not be a match for Lin Chun, contemplating disregarding the rules to intervene. However, he had not anticipated Gu Qing's profound hidden depth, which had granted him an immense surprise. How could this be? Having been met with the same retort, Lin Zhantian felt his face flush with heat. He then turned to Lin Chun, saying, Chunner, you are no match for him. It is no disgrace to be defeated by someone of a higher realm. Concede quickly, concede. Upon hearing the word, Lin Chun snapped back to reality, his eyes igniting with fierce determination. The notion of surrender was utterly unacceptable. The word surrender did not exist in Lin Chun's lexicon, and no matter how formidable Gu Qing might be, he could still be defeated. Lin Chun retrieved the door panel sword, employing secret techniques and igniting his blood essence. The aura of Long Aotian surged forth. With a roaring cry, he charged forward, sword in hand. Clang! Unsurprisingly, the speed at which Lin Chun barreled forward matched that of his retreat. I cannot possibly lose. Lin Chun ignited his blood essence once more, refusing to believe that a five-fold enhancement could not surpass Gu Qing. Clang! Puff! Lin Chun spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his form hurtling through the air like a deflated sack. Damn it! No matter how powerful you are, today I shall defeat you. Detecting Lin Chun's malicious intent yet again, the super rebound armor activated, reclaiming yet another 1,000 units of fortune. Clang! 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 The spectators exchanged bewildered glances, all sensing Lin Chun's madness. Knowing he was no match, he continued to roar and charge forward. What, do you think shouting is enough to secure victory? Puff! Lin Chun found himself swept away by the long halberd yet again, having to confront a harsh reality. Jiu Qing's strength exceeded his wildest imagination. He was no match for him. But Lin Chun had not yet lost. He still possessed hidden cards. Jiu Qing, do not grow too complacent. I still have trump cards today. You shall surely fall. Lin Chun coughed up a mouthful of blood. His gaze fierce like that of a ravenous wolf. In an instant, He activated the dragon armor, a dragon encircling him, lifting him aloft, with the door panel giant sword in hand. Lin Chen radiated confidence, his presence formidable. Gu Qing, today I shall defeat you, he declared coldly, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. Finally willing to employ the dragon armor, Gu Qing shifted his stance, his figure like a swimming dragon, raising the long halberd high. Bathed in crimson light, as Lin Chen beheld the approaching halberd, he was inexplicably filled with a sense of inevitability, as if there were no escape from this strike. Clang, bang, Lin Chen, adopting the posture of a king lifting a heavy cauldron, knelt upon the ground, utterly defeated. Veins protruding from his forehead, blood streaming from his palms, he exerted all his strength to block Gu Qing's halberd. How can you be so strong? Despair flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. Despite revealing all his hidden cards, he was still no match for Gu Qing. His once grand duel with Gu Qing had become a farce. No, I have not yet lost. Lin Chen, akin to an indomitable cockroach, roared with bloodshot eyes. He recalled his master. As long as he and I was willing to assist him, mere Gu Qing could be slain with a single strike. Master, please come forth and aid me. Today I must defeat Gu Qing, he silently shouted. He and I. Why do you seek to defeat Gu Qing? Why call for me? Master, 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 Lin Chen called out anxiously in his heart. Seeing that he and I remained unresponsive, resentment blossomed within him. Having endured such humiliation from Gu Qing, he and I did not come to his aid, and yet he had always regarded her as his master. Detecting Lin Chen's malicious intent yet again, the super rebound armor activated, reclaiming yet another 1,000 units of fortune. Ji Yuqing listened to the system's broadcast with great delight. Defeating Lin Chen once allowed for the reclamation of 1,000 units of fortune. Now, by suppressing Lin Chen, he could reclaim 1,000 units every few seconds. The influx of fortune was overwhelmingly pleasurable. It was indeed unfortunate for Lin Chen that his voracious appetite for usurping the host's fate was so overpowering. Ceaselessly attempting to usurp his fortune, if only a protagonist existed who did not consume the fortunes of others, Gu Qing would have been unable to seize the fortunes of others. Enough, cease this. Lin Zhantian could no longer remain composed, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as he glared at Gu Qing. With mere blood essence, he had subdued Lin Chen, who had activated the dragon armor. Gu Qing's power exceeded his expectations by far. He could hardly fathom how Gu Qing possessed such terrifying blood essence. The onlookers were equally astounded, gazing at Gu Qing atop the platform. That must be a top-tier spiritual artifact imbued with the spirit, right? Indeed, Gu Qing is able to suppress Lin Chen, whose power rivals that of the Divine Sea Realm, with mere blood essence. Is it feasible for a human to wield such overwhelming strength? Even divine beast cubs do not possess such exaggeration. Do they? I have no idea. It feels as though I am dreaming. Ji Yuqing's blood essence had surpassed their comprehension. Grand Elder, what is the situation with Lin Chen's dragon armor and Gu Qing's cultivation? Several elders from the Lin family, still in shock, inquired of the Grand Elder. I too am uncertain. Let us discuss this further upon our return. The Grand Elder shook his head, equally perplexed. Qing is truly formidable. His blood essence surpasses my own. I cannot fathom how he achieved such strength. Lin Chuqing's eyes sparkled with delight. However, she soon furrowed her brows as she gazed upon the kneeling Lin Chen, inwardly lamenting. Little Chen is far too ignorant of the world. With such an unruly disposition, it would be beneficial for Qing to temper his arrogance. If he remains obstinate, he will inevitably invite disaster upon himself. Gu Qing, cease this at once, Lin Zhantian roared, his imposing presence erupting like an enraged lion. Ji Yuqing dismissed his words as mere nonsense. Such an opportunity lay before him, and he would not relent until he had thoroughly drained Lin Chen of his fortunes. He had no intention of nurturing Lin Chen. Once he dealt with Lin Chen, he would turn his attention to the old man, Lin Zhantian. Those who dared to scheme against him would pay the price. Ding! The host has completely plundered Lin Chen's fortunes. The system is now extracting Lin Chen's protagonist fate. The extraction was successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained a lottery chance. Would you like to draw now? Not yet. Gu Qing replied, retracting his long spear and casting his gaze upon Lin Chen's massive doorboard sword, which he promptly stored in his spatial bag. Perhaps due to the abundance of fortunes, he felt an overwhelming intuition that this doorboard sword was a treasure. Poof! Lin Chen spat a mouthful of blood, utterly exhausted. As an inexplicable wave of panic surged within him, he felt as though he had lost something of utmost importance, leaving him both empty and frightened. Upon witnessing Gu Qing seize the doorboard sword, Lin Chen hastily scrambled to reclaim it. "What are you doing? Return the great sword to me." Despite its unassuming appearance and inability to harness spiritual power, this doorboard sword was, as he and I had informed him, a complete reincarnation Iron Mother capable of forging divine artifacts. Divine artifacts were the most formidable treasures of the ancient world, capable of shattering mountains and rivers with but a sliver of their essence. Such power was enough to bring about apocalyptic devastation, underscoring the doorboard sword's immense value. Bang! Gu Qing unceremoniously kicked him away, chastising him in a tone befitting an elder brother. "You've become increasingly reckless lately, roasting the Lin family over a fire. Sooner or later, your actions will bring ruin upon the entire clan. I shall take this weapon for now, and when you have reformed your ways, I will return it to you." Poof, you! Despite his foolishness, Lin Chun could not fail to grasp the implication of reforming one's ways. This was clearly an intention to seize it outright. Furious, Lin Chun coughed up blood and promptly fainted. "Patriarch, take him away!" Gu Qing no longer felt the need to feign indifference. His disdain for Lin Chen was hardly a secret. After all, Lin Chen had consistently acted recklessly in his presence. It would be strange if he did not react with some anger. "You? Returned Chun'er's weapon?" Lin Zhantian's fury erupted, his imposing presence bearing down on Gu Qing. With his hands clasped behind his back, he glared coldly at Gu Qing. "Patriarch, rather than fretting over such trivial matters, you should concern yourself with the family. The vast Lin clan is on the brink of ruin at the hands of you and your son." Gu Qing retorted with scorn. "Scoundrel, are you accusing me?" Lin Zhantian's expression darkened. Although Gu Qing spoke the truth, it was precisely because it was true that it should not have been uttered in that moment. Lin Zhantian's heart brimmed with murderous intent towards Gu Qing. Previously, he had refrained from recklessly confronting Gu Qing due to his concerns for Lin Chuqing, but now he could no longer afford such considerations. Jiu Qing had become a severe threat to their father-son duo, leaving him no choice but to take drastic measures. "Let us speak plainly. Who in Maple Leaf City is unaware of this?" Gu Qing replied defiantly. "Indeed, Lin Zhantian, you and your son are the very disgrace of the Lin family. The downfall of our clan is entirely due to your indulgent son. You are the eternal villain of the Lin family." At this juncture, several elders from the Lin family rushed to confront Gu Qing, pointing fingers at Lin Zhantian with fury. "Silence!" Lin Zhantian bellowed, unleashing the full force of his peak 9th layer of the Divine Sea Realm. Peak 9th layer of the Divine Sea Realm? Well done. Lin Zhantian, just how many resources have you embezzled from the Lin family over the years? Why have you concealed your cultivation? Where did Lin Chen's dragon armor come from? What are your true intentions? The elders were momentarily taken aback, shock evident in their eyes, before their fury intensified. They were well aware of Lin Zhantian's qualifications. Without a significant opportunity, he could not have possibly reached the peak 9th layer of the Divine Sea Realm. Yet, he had hoarded this opportunity for himself, showing no intention of sharing it. They bore the burden of his actions while he and his son reaped all the benefits. The more they pondered, the angrier they became. "Humph, this is not the place for discussion. Let us return and speak further." Lin Zhantian could never have anticipated that his attempt to intimidate them with his cultivation would only exacerbate the situation. Truly, human hearts are treacherous. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. Saving Lin Chun was paramount. He scooped Lin Chen up and vanished in an instant. Jiu Qing's eyes flashed with cold light. Did he think he could put on a show in front of him and then simply leave? Such a thing was far too convenient. Jiu Qing departed with Lin Chuqing, soaring through the air. "Sister Chuqing, do you know why Lin Chen insists on having me cancel the engagement?" "I do not know." Lin Chuqing had her suspicions, believing that Lin Zhantian did not want her to marry, solely to better care for Lin Chan. However, family matters should not be aired publicly. It was sufficient for her to know without voicing it is because Lin Chun has feelings for you. You are not truly siblings. What? Lin Chuqing felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Such a violation of human ethics was inconceivable. Do you not believe me? No matter. I shall make you believe it. We can simply ask Lin Chun, and the truth will be revealed. Tio ensure Lin Chuqing completely abandons the father and son duo. She must first see their true, despicable nature. Jiu Qing had a means to compel Lin Chun, the dim-witted protagonist, to confess. Furthermore, do you know why Lin Zhantian allows Lin Chen to wreak havoc upon the Lin family? This father and son duo are selfish and indifferent to the family's survival. They merely wish to indulge recklessly until they can escape Maple Leaf City for broader horizons. Whether Lin Zhantian and his son truly harbored such thoughts, Gu Qing did not know. However, their actions had indeed led to such conclusions. Thus, Gu Qing's words were far from baseless, and Lin Chuqing was someone Gu Qing knew all too well. After all, they had grown up together as childhood friends. If Lin Chuqing shared a father-daughter bond with Lin Zhantian, then the Lin family had bestowed upon her the benefits of their nurturing. Lin Zhantian, that scoundrel, was exceedingly selfish, hoarding all the good things for Lin Chun. Similarly, Lin Chuqing had enjoyed the privileges of the family from a young age. Chapter 16. Whom should I choose as my disciple? Chen'er, are you all right? Lin Zhantian asked anxiously, feeding him 2 healing pills while observing him with concern. For reasons unknown, he felt that his son had changed. No longer did he find him as endearing. Where he once saw charm, now he saw flaws. Father. Lin Chen groggily awoke, glancing around to find himself in his own room. Grabbing Lin Zhantian's hand with fervor, his eyes were red-rimmed. Where is my doorboard sword? Did you manage to retrieve it? Know what secrets does that doorboard sword hold? Lin Zhantian asked with furrowed brows. Tio him. The doorboard sword seemed naught but a heavy, useless object. Had it not been Lin Chen's favored weapon, he would have cared little to ask Gu Qing for it. Yet, seeing Lin Chen's distress, the sword seemed to possess some significance. No time to explain, father. You must hurry and get it back, Lin Chen urged anxiously. That was a complete divine iron for forging artifacts. There was likely no treasure more precious than reincarnation iron throughout the ancient world. Once Gu Qing discovered the truth about the doorboard sword, he would never allow Lin Chen to reclaim it. It's but a trivial matter. What is there to explain? The key is, Gu Qing is not one to be easily appeased. Lin Zhantian's brow furrowed as he casually replied, Focus on your recovery for now. I will retrieve the doorboard sword for you. No, father, you must go retrieve the sword immediately. It is of utmost importance. Is it truly a treasure or merely a trinket? Not a treasure. I simply like the great sword. Lin Chun was unwilling to disclose the truth about the sword being the reincarnation Iron Mother to anyone. Not even his father. He did not even wish to acknowledge the sword as a treasure. If he were to declare the sword a divine artifact or a tool for forging divine artifacts, Lin Zhantian would undoubtedly rush to retrieve it. Upon hearing it referred to as a mere trinket, Lin Zhantian had no patience for Lin Chen's madness. With a cold snort, Lin Zhantian's anger ignited. You wish for me to seek out a mere scrap of iron? Do you take me for a fool? If you desire it, go fetch it yourself. Father, silence. The mess you've created is yet to be settled. And I have yet to hold you accountable. Lin Zhantian, reflecting on the current predicament, felt overwhelmed. The elders of the Lin family were not easily manipulated. If he did not provide them with a satisfactory explanation, his tenure as patriarch would come to an end. What time had he to help Lin Chen retrieve a piece of scrap iron? Suddenly, Lin Chen felt as though he had lifted a stone only to crush his own foot. A wave of regret swelling within him. Had he known, he would have simply told a lie. Master, why do you not help me? Lin Chen harbored resentment towards he and I. Had he and I truly intended to assist him, he would never have faced defeat, nor would the reincarnation Iron Mother have been taken from him. Master Elder, how am I to assist you? Henie's voice, calm and ethereal, betrayed no hint of emotion. Of course, you shall help me vanquish Gu Qing. Yu Qing shattered my invincible Dao heart and seized my treasured possession. Should you not lend me your aid? Lin Chun vented his grievances. He could endure many things. But the reincarnation Iron Mother was of paramount importance to him. How could he and I remain indifferent? Invincible Dao Heart. He and I seem to have heard the grandest of jokes. Your so-called invincible Dao Heart is merely a plea for others to help you defeat your enemies? Master, my situation is unique. Enough. You are not my disciple. How many times must I repeat myself? He tone was frigid, devoid of any trace of sentiment. Facing Lin Chen's shamelessness, she had lost all patience. Once she found a suitable successor, she would depart. Lin Chen was not worth her time. I apologize, Elder. I was too impulsive just now. Lin Chen shivered, finally realizing he and I was angered, and hastily offered his apology. Yet, his resentment towards her remained unchanged, and he silently vowed that if he and I continued to withhold her assistance, he would find a way to refine her. He had no need for a capricious master. I will have Chu Qing come to accompany you shortly. Seize this opportunity well. If you can cultivate a good relationship with her, your future will be filled with fortuitous chances, Lin Zhantian advised solemnly. Noticing Lin Chen's troubled countenance, he sought to take advantage of Lin Chen's vulnerability to foster a bond between the two. If Lin Chen could gain Lin Chuqing's support, his future would be bright indeed. Father, since you also oppose this marriage, why not simply annul it? Upon hearing that Lin Chuqing would come, Lin Chen momentarily cast aside his thoughts of the enormous sword, his mind filled solely with the enchanting image of Lin Chuqing. Fool, do you think I do not wish to annul it? Chuqing outright refuses, Lin Zhantian scolded angrily. His son was becoming increasingly intolerable, unable to see such an obvious truth. Must he explicitly state that he could not even manage his own daughter? Impossible. Since ancient times, the commands of parents and the words of matchmakers held sway, and as the clan leader, his word alone could compel them, regardless of their reluctance. Lin Chen was unaware that Lin Chuqing was the heir of the retreating world immortal palace, mistakenly believing that Lin Zhantian wielded absolute power within the Lin family. The Lin family was their family, a shared legacy between father and son. Alas, Lin Zhantian shook his head, weary of conversing with his foolish son. Father, I love my sister. I shall marry no one else in this lifetime. If you do not wish for our Lin family to become extinct, you must annul the marriage promptly. As Lin Zhantian turned to leave, Lin Chen voiced his heartfelt plea, using it as leverage against his father. This caused he and I, hidden within the remnants of the sword, to feel a wave of dread. For the sake of beauty and wealth, he would even marry his sister. What kind of disciple had she chosen? He and I now yearned to find a suitable successor swiftly, for her soul was nearing dissolution. She cast her consciousness outward, scanning the two individuals who had been eavesdropping. Although both possessed their own martial arts, which rendered them somewhat unsuitable, she had no other options. Ultimately, should she choose Gu Qing or Lin Chuqing? Gu Qing's bloodline was exceedingly formidable. The recently awakened starry celestial body surely belonged to him. Alas, Gu Qing did not practice the sword path. Lin Chuqing was equally exceptional. The celestial spirit body was more fitting for her legacy. The starry celestial body was also quite suitable. He and I found herself ensnared in a dilemma. No. Lin Chuqing was suddenly seized by goosebumps, letting out a shriek before hastily vanishing. She could not bear the shattering of her worldview and was at a loss as to how to face Lin Zhantian and his son in the future. All she desired was to escape this place, distancing herself from them. Ji Yuqing, too, was left speechless. He had not even taken action, and yet events had unfolded perfectly. Truly, one would not meet their demise without self-inflicted harm. Gu Qing pursued after her. His objective had been achieved. The father-son duo had lost their value for exploitation. Given Lin Chen's penchant for self-destruction, it would not be long before he met his own end. What is happening? Hearing the shriek, Lin Zhantian and his son immediately rushed out to investigate. That sounds like my sister, Lin Chen said uncertainly. The two exchanged glances, both seeing alarm reflected in each other's eyes. Chapter 17. The one and only dragon-proud heavenly protagonist, who perished without a trace. Lin Zhantian, speak. Where did this little wretch's dragon armor come from? The Grand Elder, accompanied by several other elders, stormed in with an imposing presence. They had heard Lin Chuqing scream and were utterly bewildered, for in their eyes, she was the type to remain unfazed even in the face of calamity. Whatever could breach her defenses must be of great significance. However, such inquiries could wait. The immediate priority was to extract Lin Zhantian's secrets. Old fool, where my dragon armor comes from is none of your concern. What, do you wish to take a whiff of the dung I produce? Before Lin Zhantian could respond, Lin Chen interjected, his expression a blend of calmness, mockery, and disdain. You? The Grand Elder's fury ignited as he launched an immediate attack without a second thought. The other elders seemed to have coordinated their assault, joining forces to strike. 5 individuals at the Divine Sea Realm combined their strength, creating a formidable spectacle of sword light and beastly shadows, all aimed at Lin Zhantian and his son. Stop! Lin Zhantian's eyes widened in anger and fear as he hurriedly countered. A deafening crash erupted, creating a deep pit, collapsing the Lin family estate, and fracturing the ground as if a great earthquake had struck. Cough, cough. Both Lin Zhantian and his son lay in the deep pit, gasping for breath, bloodied and battered. Though he was at the pinnacle of the 9th level, facing a sudden assault from 5 at the Divine Sea Realm, while also protecting Lin Chen, the fact that he had not been killed outright spoke to his prowess. Do you intend to rebel? Lin Zhantian looked at the group with a mixture of shock and fury. Lin Chen was equally terrified. He had never anticipated the elders would resort to violence so easily. His father was the clan leader, and he was the young leader. How dared these individuals act so brazenly? Were they truly planning to kill them? The thought sent Lin Chen, who was usually fearless, trembling in terror, rendering him speechless. Rebel? What sort of rebellion? Lin Zhantian, have you been clan leader for so long that you think the Lin family belongs solely to you? The elders demanded. Tell us, where did this little wretch's dragon armor come from? How has your cultivation advanced so rapidly? What kind of opportunities have you obtained? The second elder pressed a sword against Lin Zhantian's throat, demanding answers. They had already decided to split the family, intending to extract Lin Zhantian's secrets before leaving, hoping to share the spoils. The Grand Elder was momentarily at a loss. This is not how it was supposed to go. They had merely agreed to advance and retreat together, planning to divide the Lin family and leave only an empty shell for Lin Zhantian. However, plans changed. Lin Chen's reckless words had transformed the situation entirely. Yet, having come this far, they were determined to see it through. The Grand Elder stepped back behind the others, calmly stroking his beard, internally brimming with caution, prepared to strike at any moment against the formidable force behind Lin Chen. Enough. I am the clan leader. You dare? The second elder, with a malevolent expression, thrust a sword into Lin Zhantian's dantian. If you refuse to speak, don't blame us for ignoring kinship. You? Lin Zhantian's eyes widened in rage. His dantian had been destroyed. He was now rendered useless. Power and longevity would be forever beyond his reach. Little wretch, you take pleasure in crippling others, do you not? Today, you shall experience the taste of being crippled yourself. The third elder plunged a sword into Lin Chen's chest, the sword energy wreaking havoc within him, his eyes filled with delight. Indeed, his grandson had been crippled by Lin Chen. Fortunately, Lin Chuqing had provided a pill to restore his foundation, but that did not mean the matter would be overlooked. No. Lin Chen's eyes widened in fury. Ha ha ha, little wretch, you finally know fear. I thought you were fearless. How does it feel to have your foundation destroyed? Quite exhilarating, I presume. After all, you revel in crippling others. The third elder laughed heartily, relishing the look of despair on Lin Chen's face. He then severed Lin Chen's leg and hand with a swift motion, placing his foot upon Lin Chen's mouth to prevent any further insults. He was no longer young and wished to avoid the same fate as the Grand Elder. Now, can you speak? I doubt you too want to endure the family's torturous methods, do you? The third elder asked with a sinister grin. You, I say. All my resources come from Chuqing. Lin Zhantian's heart hardened. When Lin Chuqing returned, he would ensure these individuals met a fate worse than death. Are you jesting? The elder's expressions darkened. What I say is true. Chuqing awakened a special physique and caught the attention of a major sect. Each time she returns, she provides me with cultivation resources. If you doubt me, you may ask Chuqing. Lin Zhantian had yet to utter one crucial statement. A portion of the resources and martial techniques bestowed upon him by Lin Chuqing was meant to be handed over to the family. Instead, he had greedily appropriated them for himself, sharing them only with a select few of his confidants. Elder, do you find this credible? Upon hearing this, the few present fell into contemplative silence, their gazes shifting towards the elder. It should be true. Have you not discerned Lin Chuqing's peculiarities? The elder mused thoughtfully. Indeed, Lin Chuqing had been strikingly beautiful since childhood, and her allure only intensified as she matured. Even I dared not gaze upon her too often. It is no wonder she awakened a special constitution. What shall we do now? What can we do? At this moment, the elder's mind raced with possibilities. He began to suspect that Lin Chun was not so much favored by the powerful as he was leveraging the resources provided by Lin Chuqing to rise in prominence. After all, they had rendered both Lin Chen and his father powerless. How could he still remain hidden? Arriving at this conclusion, the elder's temper flared, and he advanced to strip Lin Chun of his dragon armor. Lin Zhantian's eyes twitched at the sight. Lin Chun possessed no true energy and could not even wield a spiritual artifact. Why had he entrusted such a vital treasure to Lin Chen? Ah, it was meant to safeguard his life. But why had he not retrieved the dragon armor just now? Had it been upon him, he would have sustained no injuries and might have even turned the tables on several of them. The elder paid no heed to Lin Zhantian's thoughts. After thoroughly searching Lin Chen, he proceeded to search Lin Zhantian, ensuring nothing was overlooked, and with a dismissive flourish of his sleeve, he cast the two disgraced members of the Lin family out. This father and son duo had become utterly worthless. It was better to toss them out to fend for themselves. When Lin Chuqing returned, she would not be able to fault him. Moreover, the outside world would surely not spare Lin Zhantian and his son, and their demise would only be more tragic. Since others were willing to do the dirty work, he would not soil his hands. Elder, must we leave Maple Leaf City? Of course we must depart. The entirety of Maple Leaf City has become our enemy. Although the root of the problem lies with Lin Zhantian and his son, they have succeeded in uniting to carve up the spoils. Do you think they will simply relinquish their gains? Rather than engage in a battle of wits with them here, it would be wiser to leave Maple Leaf City and seek a new place to settle. Then, fear not, we are all brothers. Upon our return, we shall unlock our storage rings and share the spoils equally among ourselves. With a resounding crash, the father and son were unceremoniously thrown out the door. Resembling two lifeless dogs, Elder, 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 why did you not save me, Elder? Lin Chen's face contorted as he cried out in despair. Enough! What madness has possessed you? At that moment, Lin Zhantian wished he could strangle his son. Had it not been for this foolish boy's insult to the elder, he would not have been ambushed so suddenly. Had he been prepared, he would have had no fear of the 5 adversaries. Even if he could not defeat them, they would not have been able to do him harm. The more Lin Zhantian pondered, the more his anger festered. To have his cultivation rendered null was more painful than death itself. Elder, please come out. Lin Chen, in a state of frenzy, could not hear Lin Zhantian's words and continued to scream in desperation. Lin Zhantian's heart sank. His son had lost his mind, and he himself was powerless. Would their former enemies show them mercy? Could he still hope for Lin Chuqing's return to save them? No, how could this be? I cannot accept this. Lin Chen was enveloped in despair. At this moment, even the dimmest of minds could deduce that he and I had already abandoned him. But why? With such remarkable talent, an indomitable spirit, and unwavering pride, why would he and I give up on him? I cannot die. I must wait for Chuqing to return. I still have a chance. Lin Zhantian led Lin Chen away, a fervent obsession igniting within him. If only he could wait for Lin Chuqing's return, everything would surely improve. Lin Chuqing would undoubtedly possess the means to restore his Dantian, and he would seek vengeance. Such aspirations were beautiful, yet reality was exceedingly cruel. Unbeknownst to the Lin family, countless spies lay in wait outside. And upon witnessing Lin Zhantian's downfall, they swiftly reported back to their clans. 3 days later, the two, reduced to mere skeletons, were fed to wild beasts. Thus, a generation's dragon, Lin Chun, met his demise, leaving not even a trace of bone behind. Chapter 18. Since you are all unwilling to take me as your master, I shall simply create my own. Meanwhile, Gu Qing caught up with Lin Chuqing and shifted the topic. Sister Chuqing, how shall I proceed to the Starry Divine Palace to become a disciple? Lin Chuqing inhaled deeply, striving to quell her tumultuous emotions. The Starry Divine Palace was not situated within the ancient wilderness realm. It floated amidst the cosmic void, and without the cultivation of the void path realm, one could not traverse the vast emptiness. However, you need not worry. The phenomenon of your awakening has certainly been sensed by those ancient beings, and the Starry Divine Palace possesses artifacts that can detect those with stellar constitutions. They will undoubtedly send someone to retrieve you. How long must I wait? Gu Qing felt a shiver of trepidation. A sect adrift in the cosmic void must possess unimaginable strength. One could hardly exaggerate by likening them to a celestial palace. Lin Chuqing pondered, secretly conveying a message to her master. After receiving the response, she spoke, I cannot be certain, but it should not exceed 3 months at the most. The distance is simply too great. And accurately pinpointing your location will require time. It had been 2 months since Gu Qing awakened his heavenly star constitution, and the people of the Starry Divine Palace were likely close to arriving. Gu Qing merely needed to await their arrival with patience. Lin Chuqing shared some insights into the cultivation world with Gu Qing before bidding farewell. Her mind was in disarray, unable to accept Lin Chen's affections. She simply wished to leave this place as quickly as possible. This here is a communication jade. No matter how far apart we may be, we can still connect. Lin Chuqing produced a crystal-clear jade pendant. Take care, Sister Chuqing. I will surely come to find you, Gu Qing said as he tucked away the jade pendant. He hesitated for a moment before presenting her with a jade slip. This is a record of the Yin-Yang Path's cultivation techniques. The techniques rewarded by the system were all documented within jade slips and could be directly imparted. What is this? Lin Chuqing's expression shifted as she scanned the slip with her consciousness. With her discerning eye, she could immediately recognize it as a profoundly intricate technique. Quickly, put it away, Gu Qing urged, his demeanor turning grave. All right, Lin Chuqing acquiesced, her gaze lingering on the tall and handsome Gu Qing. Her heart now solely occupied by his presence. Oh my, what a delightful couple! Hidden in the void, he and I observed the two, their eyes nearly entwined, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, utterly engrossed I in her life. She had few passions, but ship coupling was a favorite pastime. Witnessing sweethearts in love felt akin to experiencing a romance of her own, instantly rejuvenating her spirit. Hey, enough already. Now that you have exchanged tokens of affection, come along with me. A voice from high above echoed mockingly. One cannot conceal the longing in one's eyes. She was grateful she had sensed Lin Chuqing's unusual emotions earlier and had taken a few extra glances. She sighed inwardly, reflecting on the youth of today, passionate yet reckless, with little thought for the consequences. Master, you were peeking again. Lin Chuqing's face flushed crimson, wishing desperately for a crevice to hide within, embarrassed and flustered. She rode on her cloud to flee, her exquisite silhouette resembling that of a fairy in flight. He and I immediately pursued her, only to return shortly thereafter. Upon noticing the sudden appearance of the broken sword, Gu Qing's expression shifted, gripping his tiger soul halberd as a sense of impending danger washed over him. Despite its cracked surface, the sword exuded an aura of lethal threat. There is no need for alarm. I am but a remnant of my former soul. Heaney's voice resonated, ethereal and distant, akin to celestial music. A remnant soul. What business does the elder have with me? Gu Qing's tension heightened at the mention of a remnant soul. In the cultivation world, it was not uncommon for remnant souls to seize the bodies of prodigies. Fortunately, he had his adoptive father by his side. Sensing no malice from the broken sword, he would have otherwise taken his leave out of caution. You possess commendable talent. Would you be interested in taking me as your master? Heaney's voice remained lofty and ethereal, yet Gu Qing detected a hint of anxiety within it. What was she anxious about? Gu Qing hesitated briefly before responding with a conflicted expression. Thank you for your kindness, elder, but I regret to inform you that I am already bound to another master. The notion of bound to another master was merely a pretext. Clearly indicating his refusal, Heaney's frustration boiled within her. She had been rejected yet again. She could scarcely fathom that she would experience rejection, let alone twice in the same day. Recalling her past, she had once commanded unparalleled dominance, with countless celestial beings bowing before her, yet not a single glance had she bestowed upon them. Very well, ignorance can be forgiven. This young man must simply be unaware of my depth. He composed herself, striving to maintain her aloof demeanor. Do you not know who I am? I can impart to you the supreme swordsmanship and the path to ascend to immortality. A master for a day is a father for life. While you could receive unparalleled gifts from me, I must decline. Jiu Qing's refusal was resolute. The allure of He's offer was immense. Had he not had his adoptive father by his side, he would have undoubtedly accepted without hesitation. However, with his adoptive father present, he lacked for any teachings. More importantly, what secrets could he possess if he were to keep a remnant soul nearby? Furthermore, he had no inclination to pursue swordsmanship. Very well, very well. The direct departure of He and Chi was quite unexpected. Although both individuals were exceedingly suitable to become her disciples, as a proud sword immortal, she found it beneath her to plead for anyone to take her as a master. Gu Qing's refusal did not deter others who were willing. With a sigh of relief, Gu Qing discerned that this elder was indeed a person of great virtue and renown, merely seeking a successor without any intentions of seizing control. Whoosh, elder, what do you intend? Gu Qing observed the returning fragment of the sword, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Young one, I have discovered a secret realm here, containing a sacred herb. If you agree to be my disciple, I shall lead you there to gather it. The latter part of her statement remained unspoken, as it was her final act of stubbornness. Sacred herb? Gu Qing's heart raced. A sacred herb was something even those in the divine fire realm would risk everything to obtain. Could it truly exist in this remote locale? Perhaps it did, considering the protagonist had appeared here before. Indeed, He's tone was laced with tension. Then I congratulate you, elder. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Qing ultimately relinquished the idea. While the sacred herb was indeed valuable, the preservation of his own secrecy took precedence. Moreover, he possessed the golden gourd, rendering the sacred herb of little significance to him. You brat! He was thoroughly incensed. Why were both of these individuals so obstinate that even the allure of a sacred herb could not sway them? She left, only to return shortly. Youngster, I bring you good news. I have procured that sacred herb and shall soon be able to reconstruct my physical form. He's voice brimmed with resentment. The body reconstructed using a sacred herb would have a weak foundation and could only restore her to the realm of a saint, making it nearly impossible for her to regain the heights she once held in her previous life. Regrettably, neither of them was willing to accept her as a disciple. She had no choice but to settle for this. What kind of good news is that? How about we make a deal? He's tone wavered, as if weighing her options. What kind of deal? My longsword is an innate spiritual treasure named the Qian Kuan sword, within which lies the Qian Kuan world that I wish to reconstruct my body within it. I can temporarily grant you control over the Qian Kuan sword, and I can protect your path, while you, should the opportunity arise, help me seek vengeance. Such a favorable arrangement? To temporarily wield an innate spiritual treasure, accompanied by a formidable protector, was indeed a rare offer. The notion of vengeance was merely a possibility, implying that he would need to surpass He's enemies, a task that seemed conveniently achievable. Such treatment was typically reserved for protagonists, leading Gu Qing to ponder whether his fortune had elevated him to that status. With that thought, he felt a surge of temptation. Then please impart to me the method of control. Very well. As He's words fell, a beam of light shot into Gu Qing's mind. This was the restriction for controlling the Qian Kuan sword. System, is this restriction genuine? Will it thwart her probing? Gu Qing promptly inquired of the system. It is authentic. As long as you control the restriction, she cannot pry into the outside world without your consent. However, there is a drawback. She can reclaim the restriction at any time. That is acceptable. If he could take advantage of He's power for a day without any cost, then he would do so without hesitation. Should she depart, he would incur no loss. Let us agree on this. Gu Qing stated to He. Indeed, you must strive to cultivate. Should you fail to meet my expectations, our agreement will be nullified. He sighed inwardly. realizing as she suspected that these two were reluctant to accept her as a master due to their own astonishing legacies, unwilling to expose their secrets. Yet, how could their legacies possibly compare to hers? It was truly a case of losing a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. By the way, I still do not know your name. He and I. Then I shall call you he and I from now on. Addressing you as elder feels too distant. Suit yourself. I must now reconstruct my body, so do not disturb me, understood. After a brief exchange, Gu Qing sealed the Qian Kuan realm and slung the sword upon his back, as per Henie's request, for the Qian Kuan sword needed to draw upon the spiritual energy of the dimensional space for her cultivation, and could not be stored within his body. You little rascal, you have finally fallen for my scheme. No matter how cunning you are, you shall drink from my cup. With her plan finally succeeding, he and I could not help but exclaim in triumph. However, the thought of what was to come next rendered her momentarily speechless. This is what you forced me into. Since neither of you wishes to accept me as a master, I shall create one myself. Once I reconstruct my body, I will seduce you, deceive you both in heart and body, and then abscond with my child, leaving you bereft of both wife and offspring. The offspring born of the innate Tao body and the celestial star body would be the innate star Tao body. She intended to impart all her knowledge to this offspring, ensuring that he would be none the wiser about her intentions. Unbeknownst to Gu Qing, he took out a communication jade and was somewhat astonished to learn that Lin Chun and his son had been rendered powerless. That was a remarkably swift downfall. They lost their protagonist's halo and were finished just like that. Nevertheless, this was for the better. It saved him from taking action. After sending a few messages to the Grand Elder, Gu Qing casually found a mountain peak and quickly set up the formation. System, what treasure is this? Gu Qing asked. Producing the massive door-sword.it is a complete reincarnation mother iron.is. This the kind of divine iron used for crafting artifacts. Gu Qing's eyes lit up as he pressed for more information. Indeed. Treasures favored by protagonists are never of mediocre quality. First the golden gourd, and now the reincarnation mother iron. Had he not intervened, Lin Chen's cultivation would have undoubtedly soared, turning the tables entirely. How do I refine it into a magical artifact? Gu Qing mused, eager to transform it into a halberd. No refinement is necessary. A complete piece of divine iron possesses sentience. If the host can establish control, the treasure will manifest on its own. How do I establish control? By dropping blood for recognition. Upon success, the host must use their essence, spirit, and vitality for the ritual. Upon hearing this, Gu Qing promptly cut his finger, letting his blood drip onto the surface. The runes on the door sword instantly illuminated, emanating waves of ominous black light. Control established, Gu Qing followed the system's method, channeling his essence, spirit, and vitality into the door sword while envisioning the desired weapon form. Buzz! The door sword erupted with runes, the black light flickering, embodying the essence of life and death's reincarnation, voraciously consuming Gu Qing's essence and spirit. After a time, the divine halberd took shape, measuring 2 meters and 20 centimeters in length. With a double crescent and blood grooves at the tip.it resembled a piece of sci-fi art. Exactly as Gu Qing had envisioned, it consumed a significant portion of my essence. How can it only be a yellow-tier magical artifact? Gu Qing's complexion paled, appearing as though he had lost too much blood. Fortunately, Lin Chun had not established control. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to mere scraps. Host, do you harbor any misunderstandings regarding divine iron? Only those in the divine fire realm can refine divine iron into artifacts, and it requires thousands of years for nurturing. The host's ability to forge a yellow-tier magical artifact is due to your abundant essence and vital source. I see. With the system's explanation, Gu Qing's mind flashed with images of the protagonist wielding a low-grade spiritual weapon, effortlessly severing others' magical artifacts in dazzling displays. Shaking his head, Gu Qing stored the divine halberd in his dantian for nurturing and silently intoned. System, I wish to draw lots. As soon as the words left his lips, a grand wheel appeared in his mind, its pointer spinning rapidly. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the celestial grade cultivation technique, Indestructible Heavenly Skill. Indestructible Heavenly Skill? Is that the technique of the ruthless individual? Gu Qing pondered, claiming the reward as a vast surge of memories flooded his mind. After receiving the inheritance, Gu Qing's expression brimmed with excitement. The indestructible heavenly skill was indeed the technique of the formidable figure. This was the evolved version of the sky-swallowing devil Artita allowed the practitioner to devour their own physique, and even absorb all energies of the world, seizing the creations of heaven and earth to refine for personal use. Moreover, the indestructible heavenly skill was divided into two parts, the fire-nurtured rebirth and the cocoon-breaking transformation. The former allowed one to shed their old form and be reborn through fire, while the latter enabled a metamorphosis into an unparalleled divine body. Granting immortality and invincibility, it could even produce 10 avatars equivalent to oneself. This was nothing short of a heaven-defying technique. In addition, the indestructible heavenly skill came with the renowned divine ability of its creator. Gu Qing contemplated for a while before commencing his cultivation of the indestructible heavenly skill. Outside the formation, spiritual energy surged violently, pouring into the array. 3 days later, Gu Qing had condensed the true qi of the indestructible heavenly skill, reaching a quantity equivalent to the second level of the divine sea realm. Breaking through to the second level in merely 3 days was akin to riding a rocket. However, Gu Qing still felt somewhat dissatisfied. With sufficient spiritual energy, he could have achieved even more. It seemed he needed to sell some spiritual herbs. Spiritual herbs could also enhance one's cultivation, yet their overall quantity did not compare to spirit stones. Since he lacked the need for spiritual herbs to break through bottlenecks, exchanging them for spirit stones was the more lucrative option. Ji Yuqing stored the formation plate and flew towards the imperial capital of the Great Qian Kingdom. Fengye City was a small locale, incapable of accommodating his spiritual herbs, precious medicines, and rare minerals. 2 days later, Gu Qing arrived at a magnificent city, its walls stretching endlessly, reaching into the clouds. Standing beneath the city walls, one felt diminutive as dust. Upon entering the imperial capital, Gu Qing sought out the largest merchant association, the Wanbao Building. It was said that Wanbao Building spanned across the 5 domains of the ancient world. A colossal merchant association that amassed wealth from all corners of the earth. I wish to meet your leader to sell precious medicines. Ji Yuqing was straightforward and unambiguous. Upon hearing Gu Qing's bold declaration to meet the person in charge, the attendant felt a surge of anger, ready to unleash a barrage of insults. After all, the identity of the manager of the Wanbao Tower was one of utmost nobility. How could just anyone gain an audience? However, upon learning of the intent to sell precious elixirs, she immediately swallowed her words of reproach and donned a beaming smile. Please wait a moment, esteemed sir. I shall notify them right away. With that, she left the counter. Before long, she returned to invite Gu Qing into a private room. There, a strikingly alluring woman was delicately sipping tea. Clad in a flowing violet gown, she exuded an air of languor, every movement imbued with exquisite charm. May I ask for your esteemed surname, young sir? She inquired with a sweet smile. Her voice was soft and melodious, with a tantalizing lilt that stirred the hearts of all who heard it. Gu Qing quickly collected his thoughts, glancing at her and inwardly mused. What a beguiling creature who cannot even see her own toes. System. Could this enchantress possibly be the protagonist? He wondered. Such beauty surely could not belong to anyone other than the heroine. Indeed, her identity was that of the daughter of the president of the Wanbao Tower Chamber of Commerce. According to the original trajectory of fate, she would become Lin Chen's greatest ally, providing him with wealth, rare elixirs, precious treasures, and maps to secret realms. Are you intrigued, host? The system inquired. Intrigued, my foot, and no matter how ostentatious she is, I shall always remain the man she cannot possess, Gu Qing retorted with righteous indignation. While a wealthy woman may be desirable, one must remember that without effort in youth, one could end up as a mere brother in the hall of 10,000 souls. He was a man endowed with a system, destined to be an unparalleled existence among men throughout the ages. Well, I must admit, I am somewhat intrigued, Gu Qing thought as he produced a storage bag filled with spiritual herbs. My surname is Gu. Please assess how much these are worth in spiritual stones. With a sweep of her divine sense, Chu Yao furrowed her brows slightly. Though there were many herbs, they were likely worth around 3 million low-grade spiritual stones. Yet, what she sought were precious elixirs, rare treasures that could directly enhance cultivation or possess miraculous healing properties, all without side effects. Spiritual herbs, in contrast, often contained volatile properties that the human body found difficult to absorb and came with significant side effects, requiring refinement into pills for consumption. However, even pills carry their own toxins. Ji Yuqing had clearly stated he was selling precious elixirs, yet presented spiritual herbs instead. Was he attempting to bundle the sale? A fleeting thought crossed her mind as Chu Yao regarded Gu Qing with a smile, her fox-like eyes glimmering with charm. Your capital is indeed formidable, young Sire. Ji Yuqing shuddered at the address. Straightening his posture, he secretly praised the enchantress for her keen insight. It was indeed sharp and precise. I possess precious elixirs, but I wonder how much the fair maiden is willing to offer. He thought to himself, cunning little thief, as Chu Yao silently cursed. Ji Yuqing was indeed as she had suspected, seeking to sell spiritual herbs at a high price. Otherwise, he would not be able to purchase any precious elixirs. To be frank, I have an abundance of useless spiritual stones. How many do you require, young sir? Chu Yao said, her fiery red lips parting as she tucked a strand of her dark hair behind her ear. Offering a nonchalant smile, very well, you have indeed managed to impress me, Gu Qing contemplated, retrieving 3 blue ice lotus seeds. Blue ice lotus seeds? Exquisite. Do you possess lotus roots as well? Chu Yao's beautiful eyes brightened with urgency. To be frank, I have an abundance of useless precious elixirs. How many do you desire? Gu Qing replied casually. Anyone can flaunt their wealth. Having already shown his sincerity, he resolved that if this enchantress did not present a satisfactory offer, he would simply depart. He could be deceived in matters of affection or allure, but never in financial dealings. This was his unwavering bottom line. With a soft giggle, Chu Yao covered her mouth, her laughter melodious and enchanting. Her eyes crescent-shaped like a captivating fox. All right, let us dispense with pleasantries. I shall purchase these spiritual herbs for 3 million low-grade spiritual stones. 1 blue ice lotus seed for 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. Does that satisfy you? Indeed, I am exceedingly satisfied, Gu Qing nodded. This sum exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin. Coming to the imperial capital to sell spiritual herbs had indeed proven a wise decision. Had he attempted this in Maple Leaf City, he would undoubtedly have received far less if auctioned. How much could the lotus seeds fetch? Gu Qing could not help but inquire, suddenly realizing that perhaps it was not the enchantress offering an excessive price, but rather his own poverty that had limited his imagination, believing the blue ice lotus seeds could only command a few 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. That would depend on the circumstances. Gu Qing mused, and Chu Yao bore no resentment. After all, who would not wish to sell their goods at a high price? Just as she sought to acquire low and sell high, with her chin resting on her hand. Her fox-like eyes slightly narrowed. She explained, precious elixirs are rare commodities, primarily dictated by their target demographic. Blue ice lotus seeds are typically sought after by those in the Purple Mansion realm and the Xiandan realm, who would exhaust their fortunes to acquire them, yet the spiritual stones they can muster usually hover around 1 million. Thus, the blue ice lotus seeds are valued accordingly. Of course, if you were to sell them elsewhere, fetching several million, or even billions, would not be out of the realm of possibility. I see, Gu Qing responded, enlightened. Then, young sir, would you sell? Chu Yao blinked her fox-like eyes. Yes, however, could you perhaps offer a bit more? Alas, I cannot. Should you find this arrangement unsatisfactory, you are welcome to explore other chambers of commerce. Very well, I shall sell them to you. Though Chu Yao claimed the blue ice lotus seeds could fetch over 1 billion, by the time Gu Qing arrived at such a place, it would likely be too late. As for auctions, who could predict when a large-scale auction in the imperial capital would commence? Moreover, auctions carry significant risks with numerous uncontrollable factors. Encountering a wealthy heir could lead to substantial losses. Now, let us discuss the lotus roots, Chu Yao said, her smile disappearing as her gaze fixed intently on Gu Qing. Her instincts told her that this little thief surely possessed more valuable treasures. An hour later, Gu Qing had sold all his spiritual pills, martial arts techniques, and even the millennial-old cold iron core to the super-rich Chu Yao, netting a staggering 100 million high-grade spiritual stones. Gu Qing could hardly contain his excitement. With 100 million high-grade spiritual stones, his cultivation could rapidly advance. Leaving the grand imperial capital behind without any forewarning from his adoptive father, Gu Qing sighed in relief. After all, possessing such immense wealth would undoubtedly attract Chu Yao's interest. Ji Yuqing activated the spatial divine patterns, instantly teleporting thousands of miles away. The distance one could traverse with spatial divine patterns increased with one's cultivation level. The higher the cultivation, the farther one could move. Eventually, once he mastered the spatial divine patterns entirely, he would be able to tear through space itself. Millennia-old cold iron core, 3 precious elixirs. Could this little thief have plundered a high-level cultivator's lair? Chu Yao pondered, observing the treasures before her. If the young master piques your interest, perhaps I could send someone to capture him, suggested an elderly woman standing nearby. Have you forgotten the rules of the Wanbao Tower? Chu Yao replied coldly, I have not forgotten. However, with an old servant's intervention, success is assured, and it would be done discreetly, the elderly woman countered. It seems you truly have forgotten. Write out our ancestral teachings 3 times without resorting to any cultivation assistance. Chu Yao commanded, her expression unyielding as she rose to leave. She was merely curious. It wasn't yet time to resort to violence for answers. Moreover, she feared not being able to succeed. Rather, she dreaded that once the door was opened, she might become insatiably greedy. The world of cultivation is fraught with peril. One could encounter unsavory characters at any moment. Besides, which cultivator capable of selling treasures is simple-minded? While there are indeed organizations that engage in murder and theft for treasures, they have all eventually faded into obscurity. The Wanbao Tower has thrived across the ancient realms, not through business acumen or sheer strength, but through their ancestral teachings. The elderly woman's face fell at the thought. The Chu family's ancestral teachings encompass billions of words, recounting the fates of those who engaged in murderous deeds for treasures, only to be met with retribution. Without the ability to utilize cultivation, how long would it take her to transcribe them? Chapter 20. You are the most dull man I have ever encountered. Finding a random hill, Gu Qing set up an array and began his cultivation. With the purified spiritual liquid, his realm soared as if propelled by a rocket. Moreover, the indestructible heavenly art possessed a unique trait. It not only enhanced cultivation but also fortified the body and improved one's constitution. 3rd stage of the Divine Sea Realm, 4th stage of the Divine Sea Realm, where vital energy transforms into liquid. 9th stage of the Divine Sea Realm. The boundless Dantian cannot be filled to capacity. Thus, there is no need to fill it completely. Merely accumulating a sufficient quantity will allow a breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm. In truth, many prodigies with spiritual lakes, seas, or dantions have not filled their dantions completely, as the required spiritual energy is immense and time-consuming to accumulate. After all, the cultivation of the Purple Mansion realm revolves around the Purple Mansion Soul Palace, which does not significantly impact the quantity of true essence. When the time comes to cultivate the Soul Palace, true essence can similarly be accumulated. Thus, cultivating both realms concurrently saves considerable time. Ji Yuqing took out the soul-nourishing pill given to him by Lin Chuqing and swallowed it whole. The medicinal power transformed into a peculiar energy, nurturing his soul's strength. Boom! As Gu Qing's mind resonated with a thunderous sound, a celestial realm unfurled within the recesses of his brow. This was the Purple Mansion, also known as the Soul Palace, the abode of the Divine Spirit. So this is what consciousness is. Gu Qing closed his eyes in concentration, and everything around him materialized with exquisite clarity in his mind. This sensation was truly wondrous. For those devoid of consciousness, it was utterly incomprehensible how one could perceive their surroundings with closed eyes. Ji Yuqing retracted his formation and proceeded directly to the Beast Mountain range, a veritable treasure trove from which he could endlessly draw. Upon encountering a black bear, he employed the indestructible heavenly art to devour it, eager to test the devouring and refining capabilities of this technique. The outcome exceeded his expectations, as the indestructible heavenly art flawlessly refined the essence of the black bear's flesh and blood, even assimilating its divine soul. Countless memories surged into Gu Qing's mind, distorting his expression. The life of the black bear seemed to unfold as if he had personally experienced it, instantly mastering all of its skills. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from devouring in the future. He thought, a sense of trepidation lingering. Although the indestructible heavenly art could perfectly refine and absorb without any repercussions, facilitating rapid breakthroughs in cultivation, the overwhelming influx of memories could easily lead to mental fragmentation or even personality dissociation. To become an immortal, one must endure trials that ordinary individuals cannot fathom. Ji Yuqing had no desire to suffer such tribulations. Perhaps when his cultivation reached a higher level, and he was no longer passively subjected to the assault of enemy memories, he might consider devouring once again, akin to watching a film, where the impact is relatively limited. A month later, having slain tens of thousands of first to third-tier beasts, Gu Qing felt a growing sense of agitation. Where were the people from the starry divine hall? He forcefully restrained himself from engaging in cultivation, believing that the arrival of the starry divine hall's members was imminent. Yet he found himself waiting day after day as time slipped away. Unbeknownst to Gu Qing, those sent to escort him were equally anxious. The vastness of the northern region was overwhelming, and they would first seek out areas rich in spiritual energy. Although Gu Qing did not find what he sought, he did come across several starry spirits and a Yin god body, marking a significant harvest. Nevertheless, she had already sensed Gu Qing's location and was on her way. Enough of waiting aimlessly. Who knew when they would arrive? He decided to sell some items and enhance his cultivation first. Ji Yuqing resolved to leave the Beast Mountain range and head straight for the imperial capital. Upon entering the Wanbao Tower, he specifically requested to see the wealthy lady, Chu Yao. Arriving at the familiar private room, Chu Yao was as languid as ever, exuding an air of exquisite allure. Adorned in a sheer black gown, her figure was enchanting, her snow-white skin tantalizingly visible, evoking an irresistible desire to explore further. This enchantress was truly the epitome of allure. "Young Master Gu, welcome to my humble abode," she arched an eyebrow. As if they were long-time friends. "What do you think this can fetch in spirit stones?" Gu Qing maintained a stoic expression, dramatically waving his sleeve to reveal several storage bags before her. Chu Yao's consciousness swept over them, her eyelids twitching slightly. 6 precious herbs, tens of thousands of spiritual herbs, and 10 pieces of or for crafting magical artifacts, among other treasures. This was an overwhelming quantity. Had Gu Qing indeed stumbled upon the lair of a powerful cultivator, accessible only to him? Yet she found it perplexing. While selling other items was one thing, why part with precious herbs? Precious herbs were invaluable commodities that, even if one could not utilize them, held immense potential for the future. At the very least, they could be sold for a handsome price, far superior to useless spirit stones. This was Gu Qing's first sale, possibly a result of his need for spirit stones, but to sell now, did he truly regard precious herbs as worthless? Realizing this, Chu Yao's brows furrowed, her gaze fixed on Gu Qing, feeling deeply offended. However, what she did not know was that while precious herbs were beneficial to Gu Qing, they were not in abundance, and he had no need to break through with them. With the golden gourd at his disposal, the essence extracted from beasts was far superior to that of the precious herbs. Although the purified spiritual liquid was inferior to the herbs, the sheer quantity compensated for it. "I'll give you 600 million high-grade spirit stones." "No negotiation," she stated. Regardless of whether the precious herbs were of any use to Gu Qing, that was not her concern. She was merely conducting business. Chu Yao's mind raced like a quantum brain, swiftly calculating the precise price. "Deal." Upon receiving the spirit stones, Gu Qing inquired, "May I have your contact information?" As the daughter of the Wanbao Tower's president, Chu Yao was a key player, and her generosity could prove useful in the future. He might seek her out for selling his items later on, as he preferred to avoid the hassle of splitting sales among various trading houses. "You?" Chu Yao hesitated, gazing at Gu Qing, torn between words and self-doubt. Ever since his arrival, he had been strictly businesslike, his gaze devoid of the clingy admiration other men exhibited. Now, as he requested her contact, it seemed more likely he intended to sell treasures later rather than pursue her romantically. Yet, she could not fathom why, with such a stunning beauty before him, he appeared entirely indifferent. After all, she was the epitome of grace and wealth, a paragon of beauty sought after by countless talented individuals. "Not convenient? Then forget it," Gu Qing said, rising to leave. You walk away after making 700 million just like that, she exclaimed. Her teeth clenched as she produced a communication jade, both leaving their marks on it. You are the most tedious man I have ever encountered. She shot him a glare before strutting away, her long legs swaying with undeniable charm. Ji Yuqing turned to the old woman beside him, inquiring, "What's her issue?" "Miss finds you dull," the old woman replied flatly. This master-servant duo was truly perplexing. He was merely selling an item. How was that considered dull? What a peculiar notion, blessed with such striking looks. Yet he was as dense as a wooden block, hopeless. Observing Gu Qing depart without hesitation, the old woman shook her head. Honestly, it was her first time witnessing a man entirely unmoved by her young mistress. Suddenly, a celestial light descended from the heavens, a terrifying aura spreading forth. The millions of citizens in the imperial capital collectively gazed skyward, their expressions filled with dread. A powerful being had arrived. Had they offended this unknown formidable entity? Chapter 21. The main strategy is to strike hard and relentlessly, berating when overwhelmed. The celestial star body. The woman aboard the flying vessel was ecstatic, her hands trembling as she clutched a mirror. If there was one disciple the starry divine hall yearned for, it would undoubtedly be the celestial star body, capable of perfectly inheriting the hall's legacy. If those ancient beings were to learn that this individual had awakened the celestial star body, they would surely rush over, coffins in hand, to snatch him away. She murmured a phrase and promptly transmitted the news back to Lady Divine to avoid being preempted. Then, with a wave of her hand, a gentle force lifted Gu Qing from the city, transporting him before her in an instant. Senior, Gu Qing clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, only for the woman to sidestep, evading the grand gesture. She was merely a servant and could not bear such reverence from a disciple of Lady Divine. "Call me Ji Ning." "There is no need for formalities," the woman replied earnestly. "Moreover, having awakened the celestial star body, Our Lady Divine wishes to take you as her disciple. I finally awaited your arrival." Gu Qing feigned modesty, nodding in agreement, indicating his willingness. Ji Ning let out a sigh of relief. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Wonderful. "Do you have any unresolved wishes? I can help fulfill them." Ji Yuqing's eyes brightened. It was evident from her demeanor that she sought to curry favor with him, indicating his significance to the starry divine hall. Thus, making a few modest requests should pose no issue. "I would like a batch of beast corpses, if possible?" Gu Qing inquired cautiously. Given that he did not know how long he would be away at the starry divine hall, he wished to collect more beast essence. With this esteemed figure's support, slaying some 4th and 5th tier beasts would be a mere trifle. Certainly, Ji Ning nodded. While Gu Qing's request seemed somewhat peculiar, she found it entirely reasonable. Having lived for over 3,000 years, she quickly deduced that he needed the beast corpses for physical training. Such techniques were not unfamiliar to her, as the Starry Divine Hall possessed similar methods. The Starry Divine Hall? Chu Yao murmured to herself, Gu Qing's visage inexplicably surfacing in her mind. She could not discern Gu Qing's cultivation level, but her intuition told her the members of the Starry Divine Hall were indeed seeking him. This was no mere illusion. His sale of precious herbs indicated as much. Ordinary individuals could not undertake such actions. Ji Ning retracted the flying vessel, leading a group of young men and women to the Beast Mountain range. Unbeknownst to them, she employed some arcane technique, causing beasts, spiritual herbs, and ores to automatically fly into her storage ring. In the blink of an eye, she decimated the beasts of the entire range. Impressive, Gu Qing watched, his heart racing with admiration. This was the true embodiment of a role model, radiating an aura of invincibility. Senior Ji, why are you hunting beasts? A captivating young girl with an ethereal presence standing beside Gu Qing inquired thoughtfully. I do not know, Ji Ning replied. Gu Qing casually remarked, his gaze unwavering as it fixated on the formidable silhouette of Ji Ning. At this moment, his sole desire was to rapidly grow stronger. Utterly indifferent to the presence of women. Indeed, Ji Ning's eyes shimmered with admiration. Initially, her interest in Gu Qing had stemmed from his Zhou Tian star body, but now she found herself appreciating his unwavering dedication to the path of cultivation. Unlike the youth beside her, whose eyes seemed glued to Su Qingyue, seizing any chance to ingratiate himself. Such a lecherous individual, even with talent, would ultimately achieve limited success. Let us depart. Jining summoned a flying vessel. Soaring directly into the cosmos, traversing the fabric of space, Yu Qing's eyes roamed over the vessel. It was a flying magical artifact, outwardly resembling a small airship, yet within it lay a vast expanse, containing myriad rooms, as well as training chambers, plazas, arenas, and more. Even a mere fragment of material severed from the vessel would likely surpass the value of a top-tier spiritual artifact. Yu Qing mused, deepening his understanding of the Star Temple. Gu Qing, the Divine Lady is about to arrive. Prepare yourself. Jining handed him a storage ring containing a beast, her expression grave. Prepare for what? Gu Qing was somewhat perplexed. Was he expected to prepare a gift for his master? Although, in the context of a true master-disciple relationship, the master imparts knowledge while the disciple assists with tasks and periodically offers resources as a show of respect. However, such practices were suitable for smaller sections. The elders of larger sects were not in need of resources, and thus did not require their direct disciples to procure them. Instead, they devoted their efforts to nurturing their direct disciples. Naturally, this was Buzz. At that moment, time and space seemed to freeze, and a golden lotus blossomed in the void, divine radiance illuminating the heavens. An unparalleled figure appeared, as if a deity had descended, bathed in sacred light. Sanctified and untouchable indeed, his vitality surged like an ocean. Yu Qing surpassed her expectations. He seemed hardly a product of humble origins. The heirs of those immortal powers lacked even a fraction of his vigor. With Gu Qing as her disciple, how could that loathsome younger sister continue to boast before her? Furthermore, the current generation of saints was inadequate, unable to uphold the banner of the Star Temple. She intended to replace them. Are you willing to take me as your master? I am willing. Yu Qing immediately pledged himself, though his expression was somewhat unnatural. He possessed no precious treasures to offer. Only a handful of spirit stones. Surely, he could not present spirit stones as a gift. That would be far too mundane. Very well, if it must be mundane, then so be it. Master, this is the offering from your disciple. Jiming's divine sense swept over the storage bag, and she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Since it is an expression of my disciple's sentiment, I shall accept it. Although she deemed these spirit stones worthless, even indifferent to picking them up if discarded, she understood the sentiment behind Gu Qing's offering. After some contemplation, Jiming restrained her impulse to present Gu Qing with a magical artifact. It wasn't that she was unwilling. Rather, she knew nothing of Gu Qing and was unsure what to gift him, for she possessed an abundance of treasures. Jining watched in dismay. She had intended for Gu Qing to prepare for Jiming's arrival, not to prepare a gift for his master. Yu Qing breathed a sigh of relief, having successfully taken his first step into a new realm of life. He retrieved a communication jade and sent a message to Lin Chuqing. The divine lady Jiming. Upon receiving the message, Lin Chuqing's face lit up with joy. She had heard tales of Jiming, the most breathtaking goddess of 3 millennia past, possessing immeasurable powers, having suppressed an entire era. Even her esteemed master was no match for her. The two remained bitter rivals. Damn it, why did it have to be this seductive vixen? Had she known it was her taking on disciples, she would have done everything in her power to take Gu Qing away. Indeed, upon hearing the name Jiming, her teeth clenched in frustration. Disciple, I have placed all my hopes upon you in the future. As your cultivation flourishes, you must ensure that she is subdued. Do not let her status as your romantic interests master spare her from your wrath. She may never hope to defeat Jiming in her lifetime. But she firmly believed Lin Chuqing could. Master, Jiming has already reached the realm of saint, traversing the heavens, her powers akin to creation. Is it truly appropriate for us to discuss her in such a manner? Lin Chuqing replied helplessly. The laws of the saint realm penetrate the heavens and earth, illuminating all realms, and their words would undoubtedly reach Jiming's ears. Moreover, by the time she breaks through to the saint realm, Jiming would have likely ascended to the celestial realm. Even at the same level, Lin Chuqing was not arrogant enough to believe she could best such a transcendent goddess. Humph, she dares to entice men. Am I not permitted to speak of her? Furthermore, you should keep a close eye on your romantic interest. Jimeng particularly enjoys seducing married men. I stand in staunch opposition to such scoundrels as Luo Ro. All right, master. Please calm your anger. We have arrived at the sect. Let us enter and discuss further. Lin Chuqing felt a headache coming on. Her master, typically poised and graceful, exuded the demeanor of a distinguished lady. Yet when it came to Jimeng, she could rant for 3 days and nights without pause. The strategy was simple. If one could overpower her, they would strike relentlessly. If not, they would hurl insults with equal fervor. It was unclear what enmity lay between the two. Thankfully, Jimeng did not stoop to Luo Ro's level. Otherwise, even 10 lives would not suffice. Upon returning to the sect, Lin Chuqing quickly found an excuse to slip away. Entering her secluded chamber, she activated the array, and only then did she exhale in relief. The pressure of being caught between two formidable powers was overwhelming. Contemplating, Lin Chuqing retrieved a spatial jade bottle, murmuring, "So mysterious. I wonder what a Qing has given me." Upon opening it, she was immediately astonished. Such pure vitality. Just a single breath elevated her physical form. Moreover, there was no resistance, allowing for unlimited enhancement of her physique. Indeed, while there are numerous treasures in the world, some even devoid of any side effects, they universally exhibit resistance and limitations. However, Gu Qing's non-resistant beast liquid was truly unprecedented. Lin Chuqing recognized its value and promptly stored it away, intending to return it to Gu Qing. However, upon receiving Gu Qing's message, she pressed her lips together in determination. "I will not let you down," Lin Chuqing murmured, releasing the beast liquid and beginning to comprehend the song of yin and yang, simultaneously cultivating and absorbing the beast liquid. The more she observed, the more astonished she became. What kind of cultivation method had Gu Qing imparted to her? With this technique and the beast liquid, her celestial spiritual body would advance further, forging an unparalleled foundation for eternity. Chapter 22. Senior brother truly a cultivation maniac. Gazing at Gu Qing's somewhat youthful profile, Jimeng remained speechless for a long time. Her eagerness to take on a disciple stemmed from her inability to tolerate Luo Ro's incessant instigation of her disciples to defeat her. Considering that she too should take on a disciple, she yearned to ruthlessly suppress Luo Ro's disciples, demonstrating that she was, after all, still superior. Yet, she never anticipated that her newly acquired disciple would turn out to be the beloved of Luo Ro's disciple. How could she possibly crush that loathsome younger sister's disciple now? Thus, had she taken on a disciple only to face solitude? Gu Qing remained oblivious to Jimeng's gaze, his eyes wide with astonishment as he beheld the magnificent palaces floating in the void. The palaces were grand and boundless, surrounded by the sun, moon, and stars, fairy mountains and jade pavilions hovering in mid-air, divine light illuminating the heavens. To describe it as a celestial palace in the sky would not be an exaggeration. Approaching the entrance of the Star Temple felt akin to standing before the southern sky gate, towering into the clouds. Buzz! The 5-clawed true dragon spiraling around the columns of the southern sky gate appeared to come to life, emanating a dazzling radiance. Instantly, Gu Qing's Zhou Tian star body was activated, manifesting an extraordinary phenomenon that illuminated reality. Jiu Qing felt as though he stood apart in a vast cosmos, surrounded by myriad stars. Akin to the progenitor of all celestial bodies, an infinite cascade of starlight surged into his being, transforming into a multitude of grand Dao runes. This was the Star Temple's inherited technique, the Zhou Tian star art. It was said to be the life technique of an innate divine demon, the founder of the Star Temple. Any individual possessing the Zhou Tian star body who entered the Star Temple could receive this inheritance. Gu Qing found himself immersed in enlightenment, the Zhou Tian star art operating instinctively. His physique underwent sublimation, his essence magnified, an intangible force descended, momentarily concealing Gu Qing's extraordinary manifestation. Huh? Zhou Tian star body? None of you shall compete with me. I have not taken a disciple in 10,000 years. Brother, this child is fated to be with me. Fate, my foot, sister. I have yielded to you for thousands of years. Surely you can yield to me once? Silence, everyone. I possess the highest cultivation here, so it is only fitting that I take him. The fossilized level powers within the Star Temple were overwhelmed with excitement upon witnessing the Zhou Tian star body. How many millennia had passed? In their lifetimes, they were fortunate enough to witness the legendary Zhou Tian star body. This was a resplendent golden age, where various legendary supreme bodies emerged in succession. Ancestor, Gu Qing has already pledged himself to my tutelage. That moment, Zhiming's voice resonated like divine music. You? They suddenly recalled that 3 months prior, Zhiming had indeed mentioned her intention to take Gu Qing as her disciple, even dispatching her followers to pursue him. However, they were unaware that he was the Zhou Tian star body. Zhiming, dear girl, heed the advice of your elder. You are still young and may not be able to teach him well. Let me handle this, indeed. Zhiming, you must not be confused. For now, your focus should remain on your cultivation. Do not let the opportunity to ascend to the immortal realm slip away. However, he has already acknowledged me as his master and has even presented me with a gift of apprenticeship. Zhiming lifted the storage pouch in her hand. Why do you refuse to heed my advice, girl? Listen well, set down the storage pouch and forget about this matter. It is most appropriate for this task to be entrusted to me. The ancestor speaks true. With her abilities, she can undoubtedly guide Gu Qing well. Yet once one has become a disciple, they remain a child of the master for life. Very well, you may all disperse. The assembly of ancient beings, enraged, nearly toppled their coffins, leaving with a resentful remark, after which tranquility returned. Little one, your innate talent is commendable, and your filial piety is admirable. I, as your master, shall reluctantly accept you. Zhiming smiled gently, appearing quite pleased. Taking on a disciple was indeed a delightful endeavor. If I cannot suppress the disciple of that troublesome sister, I shall simply take on another disciple. With that thought, Zhiming suddenly gazed into the vast cosmos, recalling the presence of the Tian divine body aboard the flying vessel. This is a peerless divine body. If nurtured well, it could evolve into a supreme divine body, at which point it would not be impossible to rival the disciple of that troublesome sister. With this in mind, Zhiming waved her sleeve, transporting Gu Qing to her secluded dwelling. She stepped forth, traversing the endless rivers of stars. A majestic aura of the sacred path radiating from her, illuminating the heavens. Little girl, do you wish to take me as your master? Master, I wish to serve you faithfully at your side. Su Qingyue knelt with a thud, her expression brimming with excitement. Jining had informed her that Zhiming was a great sage, traversing the heavens, a master of celestial laws. It is worth noting that prior to her arrival at the Starry Divine Hall, although she held the esteemed title of the sect's Holy Maiden and hailed from a lineage of ancient sages, those sages had long since transcended into oblivion. In her world, the sage realm was akin to a legendary existence. Now, witnessing a living great sage, how could she not be exhilarated? Phew, what a relief! Seeing that Su Qingyue had not presented a gift of apprenticeship, Jining secretly exhaled in relief. She had made her instructions quite clear this time. Indeed, splendid. Zhiming nodded gently, leading her to the Starry Divine Hall, where, as expected, Su Qingyue also triggered an extraordinary phenomenon, though without a lineage inheritance. However, an endless stream of moonlight poured into her body, enhancing her foundation significantly. Zhiming, are you intent on not resting until you pry open my coffin? This is truly outrageous. The sect is unfortunate indeed. I wish to appoint her as the Holy Maiden. The ancestors have no objections? Do they? Zhiming chuckled softly. No objections to as you wish. Though Su Qingyue's current cultivation is quite feeble, and the methods she practices are rather subpar, she likely could not even defeat an inner sect disciple. Such a foundation is hardly worthy of the title of Holy Maiden. Yet, Su Qingyue's constitution is exceptional. The Starry Divine Hall possesses an abundance of divine techniques and treasures, capable of swiftly enhancing her foundation. If she cultivates the Tian scripture, she will inevitably emerge as an unrivaled prodigy, possessing the potential for ascension. Moreover, what sort of individual is Zhiming? With her personal guidance, even a mere mortal body could be cultivated into a prodigy. Zhiming is renowned as the goddess of treasures, her reputation far from unfounded. Ji Yuqing awoke from his epiphany 3 days later, having advanced to the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm. His true essence surged like an ocean. Glancing around, he found himself in a grand palace, where a woman of unparalleled grace sat majestically, her divine light swirling, obscuring her features. Beside her stood an ethereal beauty, seemingly untouched by the world. Had he received a complete inheritance? Jiming's voice carried a hint of mirth. After 3 days of epiphany, Gu Qing's comprehension surpassed even that of previous generations of the Zhou Tian starry divine body, who were able to ascend to the immortal realm within 3,000 years. One wonders how many years Gu Qing will require to achieve the same. He has acquired numerous divine abilities and secret arts. Gu Qing replied, feeling a wave of frustration at her indistinct form. Even the gentlemen are cautious. Do the powerful truly enjoy concealing their appearances? Jiming. Indeed, this is my recently accepted disciple. You must look out for one another. Greetings, senior brother. I hope you will take care of me in the future. A smile graced Su Qingyue's face. The situation unfolded as she had anticipated. Upon witnessing Jining slay the beast, she had suspected that Gu Qing was the one behind it, for his constitution surpassed her own, likely marking him as a supreme divine body. The junior sister is being overly polite. Yu Qing responded with a smile, his demeanor significantly warmer, as they were now fellow disciples. So, what are your future plans? Jiming's gaze flicked to the long sword upon Gu Qing's back, its grade indiscernible, appearing like an ordinary weapon, yet undoubtedly extraordinary. It seems that this disciple of mine possesses great fortune and has encountered substantial fortuitous encounters. I wish to enter seclusion for cultivation to elevate my realm, Yu Qing stated without hesitation. Having acquired a plethora of beast essences, he would not emerge from seclusion until he reached the Xiandan realm. Furthermore, the concentration of starlight here provides an ideal environment for cultivating the Purple Mansion Soul Palace. Additionally, his cultivation methods had reached a point where integration was imperative. Training each method individually was time-consuming and laborious. He could not afford to keep returning to retrain, which would be counterproductive. Generally speaking, one should primarily cultivate a single method, as a person possesses but one body. Cultivating multiple methods with differing attributes inevitably leads to conflicts of true essence, which can result in dangerous outcomes, including madness or even death. Other methods may only serve as references or for cultivating their divine abilities. However, Gu Qing possessed a boundless dantian, capable of containing immeasurable true essence, and his meridians had been continuously cleansed by the energies of yin and yang, rendering them broad and resilient, devoid of any particular attributes. Even with the practice of various methods, he would encounter no issues. Nonetheless, continuing in this manner was not a viable solution. Surely, he could not condense multiple Xiandan. Such a division would only dilute his power. A fist must be clenched tightly to strike effectively. Gu Qing had thoroughly comprehended the introductory chapters of the Yin-Yang Great Dao Song, the indestructible heavenly art, and the Zhou Tian starry technique. He planned to merge these 3 unparalleled techniques before reaching the Xiandan realm. Each of these techniques represents the pinnacle of its respective field. Their fusion would surely yield formidable power. The more he contemplated, the more fervent his desire grew. He yearned to enter seclusion and cultivate until the end of days. Excellent! Such a sincere heart for the Tao. Jiming was taken aback, not expecting this young man to eschew ostentation in favor of earnest cultivation akin to the elders. Yu Qing's fervor for the Tao suggested that he would undoubtedly become a remarkable figure in the future. With this thought, she willed 3 jade vials to float before Gu Qing. 1 vial contained the Jade Clear Spirit Nourishing Pill, a 5th-tier elixir that could dispel inner demons and strengthen the spirit, a treasure sought even by those in the Void Realm. The 2nd vial held the 3 Lights Divine Water, distilled from the sun, moon, and stars, capable of enhancing one's constitution, fortifying the source of life, and cleansing the spirit. It also served as a sacred healing substance, suitable for the reconstruction of the physical body. It was a treasure coveted by prodigies and exceptional beings alike. The last item was a fruit, the starry fruit, which could transform a mortal into a starry spirit body. It could elevate an ordinary divine body to a medium divine body and was immensely valuable for a supreme divine body. Enhancing its foundation, each of these 3 treasures was more precious than the last. How generous of you, Master. After Jiming departed, Gu Qing mused privately. The the casual production of 3 treasures that prodigies dream of showcase Jiming's immense wealth. Contemplating this, Gu Qing retrieved the storage ring given to him by Jining. Inside, the beasts piled up like a mountain range, some so large they resembled hills, their blood vitality dense and filled with malevolent energy. Additionally, there were over 1,000,000 spirit herbs, dozens of precious herbs, and various ores. Jiu Qing's lips twitched in astonishment at Jining's generosity. Even the most basic spirit herb here could suffice to sustain life or death in the Qi-gathering realm, let alone the more precious herbs and ores for refining magical artifacts. Jining had simply gifted him these without hesitation. Truly, it is said that the drought kills the thirsty, while the flood drowns the soaked. Gu Qing collected all the beasts and spirit herbs into a golden gourd, refining them into liquid before pouring them out. This was a secluded chamber, sealed from the world. The spiritual energy could only flow in, not out, so there was no loss in this process. He suddenly inquired through sound transmission, "He and I, have you successfully reformed your physical body? It cannot be done so swiftly. The reformation of the body requires at least several years." He and I replied helplessly. "Then I shall share some treasures with you," Gu Qing suggested after a moment's thought. After all, He and I was a formidable figure, and if he could assist her, he would. The essence liquid he possessed was abundant enough for his needs. And it was not precious to him. He could acquire as much as he desired with a little time. However, for He and I, it was undoubtedly the most essential treasure, as the reformation of her body demanded a significant amount of life essence. Precisely what the essence liquid could provide. With the essence liquid, perhaps He and I could advance her strength. Given her stature, she would surely not take advantage of him without reciprocation. Perhaps a generous gift from her might yield great benefits for him. What is this treasure? The life essence is so pure, and there is not a hint of resistance. Upon encountering the precious liquid, He and I was momentarily taken aback. In truth, she had previously beheld treasures of far greater worth, often indulging in baths of such luxurious substances. Yet that was in days gone by. Now, in her current plight, she found herself reduced to destitution, possessing nothing but a solitary sword in this lower realm. Such liquids were indeed of unparalleled value, and they were now of significant utility to her. Previously, she had lacked the confidence to reshape her innate Tao body, but now, that possibility lay within her grasp. "Thank you." He and I expressed her heartfelt gratitude, reflecting on the exceptional young man before her. Alas, he could not become her disciple. However, it would not be amiss for him to become the father of her future child. "There's no need for formality. We shall be companions for a considerable time to come, and I look forward to your guidance," Gu Qing replied with a smile. "Rest assured, with me by your side, no one in this realm shall pose a threat to you. Should you have any uncertainties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. By the way, I bestow upon you this minor 1,000-sword technique." He continued. He and I unleashed a strand of sword energy, which seamlessly entered Gu Qing's mind. Upon scanning it with his consciousness, Gu Qing's expression shifted slightly. The 1,000-sword technique could open up 3,000 acupoints, nurturing 3,000 divine swords, thereby forming a sword array of 3,000 realms, creating an independent world of swords, unparalleled in its destructive power, capable of reshaping the heavens and the earth. What manner of person is this woman, to casually grant such a fearsome sword technique, one that surpasses even the prowess of the Zhou Tian star technique? Moreover, this sword array is an impeccable match for my Zhou Tian star divine body. Gu Qing mused internally. He felt a surge of relief. Had he not gifted He and I the precious liquid, this extraordinary sword technique would have forever eluded him in this lifetime. Adjusting his mindset, Gu Qing consumed the Jade Purity Spirit Nourishing Pill, channeling the Zhou Tian star technique for refinement. Though the pill was of the 5th grade, its effects were gentle, specifically targeting the spirit, making it suitable even for ordinary mortals. He aimed to first enhance his spirit, thereby boosting his comprehension, before merging with the technique, ultimately practicing the 1,000-sword technique. Time flew by, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. Su Qingyue, adorned in a moon-white gown, radiated an aura surpassing her previous self, resembling a celestial maiden descending from the moon palace, pure and ethereal. She approached the secluded cave of Gu Qing, inquiring of Jining. who was seated cross-legged at the entrance. Has senior brother not yet emerged from his seclusion? No, Ji Ning replied, equally puzzled. A prodigy of Gu Qing's caliber, aided by treasures, ought to have broken through a realm in a matter of days, rather than remaining in seclusion for an entire year. After all, he was a spirited young genius. With significant breakthroughs in cultivation, one would naturally seek to venture forth for battles, both to establish a name and to solidify their foundation, twofold gains. However, Gu Qing had joined the Star God Temple and subsequently immersed himself in seclusion for a full year, seemingly entrenched in a profound state, relentlessly absorbing the radiance of the sun, moon, and stars. She remained there, dedicated to gathering celestial light for Gu Qing. As his needs were insatiable, akin to a bottomless pit, she had to ensure he absorbed sufficient energy without overwhelming his spirit with excess power. Tending to him as one would a delicate flower. This was the advantage of being in a prestigious sect. One could find solace beneath a great tree. Senior brother is truly a fanatic of cultivation. Possessing a sincere heart in the pursuit of the Tao, Su Qingyue remarked in admiration. Although she considered herself aloof and disinclined towards social interaction, she could not endure prolonged seclusion. Occasionally, she would venture out to admire the celestial vistas of the Star God Temple or gaze upon the vast, mysterious cosmos, allowing her spirit a moment of respite. At tea times, she wished to confide in someone about her innermost thoughts. Yet, having arrived here alone, she felt an innate connection to Gu Qing, who hailed from the same northern region and shared the same master, fostering a natural affinity. Thus, she desired to confide in him about the few star spirits who had journeyed alongside them to the Star God Temple. One of them, an arrogant youth, was defeated in mere 2 moves by an outer sect disciple. Upon returning to his cave, he could not survive through the night, as the sword energy within him extinguished his vitality, leading to his demise. This youth had once dominated his domain with pride. As time flowed, a second year had arrived. Su Qingyue returned once more, wishing to inform Gu Qing that 2 more of the star spirits who had come with her had been grievously injured by outer sect disciples and succumbed to their wounds. Regrettably, Gu Qing remained in seclusion. Hesitating for a moment, she began to speak with Ji Ning, but after pouring out her thoughts, she found herself devoid of the usual relief or joy that followed such confessions. Instead, she was left with an inexplicable feeling of awkwardness. One must acclimate to it. Cultivation has always been an endeavor that defies the heavens, contending with fate and life. A mere misstep can lead to death and the extinguishing of one's path. Ji Ning remarked with a hint of bitterness and weariness in her tone. Your words ring true, senior, Su Qingyue responded, gazing silently at Gu Qing's secluded cave. After a prolonged silence, she departed without uttering another word. Senior brother is truly a maniac of cultivation. I cannot afford to be lazy myself, she resolved, deciding to enter seclusion for a year to contemplate the Taiyin Dao scripture. A year later, she broke through to the Xiandan realm, fortifying her foundation and becoming an unparalleled force, effortlessly sweeping aside her peers. Consequently, she ascended to the position of saintess within the Star God Temple, garnering immense renown, attracting countless suitors. Even many renowned prodigies expressed their willingness to follow Su Qingyue. However, she paid little heed to these advances and ventured alone to Gu Qing's cave. Over the past 3 years, she had visited numerous times, each sojourn allowing her mind to settle in tranquility. If only senior brother would emerge from his seclusion, he would surely be willing to listen to my tales, Su Qingyue thought, gazing at the cave shrouded in formations, obscuring any view of its interior. In her heart, she murmured, Senior brother, our Star God Temple is vast and boundless, with countless secret realms. I have ventured there several times, facing numerous dangers and sustaining serious injuries. Had it not been for the treasures bestowed by our master, I may not have returned. Moreover, all our companions who came to the Star God Temple have perished, save for one who, I hear, has wed the daughter of an outer sect elder. As for me, having become the saintess, I have many suitors, yet none pique my interest. While I can reject others, the saint's son is particularly bothersome. I cannot rid myself of him, nor do I possess the heart to scold him. He frequently sends me cultivation resources. I initially returned them, but the more I declined, the more insistent he became. In a fit of anger, I threw them at Hong Hong. Senior brother, you may not yet know who Hong Hong is. She is my pet pig, a delightful little creature, pink and plump, exceedingly adorable. As Su Qingyue poured her heart out, Ji Ning observed her transformation with a hint of envy. With her extensive experience, she recognized that Su Qingyue had come here alone and was instinctively seeking solace in Guqing. After all, they were siblings in the Tao and might very well accompany each other through life, becoming partners in their journey of cultivation. The term partners in the Tao need not imply spouses. It could also refer to like-minded individuals who trust and rely on one another, such as fellow disciples or close friends, becoming companions on their path of cultivation. Suddenly, as Su Qingyue prepared to leave, a resounding explosion echoed through the sky, chaos enveloped the atmosphere, and golden lotuses blossomed in the void, accompanied by ethereal sounds of the Tao. Stars flickered in and out of existence amidst the chaos. What is happening? What is this phenomenon? Could it be that someone is awakening a divine body? Why has the phenomenon disappeared? Could it be a failed awakening? Murmured the disciples of the Star God Temple. Feeling a twinge of glee at the thought of a fallen prodigy, for fewer geniuses meant brighter prospects for themselves. Yet, only the higher-ups of the temple understood that it was not a failure, but rather a mighty sage obscuring the divine secrets. Just as before, when someone awakened the Zhou Tian Star Divine Body, the manifestation was swiftly concealed. Senior Ji Ning, is my senior brother about to achieve success? Su Qingyue asked in excitement. It seems so, Ji Ning replied, her calm demeanor barely containing her exhilaration. This young one has undergone a transformation in his physique, exhibiting phenomena beyond those of the original Zhou Tian Star Divine Body. Who knows what kind of physique he has evolved into? Ancestor, you have lived the longest and possessed the highest cultivation. You must know. What does longevity have to do with it? You all have perused the archives. He retorted after a moment of contemplation. Jiming, did you perhaps give him a star fruit? The old fox Jiming pondered briefly before responding, indeed, but could this be related to the star fruit? Excellent, the ball is back in your court. He mused. It is well known that beyond the supreme divine body lies the taboo physiques. I believe this resembles the phenomenon of the chaos star body. Don't you think? Your assertion is quite insightful. Surely they are not unaware that taboo physiques exist in the world. The ancestor speaks wisely. Does this imply we have nurtured a unique chaos star body destined to last through the ages? A moment of silence ensued, followed by nods of agreement. Ha ha ha, splendid. In this golden age, the mandate of heaven resides within our star god temple. Jiming, you must exert yourself to cultivate him diligently, the ancestor instructed solemnly. Rest assured, ancestor. I am well aware of my responsibilities. Jiming found herself at a loss for words. It was merely a rare phenomenon triggered by Zhou Tianqing's divine body advancing further. What nonsense about forbidden physiques? If one does not know, then one does not know. Is it so difficult to admit? These old fellows, lying in their coffins to evade divine punishment, spend their days boasting to the heavens. Nevertheless, it must be said that Guqing's talent truly merits the destiny of this lifetime. In the secluded chamber, Guqing successfully underwent a fiery rebirth and immediately summoned his adoptive father, revealing his attribute panel. Name: Guqing, Realm, First Level of Xiandan, Physique. Supreme Dao Bone, Chaotic Star Body, in Transformation. 12. Talent, Innate Dao Seed, unparalleled throughout the ages. Fate, Variable, Destiny, Unknown, Fortune. 155,000. Martial Techniques, Solitary Goose Spear Technique, Primordial Unity Spear Technique, Tiger Soul Spear Technique. Body Techniques, Wandering Dragon Movement, Breath Retention Technique. Innate Divine Powers, Chaotic Treasure Bottle Seal. Yin Yang Wheel, Star Plucking Hand. Artifacts, Golden Tiger Spear, Tiger Soul Spear, Reincarnation Divine Spear, Qian Kuan Sword. Cultivation Method, Chaotic Immortal Sutra, Initial Creation, 0.3 years of seclusion, yielding immense rewards. Gazing at his attribute panel, Guqing felt that every effort was worth it. In the first year, he absorbed all the precious liquids. Upon breaking through to the 9th level of Purple Mansion, his divine sea and indestructible heavenly merit had accumulated to 100-fold in his spiritual pool and dantian. The true essence of the Zhou Tianqing secret art also reached 100-fold, while the primal energies of yin and yang accumulated to 1,000-fold. Meanwhile, his physique underwent a qualitative transformation, its resilience comparable to a yellow-grade artifact. His Dao bone was also undergoing metamorphosis. Upon witnessing such profound foundations, Gu Qing decisively merged his cultivation methods. However, merging techniques was no simple task, for they were three peerless divine arts that others would spend a lifetime comprehending. Fortunately, with the assistance of the Dao bone, he felt as if he were immersed in an ocean of boundless Dao, perpetually in a state of enlightenment, deducing the fusion of the three supreme divine arts. In just 1 year, he successfully merged the Yin-Yang Great Song, Indestructible Heavenly Merit, and Zhou Tianqing's secret art. Of course, it was merely a preliminary creation, yet sufficient for him to cultivate to the divine refinement realm. In the final year, he underwent fiery rebirth, shedding his old shell and transforming into the chaotic star-bodied. As a result, he awakened his innate divine powers, the chaotic treasure bottle seal, yin-yang wheel, and star-plucking hand. These three innate divine talents emanated from the three peerless divine arts, arising during the transformation of his physique. They had already become an instinctive talent, akin to innate skills. The chaotic treasure bottle seal possessed boundless power, capable of devouring all things, refining the lifetime learnings of beings for his own use, suppressing time and space, and transcending myriad paths. It was nearly an invincible divine power. The yin-yang wheel could cleanse all things in the world, assimilating them into the primal essence of yin and yang. The star-plucking hand could traverse endless time and space, plucking stars and moons, striking down formidable foes. Contemplating this, Gu Qing turned his gaze inward to his dantian. Merging the chaotic Xiandan method was indeed the wisest choice. Within the boundless dantian, chaotic energy swirled, and a chaotic huge Xiandan floated, exuding profound chaotic Dao rhythms, ancient and mysterious, as if it were the source of the great Dao. His chaotic Xiandan could assimilate and merge with any attribute cultivation method. He could wield any attribute divine power, which would be stronger than those manifested through corresponding techniques. Gu Qing withdrew his gaze and transmitted a message to He and I. Have you reshaped your physical form? Not yet, but it will be soon. Within 3 months at most, He's ethereal voice conveyed a hint of joy. Then I shall wish you success in advance. Indeed, I owe much to the precious liquids you provided. Gu Qing smiled nonchalantly. If thanks were to be given, it was he who should thank He and I. After all, the little thousand sword technique was an extraordinary art, not something that could be exchanged for mere cultivation resources. He shifted the topic to He and I. Is the little thousand sword technique your innate divine power? Not quite, He and I replied faintly. If I were to cultivate the little thousand sword technique, could it possibly awaken a sword path innate divine power? Gu Qing inquired, somewhat disappointed. If the little thousand sword technique were an innate talent, then by cultivating it, perhaps during his next fiery rebirth, he could manifest the 3,000 cavities and nurture a legendary divine sword. Certainly, He and I answered with certainty, then elaborated. In truth, cultivating the little thousand sword technique to a certain level is no different from an innate divine power. When one merges with the sword, as one's cultivation increases, the power of the divine technique also amplifies. Hearing this, Gu Qing realized that this was an extraordinary method. Furthermore, with his fiery rebirth technique, a method of transformation, he might be able to refine it into his own innate divine power and give birth to a legendary divine sword. Chapter 24. In the future, do not cry into the pillow while rubbing your waist upon opening the formation. Zhimeng and Su Qingyue stepped through like beams of light, their movements graceful and enchanting, akin to celestial maidens, beautiful and transcendent. Master, junior sister. A fragrant breeze enveloped Gu Qing, stirring a tempest within him, his blood surging like the sun. Beholding the coldly beautiful maiden, Gu Qing felt an intense heat coursing through him. Yet he swiftly suppressed the tumult of his blood. He mused, the Taiyin divine body is indeed the best furnace physique, capable of evoking one's primal instincts. It seems junior sister has thoroughly awakened the might of the Taiyin divine body over these 3 years. Advancing her physique further, senior brother, Su Qingyue dared not meet Gu Qing's gaze. Though she had much to say, upon seeing him, she suddenly felt a sense of strangeness. Perhaps they had always been strangers, and she had merely taken Gu Qing as a spiritual refuge during these 3 years. After 3 years apart, junior sister has become even more beautiful. Gu Qing smiled in response, then turned his attention to Zhiming. What caught his eye were her incredibly long legs, and above that, her slender waist. His master was a woman of extraordinary breadth, capable of encompassing all, even embracing all of him. Her divine visage was shrouded in mystery, making it difficult to discern her true form. Her aura was both divine and demonic, exuding an air of sacred inviolability, a presence that declared her supremacy. Master, I wish to venture out for some training. Ji Yuqing desired to return to the mainland, hunt demonic beasts, extract their essence, and evolve his chaotic star body. If he could encounter the destined child, it would be even better, for the destined child was a treasure trove in themselves. Setting aside material wealth, merely the immense fortune of a destined child was enough to make Gu Qing's heart yearn. With this thought, Gu Qing's gaze shifted to Su Qingyue. Such an exquisitely beautiful figure, coupled with the Taiyin divine body. She must surely be a destined protagonist. System, check her attributes. Name, Su Qingyue, realm, first level of Xiandan physique. Taiyin divine body, talent, exceptional genius, fate, destined protagonist, destiny, a life filled with trials, yet she can avert calamity. Fortune, 50,000. Indeed, she is the protagonist. Gu Qing mused inwardly, his thoughts racing. This time, while training, he must bring her along. It is well known that the protagonist's halo attracts the main character. Yes, my intentions align with this, Zhiming remarked, as even without Gu Qing's words, she would insist on him going out to train. After all, the strong emerge from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. One does not become strong merely by remaining in seclusion. Having been in seclusion for 3 years, Gu Qing must have gained immense insights, making it the perfect time to hone his divine techniques and paths. However, before leaving, she needed to impart some teachings to Gu Qing. Lest he stray from the right path, as the sage spoke, his words blossomed like flowers, manifesting golden lotuses in the void, grand and resplendent. The two listened entranced, unconsciously circulating their techniques to absorb the heavenly flowers and golden lotuses. This was the essence of Zhiming's sacred Tao principles, embodying the rhythms of the sacred path. Ji Yuqing's cultivation rapidly ascended. First level of Xiandan, peak. Second level of Xiandan, third level of Xiandan. Zhiming's eyelids twitched as she watched. Gu Qing's comprehension was indeed terrifying. Breaking through was as simple as eating or drinking. Su Qingyue, on the other hand, progressed more moderately, merely advancing from the first to the second level of Xiandan. Yet this was already quite impressive, not inferior to the holy sons and daughters of ancient lineages. After all, the higher the realm, the more challenging the breakthroughs become. Moreover, she deliberately controlled her own Tao techniques to avoid excessive absorption, which could destabilize their foundations. Master, I have some questions, Gu Qing immediately inquired as Zhiming paused her teachings. They exchanged views on various topics, from the initial explanations of Tao techniques to the offensive arts of divine powers. They maintained a dynamic dialogue, each presenting their perspectives. Zhiming believed that offensive divine techniques should converge into one, honing to the utmost, striking with a single blow to achieve absolute lethality. Yet Gu Qing felt that Tao should be natural, techniques born from the heart, and divine powers manifesting naturally. This was the path of innate divine talents. In accordance with the natural Dao, it was as if divine powers had existed since time immemorial. He merely needed to unveil the mysterious veil of divine powers without the need for deliberate embellishment. Their paths diverged. Zhiming's was the path of unity, while Gu Qing's was the path of simplicity. The two were nearly indistinguishable in merit. Su Qingyue watched, wide-eyed. Such profound discourse was something she could comprehend. She was merely a fledgling at the first level of Xiandan. Su Qingyue blinked her beautiful eyes, gazing fixedly at Gu Qing, admiration evident in her expression. The fact that Gu Qing could debate the Tao with a sage was something she could hardly believe if she had not witnessed it herself. In truth, Zhiming was equally astonished, beginning to wonder if Gu Qing had been possessed by an ancient being. She retrieved a detection artifact to investigate, and finding no signs of possession, confirmed that his soul and body were unified. He was indeed the genuine article. Zhi Ming sighed in relief. It was good that he was not an ancient being. Looking at Gu Qing was akin to gazing upon a rare treasure. Master, what is it? Gu Qing noticed her pause, feeling a bit unsatisfied. Zhi Ming's lips twitched. Do you wish to debate with me for a decade or so? A month has passed, indeed. Enough is enough. One cannot overindulge in discourse. Let this sermon conclude here. You may depart. Ji Ning will guide you across the void back to the mainland. Before the words had fully departed her lips, she vanished from sight. Yu Qing wore a look of discontent. There were still numerous theories he wished to expound upon. Although this session with Zhi Ming had yielded immense gains and a deeper comprehension of the Tao and its mystical arts, leaving so many thoughts unvoiced left him feeling quite stifled. His gaze turned towards Su Qingyue, who appeared flustered. No, I cannot, she exclaimed, hands waving in protest. She certainly did not wish for her resolve in debate to crumble. Hee, Gu Qing chuckled softly, surprised to discover such an endearing side to the otherwise aloof Su Qingyue, reminiscent of a celestial being from the palace of the moon. Let us return to the ancient wilderness realm. With that, he rose, pulling her up alongside him. Back to the northern region? A blush crept onto Su Qingyue's exquisite features as her small hand rested upon Gu Qing's warm one, causing her heart to race. Indeed. Where is your home? We shall first venture to your homeland for some training, Gu Qing replied with a smile. Su Qingyue, a prominent female protagonist, possessed an astounding fortune of 50,000. It was known that Lin Chen's initial fortune was certainly less than 100,000. In the final 2 months, he had seized 3,000 fortunes from others, showcasing the formidable nature of his fate-devouring destiny. Su Qingyue's fortune of 50,000, without any plundering, marked her as a significant heroine. Wherever she roamed, she would undoubtedly draw the attention of the main character. Perhaps she had already crossed paths with him. So my home. Su Qingyue's cheeks flushed deeper. The implication of a man visiting a woman's family was unmistakable. Could it be that her senior brother harbored feelings for her? She could not resist stealing glances at Gu Qing, pondering this notion. His profile was sharply defined, flawless as if sculpted by a master. His tall and imposing stature beside her provided a sense of security. Yes, having been away for so long, your parents must be quite worried about you, Gu Qing remarked with a smile, observing her bashful demeanor. He found himself puzzled. Could it be that Su Qingyue harbored affections for him? Surely not, for heroines were typically indifferent to men other than the main character. Yet, her bashful appearance suggested otherwise. Uncertain, he decided to observe further. All right, I shall heed my senior brother's wishes, Su Qingyue replied softly, her lovely eyes shimmering with shyness. Yet another wayward girl, thought Ji Ning, her expression as impassive as a ghost, following the pair with keen interest. The sight of the young one's bashful expressions instantly rejuvenated her, evoking memories of her own youthful days. However, Ji Ning scrutinized Su Qingyue with a discerning eye. Her figure was splendid, slender, and graceful, embodying the essence of a budding flower. Her skin, as smooth as jade, emanated a soft, enchanting glow that captivated the heart. Child, this lad is brimming with vitality, a force to be reckoned with. You may find it hard to hold on to him. Do not be surprised if you end up sobbing into your pillow, she thought with a hint of sympathy. Suddenly, Su Qingyue turned, sensing an unsettling gaze upon her. Yet, upon glancing back, she found only Ji Ning, silent as a doll, her true visage obscured by an ethereal glow. Was it merely her imagination? She averted her gaze, murmuring to herself. With a shy smile directed at Gu Qing, she commented, Senior brother, your mastery of the Tao is remarkable. To engage in debate with our esteemed master is sure to astonish the ages. Is it truly that exaggerated? He replied modestly, Indeed. A sage of such caliber is almost legendary in these times. Before arriving at the Starry Temple, the existence of such beings was but a myth, she insisted. I merely awakened my innate abilities and engaged in discussions concerning lower realms of knowledge, Gu Qing asserted, not allowing himself to be swept away by pride, believing his cultivation to surpass that of a sage. That in itself is impressive, deserving of being labeled unparalleled for ages. Su Qingyue's clear, beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. She too had awakened her innate abilities, yet she could not comprehend the intricacies of their conversation. Ji Yuqing smiled, relishing the feeling of being admired by such a stunningly beautiful maiden. He then turned to Ji Ning, inquiring, "How long will our journey to the northern region take?" "About a month," Ji Ning replied succinctly. Ji Yuqing nodded. A month would suffice for him to assimilate his gains and still have ample time to contemplate the small thousand-sword technique. He was earnest in his quest for strength. He could not afford to squander a single moment. After all, the path of cultivation was a relentless struggle against fate, a contest against both mankind and the heavens. If one does not strive in their youth, they may find themselves lamenting in the future, he mused. Upon witnessing this, Su Qingyue thought to herself, surely, senior brother is not planning to enter seclusion again? A pang of disappointment rose within her. How she longed to share the beauty of the vast starry sky with him. Yet, she quickly dismissed such thoughts, gazing at Gu Qing with adoration. With such talent and diligence, his heart for the Tao is sincere. In this moment, his towering figure only seemed to rise higher in her esteem. I too shall work hard to cultivate and keep pace with senior brother, she resolved firmly. Chapter 25. Arrival at Qingzhou. Discovery of the protagonist. The place where Su Qingyue resided was known as Qingzhou, a vast continent stretching for billions of miles, home to sacred lands. These sacred sites were established by beings of the sage realm, transcending the mundane world and ruling over immense territories. Su Qingyue's sect was the moon-watching sacred land, presided over by her father, the current Holy Lord, who possessed the cultivation of the Void Tao realm. In Qingzhou, a master of the Void Tao realm was already considered a formidable figure, commanding respect throughout the realm. As for those of higher tiers, they were either in deep seclusion or traversing broader horizons in search of the Dao. In Qingzhou, beings of the sage realm had become legendary figures, and even those of the revered realm had faded into obscurity, leaving only the kings of the realm to oversee the sacred lands. The flying vessel moved at astonishing speeds, traversing space and covering countless star rivers in merely a month to reach Qingzhou. Throughout this time, Gu Qing had been diligently cultivating, breaking through to the 6th level of the Xiandan realm and successfully initiating the small thousand-sword technique, opening 3,000 acupoints. Each acupoint radiated with a sword aura, exuding an unparalleled sharpness. Senior brother, you have broken through to the 6th level of the Xiandan realm. Su Qingyue could hardly find words to express her astonishment. To ascend 3 levels in just a month was nothing short of miraculous. Just 2 months prior, Gu Qing had only been at the 1st level, meaning he had achieved 6 breakthroughs in 2 months. You are not doing too poorly yourself, having reached the 3rd level of the Xiandan realm? Gu Qing replied with a smile. His rapid progress was not solely due to his own talent and hard work. He had also benefited from the resources available at the Starry Temple. Ji Ning, may I ask a favor? Gu Qing addressed Ji Ning. Speak freely, she replied. That I require a substantial quantity of monster corpses. The more, the better, regardless of their level. Ji Yuqing felt that hunting monsters himself would be inefficient. Ji Ning, assigned to protect them by Ji Ming, was a capable ally. It would be foolish not to utilize the strength available to him instead of toiling alone in the primal forests. Very well, however, my priority is to ensure your safety, so I can only attend to this task when time allows, Ji Ning replied succinctly. In truth, she was more than willing to assist Gu Qing. Once he grew stronger, any benefits he shared would be more than enough to enrich her for a lifetime. Agreed, Gu Qing nodded, then turned to Su Qingyue. Let us be off. I am quite curious about your sect. Su Qingyue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, assuming Gu Qing intended to meet her father. She swiftly sent a message to her father. Meanwhile, upon receiving his daughter's message, Su Wu felt a surge of excitement and promptly summoned the entire sect to open the gates wide, preparing to warmly welcome his beloved daughter home in grand fashion. Why would the saintess return? An elder inquired, causing Su Wu's expression to darken instantly. The implication of the question suggested that his daughter had been sent back. Ah, no. What I meant to say was, does the saintess return with any tasks in mind? The elder quickly amended, eager to preserve his standing. Naturally, she misses home and wishes to undergo some training while here. Su Wu stated with a proud smile, his demeanor shifting to seriousness as he added, accompanying her is her senior brother, a disciple of a sage-level master. You all must be on your best behavior and avoid offending such a distinguished individual. Sage realm? The saintess has taken on a sage-level master? The elders and true disciples present were taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of shock. Indeed, Su Wu affirmed, standing tall with pride. To be honest, he too had been stunned when he first received the news. Had it not been for the presence of a venerable being who had come to escort Su Qingyue, he would have struggled to believe it. Fortunately, Su Qingyue had not disclosed that she was already the saintess of the Starry Temple. Otherwise, Su Wu would have likely been eager to announce it to the world. Rest assured, Holy Lord, should anyone dare to offend such an esteemed individual, I, Gao Jinsheng, will not let them off lightly. Indeed, heed my words well. Any who dare to offend the sage's esteemed disciple shall face expulsion from the sect, or worse, have their cultivation stripped away and be cast into the frozen purgatory. A middle-aged man with a stern and icy demeanor cast a sweeping glance over the assembled crowd before speaking with a cold tone. His words left the onlookers questioning their very existence. Their expressions a mix of doubt and uncertainty as they regarded him. He was the revered master of the Law Enforcement Hall, known for his unwavering integrity, who even dared to confront the Holy Lord. Yet now, he appeared more obsequious than any among them. Truly a sight to behold. It was hard to believe that the elder, with his thick brows and striking eyes, was of such character. They thought to themselves, yet dared not voice their dissent. In their hearts, the Law Enforcement Hall master held an overwhelming authority, compelling them to nod in agreement without hesitation. A gathering of sycophants. With such a disposition, their lives would remain forever stagnant. Among the crowd stood a youthful man of striking appearance and resolute expression, harboring disdain within. However, the mere thought of soon reuniting with the one he cherished, Su Qingyue, ignited a spark of excitement within him. 3 years had passed, and he wondered whether his junior sister still remembered him by the waterside pond on the back mountain. My talents have been restored, and I can now stand shoulder to shoulder with you. No longer in need of your protection, he mused. Here they come, Su Wu exclaimed, his spirit invigorated, and in an instant, the entire sect of Wang Yue prepared themselves for what was to come. The sky was ablaze with vibrant hues. As a cloud approached from the distance, Ji Yuqing, clad in a black robe adorned with celestial motifs, stood tall and strikingly handsome, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Beside him, Su Qingyue floated gracefully, her ethereal beauty setting her apart. The two appeared as a pair of divine lovers. Father, Su Qingyue exclaimed with joy, her heart soaring at the sight of her father's stern visage after 3 long years apart. Yet, she noted the additional lines that now marked his face. Su Wu replied, gazing at his daughter, his heart swelling with unspoken words, unsure of how to articulate them. I have met your uncle, she stated. Very well, you must be Qingyue's senior brother. Please, come in, Su Wu replied, his demeanor akin to that of a father-in-law approving of his daughter's suitor, increasingly pleased with the handsome young man before him, who was also a disciple of the Saint Realm. Clearly, his talents were exceptional. Moreover, from Su Qingyue's messages, which brimmed with praise for Gu Qing, it was evident to him that she held affections for him. If she did not, she would not have brought him back. You are too kind, uncle, Gu Qing said, casting a glance at the solemn assembly before him, his emotions swirling within. These individuals were formidable powers in their own right, capable of determining the fates of countless lives with a single word. Yet now, they had all turned into obsequious figures, eager to curry favor with him. A mere visit to become a disciple had transformed him into a figure of authority. Suddenly, a notification alerted him. Detected hostility from Lin Yang towards the host, actively siphoning the host's fortune. Triggering super reflective shield, reversing the theft of 1,000 fortune points back to Lin Yang. Gu Qing could not help but smile. Just as he had anticipated, Su Qingyue was indeed accompanied by a protagonist. His eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, effortlessly pinpointing the main character. The protagonist was unmistakable amidst a crowd of handsome faces. His appearance was unremarkable and diminutive, yet he bore an air of confidence and indifference, as though he considered everyone else beneath him. Wait. The calm voice of Lin Yang resonated through the crowd. "Holy Lord, I have something to say." Just as the crowd prepared to disperse, Lin Yong stepped forward, his expression composed as if discussing a trivial matter. However, to the entire sect, this was of monumental importance. The elders and disciples of Wang Yue's holy ground exchanged glances, their faces shifting in concern. "We shall discuss this later," the master of the law enforcement hall interjected, his expression turning icy as the weight of his authority bore down upon them. Any onlooker, even an elder, would feel the chill of his presence. Yet Lin Yong was no ordinary individual. He viewed all as equals, with aspirations that soared high. Approaching Su Qingyue, he chuckled awkwardly. "Junior sister, do you remember me?" Having stood amidst the crowd for so long, Su Qingyue had not cast him a single glance. Could it be that she truly had forgotten him? That was impossible. Their bond by the pond was profound, and she had once gifted him a precious elixir that had saved his life. Surely, she simply had not noticed him. If he did not seize this opportunity, he might never see her again. Given the vast chasm between their statuses, the holy maiden was not someone he could meet at will. "Are you that errand disciple from the pond by the back mountain?" Su Qingyue instinctively stepped back, edging closer to Gu Qing. Lin Yang's sudden, rueful grin left her feeling somewhat flustered. To an outsider, it might have seemed as though they shared a deeper connection. If Gu Qing misinterpreted their relationship, it could lead to complications. At that moment, Su Qingyue regretted her decision to meddle. She should have simply sought solace on her own. Had she known Lin Yong would turn out to be such a person, she would have refrained from showing him pity. A collective realization washed over the crowd. Lin Yang's outburst was driven by his affections for the holy maiden. Instantly, they regarded him with pity. Su Qingyue was breathtakingly beautiful and extraordinarily gifted, admired by nearly all the male disciples of the sect. Yet, none dared to openly express their feelings. The cold, unfeeling words of the master of the law enforcement hall still echoed in their ears. Gu Qing, feeling bemused, had anticipated that Lin Yong's interruption was a challenge to him. After all, he now stood in a position of superiority, with talents that set him apart as the most suitable candidate for such a confrontation. Lin Yong's hostility towards him was evident, and for that, Gu Qing had prepared himself mentally. Yet, it seemed his expectations were in vain. Lin Yong had chosen to confront Su Qingyue instead. But, on another note, had a lesser antagonist stepped forward, declaring his affections for Su Qingyue, he would likely have been unable to resist the urge to leap into the fray. Was this Lin Yang's ploy to provoke? Such schemes were all too common. It appeared Lin Yong was the type to profess peace while stirring up trouble. "Indeed, it is I, junior sister," Lin Yong replied, his smile crooked as he grinned mischievously. "Be quiet. Who are you calling junior sister?" Su Qingyue retorted, her anger flaring instantly. In the past, she had tolerated Lin Yang's address, considering him older. However, in front of an audience, if she were to acknowledge him as her junior brother, there would be no way to salvage her honor. Lin Yong's smile faltered, his expression turning comically awkward. He had never anticipated that Su Qingyue would deny their connection. Had she looked down upon him since joining the Celestial Temple? No, that was implausible. Su Qingyue was pure-hearted and kind, incapable of such disdain. Could it be? Lin Yang's gaze shifted to Gu Qing. Was it possible that Gu Qing held an extraordinary status and had affections for Su Qingyue? Was she feigning distance to protect him? A sudden wave of unease washed over Lin Yong as he felt an invisible force draining him of something vital. Was it merely an illusion? Regaining his composure, he looked at Gu Qing with a calm demeanor, shrugging as he inquired, "So, you are the senior brother of my junior sister?" Impudent, Lin Yong, emboldened, had dared to provoke the true disciple of the Celestial Temple. Before Gu Qing could respond, the elders and disciples of Wang Yue's holy ground erupted in anger. "How dare you, a mere inner disciple, act so brazenly?" The master of the law enforcement hall regarded Lin Yong as though he were already a corpse. His previous stern warnings were intended to prevent the sect's talented disciples from underestimating the likes of Gu Qing. In essence, he was protecting the talents of the holy ground. Little did he expect there would be someone so reckless. "Indeed," Gu Qing replied, the words returning things to their original state. If he did not provoke Lin Yong would find a reason to challenge him. I have heard that the Celestial Temple is an unparalleled and immortal lineage, brimming with countless divine techniques. Even a mere errand disciple emerging from it would surpass the talents of those outside. Though I am unworthy, I believe I possess some skill and would like to experience the divine arts of the Celestial Temple. Would you grant me the honor of a duel at our respective levels? Lin Yang stated coolly. Very well, Gu Qing agreed, recognizing an opportunity to reclaim the fortune that Lin Yang had unwittingly offered him. Your senior brother is unworthy to engage with you. Allow me to take his place, Su Qingyue exclaimed anxiously, her expression shifting dramatically. Her brother was a supreme being, unmatched through the ages, more than capable of holding his own in a debate of divine arts against a saint. How could Lin Yang, a mere insect that had appeared from nowhere, dare to face Gu Qing? He was not even worthy to look up to him. Indeed, how could an earthbound insect hope to challenge a true dragon soaring above the heavens? Gu Qing replied, if you do not mind, I would gladly take on this presumptuous insect on your behalf. A handsome youth, brimming with vitality, stepped forward, cupping his fists and bowing in a gesture of humility. He was none other than the saint son of the Wangyue sacred land. In the past, he had fervently pursued Su Qingyue, yet he was acutely aware of the shifting tides. Upon witnessing Su Qingyue's initiation into the starry divine hall, he understood that their fates had irrevocably diverged. Now, seeing Su Qingyue alongside Gu Qing, he felt a pang of jealousy and resentment, but he resigned himself to reality, recognizing his own limitations. Fostering a relationship with Gu Qing was his most astute course of action. The atmosphere had reached a palpable tension. To decline now would be to risk tarnishing his own reputation. Jiu Qing nodded slightly, revealing no hint of his emotions. To liken him to a mere ant was an affront. Lin Yang could not suppress a cold laugh, his heart seething with rage. He silently vowed that one day he would trample Gu Qing beneath his feet, showing these arrogant souls who truly was the celestial dragon of the ninth heavens and who remained a lowly insect upon the earth. Moreover, Lin Yang furrowed his brow as he gazed at Su Qingyue, who appeared as ethereal and exquisite as a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace. Why would Su Qingyue prefer to take action herself rather than allowing Gu Qing to duel him? Could it be that Gu Qing was indeed formidable? Lin Yang harbored doubts. He had ascended to the Purple Mansion realm through the crucible of battle, his prowess unmatched, dispatching peers as easily as one would slay a chicken, and challenging those of higher realms with the simplicity of a meal. And what of Gu Qing? Merely a flower nurtured in a greenhouse. Had he not slain his fair share of such prodigies? He was confident that, even if fully unleashed, he could prevail over Gu Qing, who was at the mystic Dan realm. Chapter 27. Posturing as the strongest, receiving the harshest blow, Lin Yang, a mere inner disciple, dared to covet Su Qingyue as though he were a toad dreaming of swan meat. Today, I shall put an end to you, on the arena. The saint son of Wangyue's sacred land, Cha Songliang, wore a derisive expression. His words echoed the sentiments of the male disciples within the sacred land. Su Qingyue, of noble lineage, had been predestined as a saintess from birth. After awakening her Taiyin divine body, she became the darling of the ancient ancestors of the sacred land. Now, having joined the starry divine hall, her future achievements were destined to be boundless in their hearts. Su Qingyue had become an entity to be revered from afar. Untouchable and sacred, Lin Yang, an inner disciple, daring to aspire to Su Qingyue was nothing less than a toad wishing to feast upon swan meat. A toad? Lin Yang scoffed, his gaze filled with disdain. If he was a toad, then what were the male disciples of the sacred land? What was Cha Songliang in comparison? Hearing the mockery in Lin Yang's tone, Cha Songliang's gaze involuntarily drifted towards Su Qingyue. There she stood, treading upon clouds, her demeanor cool and aloof, her figure graceful, emanating an extraordinary aura, as beautiful as the celestial goddess of the ninth heavens. A pang of pain pierced his heart. It was impossible to simply let go of feelings nurtured over so long. Yet, he was more rational than before. Who could say for certain whom Su Qingyue would one day adorn with her hair? With such thoughts, Cha Songliang felt an intensifying ache within, a struggle to accept reality. Glancing back at Lin Yang, his initial hatred had diminished. Go ahead, make your move. You are at the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion, while I am at the 9th. I shall give you a few openings. Cha Songliang brandished his long sword, coldly declaring, "No need." Lin Yong replied coolly, "Very well." Cha Songliang, incensed, unleashed a fierce chill from his sword, the surrounding air instantly congealing into ice. Thousands of sword beams, infused with a chilling winter's might, descended upon Lin Yong. Boom! Lin Yang's aura erupted, akin to a blazing sun emerging in the sky, the intense heat instantly melting the icy sword beams. I suggest you unleash your strongest techniques. Otherwise, you may find yourself without the opportunity to do so. Lin Yong, hands clasped behind his back, spoke nonchalantly, dismissing the so-called Saint Sun entirely. How could he be so powerful? His presence resembled that of a blazing sun. This scene astonished all present, as the saying goes. When a master makes a move, the outcome is clear. Lin Yong, relying solely on his own aura, dismantled Cha Songliang's technique, revealing the sheer strength of his combat prowess. Good, good, good. If initially Cha Songliang sought to eliminate Lin Yong for Guqing, now he was motivated by self-interest. If he did not seize this opportunity to slay Lin Yong, he feared that his position as Saint Sun would slip away. He lacked the backing of a Saint Lord Father. Buzz! A full moon-like phenomenon ascended, Cha Songliang appearing as a celestial being amidst it. Terrifying coldness enveloped the area, radiating sharp sword intent. Against an ordinary purple mansion cultivator, he probably would have already subdued them with this divine manifestation. Cha Songliang's ascendance to Saint Sun was undoubtedly due to his genuine capabilities. Regrettably, he faced the protagonist, who possessed a divine body. Divine manifestation? I have one as well. Lin Yong smiled indifferently, and at this moment, he did not forget to flaunt, hands behind his back as a blazing sun erupted behind him, shattering Cha Songliang's moonlit manifestation in an instant. A surge of intense and terrifying sword intent invaded Cha Songliang's body, causing him to be grievously injured, blood spitting forth as he was sent flying. You? Cha Songliang glared at Lin Yong with fury. He could hardly fathom that such a terrifying inner disciple lay hidden within the sect. What of his position as Saint Sun? No, he could still retain his title. Cha Songliang glowered at Lin Yong with malice. Defeating him meant little. No matter how talented Lin Yong was, having offended Guqing would seal his fate. Had Lin Yong awakened a divine body? With such talent, why had he not revealed it sooner? The elders felt a deep sense of regret. Had they known Lin Yong was such a prodigy, they would have long since taken him as a disciple for focused cultivation. How could they have allowed Lin Yong to offend Guqing? Saint Lord, this child is extraordinary. His future accomplishments are bound to be limitless. Might we ensure his protection? The head of the law enforcement hall secretly conveyed to Su Wu. Initially, Lin Yang's provocations had enraged him, even prompting thoughts of stripping Lin Yong of his cultivation and expelling him from the sect. Yet, now witnessing Lin Yang's apparent awakening of a divine body and formidable combat strength, he viewed him as an unparalleled genius. Greed for talent stirred within him, considering the future potential of Lin Yong. It was possible that he could become a revered figure, or at the very least, a king. Impossible, Su Wu replied resolutely, his murderous intent surging. He had already deemed Guqing as his son-in-law. How could he tolerate Lin Yong? The more exceptional Lin Yong proved to be, the more Su Wu yearned to extinguish him in his cradle. Why? The Saintess and Guqing were from the same sect. Should the Saintess intercede? Lin Yong could be spared. No need for further discussion. Lin Yong must die today. This is my decree. Su Wu's words left the head of the law enforcement hall momentarily speechless. Although he had no daughter, he was astute enough to discern that Su Wu was protecting his son-in-law. Looking at Lin Yong, he could not help but sigh in regret. The Red Sun divine body? How come I did not detect his physique during my last visit? How strange. Jining murmured. Logically, even if Lin Yong had not awakened the Red Sun divine body, detection artifacts should have revealed it. Yet, they had failed to detect Lin Yang's divine body. Jining did not dwell on it. The world was full of peculiarities, and there was no need to explore every mystery. A mere ordinary divine body was about to fall. Even if Lin Yong were to grow tenfold stronger, he would still not be a match for Guqing. Although she was uncertain of Guqing's precise strength, after 3 years of gathering the essence of the sun, moon, and stars, even if it were fed to a pig, the pig would become invincible. Moreover, Gu Qing was no pig. Truly, those who court disaster invite their own demise. Ji Ning's gaze darkened. This insignificant red sun divine body, without discernment, sought to provoke Gu Qing and the starry divine hall. Such arrogance deserved death. Ji Ning had no intention of bringing Lin Yang back to the starry divine hall for training. In life and in action, one must remain steadfast. Having chosen to follow Gu Qing, seeking additional gains would only lead to self-destruction. Junior sister, Ji Yuqing swiftly grasped Su Qingyue, who was eager to ascend the arena. Senior brother, let me slay him, Su Qingyue exclaimed, filled with a fierce desire for vengeance. Never had she wished to kill so fervently as at this moment. Lin Yang's reckless pursuit of connections, followed by his audacity to challenge Gu Qing. Did he think himself worthy? No need. Though Su Qingyue was undoubtedly stronger than Lin Yang. When it came to dealing with the protagonist, it was best left to Gu Qing himself. Upon detecting Lin Yang's malicious intent toward the host and his attempt to siphon the host's fortune, the super-reflective armor was triggered, rebounding 1,000 fortunes from Lin Yang. Ji Yuqing, come and fight if you dare. Lin Yang's eyes blazed with fury, fixating on Gu Qing as he held Su Qingyue's hand. How could his pure and beautiful junior sister be grasped by another man? He vowed to sever Gu Qing's hand. And no matter whose disciple Gu Qing was, anyone who dared to touch his woman, even if they were a deity, he would slay. Upon detecting Lin Yang's malicious intent toward the host and his attempt to siphon the host's fortune, the super-reflective armor was triggered, rebounding 1,000 fortunes from Lin Yang. The urgency of his self-destructive quest was clear. I shall fulfill your desire. As soon as the words left his lips, Gu Qing had already appeared upon the arena. Observing Lin Yang, who remained arrogantly with his hands behind his back, Gu Qing could not help but chuckle in amusement. Let us see how you flaunt your bravado. A tremendous imprint of true essence suddenly descended from the heavens, enveloped by an overwhelming force that sought to seal heaven and earth. Lin Yang's complexion changed drastically, as if the sky itself had collapsed upon him. An immense, boundless force pressed down upon him, rendering even the slightest movement an arduous task. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed through the arena. Lin Yang's body contorted under the oppressive, invisible pressure. Damn it! What kind of force is this? Move! Damn it! Lin Yang's eyes bulged, blood oozing from his gums, veins bulging dramatically. His face twisted in a grotesque expression as he roared in fury within his mind. Chapter 28. The awareness of being a Li Bang. Lin Yang was pinned to the ground by a single foot, his body resembling a twisted stake, drenched in blood. Hiss! What kind of force is this? Is there truly such an unyielding and formidable force in this world? Everyone present was left dumbfounded, their eyes wide with astonishment. It was well known that an anomaly was a level above force. An anomaly, also referred to as the laws of heaven and earth, could harness the power of these laws. Even the weakest anomaly could triple one's combat strength. Strong as Lin Yang was, he had defeated the invincible Son of Heaven in their minds merely using his anomaly. Yet, Gu Qing had effortlessly subdued Lin Yang with a single step, employing only his force. How powerful could Gu Qing's true strength be? Shock reverberated through the crowd as they gazed upon Gu Qing's unparalleled beauty and ethereal demeanor. Feeling a surge of admiration, this was truly the progeny of heaven, far beyond the reach of these local talents. A detection revealed Lin Yang's malicious intent towards the host, as he attempted to usurp the host's fortune, triggering a super rebound, which siphoned away 1,000 of Lin Yang's fortune. Poof! Lin Yang coughed up a mouthful of blood, and then, as if oblivious to the cost, began frantically shoving pills into his mouth. His cultivation soared, leaving everyone present in a state of bewilderment. Setting aside where Lin Yang had procured such an abundance of exquisite elixirs, could he truly consume so many without risking his life? Was he perhaps ingesting mere facades of elixirs? The detection indicated a malicious intent from Lin Yang, who was attempting to pilfer the host's fortune, triggering the super rebound, which retaliated by reclaiming 1,000 of Lin Yang's fortune. It seemed he was a protagonist relying on drugs. Ji Yuqing, however, did not rush to take action. After all, Lin Yang exhibited a clear awareness of being a leak, and the system's notifications had not ceased. Fortune pouring in like a waterfall. From Lin Yang's data panel, It was evident that his fortune was plummeting from a staggering 130,000 as long as Lin Yong continued to provide him with fortune. He would be his good brother. What is your cultivation level? Lin Yong glared fiercely at Gu Qing. He refused to believe that Gu Qing was merely at the 6th layer of the mysterious pill realm. The mysterious pill realm could not possibly harbor such terrifying force. He had slain mid-stage mysterious pill cultivators before. Humph! How could a mere sparrow comprehend the ambitions of a swan? The swan, too, could not fathom the aspirations of a Kuanpeng. You, a mere ant, are unworthy to contend with my senior brother. To die at his hands would be your greatest honor. Upon witnessing Lin Yong question Gu Qing's concealed cultivation, Su Qingyue spoke coldly. In her heart, Gu Qing was an invincible and towering existence. A trifling Lin Yong, an arrogant and ignorant fool, was not worth mourning. To perish at Gu Qing's hands would be a boon for him. The crowd exchanged glances, astonished by Su Qingyue's seemingly ruthless words. In their memory, she was always aloof and ethereal, akin to a celestial being. How could she utter such cruel and unfeeling remarks? Uncertain, they looked again. Poof! Lin Yong, hearing her words, spat blood in disbelief, staring at her incredulously. His once pure and kind-hearted junior sister had turned so cold and heartless. Had she, during her years in the Starry God Temple, learned to curry favor with the powerful? Very well. No matter what cultivation level your senior brother possesses, today I shall defeat him. Rage surged within Lin Yong. His heartfelt emotions had been trampled, and he recognized he had misjudged her. Since Su Qingyue favored Gu Qing so much, he would show her how he would vanquish Gu Qing. He would make Su Qingyue regret her misguided decision to overlook him. Lin Yong fervently circulated his cultivation technique, the true fire of the sun blazing within him, transforming each elixir into pure energy, rapidly advancing his cultivation, his true essence surging. Boom! 4th layer of the Purple Mansion Realm, 9th layer of the Purple Mansion Realm. Come at me! Lin Yong bellowed, his fighting spirit soaring, radiating an intense wave of heat that distorted the very air around him. He could not believe that, at the 9th layer of the Purple Mansion Realm, he would be unable to defeat Gu Qing. Boom! With all his cultivation unleashed, a brilliant crimson sun emerged, Lin Yong resembling the son of the sun, his divine might vast. The protective formation of the arena shattered, the searing heat reducing the ground to ashes. Hiss, retreat. Is that the Crimson Sun divine body? Our sacred place actually conceals a Crimson Sun divine body. The disciples could not withstand the overwhelming heat and retreated in droves. Summoning their magical artifacts, gazing at Lin Yong with astonishment, in that moment, Lin Yong appeared as if he commanded the very sun, his divine might echoing throughout the world, the anomaly illuminating the heavens. This anomaly was simply too powerful. If a common divine body possessed such divine might, then what of the intermediate, advanced, supreme, and unparalleled divine bodies? Those who prided themselves on being exceptional now witnessed the might of the divine body. Their hearts filled with despair and deep jealousy. It was overwhelmingly powerful. A divine body truly deserved to be called a child of heaven. These spirit bodies and royal bodies could not even withstand its anomaly. If only I had a divine body too. Some gazed at Lin Yong, mesmerized, a strong desire blossoming within their hearts. Damn it, so it was a divine body, hidden so deeply that I wonder if Gu Qing can defeat him. Jia Songliang ground his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment, fervently praying that Gu Qing would eliminate Lin Yong. Otherwise, his position as the son of heaven would be trivial. He might even lose his own life. After all, he had completely offended Lin Yong. The high-ranking members of the Holy Land could no longer remain seated, their eyes fixed on Lin Yong with excitement. A divine body, even the most ordinary one, was an unparalleled physique that might not appear for centuries. The elders looked at Su Wu with pleading eyes. That was a divine body, bearing the potential of a saint, the essence of divine fire. To lose it would be a tremendous loss for the Holy Land, and no need for more words. He must die. Su Wu's gaze was icy. Regardless of victory or defeat, he would kill Lin Yong. If one must blame, they could only blame Lin Yong for choosing to oppose his future son-in-law. I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you. With his cultivation reaching the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Purple Mansion Realm, Lin Yong wielded a long sword, resembling the son of the sun as he swung down, akin to the sun itself plummeting. The searing heat incinerated all, enveloping everything in unmatched sword intent. Lin Yang's expression was haughty, his gaze indifferent. He had emerged from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, his combat prowess unparalleled. How could Gu Qing, a sheltered flower, compare to him? His current combat strength had increased 100-fold since earlier. He could not believe he would still be unable to defeat Gu Qing. Gu Qing sneered that it seemed Lin Yong had already forgotten the earlier kick, and if so, then let me deliver another one. A leek must possess the awareness of being a leek, obediently allowing him to harvest fortune. Boom. The instant Gu Qing lifted his foot, the very forces of heaven and earth stirred, as if the cosmos itself were shifting. Lin Yang's earth-shattering anomaly vanished in an instant, replaced by a colossal footprint descending from the heavens. You? Lin Yang's eyes bulged in disbelief. It was coming again. That enormous footprint was returning. An unshakable, overwhelming force descended, pressing down on Lin Yang's body, almost causing it to explode. Lin Yong fixed his gaze on Gu Qing, desperate to inquire what cultivation level he truly possessed. Yet, Gu Qing had not even utilized the power of the mysterious Pill Realm, nor the strength of the Purple Mansion Realm. He was wielding the force of the Divine Sea Realm. If that were the case, then Lin Yang's pride and indifference gradually morphed into horror. A creeping fear enveloping his heart. Boom! The massive footprint crashed down, striking Lin Yong, causing him to cough up blood, his divine body fracturing, blood gushing forth like a fountain. A detection indicated Lin Yang's burgeoning fear towards the host. As he attempted to usurp the host's fortune, triggering a super rebound that reclaimed 1,000 of Lin Yang's fortune. The detection revealed Lin Yang's malicious intent as he sought to plunder the host's fortune, prompting yet another super rebound that siphoned away 1,000 of Lin Yang's fortune. Gazing at Lin Yong, who resembled a defeated dog, Gu Qing smiled in satisfaction. This was a truly qualified leak. No. A good brother, Ji Yuqing inquired of the system. Can fear of me also lead to the theft of fortune? Indeed. As long as the protagonist retains their protagonist halo, regardless of emotion, whether friend or foe, they will instinctively siphon fortune. Of course, I refer to Lin Yong. He, like Lin Chun, is a doomed star, a devourer of the protagonist's fate. Some protagonists lack these two destinies and do not absorb others' fortune. Instead, they rely on their own efforts to defeat others, thereby usurping their fortune, or they fulfill certain achievements to gain the blessings of heaven and earth, bearing the mandate of destiny. Chapter 29. The good-natured ones are the most deserving of death. Usurping the protagonist's fate, the crowd erupted in a commotion, their eyes wide with shock as they beheld the upright figure in the arena. Lin Chen's combat strength was no less than that of the mysterious Pill Realm. Yet still, he had been suppressed by Gu Qing's force. No one could fathom how Gu Qing had accomplished this, especially considering it was a fully unleashed divine body. I understand now, a young man exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. What do you understand? As the crowd leaned in, they assumed that the young man was aware of Gu Qing's formidable power. I have finally grasped why Her Holiness, the Saintess, spoke of the ignorance of the sparrow towards the aspirations of the swan, and how the swan could not fathom the intentions of the Kuanpeng. Lin Yong, emboldened by his divine physique, remained oblivious to the reality, exhibiting arrogance and delusions of invincibility. Yet, how could he comprehend the greatness of Gu Jinchuan, who could simply crush him with a mere lift of his foot, without the need to employ any martial techniques or divine powers? He exclaimed with excitement, "You, young lad! But, lo and behold, you are indeed correct in this regard. Ha, how delightful!" Cha Songliang was overjoyed. He had secured his position as the Holy Son and preserved his life. Gazing at Gu Qing, Cha Songliang felt a mix of envy and jealousy. Such strength! It is said that any outer disciple from the Starry Sky Temple surpasses the talents of the outside world. He had previously doubted this claim, but now he believed it wholeheartedly. If Gu Qing, merely a true disciple, possesses such terrifying prowess, how formidable must the Holy Son of the Starry Sky Temple be? A chilling realization dawned upon him. Not only did Cha Songliang ponder this, but many others present also shared this train of thought. deepening their reverence for the Starry Sky Temple. The enduring legacy of the Starry Sky Temple, standing tall through the ages, is not without justification. The sparrow and the Kuanpung, Lin Yong murmured to himself, feeling like a defeated dog, lying on the ground and barely clinging to life. He had finally come to terms with reality. He had encountered a prodigious genius. Not only was he unable to engage in a battle at the same realm, but Gu Qing was currently exerting the pressure of the Divine Sea realm, utterly crushing him as he listened to the surrounding discussions. The confident and ostentatious words he had just spoken now felt like daggers piercing his heart. I concede. Lin Yong struggled to rise, yet he held his body erect, lifting his head to meet Gu Qing's gaze, forcing out those 3 words. For him, those words weighed 1,000 pounds. Indeed, it was true. Lin Yong appeared to treat everyone equally, with an air of indifference. But within, he harbored immense pride and looked down upon others, viewing those around him as mere mortals among the masses. He believed he had received a fortuitous opportunity that promised an immeasurable future. Even in this moment of crushing defeat at the hands of Gu Qing, he had not abandoned his desire to surpass him. He even swore in his heart, boom. A tremendous force descended, pinning Lin Yong firmly into the earth. Gu Qing regarded him with a playful glint in his eyes and said, "So, you concede. I must admit, I preferred the cold, arrogant gaze you had just moments ago. Theo wished to concede upon realizing you cannot win. How utterly foolish. Unless I drain every last bit of luck from this arrogant fool Lin Yong and reduce him to ashes, I shall write my name in reverse." Detecting Lin Yang's inner collapse, the system triggered a super countermeasure, siphoning 1,000 units of luck from Lin Yong. Realizing Lin Yang's malicious intent towards the host, the system activated the super countermeasure once more, reclaiming another 1,000 units of luck from him. Now this is what I call a good brother, Gu Qing mused as he listened to the system's notifications, akin to celestial music, though he lamented that it was merely an electronic voice. Not the joyous tidings from his adoptive father. Lin Yong attempted to rise, but just as he did, he was mercilessly suppressed once more. Gu Qing resembled a hunter toying with his prey. Is Gu Qing truly intent on killing me? As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of terror surged within Lin Yong. He had not anticipated that his challenge to Gu Qing would lead to a death sentence. Holy Master, Lin Yong has conceded. Could you ask the Saintess to intercede with Gu Zhenchuan for mercy? The head of the Law Enforcement Hall urgently conveyed to Su Wu. We do not require such an arrogant disciple in our sacred land. Su Wu coldly rejected. What a preposterous notion! His daughter and Gu Qing were a match made in heaven, and Lin Yong's intrusion was an attempt to usurp love. He had no intention of rescuing Lin Yong, unless he had lost his senses. Moreover, what if Lin Yong sought revenge on Gu Qing in the future? Gu Zhenchuan, Lin Yong has conceded. I implore you to spare his life. Su Wu remained unyielding, causing the head of the Law Enforcement Hall to grit his teeth and step forward to Gu Qing, bowing deeply. His demeanor was exceedingly humble, almost abject. Very well, if you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall release him, Gu Qing replied, maintaining an impassive expression that betrayed no joy or anger. Faced with the plea of the well-meaning elder, Gu Qing was naturally inclined to accommodate his request. Good. Upon hearing Gu Qing's words, the head of the Law Enforcement Hall initially felt elated. Lin Yong was finally saved. Yet, a wave of anger soon surged within him. Gu Qing was indeed the most monstrous genius he had ever encountered. But his arrogance was excessive. How could a dignified 5th-level divine refinement realm practitioner only be deemed worthy of receiving 3 strikes? Truly intolerable. In the realm of swords, Gu Qing casually pointed, unleashing 3,000 sword energies that cascaded forth, each imbued with a dazzling brilliance, as if they sought to cleave the very fabric of space. In an instant, the 3,000 sword energies coalesced into a formidable array, generating an endless torrent of sword energy. This exemplified the terrifying nature of the sword formation. Once established, without absolute strength to break through, one could only close their eyes and await death. Boom. Soon enough, the sword formation dissipated, and a mist of blood filled the air. The head of the Law Enforcement Hall was slain beyond resurrection, his soul extinguished. Hiss! The crowd gasped in shock. their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld Gu Qing. This was a practitioner of the divine refinement realm, a master of the divine transformation, wielding the power of divine arts. Yet, he had been slain in a single strike. Had they not witnessed Gu Qing refrain from employing powers beyond the divine transformation realm, they might have suspected him to be a phantom realm master. However, this incident instantly brought to mind a term: innate divine talent. Although there exists a fundamental distinction between the divine transformation and divine refinement realms, some prodigious divine physiques awaken their divine powers prematurely, often surpassing those cultivated through effort. What a pity! Su Wu's expression twitched as he shook his head, feeling a profound sense of regret. The head of the Law Enforcement Hall had devoted his life to the sacred land, only to perish so abruptly. What a shame! Gu Qing silently scoffed. While the head of the Law Enforcement Hall was indeed a figure deserving of respect within the Wang sacred land, to Gu Qing, such individuals were the most deserving of demise. Why meddle in others' affairs? Rescuing Lin Yang would benefit the sacred land, and he would gain a life debt in return, a dual reward of fame and fortune. If Lin Yang sought revenge in the future, defeating or killing him would only add to the tale. Gu Qing held a deep-seated disdain for those self-righteous do-gooders, in this life or the previous one. Thus, from the moment the head of the Law Enforcement Hall stepped forth, Gu Qing harbored no intention of letting him escape. Is there anyone else who wishes to save him? You need only withstand 3 of my strikes. Gu Qing wore a smile, exuding the charm of a refined gentleman. He was eager to see if anyone else would dare to intervene on Lin Yang's behalf, intent on eliminating the roots of this threat. None. This child dares to challenge Gu Zhenchuan, deserving of a fate worse than death. Indeed, we must extend our gratitude to Gu Zhenchuan for ridding our sacred land of this calamity. The elders shook their heads in unison. They had indeed wished to save Lin Yang, but the recent death of the head of the Law Enforcement Hall was still fresh in their minds. How could they risk their own lives to save another? I am not a disciple of the sacred land. You cannot abandon me. Holy Master, save me. Lin Yang was now utterly terrified. With the head of the Law Enforcement Hall dead, he realized the magnitude of the monster he had provoked. The only one who could save him now was Holy Master Su Wu. You reap what you sow, Su Wu spat venomously. Now you remember you are a disciple of the sacred land? Where were you before? At this juncture, you wish to drag others into your predicament. You are truly despicable, little junior sister. Lin Yang was filled with dread at Su Wu's words. Although he was a fearless protagonist, boldly proclaiming indifference to life and death, ready to charge into any perilous situation, it was only because he believed he would not meet his demise. In truth, protagonists fear death more than anyone else. I have said it before, dying at my senior brother's hands would be your greatest honor. You should feel fortunate. Gu Qingyue regarded Lin Yang with heightened disdain. Initially, she thought him a tough nut to crack for daring to challenge Gu Qing. Yet now she realized he was not. Lin Yang, too, was fearful of death. No? Lin Yang's eyes widened with rage as he glared at Su Qingyue, his heart brimming with intense resentment. He had traversed through perilous lands, escaping death countless times. How could he easily perish here? Regret at this moment? Lin Yang was filled with regret, lamenting having entangled himself in a life-and-death struggle for the sake of a cold-hearted, opportunistic woman. Ha! The crowd observed coldly, watching Lin Yang struggle like a clown. Their admiration had shifted to disdain. Lin Yang had aimed to ride Gu Qing's coattails to fame, yet now he dared not face the consequences. Such a person was unworthy of sympathy. However, the crowd's expressions bore a hint of confusion. Why had Gu Qing yet to kill Lin Yang? Ding. The host has completely siphoned Lin Yang's luck. The system is now extracting Lin Yang's protagonist fate. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 chance to draw from the lottery. Would you like to draw now? Chapter 30. Innate Spiritual Root, 9-colored Soul Lotus. At last, Lin Yang's luck had been fully drained. Gu Qing lifted him and walked through the air, intending to bring him aboard the flying vessel for further experimentation. Bang! He cast Lin Yang into the closed-off chamber of the flying vessel. Although Lin Yang had lost his protagonist fate, he remained a Qiyang divine body. Ji Yuqing planned to use the Chaos Treasure Seal to devour him, eager to ascertain its true power. Are you afraid? At this moment, Lin Yang suppressed the panic within him and feigned calmness as he gazed at Gu Qing, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Afraid. Gu Qing was taken aback. Although I may not be your match now, I shall surely defeat you in the future, so, you wish to eradicate me entirely? Ha! I never expected that a prestigious disciple of the Stellar Temple would fear a mere insignificant character like me. Lin Yang mocked with a hearty laugh. Put away your petty schemes. Your provocations hold no sway over me, Gu Qing retorted, shaking his head with a scornful glint in his eyes. Lin Yang's old tricks, if they had any merit, might deceive a minor antagonist, but he was no villain. He was the man destined for the daughter of destiny. Lin Yang's smile gradually stiffened, his gaze filled with unwillingness, his teeth grinding in frustration. Why? He could not fathom why Gu Qing seemed nothing like the haughty disciples of noble lineage he had encountered before. It was well known that the proud geniuses from esteemed backgrounds were typically arrogant. Lin Yang had relied on this notion, believing that a slight provocation would lead them to fall into his trap, allowing him to take advantage of them. His tactics had always proven effective. However, against Gu Qing, they were utterly futile, who instead regarded him as a mere jester. You may as well resign yourself to your fate. I shall inherit everything you possess. Gu Qing began to rummage through Lin Yang's belongings. To his surprise, there was quite an assortment of shabby yet high-level treasures. Among them was a large cauldron hidden within Lin Yang's body. Its surface was riddled with cracks, lacking feet, ears, and a lid. Yet it was indeed a divine artifact, the Sun God Furnace. Within it lay a strand of true solar fire. There was no doubt that these treasures were scavenged. Lin Yang's ability to consume drugs without consequence was thanks to this strand of solar fire, which transformed elixirs into pure energy. Fortunately, the furnace and the divine fire had lost their spirit and divinity. Thus, the Sun God Furnace could not autonomously recognize a master and required manual refinement. However, Lin Yang's feeble strength had prevented him from fully refining even the first layer of restrictions, limiting him to merely manipulating the solar fire within DAS for unleashing the furnace's true power. Such notions were utterly absurd. Even if he were to be drained to a mere husk, he could never activate a fraction of its divine might. Gu Qing's consciousness swept through, erasing the soul imprint Lin Yang had left on the Sun God Furnace. Subsequently, he scanned the furnace and discovered a divine-level technique, the Solar Dao Scripture, renowned alongside the Lunar Dao Scripture of the Stellar Temple. However, due to the loss of the Sun God Furnace, the Solar Dao Scripture had also been lost, leaving only the first half behind. Although later generations managed to piece it together to the realm of divine fire, it ultimately paled in comparison to the original. At this point, Gu Qing realized that the Sun Son of the Stellar Temple was merely a stepping stone for Lin Yang, a minor antagonist meant to serve as a foil for him. I refuse to accept this. Lin Yang's eyes brimmed with fury upon witnessing the foundation of his rise being snatched away. In truth, he was an ordinary person born from mortal roots, possessing the most basic of talents. His current cultivation and the awakening of the Red Sun divine body were solely due to the solar fire. He had endured trials and tribulations, suffering the agonies of being scorched by the solar fire, and had finally evolved into the Red Sun divine body. He still held the potential to evolve into a mid-grade divine body, high-grade divine body, supreme divine body, and even an ultimate divine body. Yet now, all his glory seemed destined to vanish upon encountering Gu Qing. Lin Yang was filled with bitterness. In his eyes, Gu Qing, a transcendent disciple from a grand sect, was akin to a flower sheltered in a greenhouse, precisely the type he despised the most. How could he possibly perish at the hands of someone he considered beneath him? You are indeed dying unjustly, he mused. Had anyone other than Su Qingyue come to confront him, even the Sun Son would have struggled against Lin Yang. The moon-watching sacred land and Su Qingyue would likely protect Lin Yang, perhaps even inviting him to join the Stellar Temple. After all, the heroine was never short of sycophants, nor was she lacking in the classic trope of a shield. Gu Qing, do you believe that if given 3 years, I could defeat you? Lin Yang clung to his last shred of hope, speaking coldly. No need to wait 3 years. I will grant you 18 in your next life. Come seek me for a duel. Gu Qing replied as he spoke, The light in Lin Yang's eyes gradually dimmed, morphing into despair. Ji Yuqing formed a seal with his hands, an aura of profound Tao rhythm emanating from him as he subtly merged with the heavens and the earth. The radiance he exuded enveloped Lin Yang, forming a container around him. The ancient and unadorned treasure vessel, though lacking in grandiose displays, emanated a chaotic Tao rhythm, as if it were the center of the universe. The source of all things. Having completed this, Gu Qing silently commanded, "Open the attributes panel and remove the spirit weapon and martial arts sections." Name: Gu Qing. Realm: 6th layer of the profound pill realm. Physique: Supreme Tao Bone, Chaotic Stellar Body, Evolving 22. Talent: Innate Tao Seed, Timeless Radiance. Fate: Variable, Destiny, Unknown. Fortune: 203, 500. Innate Divine Ability: Chaotic Treasure Vessel Seal, Yin Yang Cycle, Star Plucking Hand. Artifacts: Reincarnation Divine Halberd, Qian Kuren Sword. Technique: Chaotic Immortal Scripture, Inception. Gu Qing glanced at it, puzzled, and asked, "System, why hasn't my golden gourd been added?" "The host has not refined the golden gourd, thus it does not count as your artifact. However, should the host desire, it may be added," the system responded. "Does the golden gourd still require refinement?" Gu Qing was astonished. "Isn't it usable without refinement?" "Refinement is indeed necessary. Only through refinement does it fully belong to the host. However, the host's current strength is insufficient for the refinement," the system clarified. "What realm is needed for refinement?" "At least the realm of divine fire." "Very well. Kindly add the golden gourd next time and remove the Qian Kuren sword. Additionally, I wish to draw for a reward." Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the innate spiritual root, 9-colored soul lotus. What? Hearing the words innate spiritual root, Gu Qing was elated. Anything related to innate was undoubtedly a treasured possession. System: What is the significance of the 9-colored soul lotus? He inquired eagerly. It nurtures and strengthens the divine soul, purifying it into an innate soul, enhancing comprehension, dispelling inner demons, and defending against spiritual attacks. The system elaborated on the 9-colored soul lotus, summarizing it in one phrase. It is closely related to the divine soul. With the 9-colored soul lotus, Gu Qing need not fear spiritual attack techniques, nor worry about the possession by ancient beings. The 9-colored soul lotus could nurture and strengthen the divine soul while also countering threats to it. Claim. As Gu Qing's voice fell, the 9-colored soul lotus descended into his purple mansion, radiating a resplendent 9-colored light. Suffused with the essence of the Dao, Gu Qing's purple mansion expanded at a visible rate, and his consciousness underwent a profound elevation. Simultaneously, his mind cleared, and many cultivation dilemmas were instantaneously resolved, plunging him into a state of enlightenment. "This lad is once again in seclusion," Ji Ning remarked helplessly. "How is it that this young man displays none of the youthful arrogance typical of his age?" She observed the son of the Stellar Temple, who, upon achieving a modicum of success, would be eager to declare it to the world, parading in his grandiose chariot, seeking encounters with the most talented individuals to establish his own renown. "Where is my senior brother?" 3 days later, Su Qingyue came looking for Gu Qing but found no trace of him, so she had to inquire with Ji Ning. "He is in seclusion," Ji Ning replied coolly, though her thoughts were far more intricate. This young girl exuded a budding romantic interest, undoubtedly wishing to invite Gu Qing for a rendezvous. Poor little lamb, venturing to confront the big bad wolf. "You shall weep in due time," Su Qingyue exclaimed, her disappointment palpable. She had donned her battle attire today, having spent over 5 hours preparing, and was stunningly beautiful down to the last strand of hair. Filled with joy, she had come to invite Gu Qing to the century-old auction at the Wanbao Tower, only to discover that he was once again in seclusion. "What now?" A clear voice rang out from the flying vessel. Ji Yuqing approached the two with a smile, his spirits high. Although he had not made a breakthrough in his realm during this seclusion, his purple mansion had expanded several-fold, greatly enhancing his combat strength and comprehension. Furthermore, he had integrated the Solar Tao scripture into his foundation, enriching it even more. "Junior sister, you look truly beautiful today, like a celestial maiden descended from the heavens." "Oh, really?" Su Qingyue's cheeks flushed, her heart swelling with delight. She feigned composure and said, "Senior brother, Today is the century-old auction at Wanbao Tower. There will undoubtedly be many treasures. Are you interested in attending? Absolutely. I, too, wish to take a moment to relax. Upon hearing Wanbao Tower, Gu Qing couldn't help but think of the enchanting Chu Yao. He sent her a message, inquiring whether she would be at Wanbao Tower, hoping to strike a deal. Wait, here are 3 billion top-grade spirit stones. Spend as you wished. If that isn't enough, I have a little more, Jining said, producing a storage ring and handing it to Gu Qing. Without a background or support, Gu Qing had been preoccupied with cultivation since joining the Stellar Temple, likely possessing very few spirit stones. This won't do. One cannot stroll with the beauty while having an empty pocket. Thank you, Gu Qing expressed, touched. Though Jining spoke little, she was incredibly thoughtful, attending to his needs in every possible way. Moreover, her generosity was truly remarkable. He thought to himself that once he became powerful, he would surely repay her kindness. No need. You two go ahead, Jining spoke softly, observing the two individuals walking side by side. Their laughter and joy incessant, she inwardly lamented. This departure is bound to unleash a tempest, and if all goes swiftly, by next year, it could very well result in a loss of life. Truly, my fate is woeful, as a dignified master of the esteemed realm. I now find myself caring for 2 adults, and soon, I shall likely have to tend to an infant as well. Chapter 31. How is it that Gu Qing harbors no thoughts of me? I am rather easy to pursue. On the top floor of Wanbao Tower, Chu Yao appeared somewhat agitated, her impatience evident as she spoke. Master Shao, I can offer a maximum of 100 million superior spirit stones for your elixirs. If that does not suit you, feel free to explore other merchant associations. Tio suggests that a customer seek out other associations was a blatant dismissal. Chu Yao felt powerless. After all, this black-robed figure was exceedingly shrewd. Haggling over every detail, he even seemed intent on forcing her into a loss-making transaction. Restraining her urge to curse was a testament to her exceptional composure. At that moment, she found herself reminiscing about Gu Qing. Though Gu Qing could be quite cunning, he was refreshingly straightforward. As long as there was profit to be had, he was indifferent to how much she might gain, understanding the principle of mutual benefit. Unlike the young man before her, who seemed intent on making her operate at a loss, as though she were running a charity. Weren't we in agreement on 150 million? Why has the offer decreased instead of increased? Does Miss Chu intend to play tricks on me? The youth, shrouded in black robes, spoke in a voice that belied his youthful appearance, which only served to amplify his irritation. My apologies, I miscalculated, Chu Yao replied with an impassive expression. Initially, she had contemplated enduring a loss to cultivate a connection with this youthful alchemist, believing that a future return would justify the present sacrifice. However, her resolve had shifted. Collaboration should be based on mutual advantage. Engaging with such an insatiable alchemist would only position her as the one at a disadvantage in future dealings. Miscalculated? It seems that Wanbao Tower does not welcome me. Very well. The black-robed youth scoffed, feigning indignation as he rose to depart. As he reached the door, the lack of any plea for him to stay from Chu Yao weighed heavily on his heart, leaving him in a precarious position. Admittedly, he understood that Chu Yao had already presented her highest offer. Yet, who would ever turn down a more lucrative deal? If he left now, he was certain he would not secure 150 million elsewhere. Master, do you have any further business? Chu Yao's alluring fox-like eyes narrowed, a hint of mockery glinting within them, her expression both enchanting and beguiling, reminiscent of an exquisite enchantress toying with hearts. Damn it. The black-robed youth cursed inwardly, though linger now would be akin to offering his face to Chu Yao to strike. Yet, he found himself unable to leave. The centennial auction of Wanbao Tower was about to commence. And within, he was certain lay treasures he desperately sought. He had initially intended to sell his elixirs and request an invitation to the auction, hoping to seize an opportunity there. Master, I have pressing matters and must take my leave. Chu Yao's heart leaped with joy upon receiving a message from Gu Qing, causing her to lose interest in further teasing the black-robed figure. She stood to depart, instructing her subordinates to attend to him well. On the other side, Gu Qing and Su Qingyue rode the clouds, transcending the mundane, as if celestial beings had descended upon the earthly realm. Upon arriving at the Wanbao Tower auction, they beheld the captivating and unparalleled beauty of Chu Yao standing at the entrance. "Miss Chu, it has been a while," Gu Qing greeted with a smile. The distance from Qingzhou to the Dacian Empire was unfathomable, yet encountering Chu Yao here surprised him not in the least. After all, she was the daughter of the president of Wanbao Tower, the quintessential leading lady. Wherever a protagonist exists, so too it has indeed been a long time. "Gu Gongzi, you appear even more distinguished than before," Chu Yao replied, her smile akin to that of a beguiling fox. As her gaze shifted to Su Qingyue, she inquired, "May I ask the name of this enchanting fairy?" "This is my junior sister, Su Qingyue.Su Qingyue. Could it be that you are the disciple of the goddess Ximeng?" Chu Yao exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed," Gu Qing nodded slightly. "How delightful!" Chu Yao's heart raced with understanding. She had suspected that the arrival of the Starry Sky Temple's members in the Dacian Empire might be linked to Gu Qing. Although she had not met Su Qingyue personally, her name was widely known. Not only was Su Qingyue the most exquisite beauty of Qingzhou, possessing the rare and divine physique, but with the recent proclamations from the Holy Land of Moonlit Dreams, nearly all cultivators in Qingzhou were aware of her apprenticeship under a master of the esteemed realm. Furthermore, she had learned that Su Qingyue had already been recognized as a saintess of the Starry Sky Temple. Given Gu Qing's status as her senior brother, he must possess talents surpassing hers, for they had both ventured to the Starry Sky Temple. Yet Ximeng had chosen Gu Qing first. Perhaps he was a legendary supreme divine body. Countless thoughts flitted through her mind, compelling Chu Yao to extend her hospitality towards them. She invited them into the finest private box and had rare spirit fruits and delicacies brought forth. Personally, she poured them each a cup of cool tea, smiling as she said, "Gu Gongzi, it has been 3 years. You have been sorely missed." While there was no fault in her words, hearing them from this enchanting figure felt rather peculiar. Gu Qing lifted the tea cup to his lips, a refreshing essence flooding his senses, leaving him invigorated. This tea was exceptional, capable of leading a cultivator in the mystic pill realm to enlightenment. Were it not for Gu Qing's profound foundation, merely one cup could have allowed him to break through. "Miss Chu," he began. "Just call me Chu Yao, or Yao Yao, or Yaoer. Referring to me as Miss feels rather distant." Chu Yao replied, adopting a familiar demeanor as she settled beside Gu Qing. An intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, stirring the blood within. Stealing a glance at her, he noted her flawless curves, prompting him to quickly recite the cleansing heart formula thrice before speaking. "Chu Yao, shall we engage in a transaction?" "What sort of transaction?" Chu Yao's interest piqued, her body leaning forward, her smile radiant and alluring. Observing the scene, Su Qingyue's temper flared, her icy demeanor intensifying, exuding an aura of chill. Noticing this, Chu Yao felt no shame. Rather, she was emboldened. She harbored a disdain for women who were overly frigid, always putting on airs for whom. "I wish to procure a batch of demon beasts." "As many as you have. However, I may not possess sufficient spirit stones," Gu Qing declared. Now that he had joined the Starry Sky Temple, he intended to leverage his advantages to grow stronger. He had no desire to mimic the protagonist. Relying solely on himself and toiling through battles to level up, he would rather spend that time in seclusion, honing his skills. "Not a problem." Chu Yao twirled a strand of hair with her delicate fingers. Smiling seductively as she explained, "Our merchant association offers preferential treatment for prodigies, such as a 20% discount, credit purchases, and assistance in gathering resource information, among others." Though unsure of Gu Qing's intentions behind acquiring so many demon beasts, she suspected they were likely for body refinement. "Then it is settled, by the way. I also have some treasures that I wish to auction," Gu Qing said, producing the tattered artifacts belonging to Lin Yong. The most valuable among them were 3 heavenly-grade artifacts and 1 king-grade artifact, all in a state of disrepair, with pieces broken or missing. While they could still be used, their power was greatly diminished, rendering them unworthy of Gu Qing's interest. As for the sun god furnace, he had no intention of selling a divine artifact. "You immediately propose a trade. Does Gu Qing not harbor any other thoughts?" Chu Yao quipped, exasperated. Each time he finished dealing with her, he seemed eager to depart, which irked her. She could not comprehend why he would prioritize spirit stones over her company. Was she not easy to pursue? While such thoughts occupied her mind, she maintained a beguiling smile, diligently assessing the items. After a moment, she nodded, saying, Gu Gongzi, these items are expected to fetch around 4 to 5 billion superior spirit stones. Though the exact amount will depend on the final auction prices, then I shall trouble you with this, he replied. Despite her frivolous nature, this little enchantress was indeed reliable in her dealings, of course. However, it is getting late. I must preside over the auction. Please excuse me for now. With that, Chu Yao swayed her alluring figure as she departed, each movement exuding a myriad of charms, reminiscent of a reincarnated enchantress. Once Chu Yao had left the box, Su Qingyue voiced her grievances, calling out senior brother in a somewhat dejected tone. Yet, she refrained from expressing any dislike for Chu Yao. Although she held a disdain for Chu Yao, she would not interfere with Gu Qing's affairs. Meanwhile, as Chu Yao exited the box, a frown marred her features. Miss, what troubles you? An elderly maid inquired, astonished. It was the first time she had witnessed her young mistress. A little enchantress, so disheartened. Do you think I am not beautiful enough? Chu Yao asked. How could that be? You are a vision of unparalleled beauty, captivating countless prodigies with your enchanting smile. Furthermore, you possess an exceptional divine body, embodying beauty, talent, and wealth. Any goddess or saintess would pale in comparison before you. How could you harbor such misguided thoughts? The elderly maid's flattery struck a chord with Chu Yao, easing her discomfort. But why does that rascal Gu Qing show no interest in me? She pondered aloud. The old woman fell into a contemplative silence. It turned out that her little enchantress was utterly absorbed in her own captivating charm. I am quite easy to pursue, she mused. Why is Gu Qing acting like a block of wood? She continued. Miss, would you care to listen to your own words? She retorted. Easy to pursue. If the young prodigies chasing you heard this, they'd probably spit blood in disbelief. By the way, where have you gotten to with the copying of the ancestral teachings? Noticing the old woman's prolonged silence, Chu Yao inquired with a smile. I've been so careless, the old woman lamented. Vexed with herself for losing focus in front of the young lady. I must have copied at least 200,000 characters by now, she replied meekly. Well then, do continue copying diligently. It's essential to memorize the ancestral teachings. Chu Yao said, twisting her slender waist and leaving with an air of captivating allure. The old woman nodded, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. If previously she had been reluctant to transcribe, now she was wholeheartedly willing to do so. Thankfully, the young lady had kept the ancestral teachings close to her heart, preventing her from making grave mistakes in the great Qian Empire. Otherwise, her millennia of hard work would have been wasted in an instant. The wise and sagacious ancestors had indeed left behind profound and insightful maxims, with not a single word being superfluous. Chapter 32. The sole infant fruit, how utterly dark it is. Outside the gates of the Wanbao Tower, a figure cloaked in black seethed with rage, vowing silently to avenge this grievance. Moments ago, he had sold a spirit pill he no longer needed, and it had fetched a mere 80 million high-grade spirit stones. He had also spent 30 million high-grade spirit stones to secure a VIP box for the auction. Losing $1 billion in an instant felt worse than having his flesh sliced. Boom. At that moment, a carriage drawn by 3-headed flood dragons approached from afar. The magnificent carriage shone brightly, creating an imposing spectacle as it rolled across the skies. Damn it. These second-generation immortals sure do love to flaunt their wealth. Being rich is quite the accomplishment, Xiao Yi thought, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes. These carriages housed a realm of their own, resembling small palaces adorned with various formations, worth at least 100 billion high-grade spirit stones. Moreover, the 3-headed flood dragons were 5th-level demon beasts, comparable to human cultivators in the spirit-refining realm, not something that could be bought with mere money. Thus, each carriage not only symbolized wealth but also power and honor. Unattainable for the average person. Senior brother, do you fancy such carriages? Su Qingyue asked softly, standing by the window alongside Gu Qing, her gaze fixed on the carriages outside. Should Gu Qing express any liking, she would gift him one. After all, she had yet to present him with a gift. Not particularly, Gu Qing replied, shaking his head. He genuinely found them too ostentatious. Compared to carriages, he preferred flying boats, which could traverse vast spaces at incredible speeds, far surpassing carriages. However, flying boats were even more expensive. Then what do you like, senior brother? Su Qingyue smiled, her demeanor exuding an elegant and ethereal charm, her teeth as white and pristine as pearls. I'll have to think about it. Gu Qing mused, realizing he possessed no particular desire. But what about you, junior sister? What do you like? I could get you something later, me? I like anything that senior brother gives me, Su Qingyue replied, her eyes twinkling with shyness as she averted her gaze. Is that so? Gu Qing observed the lovely girl before him with a mix of delight and intrigue. One would have anticipated that the aloof Su Qingyue, resembling a celestial being from the Moon Palace, harbored a girlish side. Yet, this was not surprising, as she was indeed a young girl, and her high and mighty demeanor was merely a facade born out of slight social anxiety and an aversion to interacting with unfamiliar males. The auction is about to commence. Su Qingyue's cheeks flushed as she struggled to adapt to Gu Qing's intense gaze. Ji Yuqing chuckled softly, taking a seat beside her as they awaited the start of the auction together. Soon, Chu Yao entered with an elegant gait, exuding an enchanting presence. Clad in a flowing purple gown that trailed the ground, her tall and delicate figure was perfectly accentuated, akin to a graceful and noble enchantress, captivating everyone with her every move. How beautiful, Fairy Chu Yao! It has been years since we last met, and you have grown even more enchanting. The admirers of Chu Yao rushed to shower her with compliments and invitations before she could even speak. Thank you all for your kind words, but alas, I am preoccupied with tasks at hand, Chu Yao responded with poise, effortlessly navigating the throngs of admirers. Her alluring beauty and graceful demeanor left the young men spellbound, all eager to ensure her well-being in their endeavors. The alluring Inyuan body, born with a seductive charm, truly a rare gem. Some elder cultivators gazed at Chu Yao with lustful eyes, greedily observing her every move. Although Chu Yao concealed her true nature well, their discerning gazes quickly deduced her unique constitution based on her appearance, demeanor, and aura. She was indeed a supreme beauty and an exceptional alchemical furnace. Utilizing her essence could greatly enhance one's cultivation and physique, and engaging in dual cultivation with her would yield boundless benefits. Yet, she was the daughter of the guild leader, if only she weren't. They would have taken their chances. They weren't afraid of the holy maidens from sacred lands. If it came to it, they could simply flee to another continent. However, the Wanbao Tower's commercial empire spanned the ancient wilderness. With ties to numerous immortal factions, offending Wanbao Tower could lead to death if one couldn't escape the ancient wilderness. Vixen, female cultivators whispered disparagingly about Chu Yao. To be so brazenly flirtatious was utterly shameless. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is officially commencing. The first item up for bid is the Soul Infant Fruit. Chu Yao's enchanting voice resonated throughout the venue as she delicately unveiled a red cloth, revealing a fist-sized infant that captivated all gazes. The Soul Infant Fruit resembled a miniature baby, exuding a lifelike expression and radiating a mesmerizing aura of colorful light. Wah! The Soul Infant Fruit emitted soft cries, fluttering within the array's light curtain. Indeed, the Soul Infant Fruit possessed life and spirit, capable of cultivation and transformation. The one before them was at least 5,000 years old. At 10,000 years, it could even speak, possessing full spiritual intelligence. At 30,000 years, it could transcend tribulations, acquiring a divine body and exceptional innate talents. I shall take the 7,000-year Soul Infant Fruit. I am the Blood Demon sect's leader. And I hope you all will show me some consideration, he declared, his voice urgent as he quickly discerned the fruit's age. Su Laogue, your face isn't that big, someone scoffed disdainfully, fixated on the Soul Infant Fruit. He wore an expression of determination. The Soul Infant Fruit was a precious treasure for enhancing one's spirit and could even improve one's aptitude. It guaranteed that anyone at the Xiandan realm could break through to the spirit-refining realm without side effects and had a chance of awakening their innate divine abilities. Even a 5,000-year-old Soul Infant Fruit would be immensely valuable to those at the Void Path realm, capable of strengthening their spirits, repairing any damage, and assisting in breakthroughs. The soul infant fruit was indeed a coveted treasure for all cultivators, prompting those with means to roll up their sleeves, determined to secure it at any cost. As for the blood demon sect, it was a force of sacred land caliber. All were members of sacred lands and would not bow to him. Su's sect leader, if you wish to contest for the auction items, please take your leave. Wanbao Tower does not welcome you, Chu Yao retorted, her expression darkening, as she harbored an aversion to those who leveraged their status to lowball treasures. My apologies. Seeing the soul infant fruit caused me to lose composure. I assure you it won't happen again, Su Tiefu hastily apologized, though his countenance betrayed his discomfort. If there is a next time, you can forget about entering Wanbao Tower to purchase any items, Chu Yao continued with unwavering resolve. Why apologies? Su Tiefu repeated. Yet his eyes glinted with malice and murderous intent. Ha ha ha, Su Lao Gue. Return to your blood demon continent. Qingzhou is not a place for you to run rampant. Those with grievances against the blood demon sect seized the opportunity to deride him. All right, silence. The 7,000-year soul infant fruit, I need not elaborate on its effects. I trust you are all well aware, Chu Yao declared, tapping her gavel. The starting bid is 1 billion high-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid to be no less than 10 million. I bid 11 billion high-grade spirit stones. 12 billion high-grade spirit stones, 20 billion. The soul infant fruit ignited a frenzy, with the price skyrocketing in mere moments. Master, what do we do? The price is exorbitant. We can hardly afford it, Xiao Yi exclaimed anxiously. Do not panic. Treasures like this are invaluable, and spirit stones cannot measure their worth. The VIP box has the authority to halt the auction. You must call for a stop, and we will trade a pill formula for it. An ancient voice resonated in Xiao Yi's mind, emanating from the black, archaic ring he wore. Can it truly be done? Xiao Yi asked, astonished. Halting the auction would keep everyone waiting, wouldn't it? Or do you think 30 million high-grade spirit stones come without cost? Hurry and call for a stop. The higher the soul infant fruit's price rises, the greater our sacrifice will be. All right. Xiao Yi nodded, glancing at the holographic projection within the array. He declared in an ancient voice. Hold on a moment, Fairy Chu Yao. I wish to trade a pill formula for the soul infant fruit. Upon hearing that voice, Chu Yao instinctively furrowed her delicate brows. The mere thought of Xiao Yi's pedantic demeanor stirred an inexplicable sense of annoyance within her. However, as she was in the business of conducting trade, she felt it would be inappropriate to breach decorum, so she inquired, what kind of pill recipe do you wish to use? A 5th-grade pill recipe. How many? What is the recipe? Chu Yao's brows knitted together, and her impatience was palpable in front of so many people. She had no desire to engage in idle banter with Xiao Yi. 1. For the blood dragon pill. Apologies, but I shall not exchange it. Very well, let the auction continue. Chu Yao found herself laughing in frustration. Although the recipe was indeed precious, a 5th-grade blood dragon pill recipe was worth at most 10 billion superior spirit stones. To think he would attempt to exchange it for the soul infant fruit was utterly ludicrous. Furthermore, her Wanbao Tower already possessed the recipe for the blood dragon pill, making it far from a rare find. Chu Yao now regretted her earlier decision to associate with such a fool. Wait, I have not finished speaking. Xiao Yi's face paled, and he retorted angrily. Master Xiao, there are many of us here awaiting the auction. We have no time for haggling. Moreover, you have already used your one-time halt privilege. If you continue to disrupt, I shall have no choice but to escort you out. Chu Yao's voice was cold. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi nearly spat blood in fury. Wasn't trading meant to involve some negotiation, a mutual probing of bottom lines? How else could he secure a deal at the lowest price? Ah, little E, you truly must change your ways. Broaden your perspective and cease to think like a petty merchant seeking to gain an advantage, admonished the elderly figure within the ring, exasperated at the youth's lack of foresight. In such a setting, to still harbor thoughts of seizing opportunities was rather naive. It was also his fault for not reminding Xiao Yi earlier, causing him to miss this chance. Understood, I shall be more cautious next time. Very well. Xiao Yi clenched his fists, consumed by regret. Simultaneously, he harbored a deep resentment towards Chu Yao. Were it not for her provocations, he would not have missed out on the soul infant fruit. He vowed silently to reclaim his losses 100-fold in the future. Chapter 33. This master alchemist understands Min 2 billion, 100 million superior spirit stones. 2 billion, 200 million superior spirit stones. 3 billion superior spirit stones. Ji Yuqing's eyes flickered as he placed his bid. Having been bored, he had released the restrictions on the Qinkuan sword and engaged in casual conversation with He and I. To his surprise, upon seeing the soul infant fruit, He and I's ethereal voice lost its composure, compelling him to acquire it. Yuqing was perplexed. At her level, she should not require the soul infant fruit. Yet, upon reflection, He and I was merely a remnant soul and perhaps genuinely needed it. 3 billion superior spirit stones. Does anyone wish to bid higher? Chu Yao asked, wrapping her gavel with a smile. 3 billion 100 million superior spirit stones. 3 billion 500 million superior spirit stones. 3 billion 600 million superior spirit stones. In the private booth, Su Tiefu ground his teeth in frustration. This was his limit. 3 billion 700 million superior spirit stones. Gu Qing declared that Su Tiefu emanated a terrifying aura of slaughter, a suffocating bloodlust enveloping the entire booth. Just as he began to utter a word, he forcibly restrained himself. The auction was presided over by the president's daughter, and he dared not gamble on being ejected and blacklisted. Su Tiefu glared venomously at Gu Qing's booth, resolute in his decision. Even if the occupants were the lords of sacred lands, he was determined to seize this opportunity. 3 billion 700 million, first call, second call, third call, sold. Chu Yao struck the gavel decisively and instructed for the soul infant fruit to be delivered. Curse it! The determined disciple of a sacred land slammed his fist on the table. They did not lack the desire to bid. They simply lacked the spirit stones. Over 30 billion spirit stones constituted a staggering sum. Even the wealthiest of sacred lands would feel the pinch. The second auction item was the heart of 10,000 years cold iron, starting at 50 million superior spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 1 million. This was precisely the piece Gu Qing had obtained. Capable of forging earth-grade treasures in terms of value, it paled in comparison to the soul infant fruit, resulting in few bidders. The subsequent items were similarly unremarkable, with prices ranging in the millions. This was to be expected. One could not anticipate an auction to be filled with rare treasures. This is an earth-grade supreme treasure, the fairy flowing light skirt. Chu Yao produced a stunning white gown adorned with golden threads, shimmering with iridescent light, exuding an exquisite beauty. Gu Qing squinted, noticing something amiss with the fairy flowing light skirt. It appeared somewhat transparent. It seemed quite appealing. Ji Yuqing's gaze inadvertently shifted to the ethereal and breathtaking Su Qingyue. If she were to wear it, the enchanting beauty and grace of the fairy would be complemented by the alluring gown. It would surely be magnificent. Such a beautiful fairy flowing light skirt. I doubt any girl could resist it. If one had a beloved girl, gifting it to her might lead to a beautiful outcome. Moreover, the fairy flowing light skirt was not limited to a single design. It could transform into a myriad of styles at will. Its defensive capabilities also ranked among the finest in earth-grade treasures, and it could create illusions to confuse enemies. Chu Yao passionately extolled the virtues of the fairy flowing light skirt, activating its abilities with true essence to demonstrate its versatility, conjuring fluffy tails and ears at will. Wherever one desired the light to flow, it would do so. Wherever one wished to reveal, it would reveal. One could not help but commend the creator of this treasure for their understanding of men. What a shameless vixen! Su Qingyue's face flushed crimson, her heart racing as she covered her face. Muttering softly in dismay, Ji Yuqing, initially reluctant to purchase, found himself compelled to do so upon witnessing Su Qingyue's bashfulness. The cultivation world was perilous, and his little junior sister's shyness was a liability. What if an enemy utilized such a tactic against her? As her elder brother, it was his duty to provide her with guidance. This was a matter of righteousness. Yes, that's it. Having found his justification, Gu Qing promptly spent a staggering 16 billion superior spirit stones to acquire it. This left Chu Yao astonished, and soon her alluring fox-like eyes glimmered with disdain. Feigning such high-mindedness, yet secretly indulging in such desires. What a little seductress! It was clear that Chu Yao had misunderstood. thinking Su Qingyue had coerced Gu Qing into purchasing it for her brother. You? Su Qingyue's cheeks were flushed, her clear, beautiful eyes shimmering with a veil of shyness. Junior sister, do not be deceived by that little seductress. Setting aside her appearance, it is a formidable Earth-grade treasure, Gu Qing solemnly instructed. Is that truly the case? Certainly. Then it is for you. Absolutely not. Su Qingyue shook her head vigorously, her refusal evident. Having purchased it, how can you simply dismiss it? Gu Qing silently tucked it away, planning to present it later when they were alone in their cave abode. Next up for auction was a treasure furnace's leg. Though its classification remained undetermined, it was undoubtedly no ordinary item. Even with our king-tier artifacts, we cannot mar its integrity, leading me to suspect it may be a supreme artifact, a sacred item, or perhaps even a divine implement. Should a prodigy claim it as their own, they might uncover a monumental legacy, Chu Yao stated with a serious expression. Yet, her words were met with skepticism from the crowd. What legacy could possibly come from a mere leg of a treasure? If there truly was a legacy, would Wanbao Tower be willing to part with it? It must be the leg of the sun god furnace. It cannot be mistaken. The elderly figure in Xiao Yi's ring exclaimed excitedly. But soon his enthusiasm waned. If only it were the belly of the furnace. That is the core of the cauldron and may indeed hold profound legacies or techniques. Should we still bid? Upon hearing the first half of the elder's statement, Xiao Yi felt a surge of excitement, believing he might yet find a bargain. But the latter half chilled his heart. Indeed, while the leg may not be ideal, we must acquire it in time. As your cultivation advances, you may refine it into a treasure. This is crafted from sun god gold. The elderly figure urged with fervor. Very well. Xiao Yi's determination was ignited. This is the remnant of a divine artifact. You must purchase it. He and I conveyed telepathically. I am aware. You're aware? Indeed. The belly of the furnace is right here with me. Yu Qing harbored a certain disdain for the sun god furnace. The reason was simple. The furnace was damaged beyond repair, its divine essence completely obliterated. A divine artifact stripped of its divinity could hardly be called an artifact at all. Additionally, the array patterns and the material whereof the sun god furnace were alarmingly severe. Teetering on the brink of becoming a lifeless object incapable of harboring spiritual energy, one could only say that the protagonist's possessions, while genuinely remarkable, were indeed lamentably ruined. The prospect of restoration was more daunting than forging a new artifact from scratch. As for attempting to refine and utilize it, that was simply impractical. The restrictions on divine artifacts were exceedingly intricate and complex, comprising 9 layers of prohibitions, each with 81 cyclical restrictions. Even one at the kingly level would likely take centuries to refine merely the first 3 layers. Moreover, the sun god furnace also suffered from the significant drawback of consuming immense power to yield weak results. In summary, refining the sun god furnace was less advantageous than focusing on the ritualistic forging of the reincarnation divine halberd. Oh, from your expression, it seems you harbor little fondness for the sun god furnace. Gu Qing mused. Indeed, it is somewhat tasteless to consume yet too precious to discard. I can only wait until I attain a higher cultivation level to extract any remaining sun god gold within it. Every bit extracted would be worthwhile, Yu Qing sighed, acknowledging the dire state of the furnace, which likely left little of the sun god gold intact. Why not take me as your master? I could impart to you an unparalleled technique that would exponentially enhance the power of your minor thousand sword art. He and I suggested softly. Not interested, Gu Qing shook his head. Although intrigued by the notion of an unparalleled technique, his resolve remained steadfast. He held on to his own principles and beliefs, in a world brimming with divine methodologies. It was impossible for him to be swayed by every single one he encountered. If he could learn, that would be splendid. If not, it mattered not, for with his adoptive father by his side, what he lacked now would eventually come to him in time. Very well, I'll give you one last opportunity, and should you decline, do not blame me for my ruthlessness, he and I retorted, her teeth grinding in frustration. After countless years of cultivation, she had never encountered someone like Gu Qing. Many had knelt for millennia in pursuit of her divine techniques, yet here he was, casting them aside as if they were worthless. Fine then, this is my most treasured secret art, not to be shared lightly. He and I managed to regain her composure, her voice ethereal and hauntingly beautiful. What is this secret art? Is it truly formidable? Gu Qing inquired with genuine curiosity. It is a method of refining and nurturing, capable of extracting divine iron from the world, nurturing unparalleled divine swords, and forging supreme physiques. This is the essence of my swordsmanship. Determining its strength, she elucidated. Refining and nurturing, Gu Qing murmured, his eyes alight with revelation. Did not his chaotic treasure vessel seal possess the capability to melt and reshape all things for his use? While it had yet to reach the point of refining divine iron, his golden gorge surely could. With this thought, Gu Qing could hardly contain his excitement. Indeed, the adage held true. Vision shapes future achievements. Were it not for Henie's words, he might not have recalled the idea of using divine iron to refine the 3,000 apertures into a heavenly realm, nurturing an unparalleled divine sword. It seemed he would need to seek out more conversations with he and I in the future. 300 million high-grade spiritual stones for the first time. Is there any higher bid? Chu Yao declared, her dissatisfaction evident. This item is truly impervious even to kingly artifacts. Before its damage, it was undoubtedly a treasure of supreme caliber. Curse that little demon, hurry and shout, Xiaoyi urged, his anxiety mounting. If someone were to be tempted, he would stand no chance against them. 400 million high-grade spiritual stones. Gu Qing announced 400 million high-grade spiritual stones for the first time. 400 million high-grade spiritual stones for the second time. Third time, sold, Chu Yao concluded decisively. Xiaoyi's fury ignited upon hearing this. Knowing this was merely the remnant of a divine artifact, he had no choice but to follow suit. He simply did not wish to appear overly eager and reveal his intentions. Yet, when Chu Yao called out so swiftly for the third time, he had no time to react. The thought of missing out on the divine artifact infuriated him further, prompting him to question. Chu Yao, why did you call out so quickly? Is there some hidden agenda at your auction? At the mention of hidden agenda, Chu Yao's expression turned frosty. In the world of commerce, nothing was more feared than accusations of underhanded dealings. One misstep could ruin a reputation built over countless years. Xiaoyi had evidently crossed a line with Wanbao Tower. With a gaze as sharp as a blade, Chu Yao coldly replied, Master Xiao, if you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation today, you may very well pay with your life. Chapter 34. How dare Chu Yao allow me to owe so much? Xiao Yi, consumed with rage, found himself doused in cold water upon meeting Chu Yao's frigid gaze. Instantly calming down, Xiao Yi, you are being too impulsive, the ring's elder sighed. His disciple, brimming with youthful fervor, lacked the wisdom to temper his enthusiasm. Countless times he had employed clever tricks only to find himself pursued. Had it not been for the elder's constant intervention, he would have met his demise on numerous occasions. Master, what should we do now? Xiaoyi asked, somewhat flustered. After all, he was about to confront a behemoth with influence spanning the entire ancient wilderness. Present the true transmission token of the Medicine King Valley to her, explain the situation publicly, and offer a sincere apology, the elder advised. Thank goodness you have a plan, Xiaoyi sighed in relief. Tossing the token forward, I am a true disciple of the Medicine King Valley. My earlier actions were hasty, and I apologize for any offense caused. I hope Miss Chu Yao can forgive me. Chu Yao accepted the token, scrutinizing it with her spiritual sense. It was indeed the genuine token of a true disciple of the Medicine King Valley. Yet, she remained skeptical. After all, Xiaoyi seemed nothing like a true disciple of the Medicine King Valley. The Medicine King Valley was an immortal lineage renowned for its cultivation of spiritual herbs and alchemy. The sect was extraordinarily affluent, never lacking in spiritual stones. Each true disciple that ventured out for practical experience was, by all accounts, a figure of wealth, not one to haggle over prices. In stark contrast, Xiaoyi appeared as if he had never encountered spiritual stones before, haggling over the price of a single spiritual pill as if it were worth double. Quarreling over mere hundreds of spiritual stones like a destitute wanderer. Therefore, the token of the true disciple of the Medicine King Valley could not possibly have been stolen, could it? Yet, that didn't seem plausible either. The tokens were registered and tracked. Should the bearer perish, the Medicine King Valley would dispatch formidable individuals to pursue the perpetrator. Something was amiss. This token bore no identification information. It was simply a token without an owner. Chu Yao's eyes narrowed slightly. Such a situation could arise from two possibilities. Either it had been stolen from an elder of the Medicine King Valley, or it had been seized by a power greater than that of a king, who had erased the tracking markers without damaging the token. Regardless of the scenario, Xiao Yi was no ordinary individual. He must have significant backing. With this in mind, Chu Yao nonchalantly returned the token to Xiao Yi. This shall be your final warning. Initially, she had considered eliminating Xiao Yi to establish her authority, but with the backing of a formidable protector, she chose to relent. After all, Xiao Yi had already admitted his wrongdoing, and Wanbao Tower had incurred no loss. Thank you, Miss Chu Yao, for your magnanimity, Xiao Yi said, pocketing the token, though his expression was one of suppressed indignation. Master, Wanbao Tower truly exploits its customers, preying on the weak while fearing the strong. It seems we cannot even inquire about matters. Had it not been for your token intimidating her, the situation could have escalated beyond control. Once I become strong, I will repay this humiliation 100-fold. As he spoke, a determined glint shone in Xiao Yi's youthful face, filled with an ardent desire to become powerful and strike back at Chu Yao. You understand, then. Focus on your cultivation and refrain from acting so impulsively in the future. The elder advised, Rest assured, master, I promise there will be no next time. I shall not disappoint your expectations. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, Master, should we still join Wanbao Tower as alchemical disciples? The elder was left speechless. After creating such a considerable uproar and offending Chu Yao, did he still wish to exploit Wanbao Tower? Did he possess no sense of self-preservation? Joining Wanbao Tower is out of the question. We cannot remain in Qingzhou either. Once the auction concludes, we shall leave immediately and conceal our identities for a time. Why? Xiao Yi questioned, perplexed. Even if Chu Yao is left intimidated, she will eventually uncover my true identity as a disciple of the Medicine King Valley. If that happens, they will certainly send formidable individuals to investigate. The elderly man with the ring spoke. However, Xiao Yi had an instinct that joining Wanbao Tower would present a significant opportunity. His intuition had always been remarkably accurate, never leading him astray. Since his debut, he had amassed countless chances purely through this enigmatic foresight. This occasion would surely be no exception. There is no however. We cannot afford to take risks, the elderly man's voice brimmed with fury. If Xiao Yi had not been so contentious with Chu Yao, and had refrained from speaking out of turn, joining Wanbao Tower would have been a foregone conclusion. It was akin to holding an exquisite hand of cards, only to have it utterly ruined by Xiao Yi's actions. The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became, to the point of wishing harm upon someone. Master, fortune favors the bold. Perhaps we should first consult with Chu Yao? If the situation proves unfeasible, we can depart later. Reporting to Yaowang Valley would yield substantial rewards. Yet, Wanbao Tower was a formidable entity, a colossal powerhouse. As the daughter of the president, Chu Yao's esteemed status would surely render her indifferent to such trifling rewards. Should he offer a price that captivates her interest, there might still be a chance for collaboration. As long as there existed even the slightest opportunity, Xiao Yi was unwilling to relinquish it. The elderly man with the ring could not fathom the convoluted thought process of Xiao. On one hand, he contemplated joining Wanbao Tower, while on the other, he was recklessly offending Chu Yao, antagonizing the very institution he wished to ally with. After the auction concluded, Chu Yao made her way directly to Gu Qing's private box, presenting a spatial jade vial. Young Master Gu, this is the beast blood and flesh I procured from another branch. Already? Gu Qing marveled. In just 2 days following the auction, Chu Yao had managed to acquire the beast materials. Her efficiency was nothing short of impressive. He scanned the 10 spatial jade vials, discovering they were filled with the blood and flesh of various beasts, predominantly 3rd and 4th tier creatures, amounting to an impressive count of over 100,000. These pieces are the less valuable parts of the beasts, ideal for alchemy and artifact crafting. Would you be interested? Young Master Gu? Chu Yao inquired with a bright smile. No need for those. Just these will suffice. The materials for alchemy and artifact crafting are exorbitantly priced. With that money, I would rather procure a dozen more pieces of beast flesh. He required the vital essence contained within the beast's blood to extract pure beast liquid. Chu Yao's understanding of his needs was commendable, making transactions with her exceedingly pleasant. Pondering, Gu Qing asked, "What is the price?" 360 billion high-grade spirit stones. What? The total is 367 billion high-grade spirit stones. I've waived the small change. Observing Gu Qing's astonished expression, Chu Yao narrowed her fox-like eyes, a mischievous grin dancing upon her lips. "And this is merely the first batch. I have arranged for 5 more batches from other continents, expected to arrive in approximately 3 days. The total will amount to 2,700 billion high-grade spirit stones. Additionally, there's—" "Stop," Gu Qing interjected, unable to bear further. If this little vixen continued, he would be burdened with debts in the tens of billions. The mere thought made his heart tremble. "Chu Yao, I truly underestimated your capabilities," Gu Qing remarked with a hint of resentment. His intention was to acquire as many beasts from Qingzhou as he could. He had anticipated the expense to be a few hundred billion at most. Who could have imagined Chu Yao would directly procure beast materials from other continents? How daring of her to allow him such extensive credit! Did she not fear he would default? Did the higher-ups at Wanbao Tower have no objections? "What troubles you, young Master Gu?" Chu Yao feigned ignorance, blinking her alluring eyes, though her underlying triumph was unmistakable. "Did you truly think I would underestimate your prowess? Are you not astonished by my modest abilities?" "Dear younger brother?" Gu Qing found himself at a loss for words. This time, it was evident that the wealthy and charming Chu Yao had outmaneuvered him. Jiu Qing sighed in resignation. With such a staggering debt, how am I to repay it? Repay? It's simple. Have you not heard the saying, debts are settled with flesh? I see some charm in you, young Master Gu. Why not consider becoming my partner? Chu Yao twirled a lock of hair, her eyes glimmering seductively, her final words lingering in the air, both alluring and tantalizing. Accompanied by her captivating beauty, the suggestion ignited boundless fantasies. Bang! You vixen! Su Qingyue slammed the table, her beautiful eyes aflame with anger. To flirt with her senior in her presence was an audacious display of shamelessness, uttering such brazen words without a hint of modesty. Enough, junior sister. Jiu Qing gently pulled her back to her seat. Contemplating for a moment before addressing Chu Yao'd, be direct. What does the Chu family truly desire? Chu Yao's willingness to extend such credit was not a decision she could make alone. It was evident that the Chu family had ulterior motives regarding him. Furthermore, despite her flirtatious demeanor, Gu Qing was certain that if he agreed, Chu Yao would promptly deny any responsibility. Having lived 2 lives, he had encountered all manner of people, including cunning women like Chu Yao, who were notoriously difficult to manage. Thus, despite her multiple hints of affection, he had chosen to ignore them in his eyes. Pursuing Chu Yao was far less appealing than seeking Su Qingyue, who, despite her seemingly aloof and pure demeanor, possessed a straightforward mind, making her far easier to win over. Of course, this was merely a comparison. What Gu Qing truly wished to achieve was to enhance his cultivation. Given the exceptional conditions for training, failing to seize the opportunity would result in being surpassed by others, a lifelong regret. Young Master Gu, I believe you misunderstand my intentions. Chu Yao retracted her smile, speaking earnestly. This is my personal endeavor, and it has nothing to do with the Chu family. Humph, do you not fear the wind might carry your grandiose claims away? Do you possess such wealth? Do you hold that much authority? The Chu family is not solely yours, as Su Qingyue clearly did not believe a single word of Chu Yao's assertion. The Chu family was vast, with millions of clansmen. The direct descendants numbered at least 8,000. Chu Yao was merely the president's daughter. Above her were the Council of Elders, the Law Enforcement Hall, and the Supreme Elders. Even her father likely could not make such decisions on his own. Oh, merely worthless spirit stones, dear Saintess Qingyue. Surely you do not lack even this modest dowry? Chu Yao smirked, her fiery red lips curling into a taunting smile, exuding endless charm. Dowry? Su Qingyue's eyes widened, her heart racing. Indeed, Chu Yao nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she gazed at Gu Qing. Young Master Gu, let us become partners on this path. Whatever quantity of beast blood and flesh you desire in the future, I shall provide. Your talent combined with my resources makes us a perfect match, a destined pair. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyue's complexion drained of color, her eyes betraying a sense of panic. As the only daughter of the president, Chu Yao's generous dowry was not impossible, junior sister. Do not heed her nonsense. Ji Yuqing placed a reassuring hand on her small one before turning his attention back to Chu Yao, his brow furrowed. The quantity of beast blood and flesh he required was immense. Sending Jining alone to hunt would only temporarily alleviate the urgent need. It was not a sustainable solution. After all, the demon race also possessed formidable beings, who would not stand idly by while Jining slaughtered their lower-tier kin. Since Chu Yao could provide the materials, Gu Qing wished to avoid burdening Jining. However, the question remained, where would he procure such a vast amount of spirit stones? Host, with your charm, you might consider using your beauty to captivate her, thus securing both fortune and affection. The system's smooth, magnetic voice resonated in Gu Qing's mind, laced with a hint of mockery. Ji Yuqing's expression cracked slightly. Charm? Beauty? I am a man. It appeared his adoptive father was eager to retreat to the little black room again. Yet, before that, he needed to ascertain whether Chu Yao was genuinely interested in becoming his partner. If she was sincere, it would be a tremendous windfall. Ji Yuqing found himself shamefully intrigued, inquiring within his mind. Is she serious? False. Then why do you suggest I pursue her? Gu Qing's frustration mounted. While her desire to pursue him was insincere, there was no denying that the host possessed astonishing beauty. If the host were to bravely pursue her, perhaps success could be achieved. Forget it. You might as well retreat to the little black room. Calm down, host, and allow me to analyze. Gu Qing took a deep breath. Speak. Though she is cunning, the advantage lies with the host. Moreover, she harbors some interest in you, which significantly increases your chances of success. Unfortunately, the host lacks the protagonist's intelligence, diminishing aura. Otherwise, she would have already been won over. Ji Yuqing felt a flicker of hope. Is she also susceptible to the influence of the protagonist's aura? Indeed. However, the protagonist's influence on the female lead is far more pronounced than on the antagonist. But do not worry. Wherever you appear, the protagonist's aura will be affected, possibly rendered ineffective. Should you become her partner? Even in your absence, the protagonist's aura will hold no sway over her. I advise you to consider this carefully. Do not underestimate the allure of a wealthy woman. Ji Yuqing fell silent. This was both good news and bad news. The female leads were often the envy of the heavens, making them difficult to pursue. Wait, what was he even thinking? He, Gu Qing, aspired to become a formidable force, shattering stars with a mere gesture, gazing down upon the ages. How could he entertain thoughts of relying on someone else? Rather than dwelling on such impracticalities, it would be far more prudent to focus on elevating his cultivation. Damn it, adoptive father. You should indeed retreat to the little black room. He and I transmitted. You could trade techniques and divine abilities with her. That was indeed a promising idea, but alas, he had none to offer. The techniques and divine powers of the Starry Temple are not to be disseminated. But its Yin-Yang great song and the indestructible heavenly skill may be shared. However, these two formidable skills are too powerful for Gu Qing to part with easily. As for the techniques and divine powers, I have plenty to offer you. He and I tossed out 2 jade slips. Yu Qing remarked, this truly is an unexpected delight. Without spending a single coin, he could acquire an abundance of demon beast flesh. Keeping he and I by his side is indeed a boundless advantage. Contemplating this, Gu Qing took out the 2 jade slips. Let us trade for techniques and divine powers. What level are they? Chu Yao was momentarily taken aback, then casually scanned them with her divine sense. Go be honest. Upon hearing the mention of trading for techniques and divine powers, she instantly lost interest. After all, she had no lack of such skills. Nor did she believe Gu Qing could present anything particularly powerful, and of course, she wasn't genuinely interested in forming a partnership with Gu Qing. She merely sought to tease Su Qingyue. With her noble status, it would be unthinkable to lower herself. Once a woman begins to offer herself, her worth diminishes. Chu Yao's ultimate goal was simply to see if there was an opportunity to trade for a star fruit. If the trade didn't materialize, it was of little consequence. She still possessed the demon beast flesh, which she would never give away for free. Upon examining the techniques and divine powers, Chu Yao's expression changed dramatically. This is actually a divine-level technique, an ancient divine power. A divine-level technique allows one to cultivate to godhood, while an eternal divine power, as its name suggests, can be passed down through the ages. For instance, the Starry Temple's star-plucking hand, star-shattering finger, and seven-star sword technique are all ancient divine powers, renowned for their terrifying might. Chu Yao could hardly believe that in her lifetime she would have the chance to trade for such techniques. It is worth noting that these are closely guarded secrets, capable of founding a sect or becoming a family's ultimate legacy, establishing an immortal force. Senior brother, Su Qingyue, witnessing this, quickly scanned with her divine sense as well, her face paling in shock. Looking at Gu Qing, she wanted to speak but hesitated. She yearned to say, how can such techniques and divine powers be exchanged for mere trifles? Yet, she understood that Gu Qing was fully aware of this. Therefore, she sat beside him, anxious. No matter how important techniques and divine powers may be, they pale in comparison to elevating one's cultivation. My aim is immortality. Trifling techniques and divine powers are merely resources to be utilized. If they cannot be utilized, they are no better than waste. Ji Yuqing was acutely aware that this technique and divine power were priceless treasures to others. However, to him, they were merely items that could yield benefits. He had no intention of hoarding a treasure mountain without reaping its rewards, especially since it wasn't even his to begin with. Why should he hesitate to take advantage of he and I? Very well, Chu Yao exclaimed joyfully, you truly are a perceptive gentleman. The reason for her elation was simple. This technique and divine power were exceedingly suitable for her constitution. With this skill, Chu Yao felt confident in challenging those ancient prodigies and supreme divine bodies. This was her chance to ascend to godhood. I shall buy it. Even if it costs me everything, I must have it. Having thought this, Chu Yao hastily declared, let us finalize the deal. If Gu Gongzi has any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. Agreed, Ji Yuqing nodded, as he was not one to indulge in unnecessary chatter. When does Gu Gongzi intend to provide me with the subsequent techniques? How much demon beast flesh does Gu Gongzi require? Is there anything else Gu Gongzi needs? Chu Yao bit her crimson lip and began to negotiate terms. The techniques Gu Qing offered only included the first half, while the divine power was complete. I only require demon beast flesh, as much as you can provide, and I could also use some spiritual herbs. Chu Yao blinked her fox-like eyes, momentarily bewildered. Su Qingyue was equally perplexed. They had always assumed that Gu Qing's need for demon beast flesh was for body refinement. But did body refinement truly require such an immense quantity of flesh? Do you have any idea how much demon beast flesh and spiritual herbs are stocked at the Wanbao building? Gu Gongzi, do you truly need nothing else? Chu Yao cautiously inquired. If he only needed demon beast flesh and not rare treasures, then she would profit immensely, akin to acquiring the techniques for free. After all, for her, spiritual stones were merely the most useless of commodities. She could amass them in abundance. Once the spiritual stones reached a certain threshold, they were simply a number. What the Chu family needed were powerful techniques and divine powers, as well as treasures that could enhance one's aptitude and cultivation without side effects. In short, anything that could be purchased with spiritual stones was considered trifling. I do not require anything else. Then please provide a specific quantity. The bargaining began. 3 hours later, Chu Yao was grinning like a triumphant vixen. Ji Yuqing shared her joy. The Wanbao building agreed to supply him with all their stock of demon beast flesh. There were approximately tens of millions of level 3 and above beasts, and hundreds of billions below that level. Moreover, Gu Qing successfully negotiated for 100 trillion high-grade spiritual stones and 100 million low-grade spiritual herbs. It must be said that the wealth of the Wanbao building was nothing short of astonishing. The title of wealthy lady truly suited Chu Yao. Yu Gongzi, may I receive the subsequent techniques in advance? Chu Yao elegantly brushed her hair, exuding charm and allure. Although such a request was unconventional, her eagerness for the subsequent techniques was palpable, prompting her to ask. She didn't expect Gu Qing to comply. Here you go. Ji Yuqing understood her sentiments. Anyone who learned of the opportunity for ascension would find it hard to resist. Besides, he wasn't worried about Chu Yao defaulting. No one dared to renege on a deal with the Starry Temple. Thank you. Chu Yao trembled with excitement. She could hardly believe that her casual inquiry, devoid of any hope, would actually bear fruit. Gazing at the exceptionally handsome Gu Qing, she found herself increasingly enamored with him. No need for thanks. I would have given it to you eventually. Just ensure you provide me with the resources promptly. Gu Qing smiled, thinking to himself that this was all thanks to he and I. Once the essence was refined into demon beast liquid, he would share half with her. All right, Chu Yao nodded, then produced a purple gold token, a heavenly grade treasure. This is my Wanbao Building's purple gold token. Ji Gongzi, please accept it. Should you ever need anything from the Wanbao Building, do not hesitate to ask. The purple gold token was the highest grade within the Wanbao Building, granting its holder the ability to purchase any item at cost price. It also afforded priority purchasing rights and the ability to borrow trillions of high-grade spiritual stones, enabling the collection of desired treasures or information. Possessing a purple gold token was akin to having the entire Wanbao Building at one's disposal. Logically, such a precious token should not be gifted lightly. Even the president would require approval from the upper echelons to bestow it upon anyone. However, the token Chu Yao offered was her personal possession, and she had already communicated with her father, receiving unanimous consent from the Chu family. Should any future collaborations arise, Gu Gongzi must certainly seek me out. I assure you, the prices will be to your satisfaction. Chu Yao's face radiated joy. Her acquaintance with Gu Qing was undoubtedly the greatest stroke of luck in her life. Her anticipation grew as she wondered what benefits Gu Qing would bring her during their next trade. Of course, Gu Qing nodded, outlining his remaining needs for demon beast flesh and low-grade spiritual herbs. The reason for the latter was simple. They were inexpensive. Some spiritual herbs could be cultivated on a large scale, making them very affordable. Upon hearing this, the two women exchanged glances, their eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Clearly, acquiring such a vast quantity was not enough. The answers were evident. Ji Qing was not using the demon beast flesh and spiritual herbs for body refinement. As for what he intended to do with them, they couldn't fathom, given the sheer scale involved. Poverty limited their imagination. Knock, knock, knock. Fairy Chu Yao, I have a matter to discuss. Outside the door, Xiaoyi waited anxiously, like an ant on a hot pan. After much hesitation, he decided to knock. Chapter 36. To obtain the soul infant fruit, withstand 3 of my strikes. Hearing Xiaoyi's voice, Chu Yao furrowed her brow. She still had much to discuss with Gu Qing. After all, he was her human fortune on the move, and they shared a delightful rapport. Just as she was eager to explore cultivation issues with Gu Qing, her mind was hardly inclined to entertain irrelevant matters. Let him in. Gu Qing's eyes flickered with intrigue. This alchemist Xiao, a true disciple of the Medicine King Valley, gave him a peculiar sense of something he needed was present in him. This feeling was strange, almost ethereal, as if it were a psychological effect. Very well, come in. Without turning back, Chu Yao stood up and poured tea for the two, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. As she looked at her slender waist and ample curves, Gu Qing felt a surge of blood rush within him. This little enchantress was intent on making him dependent, wasn't she? How shameless, Su Qingyue thought bitterly. Silently cursing Chu Yao'd, as Xiaoyi entered. A look of astonishment flickered in his eyes. He had not anticipated that someone as esteemed as Chu Yao would serve tea to others. Upon beholding Gu Qing's breathtaking beauty, an unsettling feeling surged within him. He harbored a deep disdain for those second-generation immortals who were strikingly handsome yet insufferably arrogant. However, when his gaze fell upon Su Qingyue's ethereal and exquisite visage, his heart could not help but race uncontrollably. So beautiful, Xiaoyi marveled inwardly, quickly averting his gaze. Master Xiao, what brings you here? Chu Yao inquired with a frigid tone, her demeanor suggesting she had no intention of inviting him to sit. The implication of her dismissal was painfully apparent. Feeling belittled by Chu Yao, Xiaoyi seethed with indignation. Yet, recognizing his need for assistance, he suppressed his anger and took a seat across from her. Disregarding the presence of others, he cut to the chase. Fairy Chu, I am a 4th-tier alchemist. Might I inquire if I qualify to be a revered alchemist of Wanbao Tower? Impossible, Chu Yao replied decisively. Xiaoyi's background was already questionable, and upon hearing his request, she suspected that his token had been obtained through nefarious means. It was entirely plausible that Yaowang Valley was seeking Xiaoyi. hoping to find refuge within Wanbao Tower. Fairy Chu, if you would only listen, I could offer you considerable benefits, Xiao Yi said, his expression darkening. What benefits could you possibly provide? Spare me the trivialities. My time is limited. Chu Ya replied, her fox-like eyes glinting with shrewdness. If Xiao Yi could present her with something truly enticing, she might be inclined to offer him protection for a time. Why success rate in pill crafting is 70%. If Fairy Chu were to grant me a salary exceeding 30%, enough. There is no need for further discussion, Master Xiao. Please, Chu Yao interrupted, having utterly lost hope in him. He remained the same miserly, petty individual she had come to know, a coward unwilling to reveal his true self, yet foolishly believing himself to be a revered alchemist adored by many. To seek her protection while simultaneously making demands was an insult to her intelligence. She couldn't fathom how Xiao Yi could be so deluded. Each word exchanged with him made her feel as though her intellect was being ground into the dirt. Fairy Chu, if this is inappropriate, we can. If you do not wish to be thrown out, then leave. Chu Yao's gaze turned icy, and she discreetly sent a message to Yaowang Valley. Initially, she had no intention of betraying him, but Xiao Yi's incessant provocations had pushed her to the brink. If you wish to live, you should silence yourself, the Ring Elder hastily interjected, his anger boiling. Previously, he had not perceived any issues with Xiao Yi's greedy and opportunistic nature. As he always managed to conclude matters successfully, reaping substantial rewards, he had even marveled at Xiao Yi's cleverness and ability to navigate human relationships. But now, it was clear that Xiao Yi could only engage with petty individuals. Faced with a true prodigy, he was utterly outmatched. Master, we should leave quickly. No, I cannot leave. Wanbao Tower holds my opportunities. If you are determined to remain, then offer her 10 6th-tier pill recipes, 5 7th-tier recipes, and 3 8th-tier recipes, in addition to your piece of black patterned celestial gold. The Ring Elder was tired of pointless conversation and laid out the costs for staying, convinced that Xiao Yi would have no choice but to depart. What? That is impossible. Xiao Yi's expression shifted dramatically. He was unwilling to part with the recipes, let alone the precious piece of black patterned celestial gold he had risked his life to obtain. Although it was no larger than a fist, it was invaluable. Then hurry and leave. If you utter another word, Chu Yao will undoubtedly cast you out, the Ring Elder urged. Xiao Yi's expression shifted once more before he ultimately decided to depart. However, he could not leave empty-handed. He turned his gaze towards Su Qingyue, took a deep breath, and asked, Esteemed friends, the soul infant fruit is of immense value to me. Would the fairy be willing to part with it? Upon hearing this, Gu Qing could not help but smile in amusement. Detecting Xiao Yi's malicious intent towards the host, the system initiated a counteraction, draining 1,000 luck points from Xiao Yi system. Please review his attribute panel. Name, Xiao Yi Realm, 9th layer of the Xiandan Realm. Physique, Fire God Body, 34. Talent, Skilled Alchemist, Master of Fire Control. Fate, Child of Luck. Fortune, encountering misfortune turns to fortune, overcoming disasters with the aid of benefactors. Countless opportunities in life, but limited to this world, with luck possibly vanishing at any moment. Current luck, 86,000. Is there a distinction between the Child of Destiny and the Child of Luck? Gu Qing inquired. Puzzled. The Child of Destiny is born to fulfill a specific great achievement, while the Child of Luck possesses extraordinary fortune, able to turn misfortune into good fortune and receiving assistance in dire situations. But is confined to this world, and their luck can disappear at any time that I see. But what does his luck-draining aura signify? The luck-draining aura, as the name suggests, actively absorbs the luck of adversaries. I haven't uttered a word, so how have I become his enemy? Gu Qing scoffed, bemused by the unreasonable hostility of the Child of Luck. Perhaps it is due to the host's striking appearance or noble status. He mused, that makes sense. Since it holds great value for you, why not auction for it? Su Qingyue remarked coolly. Xiao Yi felt a wave of shame wash over him. Although Su Qingyue's tone was indifferent, it was as if she had labeled him a beggar. Wasn't it true? Unable to compete in an auction, he was shamelessly resorting to begging. Wasn't that the very definition of a beggar? I am currently a 4th-tier alchemist. If the fairy were to grant me the soul infant fruit, I would be willing to craft 3 batches of pills for you free of charge. Although the value of those 3 batches of pills was at most a few million high-grade spirit stones, he was confident in his ability to ascend to the 8th or even 9th tier of alchemy. At that point, each batch of pills would be priceless. His offer of 3 batches felt like a tremendous loss to him. Yet he had no choice. The soul infant fruit was crucial to the Ring Elder. Fifth, Chu Yao burst into laughter, regarding Xiao Yi with the patronizing gaze reserved for the intellectually challenged. Xu Qingyue mirrored her expression. Both unable to fathom how Xiao Yi could utter such words, is he perhaps insane? Only Gu Qing found the situation entirely normal, for the thought processes of the Child of Luck and the Child of Destiny were fundamentally different from those of ordinary individuals. You mock him for being incompetent, unaware that he is also laughing at your ignorance. The soul infant fruit is in my possession. Ji Yuqing's thoughts raced, quickly devising a plan to deal with Xiao Yi. I believe we can forego the alchemy. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall give you the soul infant fruit. What say you? What? Such a good fortune. Xiao Yi stared incredulously at Gu Qing. A mere 6th-layer Xian Dan dared to issue such a bold challenge, seeking to strike him 3 times. Xiao Yi could hardly contain his laughter. Since his debut, he had always been the one challenging those above his tier. This was the first time he was confronted by someone of a lower realm. Xiao Yi, he is hiding his strength. Do not accept the challenge. The Ring Elder shot a glance at Gu Qing. Unable to see through him, feeling increasingly unsettled, on the surface, Gu Qing appeared to be a 6th-layer Xian Dan, his aura ordinary. But the more the Elder observed, the more he sensed an underlying terror. Given Gu Qing's confidence in his words, he was surely aware of his own strength. Master, rest assured, as long as he is within the Xian Dan realm, defeating him will be as easy as slaying a chicken. Xiao Yi proclaimed with unwavering confidence. He turned to Gu Qing and asked, Are you truly at the Xian Dan realm, without concealing your cultivation? Naturally, by the way. I have yet to turn 19 this year. Gu Qing replied with a smile. Master, is what he says true? Xiao Yi inquired telepathically to the Ring Elder. Judging by his appearance, Gu Qing did indeed seem to be in his late teens or early 20s. But it was precisely for that reason that he must possess a divine body, and his combat prowess would undoubtedly be formidable. The Ring Elder felt a growing sense of unease. A 19-year-old at the Xian Dan realm is certainly no ordinary divine body. That is acceptable. Regardless of his divine body, I, too, possess a fire god body. Although it is merely a superior divine body, still in the process of transformation, in terms of combat prowess, I am certainly not inferior to a superior divine body. Besides, I have you, Master, to back me. Xiao Yi was eager to face Gu Qing, envisioning not only the acquisition of the soul infant fruit, but also the opportunity to teach the arrogant second-generation immortals a lesson. If Chu Yao witnessed his dual mastery of alchemy and martial arts, she would surely regret offending him. Perhaps she would even seek to mend their relationship. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, excitement brimmed in his eyes, yet he couldn't help but ask for reassurance. Friend, if I win, you will truly give me the soul infant fruit? Humph. My senior brother is an unparalleled prodigy. He would never go back on his word. Xu Qingyue replied coldly. Unparalleled prodigy? Xiao Yi scoffed. There are plenty of so-called unparalleled prodigies who have tasted defeat. They were merely a group of frogs at the bottom of a well, indulging in self-entertainment. He was eager to witness Xu Qingyue's expression once he triumphed over Gu Qing. With that thought in mind, Xiao Yi smirked and said nonchalantly, Very well. Let us proceed outside now. Agreed. Gu Qing cast a fleeting glance at the ring on Xiao Yi's hand, then left the private room with an air of composure. He wondered what this cunning lad's true capabilities were. If he proved inadequate, he would step in himself. Chu Yao blinked her fox-like eyes and unhesitatingly followed suit. Though she suspected Gu Qing might be the fabled supreme divine body, he had only been in the Starry God Palace for 3 years after coming from a humble background. Regardless of his strength, it was likely limited. At long last, are you ready to depart? Su Tiefu also opened the private room and left with an air of nonchalance. He cast a glance at Gu Qing, his heart brimming with delight. To think that an arrogant prodigy would dare to contest him for the soul infant fruit. Truly, heaven is on my side. He leisurely followed behind. Oddly, why was Chu Yao also emerging? It seemed that these 4 were intent on a duel outside the city. Ha! A bunch of young hotheads, all they know is to duel for fame, utterly oblivious to the harsh realities of the cultivation world. Today, I shall impart a lesson to you. Su Tiefu couldn't suppress his cold laughter. As the leader of a great sect, it would be beneath him to deal with mere juniors. Yet, as a practitioner of the demonic path, he felt no shame in bullying the weak. Chapter 37. The innate, star-plucking hand Xiao Yizi, secretly trailed by a late-stage Void Realm Guardian, must be their protector. The old man with the ring communicated discreetly, "Damn it, these second-generation immortals seem to have strong protectors wherever they go." Xiaoyi wore a displeased expression. Filled with envy, born into a powerful faction, they need not lift a finger, surrounded by endless resources and strong protectors during their travels. Meanwhile, he had to rely solely on himself. The heavens are truly unfair. "Master, if I win, do you think he will resort to underhanded tactics?" As Xiaoyi stepped out of the city, a wave of unease surged within him. His instincts had always been reliable. This meant he might be in grave danger soon. Fear not, a prodigy values their reputation above all and would not resort to acts contrary to their moral compass. However, if you obtain the soul infant fruit, he will surely not let you off easily. The old man with the ring advised, "It matters not. As long as I secure the soul infant fruit, once this is accomplished, we shall leave Qingzhou. The world is vast. I refuse to believe he can chase me to the ends of the earth." Xiaoyi shrugged indifferently, feeling somewhat reassured. After all, he had the old man with the ring by his side. Once he consumed the soul infant fruit, he could restore his strength to the Void Realm. Under such circumstances, while he couldn't guarantee a kill against a Void Realm practitioner, escaping with him would be absolutely feasible. The four arrived at a desolate mountain 100 miles outside the city. With a glint in his eye, Xiaoyi suddenly spoke, "Dear friends, to ensure fairness, why not let the soul infant fruit be handed to Fairy Chuyao first?" Upon hearing this, Chuyao was both amused and infuriated by Xiaoyi's shamelessness. They hadn't even begun fighting, yet he was already scheming for the soul infant fruit. "Your words hold merit, but since young Master Gu has put forth the soul infant fruit as a wager, what treasure do you offer in return?" Xiaoyi harbored resentment. He had yet to settle the score with Chuyao, yet she seemed intent on opposing him at every turn. Had he not known he could not defeat Chuyao? He would certainly challenge her to teach this little vixen a lesson in humility. "This is young Master Gu's initiative. I merely wish to make the duel a tad fairer," Xiaoyi said with a grim expression. "Ha! Conceal your little schemes. Do you truly believe you can survive and claim the soul infant fruit?" Although Chuyao was unaware of the true strengths of the two, how could she not know how cunning Gu Qing was? Regardless of the outcome, Xiaoyi was destined for doom. Moreover, she had Gu Qing, whose striking looks and generous nature utterly captivated her. She would not allow him to suffer loss. "What do you mean?" Xiaoyi's eyelids twitched, his heart filled with trepidation. "Fool," the literal meaning, Chuyao scoffed, dismissing Xiaoyi and retreating alongside Su Qingyue. "Young Master Gu, do you intend to disregard the rules?" Xiaoyi questioned Gu Qing in a low voice. "Rest assured, I shall abide by the rules. First, withstand 3 of my strikes, then consider the soul infant fruit," Gu Qing responded, finding admiration in the audacity of those who sought fortune through peril. Striking down a villain, then escaping a deadlock with the protector, only to encounter fortuitous opportunities, restoring wounds and greatly enhancing one's cultivation. Regrettably, he was not a villain. He was the man of the fated daughter, the light of righteousness. Contemplating this, Gu Qing did not wait for Xiaoyi to continue his incessant banter and directly reached out to seize him. The star-plucking hand roared to life with a resounding boom. Transforming the very heavens, the once clear azure sky instantly blossomed with a myriad of starlit brilliance. Countless stars encircled Gu Qing, bathing him in sacred light, as if he were a deity mastering the celestial bodies. In perfect harmony with heaven and earth, the power of his divine technique surged exponentially, amplified by the myriad laws of the universe. A single starry handprint, adorned with the sun, moon, and stars, overshadowed all beneath it. "Is this the star-plucking hand?" Alarmed, the old man with the ring exclaimed, "Quickly, relinquish control of your body to me." In truth, even without the old man's warning, Xiaoyi was already paralyzed with fear. The star-plucking hand was truly terrifying. The immense force descended upon him, rendering him breathless before the handprint even arrived. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would scarcely believe such a divine technique could be manifested by someone at the Xiandan realm. Boom! The old man with the ring seized control of Xiao Yi's body, unleashing a powerful aura to counter the terrifying might of the star-plucking hand. His cultivation surged instantly to the third layer of the spirit refinement realm. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming force of ice and fire erupted around him. He launched a punch while simultaneously conjuring a broken bell for protection. Boom! The mountain beneath Xiao Yi crumbled into a 1,000-foot-deep pit under the impact of the star-plucking hand. Cough, cough. Xiao Yi spat out fragments of his internal organs, his entire skeletal structure shattered by the might of the star-plucking hand, as he lay in the pit, barely clinging to life. The star-plucking hand? An innate divine technique signified the awakening of a supreme celestial body. He gazed at Gu Qing, his eyes filled with despair. This time, Xiao Yi had truly kicked a solid plank. It seemed he might well lose his life here today. He understood all too well the formidable nature of the Star Temple. This was an immortal lineage inherited from antiquity, floating amidst the cosmic expanse, transcending worldly confines. Every true disciple of the Star Temple emerged from their trials accompanied by a guardian of formidable prowess. Had he been able to match Gu Qing in a fight, perhaps there would have been a glimmer of hope. But if he could not, escape was utterly impossible. Detecting that Xiao Yi had become the vessel of the old man with the ring, his combat strength soared to the third layer of the spirit refinement realm, triggering a super counteractive shield, which doubled the host's strength, completing the doubling within the doubling, elevating the host to the sixth layer of the spirit refinement realm. Boom! An overwhelming force cascaded upon Gu Qing, propelling his cultivation to the sixth layer of the spirit refinement realm. Casting a glance at Xiao Yi, who lay like a dead dog, Gu Qing frowned slightly. Was the old man with the ring truly this weak? Detecting Xiao Yi's profound fear, the old man began to siphon Gu Qing's luck, triggering a super counteractive shield that reclaimed 1,000 units of luck from Xiao Yi. Sensing Xiao Yi's malicious intent, the old man triggered the super counteractive shield once more, reclaiming another 1,000 units of luck. Gu Qing placed his foot upon Xiao Yi's chest, ruthlessly damaging the meridians within him with his true essence. Stop, I concede. Xiao Yi, regaining control of his body, uttered in sheer terror. Do you still want the soul infant fruit? Gu Qing inquired with a teasing expression. Friend, you jest. The soul infant fruit was always yours. Xiao Yi forced out a smile, more grotesque than a cry. Before clashing with Gu Qing, he had been brimming with confidence, believing Gu Qing to be nothing more than a conceited fool, ignorant of the vastness of the world. Yet at this moment, he felt as though he were dreaming. After all, he was a prodigy capable of slaying foes beyond his tier, dispatching opponents of equal rank with the ease of eating and drinking. He had often relied on the old man with the ring to vanquish the older generation. Yet now, the two of them combined were no match for Gu Qing. Was this not a dream? Sister Su, what supreme celestial body has young Master Gu awakened? Chu Yao, with her beguiling fox-like eyes, stared unblinkingly at Gu Qing, prodding the nearby Su Qingyue with her delicate fingers. On the surface, she remained as steady as an ox, but internally, tumultuous waves surged. The star-plucking hand that Gu Qing had unleashed was a flawless manifestation, seamlessly merging with the heavens and earth, as though it were an ancient divine technique that had existed since time immemorial. There was not a trace of postnatal cultivation evident. Without needing to ask, it was clear this was an awakened innate divine technique. The power of the star-plucking hand was even more formidable than recorded. Its unparalleled might, shrouding the heavens, instilled a sense of lethal danger even in her, a sixth-layer spirit refinement practitioner. Contemplating this, Chu Yao's aspirations for obtaining divine techniques were suddenly doused with cold water. The supreme divine technique, known as the apex of divine bodies, was inherently terrifying. Should one awaken their innate divine technique, their strength would become absurdly powerful. Even if she cultivated the same ancient divine technique, how could she contend against another's innate divine technique? Humph. I advise you to refrain from prying. This is not a matter for you to inquire about. Su Qingyue distanced herself, her heart seething with anger. What sort of sister is your Su? you shameless vixen. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the star-picking hand, Su Tiefu felt a jolt of terror. He suddenly recalled an ancient tome hidden within the scripture pavilion. It detailed a transcendent force known as the Star Temple. The powerful beings of the Star Temple were countless, with legendary figures such as the Supreme of the mortal realm, the saint who traverses heaven and earth, and even the immortal beings of the divine fire realm. As recorded, the lineage of the Star Temple is so ancient that it is nearly impossible to trace, representing an indomitable path that has endured countless tribulations. It stands as the mightiest sect in this universe. With this thought, Su Tiefu was gripped by an overwhelming fear, his mind fixated on a singular notion: escape. The arrogance with which he arrived was now replaced by utter humiliation in his flight. No matter how valuable the soul infant fruit, it paled in comparison to his own life. He dared to kill Gu Qing if she were the Holy Land's chosen one, yet before the people of the Star Temple. Even with 1,000 lives, he would not dare. Thinking of escape? Is it even possible? Jining opened her eyes, unleashing a divine radiance that instantaneously reduced Su Tiefu to dust, a once dominant figure, now lost to the annals of time. It seemed that this journey would not culminate in a clash of heavenly thunder and earthly fire. These individuals truly deserve their fates, she murmured, her expression tinged with frustration at the lack of entertainment. Chapter 38. The villainous junior sister who digs up the protagonist's bones. Young Master Gu, let us speak civilly. We harbor no grievances against one another. There is no need to drive me to my doom. If you spare my life this once, I shall heed any request you have regarding alchemy. Although he was unsure of Gu Qing's intentions in bringing him to the flying boat's secluded chamber, the fact that she had not immediately killed him provided a glimmer of hope, allowing Xiao Yi to breathe a sigh of relief. He promptly began to plead for mercy. Rather than a plea, it was more accurate to say he was attempting to deceive. After all, his words contained no genuine promises, merely empty rhetoric. Jiu Qing, without needing to ask, understood that any future requests for alchemy would undoubtedly come at a cost, likely with ulterior motives at play. Seeing Gu Qing's silence, Xiao Yi hastened to amplify his temptations. Young Master Gu, in truth, my success rate in alchemy is 90%. In the future, I shall surely become a 7th grade, 8th grade, or even 9th grade alchemist. His words were far from mere fabrications. A practitioner at the Xiandan level could concoct 4th grade elixirs, making him an exceedingly rare talent in the realm of alchemy. Rather than alchemy, I am more inclined to refine you, Gu Qing remarked, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. The protagonist, oblivious to the imminent danger, continued to indulge in his daydreams. What did you say? Xiao Yi's smiling facade faltered. A wave of dread surging within him. To refine him. Was it the kind of refinement he imagined? The true disciples of the Star Temple could not be practicing some form of demonic art. Could they? You will soon find out. Jiu Qing formed a hand seal, mysterious and profound rhythms of the Tao emanating from her, coalescing into luminous particles that enveloped Xiao Yi, solidifying into a precious bottle. Ah, how delightful! Xiao Yi involuntarily moaned in comfort, as if returning to the womb, enveloped in warmth and tranquility. Yet, soon his expression transformed into one of sheer horror. He found himself immobilized, as if his body no longer belonged to him. Helplessly, he watched as his physical form disintegrated, powerless to intervene. This was the terrifying aspect of the chaotic treasure bottle seal. It was a divine power, yet not quite a divine power, resembling more the manifestation of a great Tao. Merging with myriad paths and all things, it created a sensation of transcendence, as if he were to ascend to immortality. Teacher, teacher, save me, he cried out in terror, his spirit utterly shattered. Alas, the ring elder sighed heavily. Speaking in a grave tone, young one, I am the Xianqing Dan King. Could you perhaps show me mercy and overlook this matter? Humph, Gu Qing scoffed. Show you mercy? Do you truly believe yourself to be of any significance? Even if the Xianqing Dan King were at his peak, before the Star Temple, he would merely be a slightly larger ant. There is no way you possess the stature to demand my forbearance. Young one, if you release my beloved disciple, I will owe you a favor. How does that sound? The Xianqing Dan King's tone grew more insistent. He could not fathom that, as a ninth-grade Dan King with countless recipes and secret techniques. Gu Qing would remain unmoved. Of course, he did not expect Gu Qing to acquiesce so easily. He anticipated she would propose conditions, yet he was in no position to be choosy. As long as he could survive, he would comply with any demand she made. "Teacher, I cannot withstand this. Please save me." Xiao Yi was on the verge of collapse. At that moment, half of his flesh had already been dissolved, leaving him a bloody mess. "How can I save you?" Upon hearing Xiao Yi's wails, the Ring Elder finally erupted. He was struggling to save himself, with their fates resting solely on Gu Qing's whims. His current predicament was entirely the result of Xiao Yi's self-inflicted misfortune. What should have been a simple matter had been thoroughly botched by Xiao Yi's incessant blunders. Now, even as he endeavored to rectify the situation, Xiao Yi remained unsatisfied. Did he expect the elder to sacrifice his own essence and perish before him? Young Master Gu, I implore you to spare me. If you grant me this reprieve, I swear that I will heed any command you have in the future, even if it means walking through fire and water. Xiao Yi, will not hesitate. The overwhelming terror of impending death engulfed him, and Xiao Yi, paralyzed by fear, resorted to swearing oaths for mercy. The once proud defiance and indifference to life and death were discarded in the face of mortality. All he desired now was to live, as long as he lived. There was hope. Feske. No more clever tricks? Gu Qing mocked, her hands continuing their motions. At this, it became abundantly clear that Gu Qing's intent to kill was unwavering, plunging both Xiao Yi and the Xinqing Dan King into despair. The Ring Elder hesitated repeatedly, ultimately deciding to ignite his own essence. Even knowing it would be futile, he could not simply sit back and await his doom. Even in death, should his soul be extinguished, he would not allow Gu Qing to fulfill her desire to refine them, a noble thought. Yet he ultimately overestimated his own strength. Together, they could not withstand the star-picking hand, let alone break the chaotic treasure bottle seal. The moment the Ring Elder appeared, he was bound by the chaotic treasure bottle seal, rendered as mere prey. His essence was already beyond his control, as if fused with the chaotic treasure bottle seal. What sort of malevolent sorcery is this? The Ring Elder, well versed in the arcane, had never encountered such a diabolical technique. No, this is not sorcery. This is the power of the Tao. Previously, while hidden within the ring, he had not grasped the full depth of the chaotic treasure bottle seal's intricacies. However, now that he had emerged, he felt the overwhelming force of the Tao merging with him. With Gu Qing wielding that power, effectively holding their lives in her hands, in an instant, a wave of despair washed over both of them. No, I cannot dim why sister sooner awaits my return. I have yet to marry her. Xiao Yi's eyes turned bloodshot, regret and resentment consuming him. If given another chance, he would never have offended Chu Yao over a mere handful of spirit stones, nor would he have taken such risks. Dismissing the notion of wealth and danger, having survived through sheer luck, he had forgotten that failure could lead to death. Alas, it was too late for regrets now. There are no what-ifs in this world. Jiu Qing extracted the memories of both individuals, siphoning their alchemical knowledge along with the Elder's myriad techniques, recipes, and more. It could be said without exaggeration that he had now ascended to the status of an alchemical master. With the endorsement of the chaotic treasure bottle seal, Gu Qing was confident he could concoct divine elixirs marked with Dan patterns. Spiritual elixirs were categorized into inferior, middle, superior, and supreme grades, as well as those with Dan patterns. The higher the grade of the spiritual elixir, the less toxic it contained. A supreme elixir, in particular, was devoid of any side effects. As for spiritual elixirs adorned with Dan patterns, they were treasures of immense value. Infused with the principles of the Tao, they could generate life force, autonomously absorb spiritual energy for evolution, and even take form. It was said that the founder of the Divine Elixir sect transformed into a 9-pattern Divine Elixir and ascended to the immortal realm. Each elixir with a Dan pattern, even if it bore but a single pattern, was a divine elixir. It could aid in comprehending the Tao, breaking through realms, healing wounds, awakening innate qualities, and enhancing talents. Its applications were boundless. Each child of destiny and bearer of fate is akin to my adoptive father, Gu Qing reflected sincerely after digesting their memories. The children of destiny and fate were extraordinarily fortunate, each capable of presenting him with immense opportunities. Taking a deep breath, Gu Qing began to absorb, cultivate. His cultivation and spiritual essence surged rapidly. 7th level of Xiandan, 8th level of Xiandan, Pinnacle, System, Summon my attribute panel. Name, Gu Qing, Realm, Pinnacle of 8th level Xiandan. Physique, Supreme Dao Bone, Chaotic Star Body, Transforming 27. Talent, Innate Dao Seed, unparalleled throughout the ages. Fate, Unknown Variables, Fortune, 321,000. Innate Divine Ability, Chaotic Treasure Bottle Seal, Yin Yang Wheel, Star Picking Hand, Divine Ability, Small Thousand Sword Technique. Magical Treasures, Reincarnation Divine Halberd, Qian Kuren Sword. Innate Spiritual Root, 9-Color Soul Lotus. Cultivation Method, Chaotic Immortal Sutra, Initial Creation. His physique had only increased by 5 points. The transformation was excruciatingly slow. As time progresses, the metamorphosis of one's physique becomes increasingly arduous. Reliance on the golden gourd remains a prudent choice. The elixir forged from the blood and flesh of demonic beasts, combined with spiritual herbs, harbors the purest essence of life, which is equally capable of refining one's constitution. With this thought in mind, Gu Qing began to inventory his spoils. Incomplete royal artifacts, flawed magical treasures, imperfect divine metals, black-patterned celestial gold, and wondrous elixirs. Such a bounty. Were all these treasures to be sold, they would suffice to elevate a practitioner from the body refinement realm to the void Dao realm. Gu Qing took out a jade slip to replicate the old man's alchemical formulas, techniques, and abilities, intending to package them all for sale to Chu Yao. After all, retaining them served no purpose. The only valuable item was the method primarily cultivated by Xiao Yi, known as the burning technique. This extraordinary technique possesses no rank. It can devour all forms of exotic fire, causing the technique to advance automatically and give rise to subsequent methods. Moreover, it has the capability to refine the world's rarest flames. Such a miraculous technique, Gu Qing naturally would not part with. He intended to integrate it into his own indestructible Chaos Sutra upon his return. Perhaps with the fusion of the burning technique, his indestructible Chaos Sutra could eventually evolve to consume techniques for further advancement. Of course, this remained a beautiful fantasy. Gu Qing was acutely aware of its impracticality. After all, exotic fires and techniques exist on different planes. Exotic fires embody the power of laws. They are the seeds of the path of fire, and consuming them to derive cultivation methods falls within the realm of reason. However, techniques are not seeds of the path and lack the power of laws. Nevertheless, after merging with the burning technique, his indestructible Chaos Sutra would undoubtedly find it easier to assimilate techniques in the future. Sister Su, it has been 5 days. When do you think young Master Gu will emerge from seclusion? Chu Yao sipped her tea, resting her chin on one hand, her fox-like eyes narrowing in a charmingly sweet voice. Today, she adorned herself in a long black gauze gown, her figure exquisitely curvaceous, with her gaze lowered. Hiding her toes, her skin, faintly visible, resembled exquisite jade and glistening snow, as if radiating a soft glow. The pair of perfectly smooth, long legs emerged from the gown, seemingly sculpted from fine jade, partially concealed yet tantalizingly exposed. What a captivating little enchantress, Ji Ning mused silently. She sat nearby, enveloped in divine light, appearing as steadfast as a rock, indifferent to their conversation. Yet, beneath that divine light, her eyes furtively scrutinized the two. Xu Qingyue remained as aloof as ever. Wrapping herself tightly, exuding an otherworldly aura, reminiscent of an immortal untouched by mortal affairs. Their personalities and temperaments were starkly contrasting. Sitting together, they formed a natural harmony, a sight to behold. This little enchantress seems to be quite taken with Gu Qing. Does she not? Indeed, it must be so. When a woman is intrigued, her demeanor and actions shift noticeably. With the little enchantress and the little pervert spending 3 days and nights together, they are bound to produce a little life soon. The two furrowed their brows, simultaneously glancing back at Ji Ning, sensing an intense gaze scrutinizing their forms from behind. Yet, upon witnessing Ji Ning's calm demeanor, their doubts arose, questioning whether they were merely imagining things. After all, Ji Ning was a figure of unparalleled status, a formidable being who spoke little. How could she possibly be fixated on them? Su Qingyue withdrew her gaze, coldly retorting, "Fox spirit, do not refer to me as sister when we are not well acquainted. Come now, Sister Su, do not be so unfriendly. The more friends, the more paths one has. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek your elder sister's help," Chu Yao chimed in with a smile. "Who would covet your assistance?" Su Qingyue replied, her tone firm. "Do not speak so definitively. Cultivators must traverse countless trials and tribulations. The path is long and arduous. Who can guarantee a smooth journey? I am a saintess of the Starry Sky Temple," Chu Yao declared. "Yet you cannot remain within the Starry Sky Temple indefinitely, can you?" Thud. As the two continued their quarrel, Gu Qing quickened his pace. "Senior brother, young Master Gu, you have emerged from seclusion." Chu Yao's smile radiated warmth, her every movement exuding endless allure. Jiu Qing acknowledged her with a grunt before inquiring, "Have you brought the blood and flesh of the demonic beasts?" "I have procured some from the nearby continents, though only a portion." She explained that the vastness of the ancient realm's 5 domains would require at least 3 years to gather everything. Jiu Qing nodded in understanding. The world was immense. Even the 10,000 treasures building, exerting its utmost efforts and utilizing teleportation arrays, would require time for collection. "Please assist me in selling these items, following our usual arrangement. All proceeds to be used for purchasing the blood and flesh of demonic beasts and low-grade spiritual herbs." "Understood," Chu Yao responded readily. Her divine sense swept across the scene, landing on a large bell, and she instantly comprehended. Shaoyi had indeed reaped what he had sown. She wondered if the mysterious powerhouse backing Shaoyi had fallen to Ji Ning. "Senior brother, shall we continue our training?" Su Qingyue asked, her gaze directed at Gu Qing, while casting a triumphant glance at Chu Yao. And no matter how wealthy Chu Yao was, in the end, she could only trade with Gu Qing. Having shared the same master, perhaps she and Gu Qing would become companions in the future. "Do you wish to go?" Gu Qing countered with a question. In truth, he yearned to return to the Starry Sky Temple, to explore the treasures within, to peruse techniques, secret arts, and cultivation insights. If he could integrate all of these into his indestructible Chaos Sutra, his foundation would surely reach an unprecedented level, illuminating his path of cultivation. However, this was not solely his affair. Su Qingyue was also meant to venture forth and gain experience. "I do not wish to." Su Qingyue shook her head, dismissing the notion of training as mere leisure, socializing, and gaining life insights. As for venturing into secret realms, she preferred the trials within the Starry Sky Temple's own hidden sanctum. Jiu Qing likely shared her eagerness to escape this place and return to the Starry Sky Temple. Su Qingyue smiled brightly, her enchanting eyes sparkling as she declared, "Of course, wherever you go, senior brother, I shall follow." "Then let us return," Gu Qing said with a slight smile. "I have just received a message from my master. He has taken in a new junior sister." "What is her background?" "I am not certain," came the reply. "I know," Chu Yao interjected. "She is the 9th princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire in the eastern region, named Luo Li, and bears the bloodline of the Phoenix. I heard she even excavated the supreme bone of her fiancé. Is that true?" The two were taken aback, gazing at Chu Yao in disbelief. "Indeed, the information is absolutely accurate," Chu Yao affirmed. "Interestingly, I have even met Luo Li's fiancé. He is the sole heir of the Northern Guardian King, a prodigious talent, yet alas, his supreme bone has been severed, rendering him a cripple, forever estranged from the path of greatness. The supreme bone, a presence rivaling the pinnacle of divine bodies, even holds the potential to transform into a supreme divine body." Jiu Qing's expression grew peculiar. "Isn't this precisely the archetype of a destined child? Is his surname sure?" Chu Yao paused, perplexed by Gu Qing's inquiry, and shook her head. "His surname is Yi, named Hao, and he is 18 this year." "Why, does young Master Gu know someone with the surname Sure who possesses a supreme bone?" "Not at all," Gu Qing confirmed, understanding that this Yi Hao was undoubtedly a fated child. After all, judging by his name and status as the heir of the Northern Guardian King, he fit the mold of a protagonist perfectly. If this were the case, did it not imply that his new junior sister was a wicked antagonist? Gu Qing felt an overwhelming curiosity to return to the Starry Sky Temple and meet this female antagonist named Luo Li. "Senior Ji, I wish to join the Starry Sky Temple and humbly request your assistance in taking me along. Chu Yao suddenly bowed before Ji Ning, having long desired to join the Starry Sky Temple. After all, the Starry Sky Temple was an immortal lineage, teeming with countless techniques and divine arts, as well as a bounty of heavenly materials, secret realms, and sacred medicines. If she could become part of the Starry Sky Temple, she would surely attain strength. However, the Starry Sky Temple also harbored its challenges. The competition was exceedingly fierce, and within its walls were countless prodigies and exceptional talents. Even an outer disciple, in the outside world, would be a dominant figure. Given her unique status, venturing into the Starry Sky Temple without caution might lead her to be suppressed by the formidable talents within, becoming a forced servant, that moment. The Chu family would be unable to aid her. Yet now, having received the techniques and divine arts from Gu Qing, her foundation and combat prowess had significantly improved. Furthermore, having formed a connection with Gu Qing, a mutually beneficial alliance had emerged. Should she encounter difficulties, Gu Qing would surely not stand idly by. Chapter 39. The innate sacred body Tao, despicable, shameless, fox spirit, brazen. Upon hearing that Chu Yao intended to join the Starry Sky Temple as a disciple, Su Qingyue ground her teeth in fury, mentally cursing her. She believed Chu Yao's motives were solely driven by Gu Qing. As a woman, how could she so openly pursue a man? It was utterly undignified. Gu Qing cast a surprised glance at her, but chose not to comment further. Regardless of Chu Yao's intentions, it only served to benefit him in the future. Should he require anything, seeking her assistance would be far more convenient. Ji Ning remarked leisurely, "Are you certain?" "I am certain," came the reply from the younger generation. Chu Yao nodded earnestly. In truth, she harbored a strong desire to become a disciple of Ji Ning. Although Ji Ning was a follower of Ji Ming, her innate talent was equally remarkable, possessing an extraordinary divine physique. She had reached the realm of a respected one in merely 3,000 years, a speed surpassing that of many other unparalleled divine bodies. Furthermore, her combat prowess was unparalleled. Throughout her career, apart from her defeat to Ji Ming, she had never suffered any loss. Within the Starry Divine Hall, Ji Ning was also a formidable figure, holding a position of significant importance. However, taking on a disciple was not a decision made lightly. It required not only an assessment of the other party's strength, but also a consideration of whether their path aligned with one's own. Clearly, her path diverged entirely from Ji Ning's, making the prospect of becoming her disciple nearly impossible. As for becoming a disciple of Ji Ming, she dared only to entertain such thoughts in the privacy of her mind. If it were another superior divine body, there might still be a glimmer of hope, but her superior divine body was of the furnace body type. With weak combat power, lacking extraordinary phenomena, and facing arduous growth with limited potential, she was inferior to an ordinary divine body. Of course, a divine body remained a divine body, and with Gu Qing's assistance, even if she could not become a disciple, joining Ji Ming's lineage as an ordinary disciple would not pose a significant issue. Certainly, Ji Ning nodded slightly, inwardly remarking, "To pursue someone all the way to the Starry Divine Hall, it seems I shall be cradling a child next year." Once matters were settled, Su Qingyue needed to return to bid farewell to Su Wu. Chu Yao also had to make a trip back to sell Gu Qing's treasures. Ji Yuqing, too, would return to continue his seclusion. His had yet to be refined and remained in the ring of the old man. Noticing that the three were each preoccupied with their own affairs, Ji Ning suddenly realized that Gu Qing and the others were returning to the Starry Divine Hall. Was the training already coming to an end? Had the past month of her relentless journey been in vain? Typically, training would last for several years, yet Gu Qing had only been in the northern region for a few days. What had he accomplished before heading back? How would Ji Ming account for this? Ji Ning furrowed her brows in contemplation, deciding to send a message to consult Ji Ming. Upon receiving a response, she inwardly complained that she truly led a life of toil. Allow me to provide you with some precious liquid," Gu Qing communicated to he and I telepathically. His cultivation had surged too rapidly, necessitating some time for consolidation. Ji Yuqing wished to peruse the techniques of the Starry Divine Hall to further refine the Chaos Indestructible Sutra before making another breakthrough. After all, his innate talent was extraordinary, a natural seed of the Tao, allowing him to break through whenever he wished. He faced no bottlenecks. Moreover, he and I was precisely at a crucial moment for refining her physical body, urgently requiring the precious liquid to reshape her foundation. With the golden gourd in hand, acquiring as much precious liquid as desired was not a concern. The blood and flesh of a batch of demonic beasts, along with spiritual herbs from the 10,000 Treasures building, would arrive in 3 months, perfectly timed for his next breakthrough. This lad possesses great fortune, he and I murmured, gazing at a vast lake of precious liquid. She needn't ask. She could easily surmise the origins of this precious liquid. Jiu Qing had amassed a considerable collection of demonic beast blood and low-grade spiritual herbs. Refining his body did not require such an abundance. Thus, the answer became evident. Jiu Qing had obtained a treasure capable of refining demonic beasts and spiritual herbs. Indeed, he understands gratitude. It is a pity he cannot become my disciple. He and I generously offered Gu Qing powerful techniques. Seeing it as a reciprocation for the precious liquid he had provided her, it was a pity that such a gifted and sincere individual could not become her disciple. He and I, after absorbing this precious liquid. What realm can you reshape? Gu Qing inquired with curiosity. The realm of a saint, she replied. Surely not. Absorbing so much precious liquid and still only achieving the realm of a saint. What do you know? I have utilized all the precious liquid you provided to reshape the essence of my physical body, not to elevate my realm, he and I retorted, slightly annoyed. Before obtaining the precious liquid, she had been confident in her ability to condense an innate Tao body. With this precious liquid, she could condense an innate saint body Tao fetus, comparable to a supreme divine body. Do you require starry fruits? Gu Qing asked. Absolutely. I need them desperately. Can you obtain them? Does the starry divine hall have starry trees? Henie's tone was filled with excitement. With the starry fruits, she could not only reshape an innate saint body Tao fetus, but also use secret techniques to condense 3,000 starry cavities. Such a physique, while not quite as potent as in her previous life, still held boundless potential, rekindling her hope of recovering her former glory. However, starry fruits were divine medicines. Could Gu Qing procure them? Certainly. I previously consumed a starry fruit, as is well known. I am the starry divine body. Acquiring another should not pose a challenge, Gu Qing smiled. He was a man who repaid both kindness and enmity. He and I's transmission of the little thousand sword technique was exceedingly extraordinary. If he could assist he and I, he would not hesitate to lend a hand. Wonderful. Everything is still timely. The arrival of the starry fruits is perfectly timed. You must assist me in obtaining them. They are of great use to me. Henie's tone was fervent. After a moment's thought, she produced a jade slip. This is the spear technique of a powerful individual, named the Opening Heaven Divine Spear. It is a gift to you, Dai. In truth, she had long wished to bestow this supreme spear technique upon Gu Qing, yet she had hesitated, still clinging to a faint hope of taking him as a disciple. She had intended to use the Opening Heaven Divine Spear to entice Gu Qing. However, since he was already planning to seek starry fruits on her behalf, it would be unreasonable not to grant him this gift. Henie's gaze flickered as she mused, there is still time for me to reshape my body. I shall grant him one more opportunity. If he fails to seize it, then he should not blame me for deceiving him of heart and affection. Gu Qing, upon scanning the jade slip with his consciousness, was immediately filled with joy. The Opening Heaven Divine Spear possessed 10 divine techniques, each imbued with the might to create and destroy worlds. He could hardly fathom how he and I had come to possess such an artifact. The techniques she casually offered were more valuable than the rewards for slaying a protagonist point. One could only imagine that he and I had been an extraordinary figure in her previous life. Contemplating this, Gu Qing sealed the Qian Kuan sword and began to communicate with the system. System, is there no reward for slaying the Son of Fortune? There is, but at that time, the host was in seclusion. So I disabled the automatic broadcast. Then please proceed with the draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Solar Divine Gold. Not be it, Yu Qing contemplated for a moment, deciding to use it for refining within the 3,000 starry cavities. He placed Xiao Yi's black pattern Immortal Gold and the Solar Divine Furnace into the golden gourd for refinement. Having completed these tasks, Gu Qing opened the ring of the old man and began to refine the Heart of Ice and Fire. The Heart of Ice and Fire was exceedingly peculiar. its color a frosty blue, exuding an extreme chill and intense heat, a fusion of ice and fire that defied the laws of physics. Notably, the Heart of Ice and Fire was ranked highly among the 3,000. Xiao Yi had refined the Heart of Ice and Fire thrice, elevating it to a level capable of incinerating those in the divine refinement realm. Had Xiao Yi not continuously extracted the essence of the Heart of Ice and Fire for cultivation to condense the fire divine body, it likely would have been upgraded to the point of incinerating those in the King realm by now. After Gu Qing refined the Heart of Ice and Fire, he controlled it to devour a wisp of solar divine fire. Upon completion, the power of the Heart of Ice and Fire increased several-fold. When unleashed by him, it could now incinerate those in the Void Dao realm. A formidable trump card. Ji Yuqing began to comprehend the divine technique of the Opening Heaven Divine Spear, the annihilation of the 8 desolations. This technique combined the laws of power and space, unmatched in its dominance, capable of annihilating the heavens and the 8 desolations. 3 days later, Su Qingyue, amidst the heartfelt farewell of all members of the moon-viewing sacred land, walked away, glancing back with teary eyes. This departure left her uncertain of when she would return. Go and cultivate diligently, Su Wu said, his expression grave. Although 1,000 words lingered in his heart, they were swallowed back, leaving only these few words. I understand. I will not disappoint my father's expectations. Su Qingyue bit her lip, wishing time would slow down. Once she became a powerful being, she vowed to seek rare treasures for her father, aiding him in breaking through to the King realm and the respected realm. Chapter 40. Why didn't you say so earlier? System. Summon my attribute panel and kindly include the progress of my divine techniques, as well as the spatial divine patterns. Ji Yuqing addressed the system. He had noticed that his adoptive father seemed somewhat negligent. If he did not speak, the system would cease to function. Name. Gu Qing. Realm. 9th layer of the Profound Dan realm. Peak. Physique. Supreme Dao Bone. Chaotic Star Body. In Transformation 27. Talent. Natural Dao Seed. Unparalleled throughout the ages. Fate. Variable. Fate Count. Unknown. Fortune. 321,000. My divine techniques. Chaos Treasure Bottle Seal. Yin Yang Wheel. Star Plucking Hand. Divine Techniques. Little Thousand Sword Technique. Beginner. Annihilation of the 8 Desolations. Beginner. Spatial Shift. Beginner. Treasures. Reincarnation Divine Spear. Golden Gourd. Spatial Divine Patterns. Heart of Ice and Fire. Innate Spiritual Root. 9-Colored Soul Lotus. Techniques. Chaos Indestructible Sutra. Initial Creation. Gu Qing withdrew his gaze, a smile gracing his face. His qualifications were exceptional. Even without deliberate cultivation, he could break through a minor realm in just 1 month. Additionally, the annihilation of the 8 desolations had already reached the beginner stage, its power comparable to that of the Little Thousand Sword Technique. As for the Spatial Shift Technique, Gu Qing had unexpectedly comprehended it while studying the annihilation of the 8 desolations. With his current strength, he could shift a distance of 10,000 miles in a single step, truly formidable. Yet, it ultimately felt somewhat redundant to him, especially since he possessed spatial divine patterns. Lost in thought, Gu Qing opened the secluded chamber, and before him sat Chu Yao at the entrance, her graceful figure captivating and alluring. Her delicate form was exquisitely proportioned, her fair and smooth skin almost translucent. "Young Master Gu, you finally deigned to emerge," Chu Yao said, resting her chin in her hand. Her fox-like eyes filled with a sense of longing, her curled lashes fluttering, her expression akin to that of one betrayed by a heartless lover. "What is the matter?" Gu Qing found it somewhat unbearable to be scrutinized and could not help but inquire. "My identity is rather unique, and I fear it may attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. In such a case, I hope young Master Gu will lend me your assistance," Chu Yao stated, her expression now serious. If her constitution and identity were to be discovered as that of a Chanu Inyuan body, the individuals who would covet her would not be limited to the younger generation. Even the ancient beings would undoubtedly seek to add her to their collection, reducing her to mere plaything. It was precisely for this reason that she had hesitated to join the Starry God Temple. Were it not for the shared interest with Gu Qing, she would never have dared to approach the temple. Should she be captured, the Chu family would be powerless to rescue her. "It's a trivial matter," Gu Qing remarked, dismissing her concerns. He recognized that Chu Yao had aided him substantially, and knowing her future significance to him, he would assist her regardless of her request. By the way, do you have a mentor in mind? Gu Qing asked. I wish to join your sect as an ordinary disciple. I wonder if that would be permissible? Chu Yao replied, Do you not desire to have a mentor? Gu Qing asked in surprise, his gaze appraising her perfectly sculpted form. Become an ordinary disciple means foregoing the guidance of a renowned master, lacking the benefits typically afforded to disciples, and being required to complete various tasks each month. The advantages of having a mentor are numerous. If it were not for her physical constraints, no one would be disinclined to seek a mentor. As the female protagonist, it was only reasonable that her aptitude would not be lacking. System. Please check her attribute data. Name. Chu Yao. Realm. 6th level of the Refining Spirit Realm. Constitution. Chanu Inyuan Body. Born with seductive bones, talent, exceptional gracefulness, a prodigy of unparalleled skill, fate. The destined female protagonist. Fortune. Abundant blessings, favorable for husbands and children. Luck. 80,000. So she possesses a Dinglu physique. However, with her prodigious talent coupled with 80,000 luck, Chu Yao's future accomplishments are bound to be remarkable. Gu Qing mused inwardly. It is not that I do not wish to, but rather that circumstances do not permit, Chu Yao replied with a bittersweet smile. If given the choice, she would gladly forsake this damned divine body. Very well, I shall take you to register now. Gu Qing nodded. As the senior disciple, enrolling an ordinary disciple was merely a matter of a few words, requiring no consultation with Jiming. Thank you. Should there be any tasks in the future, do not hesitate to command me, Chu Yao said, her heart filled with deep gratitude. Though this may be a simple act for Gu Qing, for her, it represented a chance to leap through the dragon gate. Why the formality? Let us proceed. Gu Qing waved the purple gold token in his hand, signaling her not to say more. Possessing it meant having the entire Wanbao Tower's commercial empire at her service. Rather than engage in superficial matters, Gu Qing preferred something more substantial. He also felt uncomfortable with the notion of owing favors, perhaps due to his modern upbringing, finding it difficult to adapt to the interpersonal dynamics of the cultivation world. Gu Qing viewed Chu Yao merely as a friend with whom mutual aid could be exchanged, and nothing more. Of course, should there come a day when Chu Yao insisted on supporting him, he would not mind. All right, Chu Yao beamed, her joy genuine and heartfelt. Despite their limited exchanges, true feelings are revealed in times of hardship, and intentions become evident in matters of interest. Ji Yuqing had not taken advantage of the situation to demand any benefits, making him truly worthy of her trust. Seeing the exceptionally handsome and spirited Gu Qing, Chu Yao's heart fluttered, and her recent worries dissipated like mist. Senior brother. Upon spotting Gu Qing, Su Qingyue kicked her legs with delight, approaching him with a pure, sweet smile. Junior sister. Gu Qing ruffled her hair, leading both women directly to the Starry God Temple's Xinhua Peak to assist Chu Yao with her registration. Before long, the registration was complete, and Chu Yao had become an inner disciple of the Starry God Temple, belonging to Jiming's Divine Peak. Thank you. Chu Yao received her inner disciple token, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. It is important to note that the Starry God Temple has exceedingly stringent recruitment standards. Becoming an inner disciple is akin to a Herculean task. Countless gifted individuals have perished in the brutal competition of the outer sect. Yet she had effortlessly ascended to become an inner disciple, joining the most powerful divine maiden peak of the Starry God Temple. At this moment, she had truly taken a giant leap forward. As long as she makes sufficient contributions, she may access the temple's profound techniques and insights, exchanging them for rare treasures of heaven and earth. Congratulations! Su Qingyue looked at her with a complex expression. She had come to terms with her feelings. Although she despised Chu Yao, it was undeniable that Chu Yao could assist Gu Qing. Accepting someone from Divine Maiden Peak was not so difficult after all. Gu Qing also offered his congratulations before hurriedly taking Su Qingyue to find Jiming. He and I had been suppressing the progress of her physical reconstruction to obtain the starry fruit and was now nearing her limit, urgently needing the fruit. Master. In the Divine Maiden Hall, Jiming appeared like a celestial being, surrounded by a divine radiance, her aura profound and mysterious, reminiscent of an ancient deity. Jiming acknowledged with a soft hum. her probing gaze landing on Gu Qing. Your cultivation has progressed exceedingly quickly. While your foundation is solid, if you were to refine it further, your foundational strength could advance even more. Do not rush to break through. Take the time to hone your foundation. For Gu Qing, rapid advancement in realm was not necessarily a boon, as it could deplete the potential of the Zhou Tian starry god body. Thank you for the reminder, Master. That is precisely my intention. Upon returning this time, I wish to enter the scripture pavilion to study the techniques, insights, and accumulate my foundation. By the way, Master, during my recent excursion, I obtained the Sun Dao Sutra and a remarkable technique. The burning art. Gu Qing briefly summarized the events, presenting 2 jade slips. You are quite fortunate. Zhiming's consciousness swept over them, and she was taken aback. The Starry God Temple had been searching for the Sun Dao realm for many years without success. Gu Qing had found it within just a few days. His luck was unparalleled. Furthermore, this burning art was exceptionally rare, possessing the power of creation, and would be of great use to her. With this in mind, Zhiming looked at Gu Qing with satisfaction, confirming that he was indeed her dutiful disciple, worthy of her care. Master, my constitution can evolve once more. I wonder if the Starry God Temple still has the 3 light divine water and starry fruit? Gu Qing inquired. Yes, you are a disciple whom the Starry God Temple is nurturing with great care. Feel free to claim whatever you require, Zhiming replied. Does this mean? Indeed, you may select from the treasures of the Starry God Temple's vault. You may also consult the ancient beings in the Forbidden Grounds regarding any cultivation dilemmas. Zhiming smiled. Why did you not mention this earlier? Gu Qing exclaimed with joy, though he also felt a pang of frustration. Had Zhiming informed him sooner, he would have long since raided the Starry God Temple's treasury. After all, this was an ancient, immortal lineage, likely housing countless treasures. How amusing it is to see Gu Qing's vexed expression. Zhiming thought, her mood lifting further. Congratulations, senior brother, Su Qingyue exclaimed, her delight evident. Being able to select treasures and access the Forbidden Grounds was a privilege that even the holy sons and daughters did not possess. Gu Qing was surely on the path to greatness. From now on, if junior sister requires any treasures, feel free to seek me out, Gu Qing offered generously, as the resources belonged to the Starry God Temple. Senior brother, senior sister. At that moment, a breathtakingly beautiful goddess entered the divine maiden hall. Adorned with a phoenix crown and clad in a phoenix robe, her every gesture exuded an air of dominance and authority. Reminiscent of a peerless empress. Chapter 41. The record of the Yin and Yang chaos, slaying the newlywed husband, system. Please check her attribute data and explore her personality. Gu Qing expressed keen interest in this formidable female antagonist who dared to challenge the protagonist. Name, Luo Li Realm. Pinnacle of the 9th level of the Profound Pill. Constitution. Phoenix Bloodline. Supreme Bone. Eternal Phoenix Body. Awakening not yet realized. Talent. Inherent affinity for the Tao, unparalleled in the ages. Fate. The destined antagonist. Fortune. Abundant blessings, fated to encounter tribulations. Luck. 200,000 to her character. Cunning and ruthless, vengeful to the core, deeply cunning, with a strong desire for power and unwavering in her principles. Goodness, her character truly befits that of a villain. Gu Qing thought, his eyelids twitching. Given Luo Li's disposition, the upcoming days were bound to be tumultuous. System. How does her luck surpass that of Xiao Yi and Lin Qian and Lin Yang? With a staggering 200,000 luck, had Gu Qing not known she was an antagonist, he might have thought her the destined daughter. Quite normal. Antagonists are often endowed with immense luck, yet they lack the protagonist's luck-draining halo, ultimately resulting in lesser fortune than the protagonist. I see. Gu Qing pondered, then continued. What distinguishes the Phoenix bloodline from the eternal Phoenix body? The difference is significant. The Phoenix bloodline is merely comparable to an upper-tier divine body, while the eternal Phoenix body, also known as the undying body, is immortal and unkillable, bearing no relation to the divine beast Phoenix. What does that mean? She possesses the essence of the undying through countless tribulations and has begun to merge with the Phoenix bloodline. Once successful, she will embody the eternal Phoenix body, capable of rebirth at will. Gu Qing's heart surged with waves of astonishment. Immortal and unkillable meant she could not be slain. coupled with her inherent affinity for the Tao and unparalleled talent. Luo Li was virtually invincible. Then the question arises, how will her nemesis, Yi Hao, contend with her? Does he possess a constitution that surpasses Luo Li's? With such thoughts in mind, Gu Qing offered her a faint smile, found an excuse, and departed from the Divine Maiden Palace, making his way to the treasury of the Star God Temple. Regardless of how formidable the protagonist or antagonist may be, Gu Qing simply yearned for a tranquil existence to cultivate and grow stronger. His greatest aspiration in this life was to attain immortality, gazing down upon the endless passage of time. Luo Lihong narrowed her phoenix-like eyes, myriad calculations swirling within her mind, as she bowed respectfully to Zhimeng. Master, what kind of physique does my senior brother possess? The heavenly star god body. Your senior sister possesses the lunar god body, Zhimeng replied in a calm voice. Your senior brother's talent is unparalleled. If you ever find yourself in need of guidance, do not hesitate to consult him. The expression of shock flickered across Luo Lihong's phoenix eyes. This was a legendary physique that had not appeared for millennia. Indeed, we are in a golden age, where various legendary physiques abound. Zhimeng sighed softly. She recalled the beloved disciple of her unpleasant younger sister. Daily subjected to her sister's curses, she initially paid it no mind, dismissing the disciple as merely a slightly talented ant unworthy of concern. She was confident that any disciple she casually trained could easily suppress her sister's disciple. However, upon encountering Lin Chuqing in person, she fell silent. Even with her utmost efforts to nurture Su Qingyue, she was certain she would not stand a chance against Lin Chuqing. Thus, she contemplated taking on another disciple. Although she held little hope for Luo Lihong to defeat Lin Chuqing, it did not imply that their talents were inferior. Both had boundless potential, capable of ascending to divinity. She had numerous disciples, while her younger sister had but one. Thus, her defeat was not too disgraceful. Fortunately, Zhimeng remained unaware of Luo Lihong's dormant, undying phoenix god body. Otherwise, her perspective would surely differ. Zhimeng inquired, how is your fusion with the Supreme Bone progressing? Master, I no longer wish to fuse with the Supreme Bone. Luo Lihong stated solemnly. Why? Zhimeng was taken aback. She had accepted Luo Lihong as a disciple precisely because of her Phoenix bloodline and Supreme Bone, believing that the two would complement each other. The Phoenix bloodline could perfectly nurture the Supreme Bone, transforming it into her own, and even cultivate formidable powers of LAW. Su Qingyue also looked at Luo Lihong in confusion. If you don't wish to fuse, why did you even extract it? After all, the Supreme Bone was the most promising path to advancing to the Supreme God Body. By utilizing the Supreme Bone, one could refine their entire physical form into a Supreme Treasure Body. Nurturing innate laws and patterns, I wish to refine it for my own use. I am inherently invincible. Why should I rely on the bones of others? Luo Lihong's phoenix eyes radiated determination, her presence regal and divine. Resembling an unparalleled emperor, it was hard to perceive her as a mere adolescent girl. Having confidence is commendable, but one must also recognize one's limitations, Zhimeng retorted coldly, dismissing Luo Lihong's words with disdain. With her keen insight, she discerned the reality. Luo Lihong could not even defeat Su Qingyue, yet she claimed invincibility? It was laughable, master, though I may seem ordinary now. If I do not possess absolute certainty, how could I dare to gamble with my future? Luo Lihong's ambitions were grand. After breaking through to the 9th level of the Xiandan, she discovered her dormant, unparalleled physique, containing innate, undying divine nature. Once awakened, it would be no less formidable than the Supreme God Body, which naturally made her disregard the Supreme Bone. Thus, she contemplated refining the Supreme Bone to hasten the awakening of her extraordinary physique. However, she dared not voice this secret, fearing Zhimeng might siphon away her essence. After all, the Supreme Bone had been extracted from her fiancé, and knowing what had befallen him, Luo Lihong worried she might meet a similar fate. Then what do you propose? Seeing Luo Lihong's steadfastness, Zhimeng furrowed her brows and asked, Disciple desires a method for refinement. I implore Master to grant this request. Luo Lihong bowed deeply. Zhimeng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced. Though she held little faith in Luo Lihong, it was her own decision, and she would not interfere excessively. "Thank you, master, for your kindness," Luo Lihong exclaimed, filled with joy. With this method of refinement, she could perfectly harness the supreme bone for her own use, awakening her extraordinary physique and even merging it with her phoenix bloodline. "Very well, you may leave," Jiming replied. "Yes, master." Luo Lihong and Su Qingyue exited the grand hall. "Senior sister, I hope you will look after me in the future." "What are you saying, junior sister? My cultivation is still beneath yours," Su Qingyue smiled. Upon witnessing this, Luo Lihong felt even more elated. The naive and sweet senior sister posed no threat. Once she awakened her extraordinary physique, she would begin plotting to claim the position of saintess, and then there was Gu Qing. The heavenly star god body was a prized possession of the star god temple, making it difficult to target. It would be best to win him over. Luo Lihong held absolute confidence in her charm, convinced that Gu Qing would soon be captivated by her allure. Meanwhile, Gu Qing presented the Sun Dao Sutra to an elderly guardian of the treasury. "Elder Gu, I wish to obtain a star fruit. Do not mention just a single star fruit. Take whatever you desire," Elder Gu replied, stroking his grizzled beard with a benevolent smile. The more he looked at Gu Qing, the more satisfied he became. Gu Qing's remarkable status was not solely due to the supreme god body, but also because his supreme god body was the heavenly star god body, akin to that of their founding ancestor. Naturally, they were eager to nurture him, hoping to cultivate another little ancestor. Had he possessed any other supreme god body, it would have been impossible to take treasures from the star god temple so freely. Even the ancestors of the divine fire realm would not dare to take whatever they pleased. "Thank you, elder." Gu Qing's face lit up with delight as he expressed his gratitude and stepped into the treasury. The treasury was akin to a sacred artifact, imbued with a spirit. Whatever one desired would materialize before them upon uttering their wish. Among 30 jade boxes, Gu Qing opened one, and radiant divine light burst forth, suffusing the air with the essence of the star Dao. Before him lay a fruit that resembled a miniature cosmic star, its brilliance twinkling and its depths vast and profound, entirely unlike a mere fruit. "I want 9 of them," he and I, spotting 30 star fruits, exclaimed in astonishment. "1 is merely a temporary measure. If there are more, my clever cave will be perfected even further." "Very well." Gu Qing hesitated briefly before nodding. Giving her 9 fruits while keeping 4 for himself, "I desire 3 drops of 3 lights divine water." As soon as he spoke, he found himself in another location, where thousands of jade bottles floated before him. Each bottle contained 100 drops of 3 lights divine water. It should be noted that the 3 lights divine water was a sacred healing substance, capable of reshaping the physical form. Each drop was a treasure beyond measure. Yet the Star God Temple had accumulated thousands of bottles, showcasing its profound heritage. "Please retrieve 9 bottles for me." "Understood." Gu Qing hesitated for a moment, ultimately taking only 9 bottles. He mused that if he were to refine the starlight water from his golden gourd, it would likely not be inferior to the 3 lights divine water of the Star God Temple. He could always try it another day. If it proved inferior, he could return for more later. Clearly, Gu Qing felt a bit uncomfortable taking too many treasures from the Star God Temple. After all, these were hard-earned acquisitions of the temple's predecessors. Unless absolutely necessary, one should not be overly greedy. "Now, let's procure some divine iron," he and I said excitedly. Divine iron. Gu Qing instantly appeared before a planet. This planet resembled the star fruits but was significantly larger. Measuring at least 9 units in size, it resembled a small universe encompassing all cosmic phenomena, emanating a faint starry divine light, with the essence of the Tao permeating the air. Seize the complete star iron mother. Refine it into your ultimate treasure. Although he and I coveted it greatly, she was clear-minded about their grievances and understood the immense importance of the star iron mother to Gu Qing. Upon hearing this, Gu Qing's heart raced. While the divine iron for crafting artifacts was indeed valuable, the process of crafting artifacts required considerable effort and dedication. Refining just one was sufficient. Crafting too many would significantly delay his breakthrough. Moreover, compared to self-refinement, Gu Qing preferred to acquire resources without effort. Perhaps he could later obtain artifacts or innate spiritual treasures from his adoptive father. There was truly no need to exhaust himself in crafting an artifact. Gu Qing accepted the Star Iron Mother and then silently invoked a flying treasure in an instant. He found himself in another location where various palanquins and flying boats floated, radiating dazzling brilliance. He and I, please help me identify which flying boat is the finest. Gu Qing transmitted his thoughts. What type of flying boat do you desire? Small flying boats are the fastest, while medium and large flying boats possess greater power but consume more energy and have more space. He and I inquired. Do small flying boats have closed meditation rooms and can they fly autonomously? Gu Qing asked. Indeed, these are basic functions of flying boats. It seems you are inclined towards a small flying boat. Then let us choose that void flying boat. The void flying boat was the highest ranking vessel among all the flying boats here. It was a sacred artifact. It boasted defensive formations, spirit gathering formations, stealth formations, and trapping formations, among others. As long as there was sufficient energy, it could strike down those at the King Realm, with even those at the Supreme Realm unable to catch up. If Gu Qing could fully harness its power, even those at the Sage Realm would be unable to pursue him. Now, let us seek high-grade beast blood and flesh. All right. Finally, Gu Qing acquired 2 corpses of beasts from the Sage Realm. Fortunately, these 2 beasts were contained within spatial treasure boxes. Otherwise, even a mere hint of their aura could have obliterated Gu Qing. Upon returning to his cave, Gu Qing retrieved his golden gourd and stored the refined divine iron liquid before commencing the refinement of the 2 Sage Realm beasts. The outpouring resembled an expansive ocean. The sheer size of the Sage Realm beasts was staggering, stretching several hundred miles. Gu Qing's eyes were opened wide. You wish to give me the Star Iron Mother? As he and I gazed upon the sudden appearance of the Starry Iron Mother, a sense of existential doubt washed over her. Other matters could be overlooked, for the Starry Temple had ample reserves, and Gu Qing could hardly exhaust them all. Yet there existed but a single piece of the Starry Iron Mother, a divine metal capable of forging one's life-bound treasure. Well, take it as a token of my appreciation for crafting the celestial spear for me, Gu Qing remarked. Upon hearing this, he and I cast a deep gaze at Gu Qing, accepting it with grace, and said, Once I emerge from my seclusion, I shall present you with a grand surprise. Excellent. I shall await it. Gu Qing responded, closing the Qinquan sword. He then took a small sip of the divine metal liquid, which could hardly be described as delightful. It was rather bland and tasteless. Moreover, the divine metal liquid was as gentle as mercury. Eliciting no reaction within his body, Gu Qing endeavored to operate the chaotic treasure bottle seal, refining himself and melding the divine metal liquid into the 3,000 apertures of the cave heaven. Drops of liquid fused with the apertures, subsequently giving birth to astonishing sword energy. It truly works. Gu Qing was overwhelmed with joy. The integration of the cave heaven with the divine metal liquid functioned as a womb, capable of nurturing a divine sword. This was far superior to directly forging it into a sword, as that would require constant feeding with divine metal, by creating a divine sword womb in the apertures. He could continuously nurture the divine sword with spiritual energy. Contemplating this, Gu Qing consumed the liquid in one go, swiftly refining the 3,000 apertures of the cave heaven into a womb, allowing him to nourish the divine sword with mere spiritual energy henceforth. Host, your chaotic treasure bottle seal is extraordinarily formidable, a supreme secret technique. You must contemplate it thoroughly. It will undoubtedly yield boundless benefits. The system interjected. Gu Qing acknowledged with a sound, silencing his foster father. He then made his way directly to the treasured library, entering a state of complete immersion, oblivious to the affairs outside, dedicating himself solely to the study of sacred texts. Time flowed by, and the years slipped away. In the first month, Gu Qing perused over 10,000 schools of celestial arts, establishing a solid foundation. In the second month, he examined 100 techniques of the kingly, venerable, and sacred grades. In the third month, he reviewed insights on cultivation. In the fourth month, he explored various divine techniques, deriving imprints of divine powers within his body. Gu Qing was akin to a sponge, voraciously absorbing knowledge. Learning brought him immense joy, as if he had entered an endless ocean of delight. In the fifth month, Gu Qing returned to his cave dwelling to enter seclusion, integrating the techniques. And a mysterious aura of chaotic Tao radiated from him. A year later, Guqing successfully merged with the chaotic Indestructible Sutra. Though his realm had not yet broken through, he had grown several times stronger. Further refining the sutra and gaining a deeper understanding of the Tao, I am about to enter seclusion to break through my realm. When will you confront the thunder tribulation? The rebirth of one's physical body is accompanied by a thunderstorm. Only by overcoming it can one attain true rebirth. You may enter seclusion. I am in no hurry, I replied, her ethereal voice imbued with elation. It was evident that her innate sacred body had reached perfection, and her 3,000 apertures of the cave heaven had been flawlessly opened, nurturing an unparalleled divine sword. She could confront the thunder tribulation at any moment to embrace her new life. Even without facing the tribulation, she could still cultivate, yielding even better results. Very well, Guqing hastily headed to the treasury to procure a king-level demonic beast, refining it into treasure liquid. Although Chu Yao provided ample blood and flesh from demonic beasts, they did not include any at the kingly level, and even those at the divine refinement level were exceedingly rare. This was simply unavoidable. A drop of blood from a king-level demonic beast is a treasure in itself, typically reserved for auction. Yu Qing poured the treasure liquid out, flooding the mountaintop with rich vitality that wafted in vibrant hues. He still had more than half remaining. If he were to refine all of this, it should be sufficient for me to break through to the pinnacle of the divine refinement realm and evolve the chaotic star body to perfection. I wonder if I will awaken my life-bound divine power. With this thought, Guqing adjusted his mindset and activated the chaotic Indestructible Sutra. Instantly, his profound core transformed into his primordial spirit, which mirrored Guqing in every aspect, merely shrunk in proportion. The primordial spirit soared into the nine-colored soul lotus, absorbing its innate essence, cleansing and fortifying his soul. Divine Refinement Realm, first level. Divine Refinement Realm, second level. Divine Refinement Realm, fifth level. As his realm rapidly ascended, Guqing's physical body underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. Such composure at such a young age. Splendid. I fear he may become lost amidst boundless honors, unable to endure the solitude of cultivation, Zhiming remarked, lying in her coffin, her tone filled with excitement as she inquired of Zhiming. At this moment, Guqing's aura was exceedingly profound, perpetually in a state of unity with the heavens and earth, with every action capable of altering the magnetic field of the universe. He seemed the very center of the world, with the myriad laws of existence following his lead, exuding an aura of transcendence, as if he did not belong to this realm, but was instead a lofty primordial deity. Indeed, he possesses an unparalleled comprehension, a heart as steadfast as a rock, and an innocent desire for the Tao. The least noteworthy aspect of him is his heavenly star body. Zhiming envisioned a scene of debating the laws of the Tao and divine powers with Guqing. A smile gracing her lips. Very well, I shall arrange for him to visit your abode to listen to the sounds of the great Tao. Excellent, excellent. You still possess some sense of conscience, the elder replied. With talent and perseverance, along with immense fortune, it is truly uncertain how far he shall ascend in the future. Enough of this idle chatter. Remaining secluded and deliberating without action is not the solution. Theoretical discussions only skim the surface. True understanding comes through practice. The strong are forged in the crucible of blood and fire. Let us establish him as the Holy Son, allowing him to compete with those of divine bodies. The title of Holy Son is unworthy of him. I propose the title of Divine Son instead. As these words left her lips, a profound silence enveloped the elder beings, their gazes converging upon Zhiming. In the Starry Temple, the highest honor is not the Holy Son or Holy Maiden, nor the Temple Master, but rather the Divine Son and Divine Daughter. Throughout history, every Divine Son and Divine Daughter of the Starry Temple has ascended to the celestial realm, becoming titans of the immortal world. Furthermore, the Divine Son and Divine Daughter are meant to cultivate together. The Starry Temple possesses a sacred scripture known as the Yin-Yang Chaotic Record, a supreme legacy capable of cultivating the acquired Yin-Yang chaotic body. Zhiming and Guqing were master and disciple. Although there was no rule forbidding them from becoming a couple, the vast disparity in their ages and powers posed a significant challenge. Of course, the Starry Temple did not mandate that the Divine Son and Divine Daughter must cultivate together. However, previous Divine Sons and Daughters willingly chose to do so for the sake of the Supreme Tao, participating in the Yin-Yang chaotic record. This was also the reason for their immense strength, leading to their inevitable ascension to the celestial realm. It is worth mentioning that during Zhiming's era, they had appointed a Divine Son, a pure young body of prodigious talent. Moreover, they had been childhood sweethearts, deeply intertwined, making them a perfect match for Zhiming. However, unbeknownst to Zhiming's thoughts, on the day of their wedding, she took the life of her new husband. Chapter 42. Sweat streaming down, O divine maiden! Ah! Zhiming chuckled lightly, seemingly oblivious to the implications in the words of the elder beings, revealing no trace of emotion. Ahem, what I previously stated may have lacked consideration. The title of Holy Son is quite suitable, would you not agree? Indeed, indeed. For the young, it is unwise to aim too high too soon. They must undergo extensive tempering. The demise of the pure young body is inconsequential for the Starry Temple. We can always nurture another. They lacked no strong individuals in the Starry Temple. However, the heavenly star body was of utmost importance, and no mistakes could be afforded. We possess a complete legacy that can ensure Gu Qing's successful ascension to the celestial realm. The elder of the Starry Temple spoke solemnly. Rest assured, I shall devote myself to nurturing him. Zhiming's eyes darkened. For the sake of the heavenly star body, the celestial sect was indeed willing to invest heavily. It is essential to understand that the celestial realm and the mortal realm are distinct universes. Breaking through the cosmic boundaries to transport treasures requires unparalleled cultivation. In just 10 days, Gu Qing ascended to the pinnacle of the divine refinement realm, surveying his surroundings, where an expanse of ocean greeted him. After all, his cave dwelling was immensely vast, stretching endlessly. He had utilized less than half of the poured treasure liquid. Gathering all the treasure liquid, Gu Qing silently commanded, System, display my attribute panel and analyze the strength of my physical body. Name, Gu Qing. Realm, pinnacle of the divine refinement realm. Physique, supreme Tao bone, chaotic star body. Talent, innate Tao seed, unparalleled throughout the ages. Fate, variable, fortune, 321, 000. Lifebound divine powers, chaotic treasure bottle seal, yin-yang wheel, star snatching hand, chaotic sword art, 7-star fist, shattering star finger, great sun divine fist, divine powers, annihilation of the 8 desolates, minor accomplishment, spatial relocation, minor accomplishment, magic treasures, reincarnation divine spear, golden gourd, spatial divine patterns, exotic fire, heart of ice and fire, innate spiritual root, 9-colored soul lotus, techniques, chaotic indestructible sutra, initial creation, physical body, comparable to a heavenly grade magic treasure, impervious to the void Tao realm. Excellent, excellent, the heavens reward diligence. This is all I rightfully deserve. The chaotic star body had successfully undergone a perfect metamorphosis, with a physical body on par with a heavenly grade magic treasure. Furthermore, during this past year, Gu Qing had successfully cultivated and deduced divine powers, as well as the minor 1,000 sword art, which had finally become his lifebound divine power. Jiu Qing, come visit my divine maiden hall. As the tranquility above the cave dwelling was restored, a smile graced Zhiming's eyes. She pondered how much Gu Qing had gained during the past 10 days of seclusion. Surely, he must have ascended to the second level of the refining spirit realm. She murmured softly, reflecting that for an ordinary divine body, 10 days would hardly suffice for such a breakthrough. After all, as one progresses, the challenges of transcending realms only become more arduous. Upon reaching the void Tao realm, advancing even a minor level could take years. However, Gu Qing possessed the heavenly star divine body, the most superior divine physique that allows for the swiftest breakthroughs. Thus, achieving the second level of the refining spirit realm in 10 days seemed quite feasible. Nevertheless, her audacious conjecture faltered upon witnessing Gu Qing in person. Refining spirit realm, 9th level? Breaking through a realm each day? Zhiming found it unfathomable how he accomplished such a feat. How reckless. Why the urgency to break through? Do you not realize this will deplete your potential? Ming's voice was tinged with ire. Master, my foundation is solid, Gu Qing proclaimed, fully unveiling his aura, the profundity of his Tao having transcended his current realm. Ming fell silent, relieved that her disciple had not glimpsed her true form. She spoke softly, from now on, you must refrain from such haste. Understood, Master. Truth be told, Gu Qing himself had not anticipated achieving such rapid progress, largely thanks to the assistance of the nine-colored soul lotus. After all, the refining spirit realm revolves around the cultivation of the primordial spirit, which is notoriously difficult to enhance. It necessitates the accumulation of time, or the use of treasures that elevate the primordial spirit. Indeed, Ming responded with a calm demeanor, inquiring, do you encounter any challenges in your cultivation? Yes, Gu Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he articulated various cultivation conundrums and ingenious ideas. Each question was an ancient riddle, rich with endless variations. Ming considered each one carefully, responding with utmost caution. Master, the human body resembles the universe, concealing boundless treasures. How might we excavate these treasures and evolve the human form into celestial bodies? The human flesh and blood cells possess the ability to regenerate. How can we maximize this to achieve rebirth with a mere thought or attain nirvana through fire? If I were to refine the divine body as if it were a divine elixir, using the interplay of yin and yang as fuel, could I possibly forge the laws and Tao patterns? With each audacious idea Gu Qing expressed, Ming's brows knitted tighter, her fists clenched in frustration. She felt an overwhelming urge to strike him down. What sort of questions were these? Could he not inquire about something more fundamental? Ming longed to admonish him, yet upon reflection, while Gu Qing's musings were indeed outrageous, they held a semblance of truth. Gazing at her inquisitive disciple, Ming took a deep breath and spoke slowly, Disciple, your cultivation is still too nascent. You ought not to delve into matters beyond your grasp. It is best to focus on comprehending your current realm. It was beneficial for him to have aspirations, and she would not dampen his spirit of endeavor. Very well, Gu Qing replied, somewhat disheartened. The questions he posed were not mere flights of fancy. They were genuine, practical dilemmas that troubled him. A new perspective had emerged for him, transforming divine techniques into cultivation methodologies. He combined the principles of the eternal heaven techniques rebirth through fire, the metamorphosis of the cocoon, and the integration of the chaotic treasure vase, creating an entirely new method of refining that simultaneously evolved the physical body, spirit, and cultivation. Regrettably, Ming remained oblivious to this and could not provide him with the enlightenment he sought. What a fervent cultivator! Jining, standing in the corner, felt a whirlwind of emotions. Since returning to the Star Divine Temple, Gu Qing had been oblivious to the world outside, wholly absorbed in his practice, neglecting the two enchanting beauties before him. Initially, he had hoped to cradle a human offspring this year, but it now seemed utterly implausible. Master, I have discovered a secret. If I strive to imprint the traces of divine abilities within my body, could it not increase the likelihood of awakening my innate divine ability? Gu Qing inquired with great enthusiasm. Have you tested this? What is the success rate? Ming instinctively wanted to refute him. After all, the awakening of innate divine abilities was closely tied to one's constitution and bore no relation to the number or manner of divine abilities cultivated. However, Gu Qing was indeed peculiar, and she found herself unable to dismiss his claims outright. What if he truly succeeded? Would that not tarnish her reputation as a master? My shattered star finger, 7-star fist, and great sun divine fist have all been successful. Gu Qing stated, astonished. The ease with which one could awaken innate divine abilities seemed implausible. Otherwise, everyone would have done so long ago. Yet, he had indeed awakened them, which was undeniably strange. Strange indeed, Ming sighed, relieved that she had not outright denied him earlier. This is due to your unique constitution, something that cannot be replicated by others, she replied. Perhaps, Gu Qing mused, taking a sip of tea and pouring a cup for her as well. Continuing, Master, prior to cultivation, the body's meridians are frail, yet through practice, they become as resilient as dragon tendons, capable of bearing the might of divine abilities. If we were to cultivate our acupoints into individual inner celestial realms, might we not nurture divine beings? He yearned to know if the sword energy within his acupoint celestial realm could give birth to a sentient divine sword. In truth, this question would have been more appropriate for he and I. Yet, since she had not taught him how to refine and nourish his acupoints, asking her would merely indicate his desire for her core inheritance. Do you comprehend the profundity of the void Dao realm? Zhiming remained silent for a moment before countering with a question. I do. Guqing nodded, explaining, the void Dao realm involves perceiving the essence of heaven and earth, opening a celestial realm within, wielding the cosmos in one hand, and obliterating vast mountains and rivers in an instant. We must perpetually deduce myriad laws within this celestial realm, harmonizing the inner and outer worlds, seizing the opportunity to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, refining our own Tao, and drawing upon the powers of the cosmos to transform ourselves. And what of the sovereign realm? Zhiming pressed on. The sovereign realm is the fusion of inner and outer worlds. Commanding the might of heaven and earth, Guqing answered swiftly. His familiarity with the various realms stemmed from his extensive study during the integration of the indestructible eternal scripture. The venerable realm governs the laws, achieving the pinnacle of humanity. The saint realm crystallizes the laws of the saint path, resonating with the myriad paths of heaven and earth, traversing the cosmos. The divine fire realm ignites the indomitable divine flame. As long as the divine flame persists, so too does the soul endure. As he spoke, Guqing's eyes sparkled with realization. The method he proposed for nurturing divine beings bore striking similarities to the current cultivation system. The distinction lying solely in the aggregation of human and acupoint energies. It seems you have grasped the concept, Zhiming observed with a faint smile. Yet harnessing the power of the human body to ignite divine fire is no small feat. Let alone igniting divine fire within a single cell or acupoint. The notion of nurturing divine beings. Can the human body even accomplish such a thing? Master, if I were to refine a divine object or infuse a fragment of my soul into it as a means of divine sacrifice, would this method be feasible? Guqing inquired. Do not jest. There is some merit to what you propose. Zhiming clenched her hidden fist, her irritation palpable. Such absurd questions held a semblance of logic, despite their impracticality. Yet, cultivation inherently defies the heavens, transforming impossibilities into possibilities. Did that imply Guqing was correct? However, she was at a loss for how to respond. Master, disciple, I understand your urgency, but you must remain patient. Your current cultivation is still insufficient. Do not aim too high. Steady progress is essential. Fortify your foundation and hone your skills. You must diligently cultivate, delve into the insights of your predecessors, and reflect upon the myriad experiences of life. As Zhiming spoke, her gaze shifted, and she continued, we have an ancestor in the Star Divine Temple who has transcended the divine fire realm, possessing immense wisdom and unparalleled prowess. An ancestor who has surpassed the divine fire realm? Guqing was taken aback, utterly astonished by the existence of such a being. Indeed. Zhiming nodded with a smile. Allow me to inquire on your behalf. I will spare no expense to ensure you can hear the profound teachings of our ancestor. Master, that is unnecessary. I believe we should forego this. Nonsense, you are my disciple. Very well, the ancestor has consented. You may proceed. Before her words could fully settle, Zhiming waved her sleeve, and Guqing was whisked away. Exhaling with relief, she relished the newfound peace, having never encountered such an incessantly demanding little creature. Yet, she had to admit, Guqing's imaginative inquiries had sparked considerable inspiration within her. Zhiming's enchanting eyes shimmered as she silently pondered the feasibility of his ideas. Ah, my prodigious disciple, resplendent as a divine being, has also experienced a day of toil. Meanwhile, Jining, lurking in the corner like an invisible specter, couldn't he help but revel in her misfortune, though she too felt her scalp prickling with unease. Her mind swirled with fantasies about what sort of monstrosity might evolve if Guqing's eccentric ideas were realized. Who speaks of my presence? Zhiming, radiating an aura of sacred law, appeared as an inviolable goddess. The thoughts of a saint surged forth, traversing the cosmos. Jining sat silently, steady as a rock. Is there no one? Was it merely an illusion? Zhiming murmured, her gaze falling upon Jining as she commanded. Follow Gu Qing and meticulously document all of his actions. Understood. Ji Ning responded with a soft acknowledgement, her figure fading gradually like a specter. Upon leaving the Divine Maiden Palace, she couldn't help but wipe away a cold sweat. Chapter 43. The Art of Refinement Achieved. The Divine Maiden finally falls within an imposing grand hall. A colossal coffin floated in mid-air, inscribed with mysterious runes that resembled living dragons swimming about. Exuding an enigmatic aura, the ceiling of the hall seemed to shimmer with golden lotuses, illustrating an infinite array of transformative laws. Ji Yuqing closed his eyes in contemplation, rapidly elevating his understanding of the Tao. Ji Ning was no exception. After all, it was an elder who had transcended the realm of divine fire delivering the teachings. A month passed swiftly, and as the elder concluded his discourse, he noticed the overwhelming profundity radiating from Gu Qing and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Not bad, your comprehension is commendable. Thank you, esteemed elder, for enlightening your disciple, Gu Qing replied, bowing with gratitude, his heart brimming with joy as his art of refinement progressed, taking on a nascent form. Such trifles, for anything beyond what Ji Ming can teach. Feel free to consult me, the elder said nonchalantly. Hearing this, Gu Qing's eyes gleamed as he gazed at the coffin. Ji Ning silently mourned for the elder for 3 minutes. Just wait for the sweat to pour down your back. She thought with a hint of schadenfreude. Who is murmuring about me? The elder's voice, laced with confusion, echoed through the hall, causing Ji Ning to break into a cold sweat as she hurriedly stilled her thoughts. Fortunately, the elder's momentary perplexity did not lead him to probe further. After all, it was natural for juniors to revere him. If there is anything you do not understand, do not hesitate to express it. The elder remarked, content with Gu Qing's eager demeanor. He had never encountered such a sincere young man, wholeheartedly pursuing the Tao. Elder, you say the Tao is natural, and divine powers manifest themselves. Do you consider my 7 stars fist to be the 7 stars fist? Or not? Gu Qing immediately demonstrated the 7 stars fist, conjuring 6 divine avatars, each indistinguishable from his true self, making it difficult to discern the real from the illusion. Soon, the hall transformed into a profound starry sky, with the 7 divine avatars surrounded by countless stars, forming a 7 stars formation. What does this mean? The elder mumbled. Was this not the legendary divine art of the starry divine palace, the 7 stars fist? Why was Gu Qing questioning whether it was the 7 stars fist? Gu Qing performed the 7 stars fist 3 times, and upon seeing the elder remain silent, he voiced his confusion. Esteemed elder, the 7 stars fist has become my innate divine art. The first time I executed it, I merely understood its existence without grasping its essence. The second time, I sensed numerous transformations, and its power increased once more. The third time, I felt the transformations were superfluous. The 7 stars fist is simply the 7 stars fist, converging the power of 7 stars, exponentially amplifying its might. It is widely acknowledged that divine powers possess 3 realms: perceiving a mountain as a mountain, perceiving a mountain as not a mountain, and perceiving a mountain as still a mountain. Esteemed elder, which realm do you believe I reside in? The elder, caught off guard, grew increasingly anxious within the coffin. How could he possibly discern the realm Gu Qing was in? He had lived for countless years and had never heard of any such threefold realm of divine powers. He had no idea how to answer Gu Qing's inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, the elder concluded that Gu Qing must be in the first realm, entangled in confusion due to his excessive knowledge, mistakenly believing himself to be in the third realm. As the elder delicately articulated his perspective, Ji Ning watched with a sense of incredulity. She could hardly believe that even an elder who had surpassed the realm of divine fire would be rendered speechless by Gu Qing's questions. She stood silently in the corner, torn between laughter and restraint, unable to think further without feeling discomfort. Is that so? Gu Qing murmured, as his consciousness rapidly deduced the intricacies of the situation. He began to practice alone in the hall. Initially, it was the elder's familiar 7 stars fist, but it quickly evolved into the 8 stars fist, then the 9 stars fist, manifesting endless variations, each movement radiating tremendous divine might. The power was tenfold greater than before. Could this lad possibly be a monster? The elder's heart raced with trepidation. This was the legendary divine art of the Starry Divine Palace, renowned throughout the ages, a technique so perfect it seemed impossible to improve upon. Yet, Gu Qing had achieved it. Zhi Ming had previously remarked that Gu Qing's physique was his least noteworthy attribute, but now the elder felt a flicker of doubt. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance," Gu Qing said, halting his practice and bowing in gratitude. "Ah, this child is indeed teachable," the elder replied lightly, inwardly praying that Gu Qing would not inquire about matters he had never heard of. "Esteemed elder, my great Sun Divine Fist is fierce, scorching, imbued with the destructive essence of solar fire. Is there anything wrong with that? The Sun Divine Fist is, after all, fierce and destructive." The elder felt an ominous premonition rising within him. "Yet, I sense something amiss. The sun is the source of life. It should embody vitality, illuminating all, reviving all things, a thought giving birth to creation and destruction. Stop. Your current realm is too low to contemplate such profound concepts. Focus on comprehending your present realm. Do not strive for heights beyond your reach." The elder was perplexed. He could guess the intricacies of the three realms of divine powers, yet the great Sun Divine Fist had no such ambiguity. "Very well," Gu Qing replied, his expression clouded with frustration. The sensation of seeking answers yet finding none was unbearable. After some thought, Gu Qing decided to inquire about certain challenges related to the art of refinement. Zhi Ming might be unaware, but perhaps the well-versed elder could provide some insight. "Esteemed elder, I wish to refine myself into a divine pill, forging an unparalleled Dao body, but during the refinement process, should I lose control, I would truly become a divine pill. Therefore, what should I do?" The elder and Jining listened, their hearts racing. Ji Yuqing's idea was exceedingly bold and radical. If successful, his physique would evolve to a new realm. However, the risk of losing control was immense, and once it happened, stopping would be utterly impossible. Thus, they could not offer any advice on the matter. "Esteemed elder," Gu Qing finished speaking, his eyes filled with anticipation as he gazed at the coffin. At this moment, the elder realized that he had once again fallen into Zhi Ming's trap. Ji Yuqing did not need his teaching. Zhi Ming had brought him here merely to watch the spectacle and witness his embarrassment. Having produced such a remarkable disciple, the elder lamented inwardly about his misfortune. After a moment's thought, he transmitted his anger. "Zhi Ming, you have deceived me again. You truly deserve to be reprimanded. Quickly take your disciple away." "What is it, esteemed elder? Did you not say you would personally instruct him?" Zhi Ming's voice was imbued with confusion. "Very well, if you insist on watching him disgrace himself." The elder sighed. "Unfortunately, he has already perished, buried deep beneath the earth. For matters requiring attention, burn joss paper. For those that do not, refrain from dwelling on them." Seeing the elder abandon all pretense, Zhi Ming felt regretful that she had not witnessed the elder's humiliation. It was truly a missed opportunity. She took Gu Qing back to the Divine Maiden Peak. Zhi Ming spoke first. "Do you wish to refine pills?" "Indeed," Gu Qing nodded emphatically. He was determined to pursue alchemy, as it was a path of the Tao in itself, greatly aiding his art of refinement. "Do you also wish to refine yourself into a divine pill?" Zhi Ming glanced at Jining's shadow stone. Regarding Gu Qing as a rare treasure, Ji Yuqing's path aligned perfectly with hers. She sought to refine all laws into one, while Gu Qing aimed to integrate all laws within himself. The paths of the great Tao, though divergent, ultimately converged, especially with Gu Qing's solar divine art, capable of creating and annihilating with a mere thought. It bore an uncanny resemblance to her own trump card, an ultimate divine power she had risked her life to cultivate. Teetering on the brink of death countless times. No, I merely had a fleeting thought. The risks of refining are too great, and the uncontrollable factors are numerous. I would not dare gamble with my life. Gu Qing quickly shook his head, revealing that his intention to become a divine pill was merely a pretext. His true aim was to combine the rebirth through fire of the indestructible heavenly art with his own chaotic treasure bottle seal. Seeking guidance from Zhi Ming and the elder was merely an attempt to glean experience. Little did he know that both of them were utterly uninformed. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Zhi Ming scrutinized Gu Qing intently. Gu Qing had undoubtedly acquired relevant techniques, but they were incomplete, rendering him hesitant to attempt them. Share the techniques with me. Perhaps I may have a solution, she suggested softly. Jiu Qing's understanding of the Tao was so extraordinary that it seemed fantastical. Without having seen the technique beforehand, she felt utterly at a loss. Very well, Gu Qing hesitated momentarily, revealing only half of the embryonic form of the cultivation method, selecting a few questions that he found perplexing. Nevertheless, this was an extraordinary technique, potent enough to enable one to leap through the Dragon Gate, achieving the utmost sublimation. As Jiming listened, her eyes gleamed with increasing fervor, her excited form trembling slightly. The sacred laws within her resonated, fervently simulating Gu Qing's cultivation method. Jining also perked up her ears in rapt attention, her heart stirred by turbulent waves of inspiration. After mentally simulating the method, she received countless insights. With a period of secluded contemplation, she would undoubtedly achieve profound advancements, stepping into an entirely new realm. Jimeng gazed at Gu Qing with eyes ablaze with intensity. The dilemma that had troubled her for millennia found resolution in Gu Qing's teachings, allowing her to refine her own grand cultivation path. She could undergo a transformative rebirth at any moment, elevating her physical form, soul, and the sacred laws to their utmost potential, merging myriad methods into one. Igniting the divine fire and commanding all paths through her OWNI in this line of thought, Jiming, brimming with excitement, affectionately ruffled her devoted disciple's hair, her crimson lips parting to impart her profound insights. Gu Qing felt a tinge of discomfort. It is said that men should not touch a woman's waist. Why did his master lack any sense of boundaries? With these thoughts, he listened intently, his eyes growing ever brighter. Many of his previous uncertainties suddenly clarified. The refining method of the indestructible chaos scripture gradually took shape. A flash of spiritual light illuminated his mind, plunging him into a state of enlightenment as the indestructible chaos scripture autonomously operated. Absorbing the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, Jimeng casually summoned an abundance of sunlight, moonlight, and starlight, pouring out several vials of divine water. With a hum, Gu Qing floated in midair, enveloped by the radiance of celestial bodies. Rapidly condensing into a jade-like form, resembling a colossal egg, upon which mysterious and profound Tao patterns emerged. Is this the refining method? Jimeng contemplated the Tao patterns for a while, gaining a deeper understanding of her own rebirth and ascension. Before addressing Jining, I shall enter seclusion for a period. You must protect him diligently and obey his commands from now on. Understood. Jining's eyes flickered slightly, her mind conjuring images of her domineering master and her forceful affection. At that moment, the goddess's attitude towards Gu Qing resembled the plot of a recent novel she had read. First, there was the affectionate gesture, followed by the assignment of a powerful protector, a display of utmost favoritism. Would jealousy soon follow? Alas, the noble goddess had finally fallen from grace, and she let out an internal squeal of excitement at the thought of witnessing such a scene. Chapter 44. All fed to the pigs at Saintis Peak. Su Qingyue cradled a plump little pink piglet, her eyes sparkling with delight. It has only been a little over a year, and you have advanced from the profound pill realm to the 7th level of the divine refinement realm. I truly envy you extraordinary beings. For you, breaking through realms is as simple as eating and drinking, and you even worry about advancing too swiftly, deliberately holding back. What about us who rely on treasures and toil to comprehend breakthroughs? It is truly disheartening. Chu Yao wore a face of envy, wishing fervently that she too possessed an extraordinary physique, yet lamenting that it was merely a fantasy. It is all thanks to my master's adept guidance and the consumption of the stellar fruit and divine water. These two divine items can enhance one's aptitude and fortify the soul, cleansing it. If I weren't suppressing my realm, one stellar fruit would suffice for me to reach the pinnacle of the divine refinement realm. Indeed, Chu Yao replied. The stellar temple is rightly renowned for its enduring legacy. With natural grace, she linked her arm with Su Qingyue's. Their year-long companionship had forged a bond of deep friendship that I traded with Gu Qing for a stellar fruit, which has transformed my constitution. Coupled with your divine water to cleanse my body and soul, I am no longer inferior to the true disciples of the temple. Upon joining the stellar temple, She realized the vastness of the world beyond and the existence of others beyond herself. Previously, she believed herself invincible but suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of an inner disciple of the Stellar Temple. Now, she was able to contend with true disciples. Indeed, our temple is truly a gathering of prodigies and wonders, Su Qingyue mused. The disciples of the Stellar Temple are all exceptional talents from myriad realms. After cultivating the temple's techniques, they become overwhelmingly powerful. Moreover, the competition in the Stellar Temple is exceedingly fierce. Those who survive are the Armée de la Armée. Chu Yao nodded. A few days ago, the Sun Sun engaged in a duel with an inner disciple. Neither could gain the upper hand. Is that even possible? Su Qingyue exclaimed in astonishment. The Sun Sun, Zhang Yang, was an extraordinary being, a paragon of strength. As a son of the temple, he must have received exhaustive training and possessed no shortage of secret techniques and treasures. It is true, Chu Yao explained. The inner disciple, Jiang Yu, is the young patriarch of an immortal family, endowed with a void divine body and pure yang Dao bone. Now it makes sense, Su Qingyue realized. The Jiang family, known for its ancestral existence in the realm of divine fire, had thrived for countless generations and boasted a saintly elder. As the young patriarch, Jiang Yu must have received extensive cultivation from his family, making it plausible for him to match Zhang Yang. However, these matters bore little relevance to her. Su Qingyue lowered her gaze, a smile gracing her features as she playfully poked the little piglet. Oh, my little ancestor, all you do is eat, drink, and sleep. My dear ancestor, Chu Yao exclaimed, exasperated. I've said so much, yet you still do not grasp my meaning. What do you mean? You possess the Taiyin divine body, while Zhang Yang is a Yang divine body. He will undoubtedly seek you out for dual cultivation to enhance his power and avenge himself on Jiang Yu. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyue recalled her encounters with Zhang Yang, her expression shifting. Is he not currently pursuing senior sister Luoli fervently? Humph. Just because he pursues Luoli does not mean he has abandoned you. Men are all the same. Eyeing one pot while eating from another, Chu Yao retorted coldly, poking her smooth forehead in frustration. Furthermore, Luoli is cunning and ruthless. She has been defeating numerous prodigious disciples and gathering followers. Aligning herself with true disciples, she is ambitious and has likely begun plotting for the position of Saint Cess. It won't be long before she challenges you. Su Qingyue fell silent at this. Initially, she had been pleased to have a junior sister. Yet, after several encounters, she realized Luoli harbored malice towards her, desiring to usurp her position as saintess. Though she was aware, she truly did not know how to respond. She would never relinquish her position as saintess, and when the time came, she would have to confront her directly. Listen to me. If Zhang Yang approaches you, feign compliance, gather a following to enhance your reputation, and strive to befriend the true disciples of the major peaks. Thus, even if you were to lose to Luoli, your position as saintess would remain unshaken. After all, you possess the Taiyin divine body, capable of cultivating the Taiyin Sun Chaos record. Chu Yao understood her simple nature. Unskilled in social interactions, her life thus far had been spent either cultivating in the moonlit sacred land or in the Stellar Temple, entirely shielded from the viciousness of the world. Tasking her with confronting the treacherous Luoli was nearly impossible. I refuse, Su Qingyue shook her head. Seeing Zhang Yang filled her with revulsion. While she wished to forge connections with disciples from other major peaks, upon encountering them, she felt nervous, unsure of what to say or how to respond to their inquiries. All she desired was to be an invisible person. Thus, she had maintained a cold demeanor, earning the title of the aloof goddess. Su Qingyue cared little for how others perceived her. All she wished was to remain within her own world. Quietly cultivating and growing stronger, sighing, Chu Yao lamented the situation. Even with a myriad of strategies, she felt powerless against Su Qingyue's obstinacy. After contemplating, she suggested, let us seek out Gu Qing and ascertain his stance. Senior brother, upon hearing Gu Qing's name, Su Qingyue's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she tugged at Chu Yao, eager to leave. Chu Yao shook her head in exasperation. The infatuated girl wore her heart on her sleeve. It was a pity, however, that love was as fleeting as falling petals. In her heart, she held profound admiration for Gu Qing. Why would he forsake a celestial beauty to immerse himself in relentless training? Truly, Gu Qing was a cultivation fanatic. She could endure a year or two in seclusion, but spending a year or two in the scripture repository, painstakingly studying the classics, was beyond her capabilities. Your Highness Saintess? Our son of the temple requests your presence. As soon as they exited Saintess Peak, a young man approached them with a smile. Not now. Step aside. Yu Qingyue's exquisite visage remained calm. Saintess, our son of the temple, humph. Without allowing him to finish, Su Qingyue coldly interrupted, pointing a finger at him. Confronting someone relentless was futile without action. Boom. An intense chill froze the surrounding air. The young man, merely at the third level of the divine refinement realm, stood no chance against Su Qingyue, even if he summoned his treasures. Kai Fei was horrified, his heart ablaze with fury. After all, he was a subordinate of Zhang Yang, and how dare Su Qingyue injure him without provocation? Kai Fei's body and soul were corroded by the Taiyin energy, rendering him nearly incapacitated. Recovery would require exceedingly rare healing elixirs. We're leaving. Su Qingyue did not look back. Though her actions were somewhat ruthless, they were undeniably satisfying. After all, who wouldn't be disgusted by an unshakable leech? The entirety of her good mood had been utterly ruined. Since Kai Fei stubbornly refused to leave, she must pay the price for her tenacity. This was a lesson taught by Gu Qing. Rather than compromising oneself, it is far better to create enemies. From that moment forth, no one dared to harass her, and each day was filled with joy. Kai Fei expelled a mouthful of crushed ice, exuding an aura of coldness. She cast a venomous glare at the vanishing figure of Su Qingyue before mounting her flying sword and departing. She made her way to the sacred Sun Peak, heading straight for the summit. The mist-laden pavilion atop the peak. Several youths were leisurely drinking wine. Your Excellency, Sacred Sun. Kai Fei bowed respectfully to the tall young man outside the pavilion, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, useless. Zhang Yang did not even turn around, his voice filled with my apologies, Sacred Sun. It is my incompetence. Kai Fei lowered her head, her eyes brimming with resentment. What can she say? The saintess did not utter a single word, merely listening as the Sacred Sun labeled her a worthless thing. Zhang Yang turned, his handsome visage devoid of warmth, his gaze sharp as a blade. Emanating two beams of light, boom! Kai Fei was sent flying, the cold energy of the Taiyin intertwining with the scorching poison of the sun within her, causing her excruciating pain, compounding her injuries. Spare me. Your Highness! Kai Fei's eyes widened with terror as she immediately fell to her knees in supplication. Get lost. Kai Fei felt as though she had been struck by lightning, staring blankly at Zhang Yang. She had intended to exaggerate her failure, blaming it on Su Qingyue, and to solicit some healing elixirs from Zhang Yang. Yet, she did not anticipate Zhang Yang's mercilessness. It dawned on her that she had been abandoned by him. The solar poison lingering within her clearly sought her demise. But why had it come to this? She had merely failed to invite someone. She had thought that by aligning herself with Zhang Yang, a bright future would await her, filled with abundant resources. Instead, she had gained nothing and faced death as a consequence. Kai Fei's once grand ambitions were now overshadowed by overwhelming despair. Not leaving, then die. Zhang Yang paid no heed to Kai Fei's thoughts. To him, she was nothing more than an insignificant insect, unworthy of consideration. With a single punch, he obliterated her into dust. He did not slay Kai Fei because she had failed to bring someone. Rather, it was her sheer foolishness that warranted her demise. She had been fully aware of his pursuit of Su Qingyue yet had failed to inquire about her character and preferences. What use were subordinates who could not alleviate his burdens? Brother Zhang, I have received word that Su Shimi has gone to seek Gu Qing once more at that moment. A young man spoke casually, a playful smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it is quite pitiful for Brother Zhang, who has shown unwavering affection, offering various treasures and inquiring after her well-being for years, yet has not received even a fleeting glance from Su Shimi. How tragic indeed. I have heard that the treasures you gifted her have all been fed to pigs. Ha 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 ha. The three youths smiled, deliberately striking at Zhang Yang's sore spot, hoping to compel him to retreat. Once a revered sacred son, with a status comparable to that of an elder revered by the realm. Zhang Yang had now found himself in such a dire predicament, shattering the records of sacred sons throughout the history of the starry divine palace. Zhang Yang's complexion darkened, a terrifying murderous aura swirling around him. Today, he had lost face entirely. Were it not for the fact that these individuals were not much weaker than himself, he would have undoubtedly reduced them to ashes. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yang scoffed. "Ha, are you not?" Though he had lost face, these few wretches had not been shy about showering Su Qingyue with gifts either, only to be met with the same fate of being fed to pigs. Who was unaware that they were all Su Qingyue's sycophants? Everyone was equally culpable. The elder brother did not mock the second. As expected, upon hearing these words, the three could no longer muster a smile. Exchanging glances with grim expressions. "Let us not speak in riddles. Su Shimi is a paragon of beauty, perfectly suited to me. You would be wise to relinquish your pursuits." Zhang Yang's gaze deepened as he regarded the trio. A glimmer of hostility evident. "Heh, we are all aware of your intentions. You are merely enamored with her Taiyin divine body, seeking to cultivate the Taiyin Yangsun Chaos record. Coincidentally, I too wish to cultivate the Taiyin Yangsun Chaos record." The group held their ground, locking eyes with Zhang Yang. It was well known that the strongest techniques of the Starry Divine Palace, aside from the Zhou Tian Star technique, were the Taiyin Yangsun Chaos record. Furthermore, this technique was exceptionally unique and remarkably easy to cultivate. Through dual cultivation, one could achieve the supreme path, transforming their physique into a postnatal yin-yang chaotic body. Under such temptation, who would choose to forego it? Ha 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 ha! Zhang Yang laughed heartily, though his eyes bore no trace of mirth, cold and sharp as a blade. "You think you are worthy of cultivating the Taiyin Yangsun Chaos record? Indeed, it is a supreme dual cultivation scripture. But not everyone is fit to practice it. The female must possess a Taiyin divine body, while the male is best suited to be a solar divine-bodied. My Sun divine body has already evolved into a solar divine body. I have every intention of claiming Su Qingyue as my own. With Su Qingyue's assistance, he would secure his position as the sacred son, perhaps even ascend to the status of a divine offspring. Should these three wretches continue to show him disrespect, they would meet their end. And as for Jiang Yu, the destruction of the Jiang family is merely a matter of my word." The three exchanged cold smirks before rising to depart. Zhang Yang's expression was as dark as water. He pondered briefly before summoning a few subordinates. "Your Highness, sacred son." Several youths, all of whom were in the void realm, radiated terrifying vitality, their ambitions unmistakable. This wretched woman, Su Qingyue, is already spoken for. Even with the utmost effort, her heart remains unattainable. "Do you have any means to help me win her over?" At the mention of Su Qingyue, Zhang Yang's gaze filled with fury. Wishing he could tear her apart. Zhang Yang could not fathom why, with his unparalleled talent and status as a sacred son, Su Qingyue would ever reject him. What reason could she have to spurn him? To feed the elixirs he gifted her to pigs was nothing short of a profound humiliation. "Your Highness, I believe you could find someone to defeat Gu Qing. Indeed, the Saintess's interest in Gu Qing may merely stem from her admiration for his earnest pursuit of the Tao. Believing him to possess limitless potential, should he be vanquished, his sincerity would naturally become a laughingstock. The only issue lay in how to coax Gu Qing into battle. They would certainly eliminate anyone else. But Gu Qing was the eldest disciple of Zhi Ming. They could only afford to injure him at most. That said, this was not their first time proposing such a strategy. Yet, their battle invitations had been treated as mere scrap paper, with Gu Qing continuing his solitary training, oblivious to their machinations. Very well, arrange for someone to handle it. Regardless of whether he accepts the challenge, ensure he is severely wounded. Be discreet, lest anyone trace it back to us. And pin the blame on Jin Shang, Wei Yiqing, and Xue Hua. These three were the youths who had just competed with him for Su Qingyue's affection, possessing considerable strength, each having entered the service of a sage. Hailing from immortal families and royal lineages. Should their people take action, by then, even if the three jumped into the Yellow River, they would not be able to clear their names. The sacred son is wise. I shall arrange for this immediately, ensuring that even they themselves remain unaware. He bowed deeply, pausing before adding, "Your Highness, Should we not bestow upon them some treasures to guarantee success? Though they were unaware of Gu Qing's exact physique or strength, they knew he was a disciple of Ji Ming, and his talent was undoubtedly exceptional. That makes sense. Zhang Yang smiled with satisfaction, tossing out several terrifying consumable artifacts. This was the mark of a capable subordinate. Always ready to alleviate his concerns, Kai Fei had met her deserved fate. Once the matter was settled, one could not help but feel curiosity and asked, "Sacred Son, do you know what kind of physique Gu Qing possesses?" Gu Qing had remained exceedingly low-key over the years. Yet, as a disciple of Ji Ming, he was inherently in the spotlight. It was impossible not to be curious. However, regardless of their inquiries, they could glean no information about Gu Qing. Only knowing that such a person existed within the starry divine palace, I do not know. Zhang Yang shook his head, subsequently expressing disdain. He is merely a blockhead, unworthy of concern. Even if his talent is exceptional. How much strength can a hermit possess? True strength is forged through blood and fire, validating one's own path and principles. Indeed, the Saintess and Chu Yao remain untouched, neglecting such enchanting beauties to immerse themselves in their pursuit of the Tao. It is utterly foolish. The group revealed scornful expressions, deeming Gu Qing hopeless. If it were them, they would have seized Su Qingyue at the first opportunity, cultivating the Taiyin Yangsun chaos record together. With Ji Ming as their backing, the position of Sacred Son and the Supreme Path would be within their grasp. Alas, Gu Qing chose to forego the path laid before him, opting instead for arduous self-cultivation, stubbornly drilling into a corner. They felt admiration yet also found him utterly foolish. Once I have grown weary of Su Qingyue, I shall bestow her upon you. Zhang Yang spoke coldly. Your Highness, what did you just say? Once I have grown weary of her. I will give her to you. It was common knowledge that he was a sycophant without limits. Yet who could have known that this was merely a desperate act? He held no genuine interest in Su Qingyue. His fascination lay solely with her Taiyin divine body. Having been humiliated by Su Qingyue, once he had extracted all her value, he would ensure she would not have it easy. Thank you, Your Highness. The group rejoiced. Su Qingyue, a beauty of celestial proportions with a noble lineage, had long been the object of their desire, though they had refrained due to their own status and strength. Zhang Yang nodded, never hesitating to reward subordinates capable of executing tasks efficiently. And what of Chu Yao? What are your plans for her? Chu Yao was a breathtaking beauty and the daughter of the president of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Zhang Yang looked down upon Chu Yao, yet they regarded her highly. Once I have had my fill, I shall grant her to you as well. Zhang Yang's expression was one of indifference, merely a facade of beauty adorned with superficial makeup. In his mind, a captivating figure, ethereal yet haunting, flashed before him, and he clenched his fists. The postnatal yin-yang chaotic body and the position of the divine sun are mine to claim. Chapter 45. Senior brother Luo Shui. Junior sister Puff Jining. Where has senior brother gone? He's inside cultivating. The two women were momentarily taken aback. Gu Qing possessed his own cultivation cave, so why would he be training in the Divine Maiden Palace? A sudden realization struck. Jining offered a brief explanation. Senior brother is truly impressive. Su Qingyue's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration, her exquisite visage suffused with joy. Indeed, quite remarkable, Jining replied softly, her gaze darkening as she quickly glanced at Su Qingyue's graceful figure. The young girl had blossomed. Her long legs were straight and proportionate, her form curvaceous and alluring, with a delicate, snow-white complexion that seemed to radiate light. She possessed an otherworldly beauty, akin to a celestial maiden who had inadvertently descended to the mortal realm. Yet, Jining mused silently, she would undoubtedly be unable to withstand Gu Qing's whims. Yes, yes. Su Qingyue nodded enthusiastically. In her heart, Gu Qing was the unparalleled prodigy of all ages. Chu Yao sighed, pressing her forehead in exasperation. Even if she admired Gu Qing, there was no need to display such a cheap demeanor. Little sister, you are hopeless. Crack! The sound of a shattered eggshell echoed throughout the grand hall. A colossal egg, adorned with intricate patterns and glistening with translucence, erupted, transforming into countless particles of light that surged into Gu Qing's body. The void Tao realm, Gu Qing murmured. comprehending the vast and formidable power of the Void Dao realm. As his vision expanded, the entire world became strikingly clear, fragile, and insignificant. With a mere flick of his hand, he could obliterate heaven and earth, reverse the cosmos. Congratulations, host. You have finally stepped into the realm of cultivation. The system's gentle and magnetic voice resonated in Gu Qing's mind. Stepping in? Indeed. Entering the Void Dao realm signifies the true essence of a cultivator, mastering the annihilation of the universe, deciphering myriad laws, and enjoying a lifespan spanning millennia. I see. Gu Qing nodded, reflecting on his arduous journey thus far, filled with nostalgia. Initially, he struggled to obtain even a single Earth-tier technique. Day and night, he toiled, yearning only to break through the body refinement realm and transcend the divine sea realm. Yet now, mere years later, he had achieved heights he once deemed unimaginable. In the outside world, the Void Dao realm allowed one to dominate a region, observing the tumult of ages like a colossal figure of antiquity. Contemplating this, Gu Qing steadied his emotions and silently commanded, "Display my attribute panel. Fate variables. Unknown. Fortune. 320,000. Innate divine abilities. Chaotic treasure bottle seal. Yin Yang wheel. Star plucking hand. Chaotic sword technique. Shattered star finger. Stellar god fist. Divine abilities. Destruction of the 8 desolations. Minor achievement. Spatial displacement. Minor achievement. Treasures. Reincarnation divine halberd. Golden gourd. Spatial divine patterns. Exotic flames. Heart of ice fire. Innate spiritual root. 9-colored soul lotus. Cultivation method. Chaotic indestructible scripture. My 7-star fist and sun god fist have merged into one? Not quite. Your physique has undergone a transformation, giving birth to the stellar god fist, which allows you to execute any stellar fist techniques, as well as to fuse and combine punches, collectively referred to as the stellar god fist. This is splendid. Gu Qing felt a wave of relief. His adoptive father had finally taken notice of him. Moreover, the chaotic indestructible scripture had evolved into a transformative technique, possessing the ability to meld with every method, allowing the host to effortlessly integrate and innovate upon mere observation. An endless path of creation. Good, Gu Qing rejoiced. This was truly an unexpected delight. He would no longer need to laboriously comprehend techniques. The host's chaotic treasure bottle seal holds boundless potential. If used wisely, even without me, one can attain supreme existence. The system extolled the virtues of the chaotic treasure bottle seal, reminding Gu Qing to utilize it judiciously. The transformation of the chaotic indestructible scripture into a transformative technique is all thanks to the chaotic treasure bottle seal. Indeed, Gu Qing nodded earnestly. Even without the system's prompting, he intended to make greater use of the chaotic treasure bottle seal. Senior brother, Su Qingyue, her flowing long skirt exuding an ethereal glow, appeared like a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. Senior brother, have you broken through to the Void Dao realm? Upon realizing Gu Qing's cultivation level, Su Qingyue's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Chu Yao's lashes fluttered, her heart racing with excitement. If memory served correctly, Gu Qing had only been at the Xiandan realm 2 months prior. Could intense training truly yield such rapid advancement? Chu Yao was stirred, silently resolving to delve into techniques and insights herself to build her foundation. Gu Qing responded with a gentle smile. It's merely the result of accumulated effort and a stroke of enlightenment. Is there even such a thing as luck in cultivation? Senior brother is indeed the unparalleled prodigy of the ages. At that moment, Su Qingyue had completely shed any semblance of a goddess, her lips sweet as if coated in honey, her eyes sparkling with admiration and affection as she gazed at Gu Qing. Initially, she had harbored concerns that Gu Qing's year-long comprehension of techniques would hinder his progression. Yet, the reality proved that her senior brother, Gu Qing, was truly unmatched through the ages, as if transformed from a celestial being to a starry-eyed admirer. Gu Qing felt a surge of accomplishment. Young Master Gu, here are the freshly delivered beast blood and spiritual herbs. Chu Yao's smile was enchanting, reminiscent of a mesmerizing enchantress. She placed a storage ring into Gu Qing's palm, her fingers brushing lightly against him, her fox-like eyes glimmering with allure. Inside, Gu Qing felt a twinge of frustration. Although Chu Yao appeared beguiling, she was, in truth, a person of reserved character with unwavering determination. Over the past year, she had provoked him repeatedly, igniting sparks before darting away, which left Gu Qing vexed. Yet, Gu Qing was no paragon of virtue. He turned, grasping her delicate wrist and pulling her into his embrace. Her soft form pressed against him, the fragrance enveloping him. Gu Qing gazed down at her ivory profile, her collarbone exquisite and her form perfectly rounded. His deep-set eyes held her slender waist firmly. "Ah, you," Chu Yao gasped, her cheeks flushing crimson as she flailed in a flustered attempt to escape. Yu Qing chuckled, bemused. He had expected more audacity but was met with this. Su Qingyue watched with envy, as Gu Qing had never treated her in such a manner. Did he have feelings for Chu Yao? Amidst her musings, Chu Yao playfully pushed her into Gu Qing's embrace, beaming, "Your little admirer is right here." Senior brother Su Qingyue's cheeks burned, her hands propping against Gu Qing's chest as she weakly called out. Yu Qing's eyelids twitched. This was a game he could not afford to lose. Here they come. Ji Ning's hidden gaze sparkled with excitement. The seemingly righteous senior brother had finally cast aside his facade to claim his innocent junior sister. Ji Qing abruptly turned, frowning as he regarded Ji Ning. His keen instinct sensed a gaze fixated upon him. Was it Ji Ning? Probably not. Ji Ning was as cold-hearted and taciturn as a butcher, devoid of frivolity. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. Gu Qing mused, redirecting his attention to the enchanting Su Qingyue. To claim he was unmoved would be a lie. Yet he was already bound to Lin Chuqing. "Chu Yao, do you have any news about my fiancé?" This was directed at Su Qingyue. Sure enough, upon hearing Lin Chuqing's name, Su Qingyue's gaze dimmed, her silence speaking volumes. Leaning against Gu Qing, she conveyed her indifference. She is currently training in the eastern region of the ancient wilderness. Chu Yao's smile held a playful glint as she twirled a lock of hair with her jade fingers. "I heard she is accompanied by several peerless prodigies. Are you feeling anxious?" Gu Qing had mentioned Lin Chuqing to her before, asking her to gather news about her, exchanging gifts occasionally. Thus, she and Lin Chuqing had become close friends, frequently communicating through message jade. Consequently, she was well informed about Lin Chuqing's whereabouts. Exceptional individuals inevitably attract the attention of lesser beings. Gu Qing shook his head. He had complete faith in Lin Chuqing. "What do you think about her suggestion for you and Qingyue to cultivate the Yinyang solar chaotic record?" Chu Yao's beautiful eyes flickered as she scrutinized the affectionate duo. Her tone serious, "I'll embrace it with open arms." Yu Qing tightened his arm around Su Qingyue's slender waist, his gaze warm as he admired her bashful expression. Lin Chuqing had also advised him that the path of cultivation was long and arduous. Should he encounter a suitable partner, they should unite as Dao companions to support each other. As for his elder wife, there were no issues. Since Su Qingyue was unperturbed, if he were to push her away, would he still be a man? Humph, consider yourself fortunate. Treat Qingyue well. Chu Yao huffed, feeling immensely gratified. Lovers had finally come together. As for Gu Qing possessing two extraordinary women, she saw nothing amiss. Even mortals have multiple wives and concubines, and emperors can have thousands of beautiful courtesans. For cultivators to have several Dao partners is quite normal, provided one possesses the capability to support them. Not to mention, her father had over 300 wives and concubines, with countless more kept outside. Many female cultivators lived similarly, acting as brides each night, akin to reincarnated bodhisattvas, aiding men everywhere. After all, cultivators enjoy long lifespans, prioritizing cultivation above all else. The desires of men and women exist merely for the release of pent-up emotions. Of course, there are also those who share a single lifetime with one partner. Rest assured, my heart mirrors yours. I shall not betray the sentiments of longing. Ji Yuqing's response was resolute, his arm firmly wrapped around Su Qingyue's delicate waist. "Yes, I believe in you, senior brother." Su Qingyue lifted her gaze, summoning her courage, wrapping her slender arms around Gu Qing's neck, speaking earnestly. At that moment, her heart and eyes were filled entirely with the image of Gu Qing. "Your heart mirrors mine. That holds a certain weight." Chu Yao murmured softly, her heart filled with astonishment. It is well known that cultivators dedicate themselves to the pursuit of enlightenment, spending their formative years immersed in knowledge pertinent to their cultivation. leaving little room for cultural refinement. Yet, Gu Qing appeared to exude an air of sophistication. Could it be that Gu Qing hails from a prestigious literary lineage, a true prodigy? Shaking her head, Chu Yao retracted her wandering thoughts. Recalling the purpose of their journey, and promptly inquired of Gu Qing how they might counteract Luo Li's overwhelming ambition. Fear not, the holy maiden can only be Qingyue. No one can usurp her position. Luo Li, the villainess, was ruthless and cunning, with a deep-seated thirst for power, characterized by an overbearing and domineering disposition. Ji Yuqing felt no surprise at her desire to become the holy maiden. However, as long as Ji Meng disagreed, Luo Li would find it impossible to ascend. Moreover, he was a disciple nurtured at the core of the Starry Sky Divine Hall, even receiving teachings from the ancestor himself. As long as Su Qingyue remained his partner, her status would remain unshakable. With your assurance, I feel at ease. Chu Yao continued. However, there are numerous disciples who covet Qingyue, and the Holy Sun is particularly intent on claiming her. You must exercise caution. Furthermore, during our ascent to the Goddess Peak, we noticed a few stealthy figures at the Xiandan realm trailing us. What do you plan to do about that? What to do? Naturally, they shall be crushed. Let us proceed. Chapter 46. The deceased senior brother is the best senior brother. Just as Gu Qing stepped out from the Goddess Peak, 3 young men at the 9th level of the Xiandan realm approached in unison. Blocking his path, boom, Gu Qing, uninterested in their idle chatter, unleashed an overwhelming aura of the Void Realm. The 3 were immediately struck by an overwhelming sense of disorientation as an invisible force compressed them. Twisting their bodies in grotesque shapes, their eyes filled with horror. They had come with high hopes, anticipating an easy task, fantasizing about severely injuring Gu Qing and obtaining rare treasures to rapidly enhance their own cultivation. Little did they realize that Gu Qing was at the Void Realm. With no mercy to be found, regret and fear spread within them. If given a second chance, they would never tread the path of wrongdoing again. But alas, there are no second chances. Those who err must pay the price. With a thunderous roar, the 3 transformed into a mist of blood. Gulp. Chu Yao swallowed hard, her heart racing at the sight. She recognized these 3. They possessed superior spiritual bodies and had the potential to break through to the King's realm, with lifespans spanning thousands of years. Yet, due to a momentary lapse in judgment, they were crushed like ants. The brutal law of the jungle and the survival of the fittest were starkly illustrated at that moment. And there was another Rat. Yu Qing's consciousness swept across the surroundings like a tidal wave. These 3 were evidently mere cannon fodder. There must be a hidden mastermind lurking in the shadows. To eradicate the roots of the problem is a principle Gu Qing understood well. Soon, he discovered a young man at the 3rd level of the Void Realm concealed within the void. Without hesitation, Gu Qing launched a fist towards him. The impact was akin to a celestial body plummeting to the earth, exuding immense power. The hidden individual was taken aback, and with no time to ponder, summoned a grand cauldron to strike back. With a resounding crash, the heavenly-grade treasure shattered. Yet the power of Gu Qing's fist remained undiminished, obliterating the individual in an instant. Ji Yuqing extended his hand, drawing the man's soul into his grasp to interrogate. Yuqing's seamless execution of his lethal techniques left Chu Yao in shock. So ruthless, so merciless. Without uttering a word, he had slain and extracted a soul. Chu Yao stared at Gu Qing, as if seeing him for the first time. Ji Yuqing, who typically appeared gentle and humorous, was now revealed to be a force of nature when provoked. Moreover, the prowess he displayed was terrifying. It is worth noting that heavenly-grade treasures are specifically designed for the Void Realm, possessing fearsome power, difficult even for King's Realm experts to shatter. Yet Gu Qing casually obliterated it with a single punch. Was his combat prowess not on par with that of a king? The more she pondered, the more unfamiliar Gu Qing seemed to her. The ancestors lying in their coffins exchanged thoughts in hushed tones. This young man's physical form was indeed formidable, beyond imagination. How had he managed to cultivate his physique to rival that of a heavenly-grade treasure in just a few years? For others, such feats would be impossible, but one must not forget. He is the embodiment of the stellar star body, a human akin to the cosmos, encompassing all. It is extraordinary. The stellar star body truly stands as one of the strongest physiques, incomparable in its might. This golden age is destined for our starry sky divine hall to dominate. The ancient relics lying in their coffins observed Gu Qing's abilities keenly. They discerned that Gu Qing's capacity to shatter heavenly-grade treasures stemmed from the fusion of his physical power with his divine techniques, breaking through myriad laws with sheer force. Furthermore, Gu Qing had not even exerted his full strength. It had merely been a casual punch. Senior brother is truly impressive. Su Qingyue's eyes sparkled, her heart shaken, unable to fathom how Gu Qing had managed to obliterate a heavenly-grade treasure. However, she quickly regained her composure, expressing her concerns. Senior brother, might this not be too much? Killing disciples without cause is a grave offense, one that warrants a life for a life. That Void Realm disciple, Hu Peng, is an acolyte of Zhang Yang, a true disciple of the Starry Sky Divine Hall. Rest assured, the Law Enforcement Hall operates with fairness and justice. They will not wrong the innocent. They will investigate this matter thoroughly and clear my name. Not only will they not punish me for slaying a true disciple, but they would even find a way to exonerate me if I were to eliminate Zhang Yang. This is the world where the strong dictate the rules. With Xi Ming backing me, I can act with impunity within the Starry Sky Divine Hall. Clear your name? Chu Yao's eyelids twitched, rolling her eyes dramatically. Do you truly believe that? Indeed, justice resides within the hearts of the people, Gu Qing responded earnestly, only to earn incredulous looks from the two women, their expressions rife with disbelief, as if saying, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Gu Qing chuckled, leading the two women forward as he stepped into the starry expanse, declaring coldly, Zhang Yang, come forth for a duel. His voice echoed across thousands of miles, reaching the Holy Sun Peak. He was serious about eradicating the roots of the problem. Senior brother, Zhang Yang is at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Void Realm. Su Qingyue's expression shifted. Zhang Yang was not Hu Peng. Since his birth, Zhang Yang had consumed various rare treasures to fortify his physical foundation, practicing the Sun Path scripture along with numerous divine techniques. Though Zhang Yang may seem constrained in his role as the Holy Sun, it was merely because this was a golden age, and among the true disciples, many were extraordinary. Considering this, Zhang Yang was not weak compared to previous Holy Sons. He had even distinguished himself among them. The fact that he had never been defeated since his debut spoke volumes. Though she believed in Gu Qing's unmatched strength, the gap between them was too vast. Not a problem, I can defeat him in 3 moves. Gu Qing wrapped an arm around her delicate waist. If Zhang Yang dares to covet Su Qingyue, then he must not be spared. I trust senior brother, Su Qingyue replied, feeling reassured. Perhaps her concern had clouded her judgment. Gu Qing had the ability to shatter heavenly-grade treasures, so defeating Zhang Yang was not beyond the realm of possibility. As she thought about this, Su Qingyue's cheeks flushed, her body shifting restlessly as her beautiful eyes darted about nervously. Senior brother, please release me. Initially intending to let go, Gu Qing now found himself reluctant to do so. Teasing the shy, pure maiden brought him immense satisfaction. Chu Yao's enchanting eyes sparkled, her mind filled with images of Gu Qing, dominant, powerful and radiant. Suddenly, she found herself envious of Su Qingyue. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon hearing the voice, Zhang Yang was taken aback. Isn't he at the Xiandan realm? When he joined the Starry Sky Divine Hall, he seemed only to have reached the Divine Sea realm, right? Hu Peng's life token shattered. The others fell silent, unable to comprehend how Gu Qing had swiftly transformed from the Xiandan realm to the Void Realm. Why had he broken through so rapidly? Was it possible that Gu Qing had been secretly consuming various treasures to wildly enhance his cultivation? A young man spoke up, his expression contemplative, his tone uncertain. It must be so. Who would have thought he was not only a fool but also a simpleton? Zhang Yang laughed heartily, his spirits lifted. This was indeed splendid news. While a powerful physique could facilitate rapid breakthroughs, neglecting to solidify one's foundation would merely deplete potential. Ji Yuqing had effectively squandered his prospects. Your Highness, since Gu Qing is courting death, why not take advantage of the situation? It would be a perfect opportunity to showcase your might before the Holy Maiden. A young man with a dragon horn exclaimed joyfully, Indeed, that is my intention. With a cold smile, Zhang Yang flicked his sleeve and boarded a majestic chariot drawn by 9 dragons, setting off to confront Gu Qing. He would crush him with absolute strength, demonstrating to Gu Qing what it truly meant to be an unparalleled prodigy. Screech! A phoenix chariot echoed throughout the starry expanse. The carriage resembled a small celestial palace, resplendent in gold and adorned with divine rainbows. Luo Li, donned in a magnificent phoenix gown and crowned with a phoenix diadem, appeared like an unrivaled empress, majestic, domineering, and exuding an aura of sanctity that was inviolable. Senior brother, upon witnessing 2 individuals locked in an intimate embrace, Luo Li felt a heavy weight settle in her heart. Her aspirations to become the saintess hinged significantly on Gu Qing's opinion. If Gu Qing were to support her, her ascension to the role of saintess would merely be a matter of his word. This assertion is by no means exaggerated. After all, Gu Qing embodies the celestial body of the Zhou Tian stars and is the favored child of the Star Temple, capable of commanding both wind and rain at will. Furthermore, Zhiming appears to be exceedingly attentive to Gu Qing, while she herself receives only perfunctory acknowledgement, a mere afterthought. She extends the same indifference towards Su Qingyue. It is precisely this awareness that has driven Luo Li to seek Gu Qing's company persistently over the past year. Yet, Gu Qing remains as unyielding as wood, singularly focused on the Great Tao, even too disinterested to grant her an audience. This has led Luo Li to question her own allure, pondering if she has lost the charm that once marked her as the unparalleled 9th princess. Upon hearing of the conflict between Gu Qing and Zhang Yang, she rushed to the scene, contemplating how she might intervene should Gu Qing falter, thereby placing him in her debt. Now that the two have become a couple, her plans appear to be futile, destined to wither before they could even take root. How fortunate for my junior sister. Gu Qing cast a glance her way, exuding an air of transcendence that naturally emanated from his peak cultivation at the 9th level of the refining spirit realm. Each movement radiating an extraordinary aura, akin to an unrivaled empress standing above all beings, incomparable to her senior brother. Luo Li managed a faint smile, though her eyes betrayed no semblance of joy. She mused that it would be best if Zhang Yang inadvertently killed Gu Qing. If he could not be of use to her while alive, a dead senior brother would serve her interests much better. Chapter 47. I am guilty. Who dares to sentence me? 9 true dragons pulled an immense palace, their presence grand and overwhelming, sweeping through the void with a mighty force. Let me present you with some explosive artistry. Witnessing this, Gu Qing wore an expression of displeasure. It seemed as though they were merely arranging a duel at the entrance. Yet it appeared as if celestial beings were embarking on a grand tour of the world. Perfectly timed, he had just vanquished those 3 at the profound pill realm, each possessing a consumable magical artifact in their storage rings. In this world, the types of magical artifacts are countless, but when it comes to identifying the mightiest, consumable artifacts undoubtedly rank among the top. These artifacts possess unique formations that are expended upon use, effectively sealing divine abilities within. Once activated, they unleash a combined force with the user's own powers, exponentially amplifying their might. They can also be detonated at will. Whoosh! 3 artifacts shot forth like beams of light toward the 9-dragon chariot. Boom! Zhang Yang had yet to react when the 3 earthly-grade artifacts erupted simultaneously, unleashing a cataclysmic tempest of destruction, the terrifying explosive force capable of injuring or even killing those at the Void Realm. However, Zhang Yang's chariot was a royal artifact, equipped with an automatic defensive formation that activated at the moment of the explosion. Simultaneously, the 9 true dragons, being at the Void Realm, combined their defenses to withstand the self-detonation's impact, albeit in a rather disheveled manner. Gu Qing, you seek your own demise. Zhang Yang's icy voice resonated from within the palace. Although the explosive artifacts had not harmed him, his dignity had certainly been tarnished. What enraged him further was the sight of Gu Qing with his arm around Su Qingyue's waist. Su Qingyue's primal essence was critical to his path. A grudge that could not be overlooked. In that moment, Zhang Yang's heart was consumed by a murderous intent toward Gu Qing. Realizing this, Zhang Yang continued, his voice booming and frigid. Gu Qing, you have wantonly slain inner disciples and true inheritors. Do you acknowledge your crimes? Gu Qing, backed by the peak power of Zhiming at the Saint Realm, stood unfazed. while Zhang Yang too had his own ancestral guardians and a father of the venerable realm. Gu Qing had violated the rules of the Star Temple. Even in death, his fate would be unjust. I am guilty. Who dares to condemn me? Gu Qing's assertion left Zhang Yang and his followers momentarily speechless. Arrogance, sheer arrogance. How dare he claim that no one in the Star Temple would dare to pass judgment upon him? They had never encountered someone so audacious. Even the exalted Saint Sun would not openly defy the temple's regulations. Only now did they realize that Gu Qing was not merely obsessed with the Tao, but rather a reckless and ignorant individual. Very well said. As the successor of the Star Temple, such audacity is to be expected. Gu Qing's words resonated in the ears of the elder, not as mere arrogance, but as an expression of an unrivaled spirit, one that deemed all lesser beings as inconsequential. Killing mere ants is no more than a trifling task. After all, they had all clearly stated their unwavering commitment to nurture Gu Qing at any cost. If Gu Qing were to cower and allow the temple's rules to punish those disciples, they would regard such behavior as unworthy of a true hero. Very well, no one shall save you today. I, Zhang Yang, declare it. Zhang Yang, consumed by rage, laughed coldly. Gu Qing's reckless actions were precisely what he desired. Stepping forth from the nine-dragon chariot, his aura erupted with tremendous force, the divine sun illuminating the starry sky, resembling a young god-king. Is that so? Gu Qing's gaze swept across the scene. Splendid. Zhang Yang's followers had gathered. It was time to ensnare them all within his grasp. Those 9 blood-soaked true dragons would also be slain, their essence to be refined into beastly elixirs. Boom. Gu Qing advanced a step. The cosmos roared as countless stars converged. As if the heavens themselves bestowed their power upon him, manifesting as the progenitor of the stars. A single punch was unleashed, akin to an ancient celestial body emerging into existence, its overwhelming might collapsing the very fabric of the void. Zhang Yang's expression shifted. This was the Star Fist. Yet its power was so immense that even he felt a sense of impending doom. Moreover, the fist's intent was complete and harmonious, resembling an authentic ancient star. It was evident that such an anomaly could only emerge from a birthright divine ability. Ji Yuqing's physique was likely far more formidable than he had anticipated. His cultivation and methods did not appear to stem from the consumption of rare treasures. This meant that all his previous assumptions had been utterly misguided. A myriad of thoughts raced through Zhang Yang's mind as he adopted a serious demeanor, shedding any previous underestimation. The star-shattering finger converged the power of the stars, capable of piercing through the very fabric of existence. Boom! The ancient star was obliterated, unleashing a terrifying storm of destruction that swept and expanded throughout the void. What kind of physique are you? Zhang Yang inquired, his expression grave. At the pinnacle of the 9th level of the void realm, he found himself compelled to employ 80% of his strength against a mere 1st-level opponent. Just how strong was Gu Qing's true power? What kind of physique did he possess? The more Zhang Yang contemplated, the more his composure unraveled. What on earth was happening in this world? First, he encountered several true inheritors whose strength rivaled his own, undermining his position as the Saint Sun. Next, he faced the monstrous Jiang Yu. Now, he was confronted with an even more formidable Gu Qing. Could he, as the Saint Sun, still claim invincibility in this realm? It must be understood that he was a solar divine body, unmatched throughout the ages. Among all past Saint Suns, his combat prowess and physique were undoubtedly among the most distinguished. Had he merely been practicing for a few years? Uncertain. The astonishment of Zhang Yang's followers was palpable. They had anticipated an overwhelming victory, yet they found themselves entangled with an aberration. The star-shattering finger, Ji Yuqing, uninterested in answering his query, unleashed the full extent of the star-shattering finger. Zhang Yang possessed some merit. He was not merely a name without substance. Humph! Upon witnessing this, Zhang Yang scoffed, brandishing the solar blade, a royal artifact modeled after the legendary solar divine blade. With the royal artifact in hand, he could summon the strength of a sovereign and was confident he could cleave Gu Qing in two. Boom! The solar blade cleaved through the star-shattering finger, its power undiminished as it hurtled toward Gu Qing. Destruction of the 8 domains. Gu Qing wielded the Reincarnation Divine Halberd. This artifact, once merely a yellow-grade magical treasure, had been cultivated over many years into a top-tier heavenly-grade weapon. Due to its origin as an artifact embryo, its power was not inferior to that of royal artifacts. Boom! The Reincarnation Divine Halberd stirred the void in all directions, seemingly freezing the very fabric of space and time, the halberd enveloping unmatched might, reflecting a shattering landscape in all directions, leading to annihilation. As Zhang Yang was struck with terror, he hastily summoned the replica of the Solar Divine Furnace. The solar cauldron was sent flying, cracks appearing across its surface. Zhang Yang coughed up blood. The solar cauldron was his life's treasure, and its injury resonated painfully within him as well. His followers, including the 9 true dragons at the peak of the Void Realm, surged forward to shield Zhang Yang. Should Zhang Yang perish, none of them would escape unscathed. Impressive. Su Qingyue and Chu Yao observed with rapt attention, their beautiful eyes shimmering with awe. The once invincible Saint Sun, having dominated for over a decade, was effortlessly bested by Gu Qing. The terrifying might of his divine abilities was palpable even from a distance, instilling a sense of impending doom, as if they were mere ants facing divine wrath. What manner of divine ability is this? Luo Li's expression grew serious. The solar cauldron was forged with divine iron, crafted by a master artifact smith into a top-tier royal artifact. Even those of the sovereign realm could not inflict harm upon it. With Zhang Yang exerting his full strength, the solar cauldron should have been capable of unleashing 90% of its power. It could be said that with the solar cauldron in hand, Zhang Yang could contend with sovereigns. Yet, it had been cleaved asunder by Gu Qing's halberd, using only a heavenly-grade artifact. Gu Qing's strength surpassed all reasonable expectations. It seemed Zhang Yang could no longer be relied upon. Luo Li's expression darkened. As long as Gu Qing remained alive, her hopes of becoming the saintess would be dashed. Excellent work. That halberd, forged from complete reincarnation iron, was an artifact embryo, and Gu Qing was indeed a person of great fortune. Elder, do you know what divine ability he just employed? It combines power and Tao, involving the laws of space. This divine ability is extraordinary. Elder, awaken, ancestor. The ancient relic lying in the coffin, the voices of the ancestors echo. Gu Qing's powers are exceedingly remarkable, and his terrifying physical strength has exceeded the realm of the celestial body of the cosmos. Not to mention the reincarnation Iron Mother in their hearts, Gu Qing has become an enigma they are eager to unravel. The ancestor has passed, buried deep beneath the earth for 10,000 meters. Only when there is a matter do we burn paper, otherwise, do not dwell upon it. Chapter 48. The Yin-Yang Wheel Withdraw. Zhang Yang's expression was cold, devoid of any emotion, his presence akin to a celestial blade. After clashing with Gu Qing several times, he was compelled to acknowledge a truth. Gu Qing is undoubtedly a supreme divine body. Such a supreme divine body poses a grave threat to his standing. Today, he must seize the opportunity to eliminate Gu Qing. Yes, a chill swept through the hearts of the Path Protectors. They sensed Zhang Yang's fury and murderous intent. You shall die today. In a fleeting motion, Zhang Yang conjured 6 avatars of divine powers, wielding heavenly tier treasures, forming the 7-star sword array. Previously, he had underestimated Gu Qing, failing to regard him with sufficient seriousness. Now, he would not afford Gu Qing a moment's respite. Zhang Yang was resolute. The 7-star sword array would surely vanquish Gu Qing. One must understand, this is a transcendent divine power passed down through the ages. Each avatar of divine power is a manifestation of his Daoan law, encompassing his full might. Combined into the 7-star sword array, its might is truly unparalleled. Even someone as formidable as Jiang Yu nearly met his end beneath this array. His invincibility and undefeated record are attributed to the 7-star sword array. Indeed, the 7-star sword array is formidable, yet my 9-star fist is equally potent. Jiu Qing's figure shimmered as he split into 8 avatars of divine power, each coalescing his Tao and law, transforming into an entity imbued with divine life. In truth, Gu Qing could conjure more avatars of divine power, much like the unfading celestial technique of the unyielding heavenly art, where each petal embodies a strike of his full strength, capable of shaking the heavens and moving the spirits. However, for dealing with Zhang Yang, 8 avatars are sufficient. After all, Zhang Yang is not the celestial body of the cosmos. The 7-star sword array is merely a postnatal cultivated divine power, its might ultimately limited. With a thunderous roar, Gu Qing's fist intent soared into the skies, bathed in resplendent starlight, each punch seemingly shattering the void. The myriad sword chi of Zhang Yang's 7-star sword array was obliterated by the fist imprints. The 9 figures converged, channeling the power of the 9 stars, delivering a punch that shattered the void. Clang! Zhang Yang's confidence waned, terror flickering in his eyes, as he beheld the approaching 9-star divine fist. The overwhelming fist intent bore down on him, forcing his spine to bend under the weight of impending doom. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yang summoned the Sun Cauldron to hurl at Gu Qing, simultaneously igniting his essence blood. The sun blade in his hand blazed like a heavenly blade, engulfed in the blazing flames of the solar deity, distorting the very fabric of the void. The blade intent radiated unparalleled sharpness, as if it could cleave the void itself. Boom! The Sun Cauldron was sent flying a myriad of miles by a single punch. Its surface marred with cracks, the might of the 9-star divine fist diminished by 2 parts, cleaved apart by the sun blade. Zhang Yang, impacted by the fist imprint, was flung backward. However, clad in his protective golden armor, another royal artifact, he sustained no serious injuries. What a pity! Yu Qing's lips twitched, lamenting the loss. Zhang Yang's combat experience is exceedingly rich. Had he hesitated even for a moment or shown any reluctance in summoning the Sun Cauldron, he would undoubtedly have been injured. Yet, Zhang Yang chose to forego the Sun Cauldron and engage him head-on. This unwavering blade intent was indeed the wisest decision. Conversely, Zhang Yang possesses an overwhelming number of treasures, armed to the teeth, rendering Gu Qing unable to make a significant impact. Ancestor, please awaken. How has our 7-star fist transformed into his 9-star fist? Ancestor, the celestial body of the cosmos. Zhang Yang drank a drop of the 3 lights divine water. His injured spirit immediately restored, gazing at Gu Qing with trepidation. Although he was unaware of the intricacies of Gu Qing's 9-star fist, its similarity to the 7-star fist, coupled with its nature as a personal divine power, led him to suspect that Gu Qing might indeed be the celestial body of the cosmos. Only such a being could advance so rapidly. Moreover, Gu Qing's physical prowess is astonishing beyond comprehension. Apart from the celestial body of the cosmos, he could fathom no other physique capable of bearing such immense strength. With this thought, Zhang Yang's murderous intent towards Gu Qing intensified. He understood all too well how pivotal the celestial body of the cosmos is to the celestial temple. Should Gu Qing survive, his own standing within the temple would be rendered obsolete. You shall perish. Zhang Yang summoned a treasure mirror, resembling a miniature sun, its searing solar light seemingly capable of melting the very void. This is the Sun Mirror, a supreme artifact modeled after the Solar Divine Mirror, forged with Solar Divine Gold and Solar Divine Fire. It is his most potent treasure. Zhang Yang had previously used the Sun Mirror to obliterate a sovereign being. He doubted Gu Qing could withstand the soul illumination of the Sun Mirror. Gu Qing nearly erupted in expletives. Zhang Yang's collection of treasures was simply excessive. If this continued, he suspected Zhang Yang might even summon a sacred artifact. It can only be said that the progeny of immortals are terrifying indeed. Boom! With no time to ponder, Gu Qing unleashed the Solar Divine Fist. Under the radiance of the Sun Mirror, Gu Qing's Solar Divine Fist, enveloped in solar light, increased in might exponentially. Yet, it endured for but a fleeting moment before being dissolved by the solar radiance. However, that fleeting moment was ample time for him to execute many actions. With a thought, he relocated the 3 women. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals, and the essence of yin and yang surged around him. A divine wheel, merging yin and yang, emerged, blocking the solar light. The essence of yin and yang circulated, devouring all things in the world, assimilating into the realm of yin and yang. What manner of divine power is this? The yin-yang divine fist from our lunar and solar chaos record does not seem to manifest in this way. Does it? Ancestor, you are well versed in the arcane. Surely you recognize the origin of this divine power? Could you enlighten us? Cease your calls. The ancestor, having comprehended the intricacies of creation and the Tao, is currently immersed in the contemplation of the supreme path. He has no time for trivial matters. Few. The three women who had been relocated revealed expressions of relief from their brush with disaster. The sun mirror is truly terrifying, even at a distance of hundreds of miles. Even though the target was not them, the solar light still felt overwhelming, as if their very forms would be melted away. Thankfully, Gu Qing acted swiftly. Had he delayed even a second longer, they would undoubtedly have been reduced to ashes by the solar radiance. This is bad. Brother is still inside. Just as they caught their breath, Su Qingyue's complexion paled dramatically. Fear not. In our own domain, how could anything happen to Gu Qing? Isn't there still Jining? Chu Yao consoled her friend. Well aware of Gu Qing's identity as the celestial body of the cosmos and the crucial role it plays in the celestial temple, she knew that even if a sage of the celestial temple were to perish, Gu Qing would remain unscathed. Indeed, I have let my concern lead to disquiet. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyue's panicked heart calmed instantaneously, though her eyes could not help but gaze anxiously at the starry sky. The light of solar annihilation? Luo Li murmured softly, her regal phoenix eyes fixed fervently upon the miniature sun in the starry sky, her excitement causing her to tremble. She realized precisely what kind of personal treasure she needed to forge. Once it is created, regardless of whether you are divine or demonic, all shall meet their demise. P.S. Without further ado, should there be 20 requests for updates tomorrow, I shall deliver a daily update of 10,000 words. I humbly beseech favorable comments to urge for updates. Chapter 49. The Starry Divine Fist. How can this be? It is impossible. Witnessing the yin-yang wheel ensnare the sun mirror, Zhang Yang shook his head in a frenzy. Incredulity spilling from his lips. His sun mirror, forged from solar divine gold and solar divine fire, could unleash annihilating solar light. How could it be ensnared by a mere divine power of the void realm? What is impossible? Yin and Yang are the supreme Tao, the mother of all things. No matter how potent your solar light, it remains within the laws of Yin and Yang. Diu Qing's words were not mere bluster. Although the yin-yang wheel is still nascent, it contains the fundamental laws of yin and yang, capable of obliterating all things in existence. Is that so? It appears that not only do I seek to end you, but you also wish to end me. Zhang Yang understood. Ji Yuqing's challenge was not merely a contest of superiority. It was a fight to the death. Indeed. You shall all perish with a single stride. Gu Qing stepped forth, and the cosmos erupted in a cacophony, converging an infinite array of stellar light. Celestial phenomena unveiled themselves across the heavens. In an instant, the very fabric of reality seemed to shift. As the once desolate starry expanse transformed into a resplendent microcosm, countless stars encircled Gu Qing, who appeared as the deity of the constellations, a divine force of the universe, wielding unparalleled might. With a clenched fist, Gu Qing executed the starry fist technique, unleashing a torrent of vital energy that surged through him like an oceanic tide. The myriad stars erupted in dazzling radiance, their intricate patterns swirling. Each star seemed to come alive, embodying not just celestial bodies but also the essence of Gu Qing himself, amalgamating the formidable power of countless stars into one. Zhang Yang's pupils dilated in shock, although the fist imprint had yet to materialize. The overwhelming force had already rendered him unable to raise his head. The vast power descending upon him bent his spine. This strike was insurmountable. He gazed fixedly at Gu Qing, whose presence resembled that of a god or a demon. Exuding an air of supremacy, surrounded by a multitude of stars, Zhang Yang slowly shook his head, despair evident in his eyes. It was over. His life was forfeit. The followers of Zhang Yang were similarly gripped by a sense of hopelessness. Gu Qing's fist was terrifying beyond measure. They yearned to flee, yet escape was impossible. Ji Yuqing's formidable fist had already sealed off this realm, making even the slightest movement an arduous task. How could this be? How could such a monster exist in the world? They had initially believed this to be an advantageous situation, with Zhang Yang poised to crush Gu Qing. Fantasies of Zhang Yang severely wounding Gu Qing, winning over Su Qingyue, and advancing triumphantly danced in their minds. They even imagined themselves basking in the glory, perhaps even transforming their own physiques by leveraging Su Qingyue's lunar divine body, at the very least. They contemplated acquiring the exquisite beauty of Chu Yao. Yet, the situation had flipped, with Gu Qing now dominating them. Zhang Yang unleashed his treasures, capable of slaying those of the kingly realm, yet he remained no match for Gu Qing. They were all prodigies, yet they found themselves powerless to retaliate. Although the 9 true dragons possessed impure bloodlines, they were indeed true dragons, with the potential of revered beings, their physical forms comparable to priceless artifacts. Their vital energies unparalleled. Even a single true dragon, when placed in the outside world, could sweep through its peers. Yet, under the might of Gu Qing's fist, they were as insignificant as ants. They could scarcely fathom what manner of creature Gu Qing truly was. Why was his vital energy and divine power so terrifying? Burn your essence, let's strike together. Zhang Yang roared, igniting his vital spirit and manifesting 7 avatars of divine power, each wielding a piece of heavenly-grade treasure, the 7-star sword. This was also a replica of the divine artifact, the 7-star divine sword. The 7-star sword array, composed of 7 blades, possessed the might to rival those of the kingly realm. Zhang Yang, armed with the sun blade, fervently infused it with his essence, transforming himself into a celestial blade that radiated a terrifying intent. His appearance aged rapidly, his hair turning white, and his visage becoming gaunt. The 9 true dragons howled skyward, igniting their vital blood, each scale shimmering with light. Zhang Yang's followers, too, burned their essence, visibly aging from youthful vigor to decrepit elders. They clearly cared not for the damage to their foundations. If they could not withstand Gu Qing's fist, they would all perish. A kaleidoscope of treasures hurtled toward Gu Qing. Boom! The starry fist amassed the power of countless stars, as if the cosmic firmament itself had collapsed. Instantly shattering the treasures, the 9 true dragons disintegrated into a mist of blood. Several followers met the same fate, obliterated by the overwhelming force of the fist. Zhang Yang's protective golden armor erupted in blinding light. Resembling a deity, yet it could not withstand the starry fist. The sun blade and the golden armor shattered. His divine body was breached, and he was sent reeling, spitting blood. Gu Qing exhaled a long breath. His complexion slightly pale. The exertion of the starry fist placed a tremendous burden upon him. After all, to embody countless stars was akin to manifesting myriad avatars of equal strength. Fortunately, he had continuously consumed precious liquid to evolve his physique. Otherwise, he would never have been able to wield such a breathtaking and awe-inspiring power. What a pity! Upon witnessing Zhang Yang's disappearance, Gu Qing realized that a revered being had intervened to rescue him. Moreover, Zhang Yang's ability to withstand his starry fist was also due to this revered being covertly manipulating the golden armor. Otherwise, even 10 Zhang Yangs would have been obliterated. Jining, leave the sun mirror. Gu Qing urged as the sun mirror unleashed its unmatched solar power, instantly dispersing the yin-yang wheel. He spoke with urgency. Zhang Yang's fate was inconsequential. He needed to acquire this supreme artifact. Boom! A colossal hand appeared out of nowhere. Seizing the sun mirror, Gu Qing sighed in relief, then gathered the blood mist, placing it into a golden gourd for refinement. This was the essence of the Void Dao realm, not to be wasted. Senior brother, Su Qingyue, resembling a celestial maiden from the heavens, fluttered into Gu Qing's embrace. He held her slender waist with one arm, gently ruffling her hair, conveying unspoken affection. Monster, Chu Yao gazed at Gu Qing with complex emotions. Previously, she had only perceived Gu Qing as immensely powerful, possessing a sincere heart for the Tao, gentle and magnanimous. However, today, her impression of him had been utterly transformed. He was a freak, a being of unimaginable ferocity. Luo Li cast a deep glance at Gu Qing, bid farewell, and soared away. Let us depart. Gu Qing activated the system. He had previously turned it off, missing the notification sounds, and was unaware of what rewards awaited him this time. It likely wouldn't be anything precious, as rewards for slaying foes of equal standing were typically meager and of little assistance to him now. As he pondered, his eyes brightened. Congratulations to the host for annihilating 9 true dragons with a single punch and receiving the royal weapon. The Tiangang 9 swords, along with the divine ability, Tiangang Sword Technique. Congratulations for slaying 3 Xiandan realm beings and 1 Void Dao realm being. The rewards for those can be disregarded. Ji Yuqing inquired. Can the rewards be combined? Yes, provided the host simultaneously slays the enemies in one swift motion. Cough. What do you all think of this punch? To embody countless stars and converge their power into a single strike is truly exquisite. I cannot find the words to adequately describe such a stunning technique, one elder remarked. Indeed, under this divine ability, one could traverse the world invincibly, shattering all laws and standing unmatched. His 9-star fist is merely the tip of the iceberg of this divine ability. Old Ancestor, it is well known that the 7-star fist, Starry Divine Fist, Shattering Star Finger, and Star Plucking Hand, among other abilities, are all extraordinary powers birthed from the Zhou Tian star body. What then shall we call this technique birthed from his Zhou Tian star body? Old Ancestor? Old Ancestor, if I recall correctly, you mentioned that he has evolved into a forbidden physique. Does that mean his divine abilities fall under the category of forbidden techniques? Old Ancestor, your wisdom is vast. Could you enlighten us on the differences between forbidden divine abilities and the techniques I am familiar with? Good, very good. O heavens, may a divine thunder strike these rebellious children dead. Chapter 50. The World Unsettled. We are all beasts, father. Why did you not seize this opportunity to eliminate him? Zhang Yang, bloodied and battered, glared at Zhang Zhengxiong, his face contorted with rage. If Gu Qing lived, he would never be the most outstanding prodigy of the Starry Divine Hall. Moreover, as long as Gu Qing wished, he could easily usurp his position as the Holy Sun. If Gu Qing were to perish, it would signify the demise of the Zhou Tian star body. And given the Zhang families standing in the Starry Divine Hall, they would undoubtedly face no repercussions. He would remain the exalted Holy Sun, potentially winning over Su Qingyue and having a promising future ahead. Fool! Zhang Zhengxiong roared, his expression cold, a terrifying aura of supreme authority permeating the hall. Such words must not be spoken again. Otherwise, even if you are my son, I shall surely slay you. Why? Zhang Yang's eyes widened in fury. Zhang Zhengxiong did not respond but instead fixed a chilling gaze upon Zhang Yang. After a long silence, he coldly uttered, "The old ancestor has fallen." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang felt as though struck by lightning. Remaining silent for a long while before managing a bitter smile, he understood. He realized why Zhang Zhengxiong had not rescued him sooner, why he had waited until after enduring a punch from Gu Qing to intervene. Not daring to utter a single word. His ancestral figure, Zhang Chong, a third heaven sage, had not secluded himself, nor had he left the Starry Divine Hall. He had been present all along. How could he suddenly have fallen? Unless he had been slain by the old ancestor of the Starry Divine Hall, and indeed, that was the truth. The moment Gu Qing unveiled the Zhou Tian star body, Zhang Chong had sought to strike Gu Qing down under the pretense of avenging a fallen disciple. However, as the murderous intent arose, he was obliterated by an unfathomable force. A generation sage, said to be as eternal as the heavens, surveying the world, had met his end in silence. Ji Yuqing is the strongest among all who have borne the Zhou Tian star body throughout the ages. Destined for a boundless future. We are not of the same caliber. From now on, when you encounter him, avoid him at all costs. As for Su Qingyue, she is not someone you can covet. Abandon that thought, or the Zhang family shall surely perish. Zhang Zhengxiong's expression was one of desolation, and in an instant, he seemed to age several decades. He had believed that the Zhang family, basking in the immense power of the Starry Divine Temple, would only grow stronger as Zhang Yang matured, perhaps even seizing control of the temple itself. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow, and no matter how many disciples he possessed or how high his position, he was merely a beast of burden for the Starry Divine Temple. Even the saints, bearing the weight of the sect's heritage, were regarded as insignificant insects in the eyes of the ancestors. Easily extinguished at will, the Starry Divine Temple inherited the path of the stars, valuing only those who shared the same way. Ji Yuqing, embodying the celestial star body, was a being whose mere touch could spell death for any who dared to approach. Zhang Chong posed a threat to Gu Qing. Hence, he met his demise. The father and son duo could not threaten Gu Qing, and so they remained alive, yet perpetually at risk of being slain by him. With this thought, Zhang Zhengxiong was engulfed in despair, a chill coursing through him. I understand now, father. Zhang Yang's eyes shimmered with defiance, his face contorted in agony. He was filled with an unquenchable yearning. Since his birth, he had labored tirelessly, enduring trials that others could scarcely fathom. He had immersed himself in medicinal baths, fervently cultivated his skills, battled with others, and fought against ferocious beasts, never pausing in his relentless pursuit. As the bright path seemed almost within reach, he was forced to relinquish it, all his efforts rendered futile. There was no greater agony in life than this. 3 days swiftly passed. The starry divine temple remained tranquil, and aside from those directly involved, no one was aware of his defeat at Gu Qing's hands. Zhang Yang had healed his injuries. He gazed up at the boundless starry sky, his spirit diminished, no longer brimming with the vigor of his former self. Whoosh! A message soared towards him, and upon glancing at it, Zhang Yang's expression darkened with fury. Zhang Yu dared to challenge him to a life-and-death battle. Very well. Last time you narrowly escaped my grasp. This time, I shall surely kill you. Enraged, Zhang Yang burst forth from his dwelling, first retrieving a magical artifact from the treasury. After refining it, he soared into the starry expanse. Before him lay a desolate sky, already populated by numerous onlookers, among whom the most striking was a figure clad in white, hands clasped behind his back. Zhang Yu's demeanor was indifferent as he spoke. You have finally arrived. I thought you would cower like a turtle, too afraid to face me. Ha! Had it not been for your old ghost's fragment saving you last time, do you think you would still be standing here to converse with me? A defeated foe has no right to speak of valor, Zhang Yang taunted. Zhang Yu's face darkened upon hearing this. While outsiders believed their last encounter ended in a stalemate, he knew full well he had lost. In a critical moment, the sole fragment left in the jade pendant by his ancestor had shattered Zhang Yang's 7-star sword array and saved his life. Yet, times had changed. He had mastered the ancient 7-star sword array and advanced his strength to the 7th level of the Void Dao realm. A momentary defeat meant nothing. Today, he would avenge his shame. Is that all you've got? Zhang Yang scoffed. He acknowledged Zhang Yu's strength, but having defeated him once, he believed he could do so again. You talk too much? Zhang Yu retorted. What did he mean by talking too much? If not for Zhang Yu's incessant prattling, would he have engaged in conversation? Zhang Yang laughed in anger and summoned the Sunblade. It was a similarly high-grade artifact. A royal weapon, boom! The battle escalated to a fever pitch until Zhang Yu conjured 6 avatars, each wielding a heavenly-grade artifact, the 7-star sword array. Zhang Yang's countenance turned grim. His contribution points were dwindling, allowing him to exchange for only a royal weapon, the Sunblade. Zhang Yu was not significantly weaker than him. Without the 7-star sword, even if he initiated the 7-star sword array, he would still be at a disadvantage, as he had anticipated. Moments later, Zhang Yang was left bloodied and battered, unable to withstand the onslaught of the 7-star sword array. Where is your 7-star sword? Zhang Yu inquired, astonished. Zhang Yang possessed neither the 7-star sword nor the sun cauldron and protective golden armor. This was utterly bizarre. Zhang Yang remained silent, a sense of despondency washing over him. Not dying at Gu Qing's hands, he would perish at the hands of the one he held in contempt, Zhang Yu. All his decades of effort were rendered meaningless in this moment. It was a profound irony. As he surveyed the crowd, listening to their murmurs, he felt a wave of hopelessness. If he were destined never to reach the pinnacle, then rather than prolonging his existence, it would be better to perish in a blaze of glory during battle. A fitting end. Zhang Yang, if you do not unleash the 7-star sword array now, you may never have the chance again, Zhang Yu proclaimed, standing resolute amidst the void, radiating an ethereal light, his presence both divine and inscrutable, as if he had melded with the fabric of the cosmos. Ha ha ha, Zhang Yu, do you truly believe you have won? How laughable. The universe is still in flux. We are both mere beasts of burden. Zhang Yang cackled maniacally, tears streaming down his face as he laughed. Reflecting on his life, he found it undeniably tragic. The honors he had toiled for over decades were swiftly usurped. The unparalleled goddess he yearned for He had not even dared to express his feelings to. What of the saint's son? What of invincibility? He was merely a pitiable worm of this age. This era belonged to the monstrosity that was Gu Qing. No one could withstand the force of this monster's fist. He could not, nor could Jiang Yu. And Jiang Yu would inevitably tread the same path as him, for he too was a sycophant of Su Qingyue. Perhaps even more so than Zhang Yang. No, Zhang Yang was forced into it, while Jiang Yu was a true sycophant, as if he would perish without Su Qingyue, offering her all that was good. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yang reined in his wandering thoughts and fervently ignited his spirit, burning the essence of the sun. Even in death, he would fall with the honors of his life intact. He poured all he had learned into this one strike. Zhang Yang, have you lost your mind? Jiang Yu exclaimed, bewildered. The onlookers gazed at Zhang Yang in shock. Though this was a life-and-death battle, Zhang Yang was still the saint's son, backed by the Zhang family. Surely, if he chose to concede, Jiang Yu would not dare to kill him, nor could he at most. He would lose his status as saint's son, gaining yet another label of cowardice among sycophants. Die, beast of burden. Zhang Yang infused all his essence into the sun blade, unleashing a dazzling strike capable of slaying those of the royal realm. Clang! He cleaved Jiang Yu's royal artifact in two, and it seemed he was on the verge of delivering a fatal blow. Suddenly, a great cauldron appeared above Jiang Yu's head, unleashing myriad streams of primal yellow essence, which sent Zhang Yang's sun blade flying. The supreme artifact. No, this was the embryonic form of a divine artifact. The crowd gazed at the primal yellow essence cauldron with fiery eyes, their breaths growing heavy. Jiang Yu stowed away the primal yellow essence cauldron, a frown creasing his brow. He should have been elated at the prospect of vanquishing his great foe, Zhang Yang, yet he could not find joy in the moment. He pondered the meaning of Zhang Yang's words. The universe is still in flux. We are both mere beasts of burden. Should it not be the universe is still in flux? We are both dark horses? It was utterly baffling. Shaking his head, a roguish smile crept onto Jiang Yu's lips. The position of Saint's son in the starry divine temple was now his. The destiny of this era belonged to him. He would cast a shadow over all the prodigies and anomalies of the myriad realms. Meanwhile, upon receiving news of Zhang Yang's demise, Zhang Zhengxiong trembled with rage, his murderous intent soaring. Though he had been stern with Zhang Yang, he had poured his heart and soul into raising him. For his sake, he had even ventured into perilous lands in search of the essence of the moon. Yet now, his son Zhang Yang was dead. Rest easy, my son, I shall avenge you and ensure that the Zhang family is left with nothing. Chapter 51. A disciple is never as reliable as one's own flesh and blood. With Ji Ning's assistance, Gu Qing refined the sun mirror in just 5 days. As he rubbed the ancient mirror, he mused to himself that indeed, one could find solace beneath a great tree. This exceedingly precious supreme artifact, which countless individuals yearned for yet could not attain, had come to him with such ease. Bolstered by the support of formidable allies, our starry divine temple possesses the divine artifact, the sun mirror. Should you require it, feel free to claim it, Ji Ning remarked coolly. Ji Yuqing pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, as splendid as magical artifacts may be, one must possess sufficient cultivation to wield them. The supreme artifact is already ample for my needs. With my current cultivation level, even managing a supreme artifact is a challenge. Using a divine artifact would likely lead to my demise. We have numerous artifacts imbued with divine spirits. Merely awakening the spirits allows for their use. For instance, the Celestial Star Tower, the Celestial Star Map, the 7 Stars Divine Sword, and the Moonlight Treasure Vase. Ji Ning enumerated a dozen artifacts possessing divine spirits in one breath. Ji Yuqing's expression shifted from calm to astonished, his shock palpable. The starry divine temple possessed so many divine artifacts? One must understand that divine artifacts represented the foundation of an immortal sect, their value immeasurable. Yet here in the starry divine temple, they seemed as commonplace as cabbages. Ji Ning sensed Gu Qing's confusion and gently explained. Our starry divine temple has inherited its legacy since ancient times, thriving without decline, and has birthed countless extraordinary ancestors. In short, the depth of our starry divine temple's heritage is unfathomable. If you are interested, you may delve into its history, divine artifacts are far from being mere trifles. The treasures of the Starry Temple are the culmination of countless epochs of toil and sacrifice by our ancestors. Gu Qing, embodying the celestial star body, is entitled to select any artifact it will. In contrast, others, even those at the divine fire realm, are permitted only temporary use. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Qing surged forth from his abode, heading straight for the forbidden ground where the artifacts are stored. These artifacts possess unparalleled divine might. A mere thread of their essence can obliterate vast landscapes. Consequently, their storage locations have been transformed into celestial realms by those of the divine fire realm. Each artifact exists within its own independent universe. Ji Yuqing entered a succession of celestial realms, selecting artifacts, yet found himself enamored with all of them, leading to a moment of indecision. He and I. Which artifact do you think would suit me best? The Celestial Star Seal and the Celestial Star Tower would be most fitting. They can nurture your celestial star body while aiding your comprehension of the stellar path, allowing you to autonomously absorb the radiance of the sun, moon, and stars. However, I believe you should opt for the Cosmic Tower, which lacks a spiritual entity. Though it may not match the first two artifacts, it can similarly assist you in understanding the stellar path and absorbing celestial light. Since you are not in a hurry to use it, you can cultivate a spiritual entity on your own, integrating it with your own path, thus creating your own treasure for enlightenment. He and I imparted the methods for cultivating spiritual entities and refining artifacts. If you wish, I can provide them to you. With diligence, you could cultivate a spiritual entity in just a few years. Upon hearing Henie's analysis, Gu Qing recognized he had previously fallen into a misconception. Artifacts could not only aid in vanquishing foes, but also assist in cultivation. The 9-colored soul lotus within his purple mansion shone radiantly, facilitating the rapid comprehension of the cultivation methods he and I had conveyed. By merging the two methods, Gu Qing devised an entirely new refining technique. He could wield the artifact even without a spiritual entity, albeit requiring a vast amount of vitality for the refinement, which he possessed in abundance. Furthermore, completion would only take 10 days to half a month. Ji Yuqing entered the celestial realm housing the Cosmic Tower. Before him lay a boundless starry sky, with a divine tower reaching to the heavens. Adorned with celestial patterns that emanated an everlasting sacred aura, Ji Yuqing fully manifested his chaos star body, flooding the Cosmic Tower with his immense vitality. Artifacts cannot simply be taken at will. They must first acknowledge their master. Although the Cosmic Tower lacks a spiritual entity, it possesses a form of sentience and will choose its master autonomously. Suddenly, the Cosmic Tower shrank and vanished into Gu Qing's body. Upon returning to his abode, Gu Qing poured out the precious liquid and activated the Chaos Immortal Sutra for refinement, infusing the Cosmic Tower with a torrent of vitality. Seeing everything proceeding smoothly, Gu Qing could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "He and I, thank you." With the possession of unparalleled artifacts at the Void Realm, he could now traverse this world with ease and no need for thanks. It is but a trivial matter. He and I replied softly. He and I, how about I take you as my mentor? Gu Qing suddenly felt that having he and I by his side would be quite beneficial. Setting aside the advantages she provided, having someone to converse with during moments of frustration seemed appealing. After all, he could always shield his thoughts from the Qian Kuan sword, ensuring she could not pry into his mind. He and I squinted her eyes slightly, feeling a flicker of interest but not too much. You previously refused to become my disciple. Now I shall also decline. Humph, she replied, no need. My physical form is perfect and my path is radiant. I have no need for a successor. What a pity, Gu Qing lamented. He and I mused inwardly. Not a pity. If he cannot be my disciple, he can be the father of my offspring. With the chaos origin-infused celestial star body, he is simply perfect. Combined with my innate sacred body, we could produce unparalleled progeny. Her gaze lingered on Gu Qing's handsome visage, her heart racing. A disciple cannot compare to one's own offspring. I would rather take the initiative. Soon, once he breaks through to the monarch realm, I shall make my move. 10 fleeting days passed. Alas, Gu Qing truly lacks the ability to appreciate beauty. He neglects such a stunning maiden to seclude himself. Chu Yao complained to Su Qingyue. She had expected that once their relationship was established, they would enjoy a sweet and sticky period akin to honey. However, reality proved otherwise. Gu Qing remained steadfastly devoted to his cultivation. If Gu Qing were present, he would certainly respond to Chu Yao, affirming his understanding of cherishing beauty. His relentless training stemmed from the hardships of his past, particularly during his time with the Lin family, where he awaited the day of salary distribution with bated breath. Now, with the opportunity for ascension and abundant treasures at his disposal, Gu Qing naturally seized this chance to leap through the Dragon's Gate without hesitation. In his eyes, while women were indeed important, nothing compared to the allure of enhancing one's cultivation. Once he had secured sufficient prowess and solidified his status and power, he could pursue women at his leisure. Oh, don't speak nonsense. Senior brother is merely busy refining his solar mirror. He will emerge from seclusion soon, Su Qingyue retorted with an eye roll, a gentle smile gracing her exquisite face. She viewed Gu Qing's seclusion as a positive development. A man should prioritize cultivation, rather than incessantly engaging in romantic pursuits. They were cultivators, blessed with long lives and unwavering resolve in their quest for enlightenment. Su Qingyue and Gu Qing shared a mutual understanding. As companions on the path of cultivation, they were not merely husband and wife, but Dao partners. Is that so? Realizing she had misunderstood Gu Qing, Chu Yao smiled sheepishly and changed the subject. Zhang Yang was slain by Jiang Yu, and after defeating several true disciples, he has gained considerable fame within the Starry Temple. I hear he is applying to become a holy son. Humph, merely a presumptuous fool who has taken advantage of others. Had senior brother not shattered Zhang Yang's treasure, how could Jiang Yu possibly stand a chance? Su Qingyue scoffed, unable to suppress her disdain for Jiang Yu. Day after day, he lingered around her like an irritating gum that one could not shake off. Yet, it was curious. Jiang Yu had not sought her out for quite some time and had ceased to send her gifts. Indeed, he has benefited greatly, Chu Yao agreed, nodding her head. Does Gu Qing not wish to become a holy son? Probably not, Su Qingyue replied. After all, senior brother lacks for nothing, holding an exalted position within the Starry Temple. The title of holy son would be more of a burden than a boon. If Gu Qing desired to become a holy son, it would merely take a word. It is of no concern to others. How enviable. He sees the holy son's position as a burden, while others would fight tooth and nail for it. Let us go. The holy son succession ceremony is about to begin, and as the holy maiden, you must be present. The succession ceremony for the holy son at the Starry Temple was indeed a grand affair. Almost all, except for the elders in deep seclusion, were in attendance, having invited numerous immortal lineages from various realms to witness the event. In the square, the current holy son of the Starry Temple, Jiang Yu, donned a celestial crown and a splendid robe, perfectly enveloping his form. He sat upon the throne, shrouded in ethereal light, obscuring his true appearance. Yet, even in this haze, he exuded an air of noble elegance, reminiscent of a divine maiden, sacred and untouchable, captivating countless gazes. Clearly, those from the immortal lineages were not merely there to witness the succession ceremony. They sought to alleviate their yearning for the divine maiden. Jiang Yu. Her name resonated across the heavens, her unmatched talent and beauty likened to that of celestial beings, often compared to Zhiming, the pair heralded as the twin prodigies of their era. During that time, Jiang Yu's suitors were numerous, revered as the brightest jewel amidst the vast cosmos. Of course, they dared only to steal a glance from afar, for despite her gentle and kind nature, she showed no mercy to those who dared to offend her. Jiang Yu, are you certain you wish to inherit the title of Holy Son? It is not too late to reconsider, Jiang Yu subtly transmitted to Jiang Yu. Although the position of Holy Son promised boundless glory and greater resource allocation, with Gu Qing, this anomaly, present, being a Holy Son in this era would prove challenging. Therefore, she had previously hinted to Jiang Yu to forego the title and abandon his pursuit of Su Qingyue. Jiang Yu possessed exceptional talent and the potential for ascension. It would indeed be a tragedy if he were to fall. Regrettably, Jiang Yu heeded none of her counsel. The Starry Temple had a rule. Whoever defeated the Holy Son and vanquished the current true disciples could apply for the title. Thank you for your concern, but I shall not regret my decision, Jiang Yu stated, standing calmly at the center of the square, his voice ringing with conviction. In this vast world, how could I bind myself? confining my potential to a single location? Though that anomaly possesses unmatched talent, I have a sword that can sweep my peers aside. I also possess a sword that dares to challenge the heavens themselves. Vitality surged within Jiangyu, radiating brilliant divine light as his fervent battle spirit soared to the skies. An endless stream of celestial light from the sun, moon, and stars rushed toward him, causing Jiangyu's cultivation to ascend steadily. Step by step, he approached the high platform, his momentum growing with each stride. Boom! Before the eyes of all, Jiangyu's cultivation directly broke through to the eighth heaven of the Void Realm, evoking gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Humph! Mere posturing, defeated by Jiangyu. Wei Yiqing's heart brimmed with murderous intent towards him. It was evident that he believed Jiangyu had deliberately cultivated a bottleneck, intending to break through in the Grand Hall today to attract the gaze of many and prove his unparalleled prowess. After all, the higher the realm, the more arduous the breakthrough. The Void Path realm necessitated a profound comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. How could one merely take a few steps and achieve a breakthrough? Who dares to challenge the heavens? Arrogance. Jiangyu subtly shook his head, his gaze falling upon Jiangyu. His demeanor was calm and composed, his battle intent soaring, exuding an extraordinary aura, a talent of heaven's favor. However, such audacity was undeniably foolish. A mere Void Path cultivator, daring to question the heavens and challenge others, was utterly laughable. Initially, she had contemplated taking Jiangyu as her disciple, envisioning the potential that could be honed into greatness. Even if he could not defeat Gu Qing, subduing the other two disciples of Zhi Ming would be a trivial matter. It was imperative to curb Zhi Ming's arrogance. Yet now, it appeared her thought of accepting him as a disciple was hasty. Character flaws rendered even the greatest talents useless. Jiangyu promptly closed his eyes, no longer focusing on Jiangyu. Words of wisdom are lost on the damned. Since Jiangyu sought death, let him be. When he encounters the anomaly known as Gu Qing, he will naturally come to understand that the so-called sword of questioning heaven is but a triviality, and no one can withstand Gu Qing's punch. What is happening? Upon completing the ceremony for the succession of the Holy Sun, Jiangyu furrowed his brows, a sense of unease swelling within him, instinctively sensing something amiss. The ceremony of the Holy Sun in the Starry Sky Temple was grand and magnificent. Yet it concluded with a whimper. The attitudes of the elders in the Supreme Realm were cold, their formalities half-hearted. Moreover, his sudden breakthrough merely caused a momentary astonishment, quickly forgotten by the crowd. This should not have occurred. Should not these elders and the ancient beings in the sacred realm be clamoring to take him on as a disciple? Could it be that the higher-ups of the Starry Sky Temple do not hold him in high regard? Believing he is not a match for that prodigy? As this thought crossed his mind, Jiangyu's expression darkened, determination solidifying within him to uncover the identity of the prodigy Jiangyu spoke of and settle the score. To deliver a resounding slap to those who looked down upon him. Temple Master, may I inquire as to the identity of the prodigy you mentioned? He transmitted. Mind your own business, Jiangyu's voice, gentle as a celestial melody, now carried an icy chill, leaving Jiangyu with no doubt that should he dare to press further, he would be annihilated by a mere thought from Jiangyu. This sent a shiver down his spine, leading him to question his very existence. In his mind, he should have been surrounded by adoring fans, the Starry Sky Temple at his beck and call. Jiangyu had long decided to take Jiangyu as his master, for Jiangyu stood at the pinnacle of the sacred realm, renowned alongside Zhi Ming as a peerless duo, poised to break through to the divine fire realm at any moment. Moreover, having such a stunningly beautiful master would be quite pleasing to the eye. Yet the reality was starkly different. Jiangyu speculated that perhaps it was due to the hidden prodigy within the Starry Sky Temple that he faced such treatment. His resolve to eliminate that prodigy grew even stronger. However, before that, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Jiangyu stepped forward, approaching Su Qingyue, his gaze steady as it met hers. The original host had been an insufferable sycophant. He was not. Indeed, Jiangyu was a traveler from another world, possessing a signing-in system. The original host had bestowed countless heavenly treasures upon Su Qingyue, causing him to feel immense pain at the thought. He must reclaim what was rightfully his. Simultaneously, he intended to clarify to all that he, Jiangyu, was no mere sycophant. Yu Qingyue's brows furrowed, anxiety gripping her heart as she feared Jiang Yu might go mad and publicly declare his affections. Thus, she maintained her poise, coldly regarding Jiang Yu, her gaze as frigid as ice. Like a celestial being from the Moon Palace, she was both beautiful and aloof. Yu Qingyue resolved that should Jiang Yu dare to profess his love, she would unhesitatingly reject him. Oh, what if he had become the Holy Son? A dog cannot change its nature. The disciples watched Jiang Yu with mocking eyes, eagerly awaiting his humiliation. Although Jiang Yu's sudden surge in cultivation and combat prowess had altered their perception of him, the image of him as a sycophant remained deeply ingrained. After a moment of silence, when Su Qingyue did not speak first, an awkward expression crossed Jiang Yu's face. In the past, seeing Su Qingyue would result in her scolding him to keep his distance, and he had already prepared a retort. But what was going on with Su Qingyue today? Remaining silent, Jiang Yu swallowed the words that had been on the tip of his tongue and said calmly, "Su Saintus, is there something you wish to discuss?" Su Qingyue replied icily, "What is it?" Jiang Yu frowned slightly, displeased with her frigid demeanor. He responded nonchalantly, "Since Su Saintus does not favor me, perhaps you could return the heavenly treasures I gifted you over the years?" Su Qingyue's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Chu Yao was equally taken aback by Jiang Yu's words, her fox-like eyes scrutinizing him, questioning whether he had been possessed by someone else. After all, she was well aware of how obsequious Jiang Yu had been. Furthermore, Jiang Yu's current demeanor and character were entirely different from before, making it difficult for her not to suspect he was a different person altogether. Wait, did Jiang Yu just say he wants the treasures he gifted back? Am I hearing things? I suspect I misheard as well. The onlookers were left in disbelief, subsequently directing scornful glances at Jiang Yu, mocking him. Who would have imagined that the young patriarch of the illustrious Jiang family would be so lacking in dignity? Wanting back the gifts he had given? Indeed, if he couldn't bear to part with them, why pretend to be generous? Teske, what a disgrace to our men. Junior sister, see? I told you this fellow is all show and no substance. And you didn't believe me enough. Many talented women who had previously held favorable opinions of Jiang Yu were now infuriated, stamping their feet in frustration, wishing to cover their faces in shame. Hearing the crowd's derision, Jiang Yu's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he replied coolly, "Su Saintus, if you truly disliked me, why did you accept my gifts in the first place?" Although requesting the return of the gifts was somewhat humiliating, they were genuine treasures. Moreover, reclaiming what belonged to him was hardly wrong. Even if he didn't want them back, he couldn't allow Su Qingyue, the White Lotus green tea, to benefit. He detested such hypocritical behavior. Thus, no matter how beautiful Su Qingyue might be, he would not spare her a second glance. He merely sought to reclaim his belongings and sever ties with her completely. Indeed, upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, the crowd began to contemplate, their gazes shifting towards Su Qingyue. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Su Qingyue grew increasingly anxious, taking a deep breath. Well, if I want to return the treasures, I can just exchange for something else. Wait, Chu Yao hastily intervened, pulling Su Qingyue behind her. Su Qingyue, being naive, was unaware of the intricacies involved. She knew all too well, if Su Qingyue returned the treasures, regardless of right or wrong, her image as a flawless fairy would be tarnished. Jiang Saint's son, you wish to reclaim the gifts you bestowed? Chu Yao asked with a smile. Her fox-like eyes gleamed, the corners of her mouth curving slyly, resembling a cunning vixen. Indeed, Jiang Yu nodded, his demeanor calm as he clasped his hands behind his back. Ha ha, I, Chu Yao, have traversed countless lands and encountered myriad cultures. Yet this is the first time I've heard of someone wanting back a gift they have given. If I recall correctly, Su Qingyue explicitly stated her disinterest in you. And you were the one who shamelessly begged and insisted on giving her gifts. Now that you're regretting it, you want them back. Jiang Saint's son, you truly have opened my eyes. Chu Yao covered her mouth, laughing delicately, though a cold glimmer shone in her eyes. She was not some naive girl unfamiliar with the ways of the world. Jiang Yu wanted to salvage his reputation, reclaim his treasures, and step over Su Qingyue to rise in status. Had he even asked her? Hearing this, Jiang Yu's expression darkened, his anger boiling within him. What did it mean to be shameless and beg? Had the original host been that obsequious? Well, as it turned out. He had died. I never imagined you were such a person. The crowd's disdain for him surged, a wave of revulsion washing over them. They could hardly imagine how beautiful the scene of being shameless and begging might be. Now, having given up, he sought to reclaim the gifts. Jiang Yu's audacity was astounding. He had brought shame upon all men. Jiang Yu's face darkened as he scolded the original host internally, looking at the cold and disdainful Su Qingyue and then at the enchanting Chu Yao. A cold light flickered in his eyes, and he felt trapped. Had Su Qingyue expressed her disdain from the start, and if Chu Yao had kept silent, reclaiming the gifts would not have put him in such a passive position. Yet, Su Qingyue's silence was utterly confounding. Regardless, it was too late to dwell on it now. The bow had been drawn. There was no turning back. Jiang Yu's gaze was sharp as he regarded Chu Yao. Wishing to cleave the vixen in two. Observing this, Chu Yao chuckled softly, though her eyes held no mirth. Oh, I merely spoke the truth. Is that unacceptable? Jiang Saint's son, do you wish to silence me? Hearing this, Jiang Yu's face turned ashen, an uncontrollable wave of panic surging within him. Something felt distinctly off. Chu Yao's words were too piercing, leaving him feeling like a mere traveler at her mercy. This was highly unusual. He could not continue conversing with Chu Yao. He would have to deal with this vixen another day. With that thought, Jiang Yu turned to Su Qingyue, his tone frigid as he said, Su Saintess, you wouldn't want it all, would you? Jiang Saint's son, to speak ill so readily. Is this the upbringing of the Jiang family? To speak candidly, the treasures you bestowed have been used by Qingyue to feed pigs. Chu Yao retorted with clarity, her enchanting beauty adorned with a hint of sarcasm. Feed pigs? Jiang Yu's expression shattered in an instant. The onlookers could hardly contain their disbelief, their eyes wide in shock. They need not ponder. The gifts from Jiang Yu were undoubtedly extraordinary. Such precious items, how could they be squandered on swine? A curse upon it. The crowd felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, akin to being less than a mere pig. Do you not believe me? I possess a recording stone, which captures but a few fleeting moments, yet it is true. They have indeed been used to feed pigs. Chu Yao promptly produced the recording stone, revealing the images of Su Qingyue playfully feeding the pigs. It was her mischievous whim, finding humor in the sight of a celestial maiden tending to swine, secretly documenting it to use as leverage against her friends. Behold! The scene was breathtaking. Su Qingyue, with an innocent and ethereal smile, embraced the rosy piglet, playfully poking and petting it, even tugging at its ears while laughing joyfully. Where was the aloof goddess now? No. Su Qingyue covered her face, her carefully maintained image of icy elegance crumbling in an instant. The goddess is utterly adorable. The saintess is exquisitely beautiful, that little girl. Jiang Yu's tone was filled with affection, tinged with regret. It was truly a pity that such an outstanding disciple had been snatched away by Zhiming. One must devise a plan to bring her home. Zhiming's disciples should not be allowed to go unchallenged. Jiang Yu, do not be overly excessive. What skill is there in deceiving the Saintess Su? Indeed, once something is given away, it belongs to another. TSK. Is this the demeanor of the young master of the Jiang family? The talented individuals who had come to observe the ceremony felt an immediate anger upon grasping the situation and began to mock him. Jiang Yu's face turned ashen. He knew he was finished. Today was supposed to be his moment of glory, yet he had become the target of ridicule, and no matter how high he achieved in the future, he would likely never shed this humiliation. It would linger throughout his life. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention, Jiang Shengzi, the magical artifact you gifted has also been discarded by the Saintess. Thus, I regret to inform you that what you have given cannot be returned by Qingyue. Of course, if you are truly destitute and in need of those trifling items, I, Chu Yao, would not mind offering you some. Chu Yao's words were artfully phrased. Though clearly mocking Jiang Yu, they left no room for rebuttal. Jiang Yu's forehead throbbed with rage, his handsome face twisting in frustration. Taking a deep breath, he shot a murderous glare at Chu Yao before turning to leave. Although he longed to strike her down on the spot, he was no fool. The elders and the hall master had turned a blind eye to him. At present, he held only the title of Saint's son. Devoid of any real power and lacked support within the Starry Sky Temple. Should he dare to kill Chu Yao in public, his demise would be certain. The Jiang family could not save him. The Starry Sky Temple was not an ordinary sect. Even the most exceptional divine bodies could not act with impunity. However, he would not let Chu Yao escape unscathed. If he could not eliminate her today, he would bide his time for tomorrow. A mere inner disciple could easily be disposed of with any excuse. Hall Master, when do you believe he will perish? Jiang Yu's gaze fell upon the one who had transmitted the message. Ahem, just kidding, just kidding. He chuckled awkwardly before resuming his conversation with others. When Gu Qing emerges from seclusion, his demise is assured. Who does not know this? Let us speculate. How many strikes will it take to put him down? That is hard to say. Who knows how many treasures the Jiang family has bestowed upon him? TSK, truly tragic. In this grand era, he is destined to be buried under a single blow. Chapter 53. The Divine Beast of Dreams indeed? This era belongs to the Heavenly Star Divine Body. Speaking of which, Gu Qing is immensely more powerful than the Heavenly Star Divine Bodies of the past. I suspect he possesses not only the Heavenly Star Divine Body, but also other hidden attributes. Upon uttering this, a hush fell over the assembly of transcendent beings. Jiu Qing's constitution was indeed the Heavenly Star Divine Body, yet the boundless vitality and profound techniques he exhibited appeared far beyond that, exhibiting a strength that defied comprehension. Thus, does Gu Qing possess yet another concealed constitution, one even more extraordinary than the Heavenly Star Divine Body? Alas, the heavens are unjust. Some are born as favored children of fate. Gu Qing is destined to attain enlightenment. As for the arduous and perilous path of cultivation, they shall safeguard him. Should he require any rare treasures, he may simply retrieve them from the treasury. If the treasury lacks them, they will exhaust every means to acquire them. It can be said that Gu Qing need only focus on his cultivation, leaving the rest to them. And what of them? They must rely solely on their own efforts. One cannot truly compare individuals. There is no need for despair. Once Gu Qing matures, ascends to the celestial realm, and achieves supreme existence, he will also protect our lineage. Jiang Yu sought to dispel the heavy atmosphere. The Starry Sky Temple in the celestial realm is not merely comprised of disciples from their plane. The competition is exceedingly fierce. Indeed, the Hall Master speaks wisely. Each has their own destiny, and we have been shallow in our understanding. Hall Master, what should our next steps be? I cannot shake the feeling that handing him over to Zhimeng is somewhat frightening. Indeed, this female tyrant is lawless and ruthless, even slaying her childhood sweetheart on their wedding day. Should she harbor any ill thoughts, it would be too late to regret. Fear not. With the ancestral guardians watching, no harm shall come. That is reassuring. As the high-ranking members conversed, many disciples appeared anxious, daring not to voice their displeasure. The Saint Sun ceremony had concluded. Why had the disbandment not been announced? They were eager to seek out their senior sisters for late-night discussions. At this moment, Su Qingyue also wished to slip away, feeling uncomfortable under the gazes of those around her. She cast a resentful glance at Chu Yao. Foolish girl. Chu Yao playfully poked her forehead, signaling her to discuss it later. Every movement she made exuded an allure, enchanting those hot-blooded disciples who were captivated by the contrasting beauty of Chu Yao and the ethereal Su Qingyue. The Saint Sun ceremony has now concluded. All may withdraw. At this juncture, Jiang Yu spoke, his voice soft and melodious, akin to celestial music that soothed the soul. Su Qingyue fled as if in a race for her life. Ha ha ha. Today I discovered that our saintess is so innocent and carefree. Indeed, had I not witnessed it firsthand, I would never have believed that our pure and transcendent saintess has a penchant for raising pigs. Observing Su Qingyue's hurried retreat, the disciples erupted into joyous laughter. By the way, what sort of pig does our saintess raise? One bold female disciple could not contain her curiosity. That is a rare beast of heaven and earth, known as the dream beast, replied an elder with graying hair, smiling broadly. What? She was left astonished, eyes wide. A beast of heaven and earth. This is an existence even rarer than divine beasts, possessing enigmatic abilities, long thought to exist only in legends. Do not overthink it. While the pig is indeed a beast of heaven and earth, capable of inducing dreams and allowing one to cultivate within those dreams, it is, however, an adult dream beast that requires cultivation beyond the divine fire realm. Moreover, The resources consumed by the Dream Beast are staggering. It could devour our entire universe and still not evolve into a divine beast. Therefore, do not dwell on it. Just focus on your cultivation. Ah, ha ha ha, as the elder's laughter echoed. He floated away on a cloud, leaving the disciples in a state of bewilderment. Damn it, stand still. Clarify your statements. Why can the Dream Beast consume such vast amounts of energy? What abilities does it possess before becoming a divine beast? Hall Master. The astute disciples gazed eagerly at Jiangyu, including the heirs of various sects who had come to witness the ceremony. They too were desperate to know. Elder Wang is correct, but only partially. Even if a Dream Beast were to consume the energy of an entire universe, it would not evolve into a divine beast unless it could refine the entirety of that universe and construct its own dream realm. Only then would it be considered a true dream divine beast. Additionally, prior to becoming a genuine divine beast, the Dream Beast can do little more than eat and sleep, lacking any remarkable abilities. Jiangyu elucidated. The Dream Beast is akin to a decorative trinket, visually appealing yet practically useless. Until you possess the ability to aid the Dream Beast in refining an entire universe, the dream it weaves will be of no utility to you. Its level is simply too low. It would be far more pragmatic to refine the entire universe for oneself. The crowd's expressions grew complex. They had long heard of the enigmatic abilities of beasts of heaven and earth, which are innately powerful. Yet, some beasts require special conditions to grow. Before they mature, they are feeble and of little use. Clearly, this pig falls into the latter category. What a disappointment this has turned out to be. Sister Chu, in the palace belonging to Su Qingyue on Goddess Peak, she gazed at Chu Yao with a pouting expression of grievance. Silly girl. Chu Yao ruffled her hair. Zhang Yu's malicious intent was evident. He sought to humiliate you publicly. It may seem as though he merely wanted you to return a gift, but in truth, he aimed to ruin your reputation. You have accepted many gifts from admirers. If you do not clarify things today, you will surely be exploited by Luoli. You would not wish to become a saintess known for deceiving others, would you? Should they unite against you? Your troubles would only multiply. Upon hearing those words, Su Qingyue was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. With her astuteness, she quickly grasped the terrifying implications of the situation. If handled poorly, she would face the scorn of thousands, and her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Moreover, what was wrong with merely raising pigs as a small hobby? Chu Yao continued. It's just that Su Qingyue was filled with regret. Had she known that Jiang Yu would end up like this, she would never have acted in anger and fed Zhang Yang's belongings to the pigs in the first place. Once that first step was taken, everything spiraled out of control. Sister Chu, I am so grateful for your support. Otherwise, I would be in dire straits, Su Qingyue said, embracing Chu Yao and burying her head into her ample bosom. What are you being so polite for? From now on, you must refuse any gifts. But if I refuse, they will only redouble their efforts to send them, she replied. Then destroy them in front of them, Chu Yao said with a hint of helplessness. The physique of the Taiyin divine body drew too much attention from men. Not only was it a top-tier furnace, but it also signified the potential to cultivate the Taiyin Yang chaos record, aspiring to transcend the great Tao. Had Su Qingyue not been a disciple of Zhi Ming, she would likely have been abducted and imprisoned long ago. All right, Su Qingyue nodded, her expression turning serious. Sister Chu? Uve humiliated Jiang Yu. He will certainly seek revenge. You should stay here with me for now. That was my intention, Chu Yao replied, fully aware of Jiang Yu's murderous intent towards her. Yet, she felt no concern. Despite Jiang Yu's exceptional talents, he could never be a match for Gu Qing. All she needed to do was enter seclusion here for a while, and by the time she emerged, Jiang Yu might be dead and gone. Chapter 54. A facade of brilliance hiding decay. Finally, the ritual was complete. Ji Yuqing let out a sigh of relief. Having consumed all the precious liquid, the cosmic tower had absorbed his boundless vitality, and with a mere thought, its power could be unleashed. While slaying a sage was impossible, he could easily overwhelm a venerable. Moreover, the cosmic tower was unparalleled in defense and capable of spatial relocation. Although he might not need these abilities, given that he possessed a spatial divine rune, his life-preserving skills were now maximized. With bright eyes, Gu Qing silently commanded, System, Display my attribute panel. Name, Guqing, Realm, first layer of the Void Dao. Physique, Supreme Dao Bone, Chaotic Stellar Body. Talent, Innate Dao Seed, unparalleled through the ages. Fate, Uncertain. Fortune, 321,000. Innate Divine Powers, Chaotic Treasure Bottle Seal, Yin Yang Wheel, Star Snatching Hand, Chaotic Sword Technique, Shattering Star Finger, Starry Fist. Divine Powers, Destruction of the Eight Desolates, minor achievement. Spatial Relocation, minor achievement. Artifacts, Reincarnation Divine Halberd, Golden Gourd, Spatial Divine Rune, Solar Mirror, Cosmic Tower, Exotic Fire, Heart of Ice Fire, Innate Spirit Root, 9-Colored Soul Lotus, Cultivation Method, Chaotic Indestructible Scripture. No significant changes. The precious liquid has been transformed into vitality to refine the Cosmic Tower. And it's fortunate that my realm hasn't dropped. Du Qing stepped out of his seclusion cave. What are your plans next? He and I inquired, her tone carrying a casual languor. First, I should refine some pills. I need to sell a few spirit pills to exchange for spirit herbs and demon beasts. Guqing responded. He required an extensive amount, making it impractical to rely solely on the Starry Temple. After all, the Starry Temple needed to develop, and its disciples required cultivation resources. Can you refine pills? He and I asked, astonished. She was aware of Guqing's background. Since joining the Starry Temple, he had been preoccupied with cultivation, lacking the time to learn alchemy. Yet, his tone suggested he was a master alchemist. I haven't refined any before, but I did acquire the soul of a 9th-rank alchemist and found the process quite simple. Guqing replied. Simple? He and I was left speechless. Alchemy was a profound path. If it were truly that easy, alchemists would be ubiquitous. After all, there were many memory-sharing techniques in the cultivation world. Yet, the profundity of the Tao, the myriad doors of wonder, could not be encapsulated in mere memory. Enlightenment was not something that could be recorded. Many powerful beings, upon seizing a new life, had to start anew, unable to recover their previous cultivation levels. Senior brother, you've emerged. Su Qingyue joyfully approached, her face radiant with innocence, her beautiful eyes sparkling. The small ribbons tied at her slender waist fluttered, and she wore a moon-white long dress, graceful as a startled swan. Beautiful as a celestial being. Guqing acknowledged with a nod and asked, What brings you here outside my cave? Do you seek something? Su Qingyue angrily recounted the events. Chu Yao narrowed her fox-like eyes and said, I suspect he has been possessed, though I cannot be certain. After all, a family like the Jiang clan must possess soul tokens. It is likely he has been possessed. Countless bizarre and secretive methods exist in this world that can evade soul tokens. And our Starry Temple possesses a few such techniques, Guqing remarked casually, his gaze contemplative. From Su Qingyue's description, Zhang Yu bore resemblance to a protagonist, particularly one from a new era endowed with the system. First, he would ingratiate himself to an intolerable degree, then ruthlessly slap the goddess's face, only to later redeem her and turn her into his loyal follower. Teske? It's all a scheme, a mere scheme. What should we do then? Chu Yao inquired. Naturally, we shall send him back to the afterlife with a single punch. Come, I wish to see just what kind of person he truly is, Guqing said with enthusiasm. After all, the protagonist was his adoptive father, and his Fang Tianhua halberd was eager for action. Meanwhile, in another location, Jiang Yu had spent the past few days defeating the undying Dao lineage that had come to witness his ascension and subsequently climbed to the 999th level of the Starry Sky Avenue, reaching the pinnacle directly. The Starry Dao bell rang 9 times, resonating through the endless rivers of stars. He had actually reached the summit. Even the Supreme Divine Body struggled to do so. Yet he, with his exceptional physique, managed it in just 3 days. Could it be that the Holy Sun possessed a hidden physique? Jiang Yu's remarkable feat attracted countless astonished gazes. It should be noted that even Zhang Yang had not reached the top, having only ascended to over 8,000 levels. Those who had previously reached the summit had nearly all ascended to the celestial realm, while those who hadn't had typically perished for various reasons. This implied that Jiang Yu possessed the potential to ascend to godhood. Congratulations, Holy Sun, on your ascent to the Starry Sky Avenue. The disciples who had climbed the starry sky avenue greeted him with respectful bows. Though they looked down upon Jiang Yu and held him in contempt, this was ultimately a world where power reigned supreme. As ordinary disciples, they could not afford to show their disdain, Jiang Yu replied, his expression calm and unperturbed, not even deigning to glance at the disciples. He strolled through the void with an air of indifference, surrounded by divine light that made him appear godlike. Upon entering the starry temple, he performed a respectful greeting before the peerless goddess seated upon the throne. "Speak, what do you desire?" Jiang Yu replied in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. Those who topped the starry sky avenue could make a request to the temple that was not overly extravagant. Hearing Jiang Yu's indifferent tone, his mindset began to crumble. Despite his exceptional talents and unparalleled gifts, why did Jiang Yu continue to receive such cold treatment from Jiang Yu? Was that unencountered prodigy truly more formidable than him? He could not accept it. Jiang Yu swallowed back the words of apprenticeship that rose to his lips, unwilling to yield. His gaze shifted towards the elders within the hall. Their expressions were equally frigid, even bordering on indifference. Their looks felt more like they were appraising an object rather than a person. In truth, many were quite fond of Jiang Yu. However, since he was not of the starry lineage, he had already lost from the very beginning, as this was the starry temple, which inherited the starry Dao lineage. This was dire. Jiang Yu's heart sank to the depths, and he felt a rising impulse to flee the starry temple. The temple's attitude towards him was all too clear. Remaining here could spell danger for his life. Tap, tap, tap. Greetings to the temple master and esteemed elders. Gu Qing and the two women entered the grand hall. Performing the disciples' salute, no need for excessive formalities. "Please, take a seat." Jiang Yu's voice was soft and melodious, imbued with a certain charm that put one's soul at ease and brought tranquility to the heart. "Thank you, Temple Master." Gu Qing expressed his gratitude, his heart filled with astonishment that Jiang Yu had allowed him to sit beneath her. What an immense honor this was. It was known that Jiang Yu was regarded as the peerless beauty alongside Jimeng. In terms of strength and talent, the two were evenly matched. Rumor had it that the position of the goddess originally belonged to Jiang Yu, but she had been deceived by Jimeng at that time. Moreover, and most importantly, the two were sworn enemies. There was no reason for Jiang Yu to treat him so well. As he sat beneath Jiang Yu, a faint and ethereal fragrance wafted through the air, enveloping Gu Qing in a sensation akin to soaring through the heavens. Jiang Yu's scent was extraordinary, as if she were a divine herb in human form. "So it is you." Upon realizing this, Jiang Yu could no longer ignore the truth. The prodigy of the Starry Temple was indeed Gu Qing. Jiang Yu showed Gu Qing respect, while the elders regarded him with warmth. Such treatment mirrored his status within his own family, causing Jiang Yu's eyes to shimmer with intrigue as he sought to discern Gu Qing's true nature. Yet, he discerned nothing. The starry robe adorning Gu Qing was a priceless artifact, detectable only by those with divine sight. Capable of ignoring the defenses of such a treasure. System, please check his attribute data. Name, Jiang Yu, Realm, 8th layer of the Void Dao, Physique, Void Divine Body, Pure Yang Dao Bone, Talent, none.